Zhang Yu traversed into the world of Pokémon, beginning his journey as an infant, fortuitously discovered and brought home by Karuna. Nazi, little Yu, you're the first to defeat me with psychic abilities. You must take responsibility for me. Okay? Cynthia, little brother Yu, you are as adorable as ever. Serena, brother Yu, I will always be by your side. Yuding Side-Eye, brother Yu, I shall surely steal you away from my sister. Kinshi, little Yu, I can also do it. Meow meow, little Yu belongs to me. Karuna, step aside. Little Yu was raised by me. After all, Chapter 1, The Traverse. In the serene and opulent city of Mier, located in the Kalos region. The morning sun poured through the grand floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the spacious and bright kitchen. The air was filled with a subtle aroma of food as a tall and graceful woman stood by the stove, diligently preparing breakfast. Clad in a chic yet simple white loungewear, the soft fabric elegantly hugged her alluring curves, and the pristine white seemed to envelop her in a gentle glow, making her innate elegance impossible to overlook. With deft movements, she fried eggs, the golden yolks sizzling in the pan and emanating an enticing fragrance. She skillfully flipped them, ensuring each side received even heat, and soon, a perfect fried egg was ready. Next, she began to toast slices of bread, expertly adjusting the oven's temperature and timing. Awaiting the moment the bread turned golden and crisp. She was none other than Karuna, the champion of the Kalos region and a renowned movie actress. Turning to her companion, a Shenado assisting with breakfast, she said, Shenado, would you be a dear and wake little Yu? Shana, Shenado replied dutifully, nodding before gracefully making its way to the staircase. In no time, it arrived at the door of Zhang Yu's room on the second floor. After pausing briefly, Shenado politely knocked on the door, but silence enveloped the room. After a moment's hesitation, Shenado cautiously turned the doorknob and slowly pushed the door open. Upon entering, one could immediately see the large, comfortable bed where Zhang Yu was cocooned in a thick blanket, soundly asleep, a satisfied smile gracing his lips, clearly lost in sweet dreams. Witnessing this, Shenado couldn't help but facepalm, shaking its head in exasperation. It then tiptoed to the window and abruptly drew back the curtains. In an instant, the warm, gentle morning sunlight flooded the room, illuminating every corner. Disrupted from his dream by the sudden influx of light, Zhang Yu grumbled discontentedly, wriggling like a caterpillar before swiftly pulling the blanket over his head, attempting to evade the bothersome brightness and return to his blissful slumber. Faced with such a sleepy head, Shenado wore an expression of helplessness. Yet, it did not concede defeat. Instead, it extended its hands, attempting to tug the blanket from Zhang Yu. To its surprise, even in his half-asleep state, Zhang Yu clung tightly to the blanket, as if it were his last bastion of comfort. Shana. Little Yu, it's time to wake up. Shenado, stop fussing. I'll sleep a bit longer. Shana. Get up quickly. Today is the day you receive your starter Pokémon. At this, Zhang Yu sprang up, exclaiming what? He hurriedly got out of bed, rushing to the bathroom to wash up and change. As for why Zhang Yu could comprehend Shenado's words, even he was oblivious, having been an otaku in his previous life. While engrossed in watching Pokémon XY at home, he dozed off, only to awaken in a forest, bewildered as to how he had arrived there, transformed into an infant. At that moment, a pink diamond materialized before him, and Zhang Yu instantly recognized its owner. The Diancie from the Pokémon movie Cocoon of Destruction and Diancie in the Cocoon of Destruction that it dawned on him that he must have traversed into the world of Pokémon. Hello, I am Diancie. Wow, I can't understand what you're saying. Zhang Yu stared at Diancie with a bewildered expression, thinking, I'm just a baby. I can't talk. Just as Diancie was about to scoop him up, she heard a rustle from nearby and quickly darted behind a tree to hide. Ralts, did you hear that noise just now? A young girl approached from a distance. Rals. The creature nodded and followed the girl. The girl was none other than a young Karuna. Upon seeing an infant lying on the ground beside a letter, she picked it up and opened it. The letter read, This child is named Zhang Yu. We are being pursued by enemies and have no choice but to leave this child here. Kindly take care of him if you find this letter. Karuna looked at Zhang Yu and, without hesitation, scooped him up, declaring, Such a cute child. From now on, you shall be my little brother. Thus, Zhang Yu was taken home by Karuna, growing up gradually to discover an inexplicable allure towards Pokémon. All Pokémon he encountered gravitated towards him. He found that he could understand their speech and realized he possessed extraordinary psychic abilities of remarkable strength. At the age of 6, Zhang Yu ventured back to that forest with Shinado, who, of course, belonged to Karuna. I wonder if I can meet Diancie again. Shauna. Shinado tilted its head in curiosity as they wandered in the vicinity. It wasn't long before Zhang Yu spotted a familiar figure. He waved and called out, Diancie. Diancie turned around, tilting her head upon seeing Zhang Yu. Just as he approached, several small carvings appeared nearby, prompting Shinado to swiftly shield Zhang Yu behind it. The two parties faced each other in a standoff until Diancie broke the silence, asking, Are you that baby from that day? It's me, Diancie. You actually remember me. Diancie pushed through the carvings and approached Zhang Yu, saying, It's been so long. You've grown so much. With a puzzled expression, Zhang Yu inquired, You actually recognize me? Diancie nodded. Yes, you have a delightful scent. I remember you. Zhang Yu, even more perplexed, lifted his arm to his nose, inhaling, then turned to Shinado and asked, Shinado, do I have a scent? Shauna. Yes, little you smells wonderful. Shinado affirmed with A-N-O-D.U-M. I'm Diancie, what's your name? Hearing this, Zhang Yu extended his right hand and replied, Hello, Diancie. My name is Zhang Yu. Diancie, in turn, extended her small hand and shook Zhang Yu's hand. Nice to meet you, Zhang Yu. Chapter 2. The Initial Pokémon. Zhang Yu dashed down the stairs and made his way directly to the breakfast-laden table in the living room. On the table, several pieces of bread still emanated warmth. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yu swiftly grabbed one of the slices and, like a gust of wind, bolted towards the door. Just as he was about to cross the threshold, he abruptly turned back and exclaimed, Sister, I'm off. His voice echoed in the air. At that moment, Karuna emerged from the kitchen, cradling a cup of steaming milk. Upon hearing Zhang Yu's shout, she hurriedly called out to his retreating figure, Xiao Yu, take it easy. Don't run so fast. Be careful not to trip. However, the only response was the fading sound of his footsteps and his silhouette disappearing into the distance. Observing Zhang Yu's hasty departure, Karuna shook her head helplessly, let out a gentle sigh, and placed the warm milk on the dining table, supporting her forehead with her hand. She murmured to herself, This child is always so impulsive. On his way, Zhang Yu utilized his supernatural abilities to teleport, quickly arriving at the Bratano Research Institute. Dr. Bratano, I have come to receive my initial Pokémon. Dr. Bratano stepped out of the yard, exclaiming, it's Xiao Yu. Why have you come in your pajamas? I accidentally overslept, Zhang Yu replied, scratching his head in embarrassment. Have you decided which Pokémon to choose as your starter? Yes, I want to select Froakie. Froakie, that's a fine choice, Dr. Bratano said as he walked over to the shelf holding the initial Pokémon, retrieving Froakie's Pokeball and approaching Zhang Yu. Here you go. Xiao Yu, this is Froakie's Pokeball. Zhang Yu accepted the Pokeball, thanked Dr. Bratano, and declared, Come forth, Froakie. Upon emerging, Froakie glanced around before locking its gaze on Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu crouched down and extended his hand, saying, Hello, Froakie. I look forward to our time together. Froakie tilted its head, inspecting Zhang Yu's hand, then gently tapped it with its small paw in acknowledgement. Dr. Bratano then produced a Pokédex from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Yu, stating, This is the Pokédex. Make sure to take good care of it. I won't give you a Pokeball since your sister should have prepared one for you. Yes, I understand, Doctor. I'll be on my way now. With that, Zhang Yu recalled Froakie and exited the research institute. Oh, Xiao Yu, don't forget to capture a few more Pokémon for me to study. Don't worry, Doctor. Upon returning home, Zhang Yu called out, Sister, I'm back. Hearing his voice, Karuna, who had been lounging on the sofa, sprang to her feet and quickly entered the kitchen. Moments later, she emerged with a plate of steaming fried eggs and bread, along with a cup of milk releasing wisps of steam. With a smile, she set the food on the dining table and gently said to Zhang Yu, Come on, Xiao Yu, eat something to fill your stomach. Upon seeing the breakfast before him, Zhang Yu's stomach rumbled, and he grinned widely, replying, Thanks, sis. Without hesitation, he took the plate and cup, turned, and plopped down on the sofa, devouring the food voraciously. Seeing this, Karuna shook her head lightly, her face adorned with a fond smile. She slowly strolled over to sit beside Zhang Yu and inquired, So, have you thought about where you want to travel? With his mouth full, Zhang Yu nodded vaguely, and after swallowing, he clearly responded, Yes, sister. I want to go to the Kanto region. I've heard there are the strongest Elite Four. I want to see them. With that, he took another large bite of bread and continued to enjoy his meal. In that case, I'll ask King Kona to look after you, Karuna said. No need, sis. I can take care of myself. I know you can manage, but with your troublemaking nature, I can't help but worry about you alone. Karuna pointedly tapped Zhang Yu's head. All right, I get it. By the way, which Pokémon did you choose? Of course, it's Froakie. Why not let it out so I can have a look? Haha, I almost forgot. Come on out, Froakie. Froakie peeked at Zhang Yu and then at Karuna. Froakie, I'll need you to look after my mischievous brother from now on. Froakie nodded and hopped over to Zhang Yu, staring at the bread. Zhang Yu noticed and asked, "What is up? Do you want some?" Froakie nodded enthusiastically. Without hesitation, Zhang Yu tore his piece of bread in half and smiled as he offered one half to Froakie. Froakie happily accepted the bread and began munching away, savoring it with cheeks puffing adorably. Karuna watched this warm and amusing scene, unable to suppress a smile. She gracefully stood up and ascended the stairs. Before long, she descended with a backpack in hand. Karuna handed the backpack to Zhang Yu, saying, "This contains supplies for your journey along with some Ultra Balls." Zhang Yu accepted the backpack, saying, "Thanks, sis." Karuna then retrieved an Ultra Ball and a watch from her pocket, presenting them to Zhang Yu. "This contains a Ralts. Make sure to nurture it well. As for this watch, it has all the functions of the Pock Dex, and even some additional ones. The manual is in your backpack, and you can video call me anytime." Zhang Yu took the Ultra Ball and the watch, swapped Froakie's Pock Ball for an Ultra Ball, and secured both the Ultra Ball containing Ralts and the one for Froakie at his waist. Wearing the watch and shouldering the backpack, he turned to Karuna and said, "Sister, I'm off. Please take care of yourself while I'm gone." A flicker of reluctance crossed Karuna's eyes, but she smiled nonetheless. "Yes, take care of yourself out there. If anyone bullies you, call me, and I'll help you out." "Got it, sis. I'm leaving now." After departing his home, Zhang Yu set off towards the Diamond Mine country. As he walked, engrossed in the watch's manual, he suddenly noticed a rustling in the grass by the roadside. Instinctively alert, he released Ralts and Froakie. "Froakie, Ralts." Zhang Yu quietly approached the underbrush and parted the foliage, discovering an injured Pikachu lying within. Seeing this, Zhang Yu took off his backpack and rummaged through it, soon finding some healing ointment. He carefully treated Pikachu's wounds. Before long, Pikachu regained consciousness, exclaiming, "Pika, how are you feeling, Pikachu?" Zhang Yu asked. Pikachu nodded appreciatively. Zhang Yu then produced an Ultra Ball and asked, "Would you like to join me on my journey, Pikachu?" Pikachu glanced at the Ultra Ball and then at Zhang Yu before pressing the button on the center of the ball. After capturing Pikachu, Zhang Yu continued his trek, allowing his 3 Pokémon to train along the way, finally reaching the Diamond Mine country. Chapter 3, Misty. In the Diamond Mine country. Diancie, Diancie. I have come to find you. Xiao Yu, you finally arrived. Princess Diancie, please slow down. Diancie raced ahead, followed closely by 4 small diamonds. She leaped into Zhang Yu's arms, exclaiming, "Xiao Yu, you finally came to play with me. It's been so long since you last visited. Diancie, please let me go. I have something to discuss with you." Diancie released Zhang Yu and asked, "What is it, Xiao Yu?" "I'm going to travel to the Kanto region, so it might be a long time before I can visit you again." "What? Then I want to go with you. But what about the Diamond Mine country?" In the presence of Majima and Dai, everything appeared to be in order. Majima, standing behind, spoke up. "It would be delightful for Princess Diancie to embark on a journey with Xiao Yu. I shall discuss this matter with the elder." "Very well. I will provide you with my home address. Should any issues arise in the Mineral Kingdom, you may seek assistance from my sister. I will inform her accordingly." "Understood. Therefore, Xiao Yu, we shall rely on you for Princess Diancie." Indeed, Zhang Yu retrieved a Premier Ball from his backpack and presented it to Diancie, saying, "I look forward to your guidance henceforth. Likewise, I hope to receive your guidance as well, Xiao Yu." Princess Diancie pressed the switch in the center of the Pokeball, which, without even a tremor, successfully captured the Pokémon. Zhang Yu then released Diancie once more, stating, "Let us be on our way." "Yes, indeed." Princess Diancie waved goodbye to the small shards behind her, declaring, "Farewell, everyone. I shall return to visit you. Please ensure your safety, Princess Diancie." "I will be careful." Together, Diancie and Zhang Yu exited the forest, making their way to the airport in Miure City. During their journey through the woods, Zhang Yu messaged Karuna, urging her to keep a watchful eye on the diamond mining country, while also facilitating introductions among Diancie and the 3 small companions. As they arrived at the airport, the duo spotted a young woman with cascading chestnut hair, adorned with a pink hat tied with a black bow. She donned a black short-sleeved blouse, paired with a vibrant red skirt, cradling a fire fox in her arms. This was none other than Serena, the female protagonist from the Pokémon XY series. Upon seeing Zhang Yu and Diancie, Serena waved enthusiastically, calling out, "Yuji, over here." How did Zhang Yu and Serena come to know each other? They had been inseparable since kindergarten, sharing a bond akin to childhood sweethearts. "Serena, you truly chose the Fire Fox, didn't you?" "Hello, Fire Fox, I'm Zhang Yu." Beside him, Diancie waved as well, introducing herself. "I am Diancie. Fox, Yuji." Which Pokémon did you choose? Zhang Yu removed 3 Pokeballs from his waist, exclaiming, "Come forth, everyone." Serena, astonished, remarked, "Wow, Yuji. You have already captured 4 Pokémon. It's merely luck, just luck." At that moment, an announcement for boarding echoed through the terminal. "Let us board promptly," Zhang Yu suggested. They approached the boarding gate, while Diancie curiously surveyed her surroundings, for this was her inaugural visit to a human city. Once the airplane ascended, Diancie excitedly pressed her face against the window, gazing at the clouds. Meanwhile, Serena and Zhang Yu engaged in discussions about their upcoming itinerary in the Kanto region. In no time, they arrived at the bustling city of Tokiwa in the Kanto region. Upon exiting the airport, they witnessed Miss Junsha zooming past on her motorcycle. And Zhang Yu quickly recognized Ash, the protagonist of the Pokémon anime, seated behind her. It seemed Ash had just begun his journey, being a childhood idol. Zhang Yu felt compelled to introduce himself. "Let us head to the Pokémon Center first," he suggested to Serena. "Certainly," she nodded in agreement. As they were about to proceed towards the Pokémon Center, Zhang Yu caught a glimpse of an irate girl with orange hair, struggling to carry a broken bicycle frame. "What in the world?" Diancie inquired, noticing Zhang Yu's startled reaction. "It's nothing," he replied, striding towards the girl. "Excuse me, do you require assistance?" Upon seeing Zhang Yu's face, the girl exclaimed, "You're quite handsome." Of course, she certainly did not mean to compare him to the readers. Realizing her slip of the tongue, her cheeks flushed crimson. Serena and Diancie approached as well, with Serena asking, "What is happening, Yuji?" "It's nothing. I merely noticed this young lady struggling with what appears to be a fishbone-like object, and thought to inquire if she needed help." Diancie tilted her head, asking, "But why is this young lady carrying this fishbone?" The girl retorted, "This is not a fishbone. It's my bicycle. I apologize. My friend Diancie just arrived in the human city and is unfamiliar with such things." "But Yuji, you just allow me to help you with that, miss." Zhang Yu interjected, swiftly taking the bicycle off her shoulder. Serena asked, "What happened to your bicycle?" "Just call me Misty. This bicycle was ruined by a trainer with a Pikachu," she replied. "I'm Serena." "I'm Zhang Yu." "Hello, I'm Diancie." Misty looked at Diancie, asking, "Is she a Pokémon? Why haven't I seen her before, and how can she speak?" Zhang Yu explained, "We hail from the Kalos region. Diancie is a Pokémon from our homeland, and she communicates through telepathy." Misty nodded. "The Kalos region, that is quite far. By the way, have you seen a trainer with a Pikachu?" Zhang Yu responded, "We just saw Miss Junsha riding with a trainer who had a Pikachu, heading towards the Pokémon Center. Would you like to join us?" Yes, to the Pokémon Center." Upon entering the Pokémon Center, they found Ash standing alone. Misty approached him, pointing. "So you are here after all?" Ash, noticing the bicycle in Zhang Yu's possession, inquired, "What is the story with that bike?" "What do you mean? Does it look like a bike to you?" Misty retorted, "It resembles a fishbone that someone has gnawed on, and it's burnt to a crisp. If it were a fish, it would surely seek revenge on you." "I apologize," Ash replied. "I assure you, my bicycle will not go down without a fight. Well, I shall find a way to make amends, whether through compensation or repairs, but now is not the time." Hearing this, Misty clenched her fists, exclaiming, "My bicycle has been ruined by you, and now is not the time? When will it be?" My Pikachu." Ash turned towards the emergency room. At that moment, Zhang Yu asked, "Is your Pikachu severely injured?" "Possibly. I'm unsure what to do." Chapter 4, Team Rocket. Just then, the lights in the emergency room dimmed, and Nurse Joy, accompanied by Diancie, wheeled out Pikachu on a stretcher. Everyone rushed to Nurse Joy's side upon seeing Pikachu emerge. "Pikachu, are you alright?" "It has escaped from danger. It is rare for a Pokémon not to be saved by the doctors and nurses at the Pokémon Center." "Thank you, Nurse Joy. Now we must wait for it to recover. You should stay by its side." "Of course." Ash turned to Misty, saying, "I'm sorry. This is the situation. We can discuss the bicycle issue later." Misty shouted at Ash, "What are you talking about? Now is not the time for your ramblings." "Huh. Hurry and tend to it." "I said hurry up." Oh, okay." At that moment, an alarm blared. "Emergency alert. Emergency alert. An outsider has invaded Tokiwa City, likely a Pokémon kidnapping group." Suddenly, 2 Pokeballs fell from the skylight of the Pokémon Center. Gas. Arbok. The entire Pokémon Center was enveloped in a cloud of gas. Ash, bewildered, asked, "What is this smoke?" "Since you've asked so earnestly, we shall graciously provide an answer. To prevent this world from destruction, to protect the peace of the world, to spread love and truth, we are the charming yet villainous Team Rocket. Jesse James. We traverse the galaxy. The white hole, a bright tomorrow awaits us. That is all." Meow. After watching the performance, Zhang Yu turned to Diancie and remarked, "Diancie, deploy Diamond Storm." "Well done, Xiao Yu," Diancie responded, extending her hands as sparkling diamonds materialized out of thin air. They began to swirl together like a vortex, converging into a colossal pink diamond aimed squarely at Team Rocket. What on earth is that? Meow exclaimed. I don't know, but I have an ominous feeling about it. The three members of Team Rocket huddled closely together, and with a resounding explosion, they were propelled into the air. What an unpleasant feeling, they chorused. Wow, that's amazing. Ash gazed at Diancie with astonishment. Indeed, Misty echoed. Equally taken aback, Diancie smiled and said, if it weren't for Xiao Yu, I doubt I could have even conjured the diamonds. Hearing this, Ash, brimming with excitement, turned to Zhang Yu and declared, I'm Ash from Pallet Town. Let us have a Pokémon battle. Zhang Yu pointed to Pikachu and asked, is that your Pikachu? All right. Once my Pikachu is fully recovered, please do battle with me. Sure, I'm Zhang Yu from the Kalos region. Zhang Yu then gestured toward Serena, saying, this is Serena, who also hails from the Kalos region. Serena waved at Ash, introducing herself. Hello, I'm Serena. Diancie joined in. Hello, I'm Diancie. Misty added. I'm Misty. Well, hello to all of you. At that moment, Nurse Joy interjected. It's quite late. Let me prepare rooms for you to rest. Thank you. Nurse Joy, that would be very kind of you. It's my duty, she replied warmly. Upon returning to his room, Zhang Yu stored Diancie back into her Pokeball and called Karuna on his watch. Hello, Xiao Yu, where are you now? Sister, I've arrived in Hualan City. Have you encountered any dangers? Has anyone bullied you? Are you eating well? Nothing dangerous, just ran into 3 members of Team Rocket. What? Team Rocket? Are you hurt? I'm fine, sister. No, I'm calling Kona right now. Just as Zhang Yu was about to speak, he realized Karuna had already hung up. Sighing, he thought, never mind, time to sleep. The next morning, in the Pokémon Center's dining area, Brother Yu, over here. Serena waved at Zhang Yu. As he looked over, he noticed that everyone but himself had already gathered. Did you all wake up this early? Zhang Yu sat down beside Serena, who had prepared breakfast for him. He began eating without hesitation. Serena watched him, exasperated, and remarked, it's not that early. You just got up too late. Yes, Zhang Yu replied, chewing on bread. He reached into his backpack for 5 bowls and 5 portions of Pokémon food, then retrieved 4 Ultra Balls from his waist. All right, everyone come out. Serena, let your Fennekin join us too. Oh, all right. Serena released her Fennekin from its Pokeball. Wow, aside from Pikachu, these are all Pokémon I've never seen before. Ash immediately pulled out his Pokédex to scan them. No data. Why is there no data at all? Zhang Yu explained. It seems your Pokédex only has information on Pokémon from the Kanto region. Then what are these Pokémon, Xiao Yu? Zhang Yu pointed to Fennekin and Froakie, saying, Fennekin and Froakie are the starter Pokémon from the Kalos region. Fennekin is a fire type, while Froakie is a water type. He then pointed to Ralts, adding, Ralts is a Pokémon from the Hoenn region, possessing psychic and fairy types. Ash nodded and asked, by the way, Xiao Yu, where do you plan to go next? After breakfast, we'll head to Pewter City. You're leaving so soon? It's a pity Pikachu isn't fully recovered. Otherwise, I would have joined you. No worries. We'll definitely meet again. Misty chimed in. Can I travel with you? Zhang Yu thought to himself. Misty, why would you want to join us? This script seems off. Could it be that you have a crush on me? Is that not allowed? No. I just thought you were going to ask Ash for a bicycle. It's fine. Ash lives in Pallet Town. You can ask him for one later. Zhang Yu looked at Serena and inquired. What do you think, Serena? I have no objections. More company makes it livelier. Well then, I have no objections either. Hooray. Chapter 5. The Samurai Boy. Zhang Yu and his companions were now traversing through the Viridian Forest. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. As soon as he finished speaking, a brilliant bolt of lightning erupted from Pikachu, soaring toward a Pidgey in the sky. Pidgey. The Pidgey was struck by the Thunderbolt and plummeted to the ground. Zhang Yu quickly retrieved an empty Ultra Ball from his waist and threw it at the Pidgey. The Ultra Ball captured the Pidgey, shaking vigorously before finally clicking shut, signifying its capture. Zhang Yu rushed over to retrieve the Ultra Ball, exclaiming, I caught a Pidgey. Pikachu cheered. Zhang Yu silently thought, this is quite embarrassing. Just then, he sensed someone sneaking up behind him. He swiftly employed his psychic powers to immobilize the intruder. Turning around, he found a chubby boy clad in samurai armor, wielding a katana. What did you do to me? Let me go? The samurai boy struggled to say. I'd like to ask you the same. Why did you ambush me? From a distance, Diancie, Misty, and Serena heard the commotion and hurried over. Xiao Yu, why are you running so fast? Misty complained. Brother Yu, is something wrong? Serena asked, noticing the samurai boy held captive. This kid ambushed me. I didn't tea. I just wanted to ask if you were a trainer from Pallet Town. What do you want with the trainers from Pallet Town? Misty queried. Of course. I wish to challenge them. So this is how you issue a challenge? Zhang Yu gazed at the samurai boy, incredulous. I just wanted to give you a little scare. Please forgive me. Forget it. Zhang Yu replied, releasing his psychic hold. By the way, Xiao Yu, what is this ability of yours? Misty asked, her curiosity piqued. I've had this ability since childhood, and I've noticed it grows stronger with age. I'm not even sure how powerful it is now. Not only that, brother, you can also understand what Pokémon say, Serena added. That is impressive. So, are you a trainer from Pallet Town? We are not trainers from Pallet Town, but I can battle you if it's a fight you seek. Let us make it a 2v2 match. Sounds good. Then I'll send out my first Pokémon. Come forth, Heracross. A beam of light flashed, revealing a brown Heracross, which promptly demonstrated its large horns. Come forth, Ralts. Heracross, use tackle. The samurai boy immediately commanded his Heracross to attack upon seeing Zhang Yu release his Pokémon. Ralts used telekinesis to restrain it. Ralts enveloped Heracross in a psychic hold, rendering it immobile. Ralts used magical leaf. Numerous shimmering leaves materialized in front of Ralts, swirling and compressing before launching relentlessly at Heracross. The magical leaf struck Heracross with precision, causing it to stagger but not fall. Kairos, pull yourself together and use Arm Hammer, the young warrior exclaimed anxiously. Kairos steadied itself and swung its arms with tremendous force towards Lariolus. In a flash, Lariolus teleported away and employed telekinesis. Zhang Yu calmly directed the battle. Lariolus instantly vanished from its original position, reappearing behind Kairos, unleashing a powerful psychic force that sent Kairos hurtling away. Kairos crashed heavily to the ground, rendered incapable of continuing the fight. You are indeed formidable, but I shall not concede. Come forth, Iron Cocoon. After recalling Kairos, the warrior retrieved a Pokeball from his waist. A green iron cocoon materialized on the battlefield. Zhang Yu, gazing at the iron cocoon before him, was suddenly reminded of the iconic encounter between two iron cocoons hardening against each other. This thought brought a slight smile to his lips. Lariolus, continue the battle and unleash magical flame. Iron Cocoon, quickly use Harden. Upon hearing the warrior's command, Iron Cocoon radiated a metallic glow, significantly boosting its defensive capabilities. Nevertheless, it was ultimately brought down by Lariolus's magical flame and lost its fighting ability. Simultaneously, a radiant glow enveloped Lariolus, and as the light faded, it evolved into Kyrillian. Wonderful! Lariolus, you have finally evolved. Zhang Yu hurriedly embraced Kyrillian, who affectionately rubbed its cheek against his face. The warrior, having recalled Iron Cocoon, approached them. Congratulations, he said, a hint of envy in his eyes. Thank you. By the way, are you heading to Nibi City? The warrior inquired. Indeed, Zhang Yu confirmed. Then you need only follow this path to reach Nibi City. The warrior indicated a road. I understand, thank you. With that, Zhang Yu called to Diancie, Xiaoxia, and Shalina, and they set off down the indicated path. Suddenly, Zhang Yu turned back to the warrior and remarked, there is still one trainer from Masera Town. He must have already entered the Judo Forest. I see, thank you. Well then, farewell. Zhang Yu waved goodbye as he continued on with Diancie, Shalina, and Xiaoxia. The group lingered in the Judo Forest for several days, during which Zhang Yu subjected his Pokémon to rigorous training. The trio of small Pokémon and BB Bird experienced significant growth in strength, with Pikachu mastering Volt Tackle and Iron Tail, while Comex learned Water Pulse, and BB Bird acquired Brave Bird. Finally, one day, they emerged from the Judo Forest. At last, we have reached Nibi City. Zhang Yu stood at the entrance, gazing at the city before him, overwhelmed with emotion. How can you even say that? You insisted on training Pokémon in the Judo Forest. Xiaoxia shouted at Zhang Yu. But isn't a gym battle imminent? He weakly retorted. Couldn't you have waited until reaching Nibi City to train against other trainers? Training in the forest brings us closer to nature, allowing Pokémon to better unleash their potential, Zhang Yu explained. Fine, fine. Let us hurry to the Pokémon Center. Xiaoxia urged. Yes. We haven't had a hot shower in ages. Shalina chimed in. All right. Then let us rest at the Pokémon Center today and challenge the gym tomorrow. Chapter 6, Nibi Gym. The group arrived at the Pokémon Center and handed their Pokeballs to Nurse Joy for recovery. Oh, Nurse Joy, please register me for the league conference. Zhang Yu requested, pulling out his Pokédex. Certainly, please hold on a moment. Nurse Joy replied with a smile as she took the Pokédex and began typing on her computer. Registration for Zhang Yu from the Kalos region is complete. A mechanical voice announced. Nurse Joy returned the Pokédex to Zhang Yu, smiling as she said, Zhang Yu from the Kalos region, your registration is finalized. Please keep your Pokédex safe. After receiving it, she presented him with a box. This is a complimentary badge case. Please take care of it. Zhang Yu accepted the badge case and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Nurse Joy. You're welcome. Best of luck in the gym battles. She encouraged him with a warm smile. Also, could you arrange 3 rooms for us? Of course. Here are your room key cards. Please keep them safe. She handed 3 key cards to Zhang Yu. The following morning, Zhang Yu and his companions quickly finished breakfast and made their way to the Nibi Gym. Soon, they arrived at the gym, which, from the front, appeared as though a massive stone had been hollowed out to create it, truly reflecting the essence of Nibi City. Pushing open the grand doors of the Nibi Gym, they surveyed the dimly lit interior, which had an air of solemnity. "Is anyone here? I am Zhang Yu from the Kalos region, here to challenge the gym," he called out, his voice echoing in the expansive hall. In an instant, a light flickered on, revealing a somewhat mature-looking boy seated upon a smooth stone, with spiky hair, squinty eyes, and a dark complexion. "I am Brock, the gym leader of Nibi Gym, and I accept your challenge." With a snap of his fingers, the curtains on either side lifted, revealing 2 rocky arenas that moved together as one. "Diancie, you and Xiaoxia can take a seat in the audience. This match does not require your participation," Zhang Yu instructed Diancie beside him. "All right, Xiaoyu, do your best," she replied before joining Xiaoxia and Shalina in the stands. "What Pokémon is that?" Brock inquired, looking at Diancie. "This is Diancie, a Pokémon from the Kalos region." "I see." The rules of the Nibi Gym are a 2-on-2 format, allowing challengers to switch Pokémon mid-battle. Victory is declared when one side's 2 Pokémon can no longer battle. "Let the match begin," Brock announced the rules. After outlining the gym rules, Brock produced his Pokeball and released his Pokémon. "First up, go Geodude." A brown Geodude appeared on the field. "Then I shall choose this one. Go BB Bird." BB Bird soared into the air, its sharp gaze locking onto Geodude, who stood firm, poised for action. Brock commanded first, "Geodude, use Rollout." Geodude transformed into a sphere and charged swiftly towards BB Bird. "BB Bird, use Peck Drill and meet it head-on," Zhang Yu shouted, as BB Bird folded its wings and shot forward like a bolt, colliding fiercely with the rolling Geodude. The clash erupted in a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Geodude was pushed aside by BB Bird's Peck Drill, bearing several scratches, but still standing resolutely. Brock then ordered, "Geodude, use Rock Throw." Geodude spat out several stones towards BB Bird in midair. "BB Bird, use Whirlwind, then Wing Attack." Zhang Yu commanded urgently. BB Bird flapped its wings rapidly, creating a whirlwind that deflected the falling rocks, then charged at Geodude, delivering a powerful wing strike. Geodude staggered back, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion and collapsing to the ground, unable to continue the fight. Brock recalled Geodude, saying, "You are strong, but I shall not easily yield my badge to you. Now go Onix. Return, BB Bird." Zhang Yu called back BB Bird and retrieved a great ball from his waist. "Come forth, Comex. What Pokémon is this?" Brock asked Zhang Yu once more. "It is known as Froakie, one of the initial Pokémon from our Kalos region." Brock gazed at Froakie and declared, "I see now. Onix, use Bind." Onix swiftly charged forward, ensnaring Froakie tightly with its body like a rope. Froakie struggled valiantly, yet the strength of Onix was formidable. Observing this, Ash shouted, "Froakie, break free with Water Gun." Froakie unleashed a powerful jet of water, causing Onix to loosen its grip in pain. Brock immediately commanded, "Onix, use Rock Tomb." Onix raised its head and expelled a barrage of rocks toward Froakie. Ash directed, "Froakie, evade with Double Team, then counter with Bubble Beam." Froakie instantly created multiple copies of itself, skillfully dodging the rocks, and then fired a flurry of bubble beams that struck Onix. Hit by the bubbles, Onix's movement slowed. Seizing the opportunity, Ash commanded, "Froakie, use Water Pulse." Froakie gathered a massive water sphere and launched it at Onix. Onix quickly dug underground to evade, and the water pulse crashed to the ground, sending splashes of water everywhere. Froakie remained vigilant, ready to leap at any moment. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and Onix burst forth from behind Froakie. Brock shouted, "Onix, use Headbutt." The enormous Onix charged toward Froakie. In a panic, Ash called out, "Froakie, use Water Pulse." Froakie quickly formed another water sphere and hurled it at Onix. With a cry of pain, Onix staggered backward and crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust that enveloped the arena, obscuring everyone's view. After a considerable time, the smoke began to dissipate, revealing Onix lying motionless, its eyes swirling. This indicated that Onix had lost its ability to battle. After recalling Onix with a Pokeball, Brock approached Ash and handed him a gray badge from his pocket, saying, "You won. This gray badge is yours." Ash accepted the badge with a victorious smile and replied, "Thank you." Chapter 7, Moonview Mountain. After acquiring the gym badge, the group returned to the Pokémon Center, where Ash handed Miss Joy the Ultra Balls containing Fletchling and Froakie, saying, "Miss Joy, I appreciate your help." Miss Joy smiled as she accepted the Ultra Balls, replying, "No problem, leave it to me," before heading to the treatment room. Next, I need to purchase some supplies, so could you two take Diancie to the mall? Feel free to buy whatever you like, but be sure to return before noon. After lunch, we will head to Azure City. Ash took out 1,000 Alliance coins from his backpack and handed them to Misty and Serena. 1 Alliance coin equals 1 renminbi, and the maximum limit is 1,000 coins. Misty and Serena exchanged glances, and Serena accepted the money, saying, "All right, Ash. Moonview Mountain is a grand mountain situated between Nibi City and Azure City. Our group is currently at the mountainside of Moonview Mountain." Suddenly, a Clefairy leapt from the nearby grass and into Ash's arms. Clefairy, Clefairy. So fragrant, so lovely. Diancie, standing nearby, puffed out its cheeks and tugged at Clefairy, exclaiming, "Stay away from Ash. Clefairy, Clefairy, Clefairy. Let me go? This person is so warm and fragrant. How dare you? Get away. Ash belongs to Diancie." Ash, overhearing their exchange, was visibly annoyed. Serena, noticing Ash's displeasure, inquired, "What's wrong?" "Ash, it's nothing," Ash replied as he pried Clefairy off him. "Clefairy, Clefairy, just let me hold you a little longer." "No, Clefairy, Clefairy. I can take you to find a moonstone. Will you catch me?" Upon hearing this, Ash's expression turned curious. "Clefairy, Clefairy, I am quite strong. Capturing me would be a wise decision." Ash pondered for a moment and said to Clefairy, "All right, if you can indeed lead me to the moonstone, then I shall capture you." Clefairy leaped with excitement. "Clefairy, Clefairy, follow me." Clefairy bounced up the mountain, with Ash and the others following closely behind. Along the way, Diancie sulked beside Ash, occasionally shooting daggers at Clefairy, while Misty and Serena stifled their laughter. Before long, Clefairy halted in front of a cave, exclaiming, "Clefairy, Clefairy, the moonstone is inside." Ash cautiously entered the cave, with the others following suit. The interior was dimly lit when suddenly, a swarm of Zubat burst from the cave ceiling, shrieking sharply. Diancie retaliated with Stone Edge, summoning sharp stones that struck several Zubat, causing them to fall. Yet, more Zubat surged forth, creating chaos. Fletchling, use Whirlwind. Ash threw an Ultra Ball, and Fletchling appeared, flapping its wings rapidly to create a powerful gust that sent some Zubat flying. While they dealt with the Zubat, a deep growl resonated from the depths of the cave, and an oversized Aggron emerged from the shadows. This Aggron radiated a formidable aura, causing the Zubat to flee in terror. It fixed its enormous gaze on Ash and his companions, letting out a roar that shook the cave. Diancie, continue with Stone Edge. Fletchling, assist with Wing Attack. Ash promptly issued the commands. Diancie conjured more stones and shot them at Aggron, while Fletchling darted toward Aggron, striking it fiercely with its wings. Though Diancie's Stone Edge pushed Aggron back, it continued its advance, shaking the ground with each step. Ash, witnessing this, threw another Ultra Ball and called, "Froakie, come forth. Use Water Pulse." Froakie appeared, conjuring a massive water sphere aimed at Aggron. The water sphere struck Aggron, causing it to momentarily halt. Seizing the moment, Diancie unleashed Diamond Storm, summoning sparkling diamonds that converged into a colossal pink diamond aimed at Aggron. The massive pink diamond shot forth like a meteor, crashing into Aggron with tremendous force, sending it crashing into the wall. However, Aggron quickly regained its footing, roaring in fury and charging at the group once more. "Fletchling, use Brave Bird," Ash shouted. Fletchling drew its wings in, erupting in a burst of red energy before hurtling toward Aggron like a piercing arrow, colliding forcefully with it. Aggron staggered from the impact. At this moment, Froakie unleashed another water pulse at Aggron, while Diancie took the opportunity to use Diamond Storm again. This time, Aggron could no longer withstand the onslaught and collapsed to the ground, losing its ability to battle. Ash, seizing the moment, retrieved an empty Ultra Ball from his belt and tossed it at Aggron. The Ultra Ball enveloped Aggron upon contact, shaking a few times before emitting a chime, successfully capturing Aggron. Clefairy, bouncing with excitement, exclaimed, "Clefairy, Clefairy, you all are so impressive." Then it skipped over to a corner, pointing with its tiny paw, saying, "Clefairy, Clefairy, the moonstone is right here." Zhang Yu stepped forward and, after a brief excavation, unearthed 3 luminous moonstones radiating a gentle glow. With a satisfied smile, he produced a great ball and tossed it towards the Jigglypuff, saying, "I shall fulfill my promise and take you on an adventure." The great ball enveloped the Jigglypuff, rocked a few times, and with a triumphant chime, successfully captured it. However, the great ball vanished in a swift flash. "Oh, where did the great ball go?" Selena inquired, her expression one of perplexity as she turned to Zhang Yu. "I already possess 6 Pokémon, so Jigglypuff must have been transported to Professor Bratano," Zhang Yu replied. "Who is Professor Bratano?" Misty asked curiously. "He is the esteemed professor of our Kalos region, from whom we receive our starting Pokémon," Selena explained. Now that we've secured the Moonstones, let us hasten to Hualan City. Thus, the group, with Moonstones in tow, continued their journey toward Hualan City. At the Bratano Research Institute in the Kalos region, Professor Bratano addressed his assistant, Sophie. Has someone sent a Pokémon over? Sure, Doctor, I'll check who it is. Sophie replied. Upon glancing, she informed, Doctor, it's from Xiao Yu. Oh, it's Xiao Yu. Bring it here, I wish to see what Pokémon he has sent. Professor Bratano said as he took the great ball from Sophie. Come forth, Jigglypuff. Upon emerging, Jigglypuff curiously surveyed its surroundings. Ah, it's Jigglypuff. As Professor Bratano bent down to pet its head, Jigglypuff, noticing Zhang Yu was absent, puffed its cheeks and unleashed a flurry of slaps toward the professor. Ouch! Chapter 8. Hualan City. On this day, Zhang Yu and his companions were en route to Hualan City. Misty, what troubles you? You seem rather glum throughout this journey. Selena remarked, glancing at Misty. Haha, do I? Indeed, it's quite evident on your face, Selena affirmed. Oh, is it? By the way, must we truly go to Hualan City? Oh, come now, Misty. It's merely to meet your 3 elder sisters. There's no need to be so anxious, Zhang Yu reassured her. Ah, how did you know? Misty exclaimed, pointing at Zhang Yu in astonishment. It's easily found online, Zhang Yu replied with a bemused expression. Misty stammered, struggling to articulate her thoughts. What are you two discussing? Selena inquired, bewildered. The gym leader of Hualan City is Misty's 3 sisters. Oh, so you're about to meet your sisters. Why the long face? Misty? Diancie asked. Because I previously declared that I wouldn't return until I became a master of water-type Pokémon, Misty confessed. I see. Perhaps you could wait for us at the Pokémon Center? Zhang Yu suggested. That sounds good. Upon arriving in Hualan City, the trio and their Pokémon headed straight to the Pokémon Center. Thank you, Nurse Joy, they said as they entrusted their Pokémon to her. Leave it to me, Nurse Joy assured as she took the Pokéballs into the treatment room. Shortly after, she returned with the healed Pokéballs. After retrieving them, the trio made their way to the training grounds behind the Pokémon Center. Xiao Yu, why aren't you challenging the gym? What are you doing here? Misty asked Zhang Yu. I just captured a Steelix. I need to have a chat with it first, Zhang Yu replied, removing the great ball from his waist. Come forth, Steelix. Roar. Steelix let out a mighty cry. From now on, I shall be your trainer. Steelix regarded Zhang Yu for a moment before nodding in acknowledgement. I look forward to working with you, Steelix. Afterward, Zhang Yu returned Steelix to its ball and proceeded to call Professor Bratano. Hello, this is the Bratano Research Institute. Hello. Sophie, it's Xiao Yu. Ah, Xiao Yu. What can I do for you? Could you please send Jigglypuff to me? Of course, I'll fetch it for you. I'm ready on my end. Great. With that, Zhang Yu placed Chimecho's great ball onto the transporter. The great ball vanished, only for another to materialize in its place. I received it. I got it here too. Sophie, please send Chimecho to my sister. And remember to have her Gardevoir assist in training Chimecho, Zhang Yu instructed. Understood. I'll take care of it. Goodbye for now. Goodbye, Xiao Yu. After hanging up, Zhang Yu released Jigglypuff from its Pokeball. As Jigglypuff emerged, it scanned the area. And upon spotting Zhang Yu, it rushed towards him. However, it was intercepted mid-charge by Diancie. Jigglypuff, Jigglypuff, let go of me. All right, Diancie, let it go. Zhang Yu said gently. Diancie, hearing this, pouted and turned her head away. Zhang Yu affectionately patted Diancie's head. Now let it down. Fine. Once Diancie released Jigglypuff, Zhang Yu presented a moonstone before it, saying, Here, Jigglypuff, touch the moonstone and you shall evolve. Jigglypuff glanced at the moonstone, then at Zhang Yu, before placing its hand upon it. In a brilliant display of light, Jigglypuff's voice grew louder, and as the radiance faded, a Wigglytuff appeared before them. Selena promptly activated her Pokédex, aiming it at Wigglytuff. Wigglytuff, the balloon Pokémon, is the evolved form of Jigglypuff, and instances of its discovery are rarer than that of Jigglypuff. After evolving, Wigglytuff immediately leaped into Zhang Yu's embrace, nuzzling against him. All right, Wigglytuff. I shall rely on you in the upcoming gym battle. Jigglypuff. Now, Misty, we shall proceed to challenge the gym, Zhang Yu announced to her. I'll wait for you here. Misty replied. Zhang Yu, Selena, and Diancie arrived at the Hualan Gym. The gym resembled an aquarium, with a long queue of men at the entrance. Why are there so many people lining up at the Hualan Gym? Selena asked, perplexed. It's likely due to that. Zhang Yu indicated toward a poster affixed to the entrance. A water ballet performance? Isn't this a gym? Selena questioned, bewildered. It seems the water ballet is their side venture. We should hurry and queue up for tickets, Zhang Yu suggested. All right. Upon entering the gym, Zhang Yu noticed that all the patrons were men, with no women in sight. Zhang Yu, Selena, and Diancie found a spot to sit. Shortly after settling in, the Hualan sisters, Sakura, Iris, and Peony, made their entrance amidst the cheers of the crowd. Clad in alluring swimsuits, they gracefully walked to the center stage. After acknowledging the audience, they dove into the pool and began to dance, eliciting enthusiastic cheers from the throng of men. Sakura, my beloved. Iris, I am your devoted servant. Peony, I adore you. The myriad of declarations resonated in Zhang Yu, Selena, and Tianxi's ears, leaving them in a state of disbelief. As time passed, the water ballet drew to a close. Yet Zhang Yu and his companions did not join the departing crowd, but ventured further into the gym. Just as they were searching for the Hualan sisters, a magnetic female voice called out from behind them, "Little brother, little sister, and this Pokémon here, this area is not open to the public." Turning around, they found themselves face to face with the Hualan sisters. As Zhang Yu was about to speak, he was interrupted by Changpu, one of the Hualan sisters, who exclaimed, "Charming little brother, are you one of our fans?" Before Zhang Yu could utter a single word, he was interrupted again, this time by Mewtwo, who asked, "Do you need us to give you an autograph?" At that moment, Inghua chimed in, "Or perhaps you wish to take a photo with us." "Enough. I am here to challenge the dojo." Upon hearing that Zhang Yu had come to challenge the dojo, the three sisters instantly lost all enthusiasm. Chapter 9, Hualan Dojo. The Hualan sisters escorted Zhang Yu and his companions to a water-themed arena. The eldest sister, Inghua, addressed Zhang Yu, saying, "The rules of the Hualan Dojo match are 3 against 3. When all 3 Pokémon lose their ability to battle, the opposing side is declared the victor. During the match, dojo trainers cannot substitute their Pokémon. Is that clear?" "No objections," Zhang Yu replied. Inghua retrieved a Pokeball from her waist and tossed it into the air, declaring, "Then I shall use this Pokémon. Come forth, White Sea Lion." As the light faded, a large and adorable white sea lion appeared before everyone. Its pure white fur and long tusks were particularly striking, and its massive body landed gracefully on a floating platform in the water, creating a small splash. "Then I shall bring forth Pikachu." With a flash of light, Pikachu materialized on the platform, its cheeks sparking with electricity, its face brimming with determination, and its round eyes seemingly ablaze with fire, intently focused on the white sea lion. Its small ears stood erect, ready for battle. "Pikachu, use Thunderbolt." Zhang Yu shouted loudly. Pikachu instantly flickered with yellow electricity, sending arcs of lightning towards the white sea lion. The white sea lion nimbly turned, diving into the water, causing the Thunderbolt to strike only the platform. "White Sea Lion, use Water Gun," Inghua commanded. The white sea lion erupted from the water, unleashing a powerful stream of water towards Pikachu. Pikachu dodged quickly. Hearing Zhang Yu's voice, Pikachu leaped aside just in time, the water gun narrowly missing it and splashing against the platform. Seizing the opportunity before the white sea lion could attack again, Zhang Yu yelled, "Pikachu, quick attack." Pikachu transformed into a streak of white lightning, charging towards the white sea lion. Just as it was about to reach its target, Inghua shouted, "White Sea Lion, Ice Shard." The white sea lion opened its mouth, releasing a massive ice shard that blocked Pikachu's path. Pikachu came to an abrupt halt, its body crackling with electricity once more. "Pikachu, use Thunderbolt again." Yellow currents surged forth like a mighty tide towards the white sea lion. This time, the white sea lion could not evade, getting struck by the electricity, its body shuddering momentarily before it regained its balance. Seeing this, Inghua commanded, "White Sea Lion, use Ice Beam." The white sea lion emitted a blue beam straight towards Pikachu. Zhang Yu's expression tightened, and he shouted, "Pikachu, counter with Iron Tail." Pikachu reacted swiftly, its tail hardening like steel as it swung forcefully to collide with the ice beam. In an instant, the arena was filled with frigid air and shards of ice flying about. Although the ice beam was powerful, Pikachu's iron tail held its ground. After a brief stalemate, the ice beam gradually dissipated. "Pikachu, now is your chance. Use your most powerful Thunderbolt." Seizing the moment, Zhang Yu issued the command. Pikachu leaped high into the air, gathering tremendous electrical energy around its body, and a thick bolt of lightning shot down towards the white sea lion. The sudden, overwhelming attack struck the white sea lion, which fell heavily onto the platform, clearly unable to continue the battle. Inghua recalled the white sea lion and turned to Changpu, saying, "Changpu, it's your turn now." Changpu stepped forward confidently, responding, "Don't worry, sister." Approaching the trainer's position, she called forth, "Come forth, Shelter. Return, Pikachu." After recalling Pikachu, Zhang Yu took a high-grade Pokeball from his belt, declaring, "Now go, Piku." Piku gracefully landed in the arena, shaking its round body and curiously observing the Shelter across from it. Changpu was quick to initiate the attack, commanding, "Shelter, use Water Gun." A powerful jet of water shot forth from Shelter's mouth, surging towards Piku. Zhang Yu reacted swiftly, shouting, "Piku, use Charm." Pika blinked its big, watery eyes, releasing an enchanting aura that momentarily distracted Shellder, weakening the force of the water gun. Seizing the opportunity, Pika leapt aside, evading the water gun. Changpu continued, Shellder, use Ice Spike. Shellder launched several sharp ice spikes towards Piku. Zhang Yu quickly countered, instructing, Piku, use Psychic. Piku concentrated, unleashing psychic energy to deflect the ice spikes. Piku, use Magical Shine. Zhang Yu commanded. Piku radiated a myriad of colors as beams of light shot towards Shellder. Seeing this, Changpu urgently ordered, Shellder, use Rapid Spin. Shellder spun rapidly, creating a defensive barrier that deflected the magical light, scattering only a few sparkles. Seizing the moment of Piku's attack, Changpu commanded, Shellder, use Headbutt. Shellder surged forward like a projectile towards Piku. Piku, dodge, then use Illusion Ray. Zhang Yu shouted. Piku adeptly twisted its body, easily avoiding Shellder's assault, and then shot forth a dazzling beam of light straight at Shellder. Struck by the Illusion Ray, Shellder wobbled, its gaze becoming dazed. Zhang Yu seized the opportunity once more, commanding, Piku, use Psychic. Piku focused intently, unleashing powerful psychic energy that firmly grasped Shellder, subsequently slamming it down onto the platform. Shellder crashed heavily onto the platform, losing its ability to continue fighting. Changpu reluctantly recalled Shellder and glanced at her youngest sister, Mutant. Mutant stepped forward, resolutely stating, Sister, it's my turn to shine. With that, she produced a Pokeball and called out, Come forth, Starmie. Return, Piku. After recalling Piku, Zhang Yu retrieved another high-grade Pokeball from his waist, declaring, For this final match, I entrust you, Pidgeotto. Pidgeotto soared into the air, circling once before locking its sharp gaze onto Starmie. Mutant initiated the attack, commanding, Starmie, use Water Gun. A robust jet of water shot from Starmie's appendages, hurtling towards Pidgeotto. Observing this, Zhang Yu immediately shouted, Pidgeotto, use Whirlwind. Pidgeotto flapped its wings rapidly, generating a powerful whirlwind that dispersed the water gun. Pidgeotto, use Steel Wing. Zhang Yu continued, as Pidgeotto's wings gleamed with a metallic sheen, diving sharply towards Starmie. Starmie agilely maneuvered on the water's surface, evading Pidgeotto's attack. Mutant quickly followed with, Starmie, use Swift. Chapter 10, Xiaomao. Starmie adeptly glided across the water, dodging Pidgeotto's assault. Mutant urgently commanded, Starmie, use Swift. Surrounding Starmie, star-shaped projectiles shot out, aimed directly at Pidgeotto. Pidgeotto quickly adjusted its position in midair to evade, yet several projectiles still struck, causing its flight to falter. Zhang Yu encouraged, Pidgeotto, hang in there. Use Steel Wing again. Pidgeotto regained its composure, charging once more towards Starmie. Just as it was about to close the gap, Starmie suddenly unleashed a powerful psychic force, immobilizing Pidgeotto midair. Peony seized the opportunity and commanded, Jewel Starfish. Unleash the Destruction Ray. A powerful beam of light erupted from Jewel Starfish's body, striking directly at Pidgey. Bound by the telekinetic force, Pidgey could not evade and was hit, crashing heavily onto the surfboard. However, Pidgey did not lose its fighting spirit. It staggered to its feet, its eyes blazing with renewed determination. Zhang Yu shouted, Pidgey, use Brave Bird Attack. Pidgey charged recklessly towards Jewel Starfish, which, having exhausted its energy from the Destruction Ray, was unable to move and took a severe hit from Pidgey, losing its fighting capability. Peony recalled Jewel Starfish and, alongside Sakura and Iris, approached Zhang Yu. You truly are formidable, Sakura remarked, summoning a small sea lion that retrieved a droplet-shaped badge from its mouth and presented it to Zhang Yu. This is the proof of your victory, the Water Drop Badge. After receiving it, Zhang Yu expressed his gratitude. Thank you. We shall take our leave now. Just as they were about to depart, a boy dressed in a purple top, with a hedgehog hairstyle, entered from outside, followed by several young women. I am Shigeru from Masera Town, here to challenge the Hualan Gym. Upon seeing Shigeru, Zhang Yu mused. Is Shigeru just arriving at Hualan Gym? Then Ash must be lagging quite a bit behind. Truly the innate lost lamb. Sakura stepped forward and spoke. I'm afraid that won't be possible. Our Pokémon have all lost their fighting capabilities, so you will have to wait until tomorrow. What? How about you have a battle with that young man over there? If you win, we can grant you a gym badge, Peony suggested, pointing at Zhang Yu. Shigeru turned to Zhang Yu and said, I am Shigeru from Masera Town. Please engage me in a Pokémon duel. But I just finished a battle, Zhang Yu replied. Iris interjected, you still have 3 Pokémon, don't you? Zhang Yu nodded, I do have 3 Pokémon, but one is rock type. And using it against you wouldn't be fair. Are you looking down on me? Shigeru's temper flared at those words. No, I didn't mean to offend. You are Professor Okito's grandson, right? Zhang Yu hastily waved his hands. Yes, and what of it? Now, Diantha, come down. Zhang Yu called to the stands. Diantha and Serena descended, and Shigeru immediately recognized her, exclaiming, "Is that the mythical Pokémon Diantha from the Kalos region?" Zhang Yu nodded, saying, "Indeed. I am Zhang Yu from the Kalos region, and Diantha is my first Pokémon, so you should really wait until tomorrow. No worries. I must have a Pokémon duel with you. Opportunities to battle with a mythical Pokémon are rare," Shigeru insisted excitedly. "May I ask if you have a standard battle arena here?" Zhang Yu inquired of the Hualan sisters nearby. "Yes, it's just next door," Sakura replied. The group moved next door. Both sides took their positions, and Sakura stepped forward, declaring, "I will officiate this match." Both Shigeru and Zhang Yu nodded in agreement. Now, we have Shigeru from Masera Town facing off against Zhang Yu from the Kalos region. The rules are 3 versus 3. The match is won when one side's 3 Pokémon are unable to battle. "Please send out your first Pokémon," Sakura announced. "Come forth, Houndour. I choose you, Tyrantrum." Houndour radiated a fierce heat, its fur flickering with the flames, while Tyrantrum strode forward, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. Shigeru commanded first, "Houndour, use Ember." Flashes of flame shot towards Tyrantrum like meteors. Zhang Yu responded coolly, "Tyrantrum, block with Rock Tomb, and then use Tackle." Massive boulders rose from the ground, intercepting the Ember attack. Following that, Tyrantrum charged swiftly towards Houndour, kicking up a cloud of dust. Shigeru shouted urgently, "Houndour, dodge and use Flamethrower." Houndour deftly sidestepped, unleashing a thick column of fire. Tyrantrum was engulfed in flames, but endured due to its sturdy exterior, retaliating by sweeping its tail towards Houndour. Houndour was struck, sent flying, and crashed heavily to the ground, struggling to rise. Shigeru frowned, calling out loudly, "Houndour, hang in there, use Quick Attack." Houndour burst forth with astonishing speed, transforming into an afterimage as it charged at Tyrantrum. Seeing this, Zhang Yu quickly commanded, "Tyrantrum, use Iron Tail." Tyrantrum's powerful tail swept towards Houndour, but Houndour's speed proved too great, successfully avoiding the attack and colliding with Tyrantrum's leg. Tyrantrum winced from the impact, swaying slightly. Zhang Yu then ordered, "Use Earthquake." The ground shook violently, causing Houndour to lose its balance. Tyrantrum seized the opportunity and charged at Houndour with its head, sending Houndour flying, where it lay defeated. "Houndour is unable to battle. Tyrantrum wins," Sakura announced, observing Houndour's dazed state. "You are indeed strong. My next Pokémon is this one. Come forth, Squirtle." Shigeru recalled Houndour and retrieved another Pokeball from his belt. "Well done," returned Tyrantrum. Zhang Yu called back Tyrantrum and took out another Ultra Ball. "Come forth, Froakie." "It's Froakie, the starter Pokémon from the Kalos region," Shigeru exclaimed upon seeing Froakie. "Yes, I am eager to see which water-type starter is superior," Zhang Yu replied. "Victory is assured for us. Squirtle, use Water Gun," Shigeru commanded. Squirtle unleashed a powerful jet of water towards Froakie. Zhang Yu shouted, "Froakie, use Bubble Beam." Froakie puffed up its cheeks and released a flurry of bubbles that collided with the water gun, creating a massive splash. The attacks from both sides reached an impasse, resulting in a tense standoff. Chapter 11, Battle with Shigeru. Observing the situation, Shigeru's eyes sharpened. "Squirtle, increase your intensity." Squirtle strained, enhancing the power of its water gun, slowly overpowering the bubble beam. Zhang Yu, remaining calm, analyzed the situation. "Froakie, jump into the air and use Water Pulse." Froakie leaped gracefully, conjuring a water sphere and hurling it swiftly at Squirtle. Squirtle could not evade in time and was struck by the water sphere, swaying unsteadily. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Yu commanded, "Froakie, follow up with a series of pound attacks." Froakie dashed towards Squirtle, delivering rapid strikes that forced Squirtle to retreat. Shigeru, anxious, shouted, "Squirtle, use Hydro Pump." Squirtle inhaled deeply and unleashed a powerful jet of water. Froakie reacted quickly, dodging to the side as the Hydro Pump whizzed past. Zhang Yu seized the moment, declaring, "Froakie, use Ice Punch." Froakie's fist, infused with immense power, struck Squirtle, sending it crashing to the ground. Though it soon struggled to rise again. Shigeru gritted his teeth, commanding, "Squirtle, use Head Charge." Squirtle lowered its head and charged at Froakie like a rocket. "Froakie, use Water Pulse." Froakie conjured another water sphere, launching it towards Squirtle. With a resounding explosion, Squirtle fell to the ground, its eyes now spiraled. Squirtle is unable to battle. "Froakie wins," Sakura announced. Shigeru recalled Squirtle, his gaze now resolute. "Come forth, Nidoking." Nidoking burst forth from the Pokeball, and as Zhang Yu prepared to recall Froakie, he noticed Froakie being enveloped in a brilliant light. "It's evolving." The crowd gasped as the radiant light faded. A Pokémon resembling a standing frog in deep blue and light blue hues manifested before the crowd, It was none other than Frogadier, the evolved form of Froakie. Has it finally evolved? Zhang Yu remarked, addressing Frogadier. Frogadier, it's time to return and rest, he continued, recalling the Pokémon into its luxury ball. Turning to the nearby Diancie, he said, next, I shall rely on you, Diancie. Not at all. As long as you need me, I shall always be by your side. Zhang Yu, Diancie replied with a smile. Well then, let us make this quick, Diancie, Zhang Yu responded cheerfully. Nidoking, use Poison Jab. As Diancie stepped into the arena, Xiaomao commanded his Nidoking. Diancie, unleash Diamond Storm and conclude this battle, Zhang Yu instructed. Understood, Zhang Yu, Diancie replied. Extending her hands as a multitude of diamonds began to swirl and coalesce into a colossal diamond, which she launched toward Nidoking. The Diamond Storm overwhelmed the Poison Jab, striking Nidoking and enveloping the arena in a cloud of smoke. As the haze dissipated, it became evident that Nidoking had succumbed to defeat. Nidoking is unable to battle. Diancie is victorious. As all of Xiaomao's Pokémon have lost their ability to fight, the winner is Zhang Yu, announced Sakura. Xiaomao recalled Nidoking and approached, extending his right hand. You are truly formidable. However, I assure you, I shall not lose next time. Zhang Yu grasped Xiaomao's hand, replying, neither will I concede defeat. After his triumph over Xiaomao, Zhang Yu and his companions returned to the Pokémon Center. Upon seeing them, Misty approached, inquiring, how did it go, Zhang Yu? Did you obtain the badge? Absolutely, Zhang Yu replied, giving her a thumbs up. By the way, Misty, aren't you going to visit your sisters? Serena interjected. No, I will return only when I become a Water-type Pokémon Master, Misty declared resolutely. A Water-type Pokémon Master, you say? I could inquire if Kanna would take you on as a student, Zhang Yu offered. Kanna? The renowned Master Kanna? Do you know her, Zhang Yu? Please, you must ask, Misty exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, she's the champion of the Kanto Elite Four. My sister is the champion of the Kalos region, so I am acquainted with champions and Elite Four members across various regions. What? Your sister is the Kalos champion? That illustrious actress, Miss Karuna? Yes, she found me and brought me home when I was a child. So, Zhang Yu, were you abandoned by your parents? I am uncertain about that. Regardless, I am quite happy with my life now, aren't I? Allow me to restore the Pokémon with Nurse Joy first. And then I will call Kanna to ask if she would be willing to take you on as her apprentice. With that, Zhang Yu walked toward Nurse Joy, recalling Diancie into her luxury ball, and then handing over the 5 luxury balls at his waist for restoration before approaching the phone to dial Kanna's contact. Before long, the call was answered. This is Kanna of the Elite Four. How may I assist you? Hello, Kanna, it's Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu, what brings you to call? Nothing much. Just that a friend of mine wishes to become a Water-type Pokémon Master and would like to know if you would consider taking her on as a student. Oh, it's not so simple to take on an apprentice, you know. Rest assured, my friend possesses considerable potential. Is that so? As it happens, I will be visiting you in a few days. We can discuss it then. Oh, what brings you to visit me, Kanna? It's regarding your encounter with Team Rocket. Your sister contacted me to ensure your safety. When shall you arrive? I will be waiting for you in Leaf Town. Very well, I shall hang up now. Goodbye, Kanna. At the Kanto Pokémon League headquarters, in a lounge, a woman with long, wine-red hair and bespectacled eyes smiled as she ended the call. She was Kanna, the Ice-type master of Kanto. Just then, a red-haired man draped in a cloak entered. Kanna, what has you smiling so broadly? Kanna turned to the newcomer and said, Oh, it's nothing much. Zhang Yu just called me. Zhang Yu? Oh, Karuna's younger brother? Indeed. What did he want? He simply asked if I would consider taking a friend of his on as an apprentice. Did you agree? Not yet. Coincidentally, Karuna called me a few days ago, asking me to look after him. Now that I have completed my recent engagements, I might as well assess his friend as potential. Is he in Kanto now? Yes. He should be in Hualan City at this moment. Are you planning to find him, Dodo? Don't call me Dodo. That infernal nickname was given to me by that brat. No, I shall find him and settle the score. With that, Dodo stormed out of the lounge in a huff. Chapter 12. The Beast Tamer, Xiaoming. In the Hualan City Pokémon Center, Zhang Yu hung up the phone and approached Misty, stating, Kanna will be waiting for us in Leaf Town in a few days. Whether she takes you on as her apprentice will depend on your performance. Really? Don't worry, I will certainly give it my all. Misty exclaimed with excitement. All right, let us gather supplies first. We shall set out for Leaf Town early tomorrow morning. Zhang Yu instructed Misty and Serena. The following morning, Zhang Yu and his companions set forth towards Leaf Town. After a short while, they arrived at a gym. An informal Pokémon League gym? What is this? Serena asked. Puzzled, Zhang Yu shook his head but thought to himself, this must be the gym of Xiaoming, the Beast Tamer. Has he already achieved 89 consecutive victories? 89 consecutive victories. Zhang Yu, Are you going to challenge him? Misty inquired. Let us go in and see, Zhang Yu replied. As they entered the gym, they spotted a green-haired boy wielding a whip, urging a Sandshrew to jump into a water pool. What are you doing? Misty pointed at Xiaoming. Who are you? Who allowed you to come in? Xiaoming turned, questioning Zhang Yu's group. Hey, I'm the one asking you what you're doing. Can't you see? We are, of course, training. Isn't Sandshrew afraid of water? Aren't you concerned for its safety? Humph, you won't find a Sandshrew like this one, capable of overcoming its fear of water. Now, who are you? And who let you in? Misty scratched her head awkwardly. At that moment, Zhang Yu stepped forward and said, I apologize for the misunderstanding. I am Zhang Yu from the Kalos region, currently traveling through Kanto. I noticed your sign of 89 consecutive victories and wanted to engage in a Pokémon battle. I see. I am Xiaoming, and I shall allow you to be the fodder for my 90th victory. We shall see who prevails. Perhaps I will be the one to break your winning streak. Let us settle this in the battle arena outside. The two sides took their positions in the arena. May I ask, why do you seek to achieve consecutive victories? Misty inquired of Xiaoming. It is my goal to attain 100 victories before embarking on my journey to collect badges. Let the duel begin. Go, Sandshrew. Then your winning streak shall come to an end. Arise, Kabutops. As Kabutops emerged, its massive form astonished the crowd. A flicker of surprise crossed Xiaoming's eyes. But he quickly regained his composure, brandishing his whip and commanding, Sandshrew, use dig. Sandshrew swiftly burrowed underground. Kabutops, use earthquake. Zhang Yu commanded as the ground trembled violently. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Xiaoming swiftly brandished his whip, exclaiming, Mole, come forth. The mole, upon hearing Xiaoming's call, hurriedly emerged from the depths of the earth. With a commanding shout from Zhang Yu, the armored Tyrannosaurus leaped high, descending upon the mole like a mountain. Xiaoming anxiously shouted, Mole, evade. The mole nimbly darted aside, narrowly escaping the impending doom. Seizing the moment, Xiaoming urged, Mole, unleash your iron tail. Instantly, the mole's tail hardened to the strength of steel, striking the armored Tyrannosaurus. The Tyrannosaurus staggered slightly from the impact. Zhang Yu quickly regained composure and commanded, Armored Tyrannosaurus, employ rock blockade. Massive boulders rose from the ground, hurtling towards the mole. The mole dodged left and right, but was ultimately struck by a stone, sustaining some injuries. Armored Tyrannosaurus, activate million-ton punch. The Tyrannosaurus swung its powerful arm, unleashing an overwhelming force towards the mole. In a state of desperation, Xiaoming waved his whip fervently, urging, Mole, dig and take cover. The mole swiftly burrowed underground. Just then, the ground erupted, and the mole shot forth from behind the armored Tyrannosaurus, executing a rapid spin akin to a cannonball aimed at the Tyrannosaurus, causing it to stumble. Zhang Yu furrowed his brow and shouted, Armored Tyrannosaurus, charge. The Tyrannosaurus steadied itself and charged at the mole. The mole attempted to burrow once more, but the Tyrannosaurus was faster, sending it flying. Upon landing, the mole wobbled, clearly struggling to remain upright. Gritting his teeth, Xiaoming encouraged, Mole, hold on. Use Iron Tail. The mole, summoning its strength, hardened its tail once more and swung it towards the armored Tyrannosaurus. The strike landed, but the Tyrannosaurus did not retreat. Zhang Yu seized the moment, proclaiming, now is the time. Armored Tyrannosaurus, unleash your final million-ton punch. The Tyrannosaurus gathered immense energy in its right fist and sent the mole flying with a single blow. The mole fell to the ground, incapacitated. Xiaoming stared in disbelief, while Zhang Yu smiled and remarked, your winning streak ends here. Looking at his fallen mole, Xiaoming raised his head, determination gleaming in his eyes, declaring, I will grow stronger and reclaim victory next time. Zhang Yu nodded and suggested, I recommend you embark on a journey now. You are like a frog at the bottom of a well, seeing only a slice of the sky. Unless you venture out and battle more formidable trainers, you shall never grow. Xiaoming, absorbing Zhang Yu's words, nodded, I will travel and participate in this year's courts conference. I hope we can face each other again. Indeed. I eagerly anticipate our next encounter, Zhang Yu replied as they continued their journey towards Leafy City. By the way, I need to visit the Pokémon Research School. Zhang Yu announced to the group. The Pokémon Research School? Isn't that the one with exorbitant fees? Xiao Xia interjected. You know about it. Well, I am, after all, affiliated with the Hualan Gym, she replied. Brother Yu, what brings you there? Asked Selena, gazing at Zhang Yu. I promised Cynthia that I would take her sister on a trip. Yes, that's it. We must go to the Pokémon Research School to pick her up. Zhang Yu replied, a hint of guilt in his voice. Really? Selena inquired, scrutinizing Zhang Yu word by word. Absolutely, he affirmed. Meanwhile, far away in Sinnoh, Cynthia sneezed. Achoo. I'm not even sick. Could it be that little Yu is thinking of me? It's been ages since we last met. I truly miss him. I should visit him when I have the time. Chapter 13, The Pokémon Research School. Cynthia? Is she the champion of Sinnoh? Xiaoxia asked. Zhang Yu nodded. Indeed. Hence our trip to the Pokémon Research School. How fortunate to have a champion sister, Xiaoxia expressed with envy. Hearing this, Zhang Yu recalled a line from a domestic animation in his past life and instinctively uttered, everyone has their fate, as decreed by heaven. Some are born to be kings, while others become outlaws. If the path beneath your feet is not of your choosing, the end of your journey remains unknown. Where you will tread and whom you will encounter is uncertain, just as our meeting is predestined. Xiaoxia, contemplating his words, nodded with newfound resolve in her eyes. I understand now. Even without a champion sister, I can carve my own path. She clenched her small fist, brimming with determination. Diancie and Selena, witnessing this, joined in encouraging Xiaoxia. As the trio and their Pokémon approached the entrance of the Pokémon Research School, two students clad in the school's uniform approached them. Hey, is that Pokémon yours? One of them pointed at Diancie, addressing Zhang Yu. Yes, what do you want? Zhang Yu replied. How about selling it to me for 100,000 Alliance coins? Zhang Yu frowned at the suggestion. Not for sale. Don't be so arrogant. If it weren't for its good looks, do you think I would want it? Hearing this, Diancie conjured a massive diamond with both hands and shot it towards the two students. With a resounding explosion, the students were sent reeling backward. How dare you? Come forth. Scyther, teach him a lesson. And you, Rampardos. The two students, recovering from their fall, released their Pokémon. Diancie, use Sharp Stone attack. Understood, brother Yu. Diancie swiftly conjured sharp stones, launching them at Scyther and Rampardos. Scyther attempted to slice the stones with its blades, but was still struck by several, causing it to falter. Rampardos withstood part of the attack due to its sturdy physique, but also staggered slightly. Scyther, use Swords Dance to boost your power. Rampardos, charge with your horn. The students commanded urgently. Scyther began to dance rapidly with its blades, enhancing its power, while Rampardos lowered its head and charged fiercely at Diancie. Diancie, Diamond Storm. Zhang Yu ordered. Diancie was enveloped by countless diamonds, creating a storm that swept towards Scyther and Rampardos. As the storm subsided, both Pokémon found themselves unable to continue fighting. The two students, seeing their defeat, wore expressions of dismay as they hastily recalled their Pokémon and fled. Zhang Yu patted Diancie on the head, and together with Xiaoxia and Selena, they proceeded into the Pokémon Research School. Xiaoxia, puzzled, asked Zhang Yu, so, where do we find Cynthia's sister? I'll give her a call to find out, Zhang Yu replied, preparing to activate his watch to make a call. Just then, the voices of the two students from earlier echoed behind them. That asked them, Miss Shengdai. Indeed, they were the ones who beat us up at the school entrance. Miss Shengdai, you must teach them a lesson. Turning around, Zhang Yu and his companions saw a girl leading four boys, striding towards them with an imposing air. However, when the girl at the forefront caught sight of Zhang Yu, she abruptly halted. Zhang Yu, recognizing her, smirked and said, Oh, if it isn't Miss Shengdai. What is this? After a year apart, you're here to reprimand me? Shengdai quickly pointed at the two students behind her, exclaiming, No. They said they were inexplicably attacked at the school entrance, which is why I came. The four boys behind Shengdai exchanged bewildered glances, pondering, is this truly the proud and aloof Shengdai? Especially the two students who had just offended Zhang Yu and his group, they were quaking in fear. Oh, inexplicably attacked? Zhang Yu cast a glance at the two students behind Side-Eye. Despite their insistence on acquiring Xiaoyu's Pokémon, which he had firmly declined, they audaciously accused him of being ungrateful. If it weren't for his admiration for Diancie, this young master wouldn't have even considered a purchase. Xiaoxia, with a sarcastic tone, pointed at the two students. Upon hearing Xiaoxia's words, Side-Eye turned and regarded them with a frosty stare, slowly articulating. You two should proceed to withdraw from the school at once. Our institution does not welcome individuals like you. The two students, acutely aware that their families could not afford to offend the Yudo family, scuttled away to the principal's office to arrange their withdrawal. Once Side-Eye had dealt with the two students, his demeanor transformed instantly. With a beaming smile, he addressed Zhang Yu. Brother Yu, it's been ages. What brings you to Kanto? Have you come to visit me at our school? Zhang Yu shrugged nonchalantly. Naturally, I've come to Kanto to challenge the Indigo League. And I'm here at your school to invite you on a journey with me. Splendid. I'll head to the principal's office right away to arrange my leave. Side-Eye exclaimed excitedly. All right, we'll wait for you at the school gate. As the group awaited Side-Eye at the entrance of the Pokémon Research School, a sudden roar echoed from the sky. Everyone looked up to see a figure clad in a black cloak, with flowing red hair, riding atop a Dragonite, racing towards them. Zhang Yu recognized him immediately. It was none other than Dato, one of the Elite Four of Kanto, as Dragonite descended before Dato could dismount. The Dragonite swooped down and embraced Zhang Yu, rubbing its face against him. "Awoo, Xiao Yu, it's been a while." "Hey, you dragon, let go of Xiao Yu," Diancie exclaimed. Rushing to pull Zhang Yu away, Dato jumped off Dragonite and, casting a glance at Diancie, turned to his own Dragonite. "Hey, who's your trainer, me or this kid?" Awoo, but I haven't seen Xiao Yu in ages." "Exactly. What is wrong with a little hug after such a long time?" Zhang Yu replied, embracing Dragonite in return. "You little rascal," Dato pointed at Zhang Yu, chuckling. "All right, Dragonite, put me down." After Dragonite released him, Zhang Yu affectionately patted Diancie's head and asked Dato, "What brings you here?" "Of course, I came looking for you," Dato replied. "Looking for me? For what purpose?" "I heard you're in Kanto, so I thought I'd challenge you to a Pokémon battle." Chapter 14, Dato, the Dragon Master. "Are you sure it's not because of the nickname I gave you that you seek revenge?" Zhang Yu looked at Dato, exasperated. "Impossible. By the way, that Pokémon of yours is Diancie, right?" Dato, realizing his thoughts had been exposed, quickly changed the subject. "Indeed. What about it?" "Oh, nothing. I was just wondering what would happen if Daigo saw Diancie. Now you've piqued my curiosity. How about we have your Diancie battle my Dragonite?" "Sure. My Diancie, and I will not lose." "Ha ha ha. Quite the ambition. Perfect timing. I noticed an open area nearby when I arrived. Let us head there." "Wait a moment. Side-Eye hasn't come out yet." "Side-Eye? The sister of Sharona?" "Yes." Just then, Side-Eye emerged from the school. Upon spotting Dato, she inquired, "Dato, what brings you here?" Hearing this, Dato's forehead twitched in annoyance. "Don't call me Dato Bird." "Oh, then how should I address the flying-type champion?" Dato shot a glare at Zhang Yu. "Look at the names you've given me." Zhang Yu feigned innocence, whistling nonchalantly. The group, under Dato's lead, made their way to the designated open area. Xiaoxia quietly asked Zhang Yu, "Is that really the renowned Dato? Doesn't he seem like it?" Zhang Yu whispered back. Xiaoxia nodded, "Not really." "What do you mean?" "I expected Dato to be aloof and high-handed. That's just the facade. Once you get to know him, you'll find he is quite approachable." "We arrived," Dato announced, turning to Zhang Yu. Dato and Zhang Yu stood facing each other. "Dragonite, I'm counting on you." "Diancie, it's all on you," Zhang Yu replied, directing his attention to the two Pokémon. Diancie initiated the battle with a charming voice. Zhang Yu called out first. "Diancie, use charming voice." Diancie emitted a melodious sound imbued with enchanting power, sending sound waves towards Dragonite. Dragonite shook its head, momentarily dazed. "Dragonite, use flamethrower." Dato commanded with composure. Dragonite inhaled deeply and unleashed a torrent of fiery flames, surging towards Diancie. "Diancie, Moonblast." Zhang Yu shouted. Diancie radiated a soft silver light, gathering potent energy to counter the flamethrower. The two formidable energies clashed violently in midair, erupting in a dazzling display of light and fierce winds, as if the surrounding air had ignited. When the brilliance faded, both Diancie and Dragonite remained steadfast, seemingly unscathed. "Dragonite, use Dragon Claw." Dato swiftly issued his next command. Dragonite lunged forward, its massive claws glinting ominously as it aimed a fierce strike at Diancie. "Diancie, defend." Zhang Yu promptly replied. Diancie enveloped itself in a transparent shield, successfully blocking Dragonite's assault. "Is that all you've got, kid? I'll have to get serious now," Dato taunted. "In that case, I want to hold back." From his pocket, Zhang Yu retrieved a diamond and exclaimed, "Diancie, let them witness our bond. Mega Evolve." Diancie's radiance intensified, resonating with the diamond in Zhang Yu's hand, and successfully completed its Mega Evolution. As the light dissipated, the circular gem on Diancie's forehead transformed into a heart shape, and delicate ribbons cascaded down its back, fluttering in the breeze, while the dark orb beneath it was replaced by sparkling pink diamonds. "This is Mega Evolution?" Dato questioned, bewildered as he gazed at Zhang Yu. "Indeed. Isn't the research on Mega Evolution still incomplete?" "I'm not sure. This diamond was given to me by Diancie, and later I learned it was a keystone that allowed Diancie to Mega Evolve." "I see. So this must be a unique case for Diancie." The spectators, including Serena, looked on with curiosity. "What is Mega Evolution?" she asked. Side-Eye explained, "Mega Evolution is a temporary evolution occurring solely during battles, currently under research in the Kalos region. Some Pokémon, previously believed unable to evolve further, break through their limits to achieve a new form. Pokémon that Mega Evolve can unleash their hidden powers for a brief period, demonstrating strength beyond typical evolutions. However, it is known that the trainer must hold a keystone, and the Pokémon must possess a Mega Stone. This research is still ongoing, so Diancie is likely an exceptional case." Upon hearing Side-Eye's explanation, The onlookers nodded in understanding. The mega-evolved Diancie emanated a formidable aura, causing Dragonite to feel uneasy. Dragonite Ice Beam. Dato sensed the pressure and immediately commanded an attack. Dragonite opened its mouth, unleashing a blue beam of light that surged straight towards Diancie. Diancie, Diamond Storm. Zhang Yu called out. Diancie waved its hands, summoning countless dazzling diamonds that rained down like a storm upon the ice beam. The clash of diamonds and the beam erupted with a thunderous sound, as the overwhelming force of the diamond storm gradually subdued the ice beam, causing Dragonite to stagger upon being struck by the diamonds. Dragonite, use Ice Punch, Dato shouted, as Dragonite concentrated its energy into its right fist. Before them, the right fist of the being shimmered with an icy radiance, as if capable of freezing everything in its vicinity. Diancie, Power of the Moon, Zhang Yu declared, refusing to be outdone. Diancie radiated a gentle glow, reminiscent of the luminous moon in the night sky. This brilliance swiftly coalesced into its hands, forming a formidable orb of energy. As the two abilities collided, the resulting shockwave wreaked havoc across the arena, prompting the spectators to retreat in haste. Once the light dissipated, both Dragonite and Diancie were left panting. Yet, even in its mega-evolved state, Diancie's aura remained undiminished, its glow becoming increasingly resplendent. All right, let's call it a draw, Dato said, recalling Dragonite into its Pokeball before addressing Zhang Yu. Diancie reverted from its mega-evolution, and Zhang Yu retrieved the luxury ball from his waist, saying, "Come back and rest for a while, Diancie. Your Diancie is remarkably strong, especially after mega-evolution," Dato remarked earnestly. Zhang Yu chuckled, "Not at all. I'm merely leverage type advantage." Chapter 15, The Radiant Lighthouse. The onlookers gathered around, marveling at the thrilling battle. "Brother Yu, you were incredible," Serena exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Misty added excitedly, "I had no idea you were so strong, being able to draw with Dato. Brother Yu, if you can hold your ground against Dato's Dragonite, surely you can also match my sister's Garchomp?" Yudo Shindai chimed in. "I've never battled against Sister Baikai, so I wouldn't know," Zhang Yu replied, scratching his head. "Only you would dare to call me Sister Baikai," came the playful banter as the group began to chat casually. At that moment, a flock of Spearow flew overhead, shattering the brief tranquility. Dato chuckled. "All right, the battle is over, and I have work to attend to. You should continue your journey." After bidding farewell to Dato and cherishing the memories of the duel, Zhang Yu and his companions embarked on a new adventure. Having departed from the Pokémon Research School, the group emerged from the forest to the seaside. Before them lay an endless expanse of azure ocean, the waves rhythmically crashing against the shore, creating a melodious sound. Zhang Yu surveyed his surroundings, and suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a distant lighthouse. The sight of the lighthouse stirred memories of the Radiant Lighthouse from the anime, along with that ancient Dragonite. Noticing Zhang Yu's unwavering stare at the lighthouse, Serena waved her small hand in front of his eyes, asking, "Brother Yu, what are you looking at?" The others turned their attention to him as he pointed towards the lighthouse, saying, "There's a lighthouse over there. Let us go stay for a while. After days of travel, it's the perfect opportunity to rest by the sea." The group readily agreed, and upon reaching the lighthouse, Zhang Yu pressed the doorbell. The receiver echoed with the voice of the lighthouse keeper. "Hello, this is the Radiant Lighthouse. May I ask who you are?" "Hello. We are traveling trainers seeking accommodation for a few days." "Traveling trainers?" The voice from the lighthouse carried a hint of hesitation. "Very well, but space is limited. So please arrange your lodging among yourselves." With that, the door of the lighthouse creaked open. As they entered, the lighthouse keeper emerged, and upon spotting Zhang Yu, his eyes lit up. "You are Karuna's younger brother?" Zhang Yu, puzzled, replied, "You know me?" "Of course. I occasionally see you on Karuna's social media," the keeper explained. "I see," Zhang Yu responded. At that moment, the keeper's gaze fell upon Diancie, and he exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Is that the mythical Pokémon Diancie?" "Zhang Yu, is this your Pokémon?" Zhang Yu nodded. "Yes, is there a problem? Could I possibly borrow it for research?" "I'm afraid that isn't possible, so I must respectfully decline," Zhang Yu said, inclining his body slightly to express his apologies. "All right then," the keeper replied, slightly disheartened. "If I recall correctly, you are a Pokémon researcher. Aren't you? What brings you here?" Yudo Shindai inquired curiously. The keeper explained, "I am currently awaiting a unique Pokémon." "A unique Pokémon?" Misty echoed in confusion. The keeper led them to the top of the lighthouse and continued, "This Pokémon is likely the largest in the world. No one has ever seen its true form. It roams the earth in search of companions." "Doesn't that Pokémon have family or a partner?" Misty asked. "Precisely because it does not. It wanders," the keeper replied. "That Pokémon is one of a kind. One day, I heard a sound from across the sea." As he spoke, The keeper produced a remote control from his pocket and played the sound, a woo, a woo, a woo. He added, I long to see you, I wish to see you. That is the feeling I received. Thus, I created a similar sound and used this lighthouse to project it across the sea. A woo, a woo, a woo. I also wish to see you, I long for you. Then, on a foggy day, a similar sound echoed from across the sea. A woo, a woo, a woo. I wish to see you, I also long to see you. That was its response to me. I surmised that on the next foggy night, that Pokémon will come to meet a companion it has not seen for over a decade. I truly wish to meet that Pokémon. Alright. I have made my decision. I will wait here for its arrival and capture it, Zhang Yu declared excitedly. 3 days had passed, and Zhang Yu and his companions had stayed at the Radiant Lighthouse for those 3 days. On this day, Zhang Yu, Misty, and Serena were fishing by the sea. Brother Yu, you've been fishing for 2 hours without a single catch, Serena commented teasingly. Clearly, there are no fish in this sea, Zhang Yu defended. But Misty has caught over a dozen, even if they are all Magikarp. What do you know? I only catch fated fish. Fated fish? What kind of fish is that? Misty asked. Of course, it's the fish that is fated to be with me. By the way, Misty, why don't you train a Magikarp? Once it evolves into Gyarados, it could serve as a powerful ally. And no, let us skip that, she stammered. Why not? Serena asked. Well, it's a bit of a story. When I was young, I was so playful that I ran into the mouth of a Gyarados while it was asleep and nearly got eaten. So I have a bit of a fear of Gyarados. Misty, you aspire to be a water-type Pokémon master. How can you fear Gyarados? Besides, that was your own fault for being so playful when you were little. It's not the sleeping Gyarados' fault, Zhang Yu pointed out. Misty hung her head and confessed. Yes, it was my own recklessness as a child, yet I ended up resenting Gyarados. Just then, Misty suddenly stood up, declaring, I've made my decision. I will capture a Magikarp and train it into a Gyarados. Before long, Misty hooked a Magikarp. Go, Staryu, use Rapid Spin. Staryu unleashed a flurry of spinning stars towards Magikarp, sending it tumbling across the beach. Noticing that Magikarp was still able to fight, Misty commanded, Staryu, use Rapid Spin again. The stars enveloped Magikarp, which struggled within them, gradually wearing itself out. Chapter 16, Farewell, Ash. The stars enveloped Magikarp, which struggled within them, gradually losing its strength. Now is the time. Go, Pokeball. Misty swiftly threw the Pokeball, which struck Magikarp perfectly, capturing it within. The Pokeball shook a few times before finally clicking shut. Capture successful. Misty exclaimed, her face flushed with excitement as she cradled the Pokeball, eyes brimming with anticipation. From now on, I will train you to become a powerful Gyarados, she whispered. Yugu, perhaps you should cease fishing for now. Another hour has elapsed without a single catch, Selena remarked. This surely has nothing to do with me. It must be Xiaoxia's bait that is at fault. Zhang Yu retorted defensively. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxia sprang to her feet and shouted at Zhang Yu. You're talking nonsense. Clearly, it is your lack of skill. I have already caught numerous fish. In any case, it certainly isn't my issue, Zhang Yu muttered under his breath. Just then, Zhang Yu's fishing rod began to shake violently. I've got a bite, he exclaimed with excitement, gripping the rod tightly in an attempt to reel in the fish. However, the fish was remarkably strong, nearly causing Zhang Yu to lose his balance. Observing this, Selena and Xiaoxia rushed to assist. With their combined efforts, they finally managed to bring the fish to the surface. As they gazed down, they beheld an unattractive yellow fish with gray spots and dark rings around its eyes. Xiaoxia, intrigued, inquired, what kind of Pokémon is this? I've never seen it before, and it looks rather ugly. The ugly fish's expression fell at her words, but Zhang Yu scooped it up and said, This is called the Wooper. It is a Pokémon from the Hualan region. Its evolved form, Milotic, is globally recognized as the most beautiful Pokémon. Upon hearing this, the Wooper's eyes sparkled with renewed hope, casting aside its previous dismay. Selena, skeptical, questioned, Are you certain it can evolve into the most beautiful Pokémon? Zhang Yu patted his chest confidently, declaring, Trust me, I will cultivate it into the most exquisite Pokémon in the world. He looked down at the Wooper, which was gazing intently at him. With a gentle smile, he retrieved an empty Ultra Ball from his waist and asked, What do you say, Wooper? Would you like to travel with me? Without hesitation, the Wooper bumped its head against the Ultra Ball, which promptly captured it without a tremble, vanishing as usual. At that moment, the trio heard a distant cry of surprise. Turning their heads, they spotted a familiar figure kneeling on the beach, seemingly searching for something. Is that Ash? Selena remarked. Let us go see, Zhang Yu suggested. Approaching Ash, Xiaoxia asked, Ash, what are you doing? Ash looked up, his face lighting up with joy at the sight of them. Xiaoyu, Xiaoxia, Selena, what are you doing here? We're waiting for a supposedly unique Pokémon, Selena replied. A unique Pokémon? What is it? Ash queried. We don't know the specifics, but I heard that Jinghui said it would appear tonight, Xiaoxia explained. Oh right. My Kingler. Ash exclaimed. Just then, Brock came rushing out from the forest. Aren't you the gym leader from Pewter City? Selena inquired. Oh, it's you guys. What are you doing here? Brock asked. Xiaoxia repeated her earlier conversation with Ash for Brock's benefit. Brock, my Kingler has gone missing. Ash said anxiously. Missing? How so? Brock asked. I caught Kingler, and then the Pokeball just vanished. Ash explained. Do you have 6 Pokemon with you? Zhang Yu asked Ash. Yes, why? You do know that a trainer can only carry a maximum of 6 Pokemon, right? Zhang Yu queried. If you capture more, they will be sent to Professor Oak's lab, Brock added. But I'm worried. There's a phone at Jinghui Lighthouse. Ash, you can call Professor Oak from there. Xiaoxia suggested. Where? Where? Take me there quickly. Back at Jinghui Lighthouse. You're back. Yudo Saida exclaimed upon their return. Miss, you will surely grow into a beautiful woman, Brock said, blushing. Who are you? She asked. I'm Brock, the former gym leader of Pewter City. Hello. I'm Yudo Saida. Ah, Xiao Yu, you're back. Who are these two? Jinghui appeared from inside the lighthouse. I'm Ash from Pallet Town. I'm Brock. Excuse me, do you have a phone? Ash inquired. Yes, it's over there, Jinghui indicated. Once Ash finished his call, Jinghui addressed them. The unique Pokemon will be arriving soon. Xiao Yu, are you prepared? Rest assured, I am ready. Is that the unique Pokemon? Ash asked. Zhang Yu nodded. Xiao Yu, do you intend to capture it? Indeed. Then after you capture it, let us have a Pokemon battle. Ash said excitedly. Let us save that for the Indigo League, Zhang Yu replied. All right, Ash conceded, looking somewhat disappointed. The group waited atop the lighthouse for the arrival of the mysterious Pokemon. Suddenly, Zhang Yu recalled something and said, I need to use the restroom. Without waiting for a response, he dashed down the lighthouse towards the cliff. Upon reaching the edge of the cliff, he peered down to see Team Rocket at the bottom, inexplicably following Ash and his friends. They had not recognized Pikachu's potential back in Pewter City, but continued to pursue them nonetheless. Come forth, Pidgeotto, use Gust. As Pidgeotto emerged, it charged toward Team Rocket, resulting in an explosion that sent them flying, accompanied by their familiar cries of, what an unpleasant feeling. Just then, from the depths of the mist, a colossal figure emerged, a Wu. Recognizing this silhouette, Zhang Yu hurried back to the lighthouse and called out to it, Dragonite. I wish to capture you. Please engage me in a Pokemon battle. Chapter 17, The Ancient Dragonite. Upon seeing the figure, Zhang Yu rushed back to the lighthouse, calling out, Dragonite, I wish to capture you. Please engage me in a Pokemon battle. Dragonite turned its gaze toward Zhang Yu, and the others atop the lighthouse also focused their attention on him. Ash questioned Dragonite. What kind of Pokemon is that? Zhang Yu retrieved his Pokédex and directed it at the shadow, Dragonite, the dragon Pokemon. Its existence is exceedingly rare, and it is known to be the fastest Pokemon in terms of flight. Is that really Dragonite? But it seems far too large. Jinghui exclaimed, astonished. What do you say, Dragonite? Zhang Yu inquired once more. Dragonite nodded in response. All right, go Diancie Mega Evolve. Is this Mega Evolution from the Kalos region? ISNT that research still incomplete? Jinghui asked, utterly taken aback. The champion mentioned that Diancie might be special, Xiaoxia noted. Is that so? I see now. What is Mega Evolution? Ash asked curiously. Yudo Saida elaborated on the explanation she had previously given to Selena and the others. Ash and Brock nodded in understanding as they listened. Diancie, use Diamond Storm. Countless sparkling diamonds surged toward Dragonite. Dragonite unleashed a powerful dragon breath, colliding fiercely with the Diamond Storm, causing the lighthouse to tremble ever so slightly. Diancie, use Moonblast. Zhang Yu commanded loudly. Diancie radiated a soft glow, gathering energy before launching it toward Dragonite. Dragonite deftly dodged, causing the Moonblast to sail past, splashing dramatically onto the adjacent sea. Dragonite then flapped its wings, summoning a fierce whirlwind toward Diancie. Diancie was caught in the whirlwind, struggling to maintain its balance. Observing this, Zhang Yu quickly shouted, Diancie, create a barrier with Diamond to defend. Tianchi swiftly summoned a formidable barrier of Diamond, effectively shielding itself from the assault of the whirlwind. Observing that his initial attack had proven ineffective, the Dragonite unleashed a fiery blast, aiming to strike Tianchi. Zhang Yu furrowed his brow and commanded loudly, Tianchi, unleash your ultimate impact. Radiating with a brilliant luminescence, Tianchi charged towards Dragonite, undeterred by the searing flames. Dragonite, refusing to yield, pivoted and struck Tianchi with a powerful tail whip, sending it hurtling against the wall of the lighthouse. Tianchi, are you all right? Zhang Yu shouted with concern. Tianchi staggered to its feet, determination gleaming in its eyes. Gathering strength once more, Zhang Yu urged, Tianchi, conjure the mightiest diamond storm. A colossal diamond materialized before Diancie, which it then launched directly at Dragonite. The formidable attack struck true, causing Dragonite to sway unsteadily before collapsing into the sea. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Yu tossed a great ball, which glimmered before successfully capturing Dragonite. Success! Zhang Yu exclaimed, leaping with joy. The great ball, shimmering with a white light, vanished beneath the waves. Xiaoyu, you've captured 6 Pokémon as well? Ash inquired, directing his question towards Zhang Yu. Nodding in affirmation, Zhang Yu addressed the group. Let us rest early. We must journey to Leaf Town tomorrow. After returning to his room with Diancie, Zhang Yu retrieved Tiancie's great ball and said, Diancie, you've worked hard today. Please rest for now. Once Diancie was recalled, Zhang Yu took out his watch and contacted Kona. This is Kona, the Elite Four of Kanto. How may I assist you? Kona, it's me, Xiaoyu. Ah, Xiaoyu. What brings you to call me at such a late hour? Missing your elder sister? Of course I miss you, but I have a favor to ask. Go ahead, what is it? Kona, could you prepare a set of protective gear for me? What do you need protective gear for? I've captured a Kabutops, and I'm planning for its evolution. Alright, I'll prepare it for you. When you arrive in Leaf Town, I will have it ready. Thank you, Kona. It's no trouble at all. I'll hang up now. Rest well, Xiaoyu. Goodbye. After ending the call, Zhang Yu washed up and then laid down to embrace the realm of dreams. In the morning, as Zhang Yu exited his room, he found Brock already busy preparing breakfast. Ash, spotting Zhang Yu, waved enthusiastically, Xiaoyu, you're awake. After breakfast, shall we head to Leaf Town together? Zhang Yu nodded in agreement. Certainly. Once everyone had finished their meal, they set off towards Leaf Town. Upon arriving, Ash exclaimed with excitement, we finally reached Leaf Town. Let us challenge the gym. Pikachu perched on Ash's shoulder mirrored his enthusiasm. Pika Pika. Let us split up for now. We need to visit the Pokémon Center first, Zhang Yu suggested to Ash. Alright, Ash replied, and he and Brock made their way to the Leaf Gym. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu and his companions headed to the Pokémon Center. As they entered, they noticed a striking woman with burgundy hair seated there. Upon seeing Zhang Yu, she rose and approached, Xiaoyu, it's been a while. Kona, are you not going to introduce your friends to me? The girls beside Zhang Yu quickly introduced themselves. Greetings, Champion Kona. I am Serena from the Kalos region. Hello, Champion Kona. I am Misty from the Cerulean Gym. Kona, it's been so long. It's Sonda. Are you traveling with Xiaoyu? Yudo Sonda nodded and replied, yes. I'm traveling with him to gain more knowledge. At this moment, Zhang Yu interjected, Kona, what about the protective gear I asked you to prepare? Don't worry. It's all ready. Follow me. Kona led everyone to the second floor of the Pokémon Center. Upon reaching the communication exchange machine, they saw a set of protective gear placed on the ground. Zhang Yu quickly retrieved Kabutops's great ball from his waist. Come forth, Kabutops. With a roar, Kabutops emerged. Zhang Yu approached, presenting the gear. Kabutops, wearing this will allow you to evolve. Kabutops obediently remained still as Zhang Yu carefully equipped it. Afterward, he returned Kabutops to its great ball and requested of Kona, Kona, could we initiate a communication exchange? Chapter 18, Kona. Once equipped, Zhang Yu placed Kabutops's great ball on one side of the device, while Kona placed her Pokeball on the other. Zhang Yu operated the device, performing 2 consecutive exchanges. This was merely a communication evolution, not an actual exchange of Pokémon. Upon completion, Zhang Yu eagerly released Kabutops, which radiated a dazzling light as it underwent a remarkable transformation. Its previously cumbersome form grew larger and more formidable, its limbs becoming robust and powerful. As the brilliance faded, a Tyranitar stood before them. It's a successful evolution, Zhang Yu shouted with excitement. Tyranitar let out a triumphant roar, its voice reverberating through the Pokémon Center. Kona smiled. Xiaoyu, you've trained this Tyranitar well. Zhang Yu beamed with pride. Return, Tyranitar. I'll need your strength in the upcoming gym battle. By the way, Xiaoyu, whom would you like me to take as my apprentice? Kona asked, glancing at Serena and the others. Zhang Yu walked over to Misty and patted her shoulder. Misty, whether Kona accepts you as an apprentice now depends on your performance. Misty nodded and stepped forward, declaring, Champion Kona. My ambition is to become a master of water-type Pokémon and to revitalize the Cerulean Gym, so I earnestly request to be accepted as your apprentice. Kona studied Misty before turning to Zhang Yu. Let us have a Pokémon battle first. If your performance meets my standards, I shall accept you. The group proceeded to the battle arena in the backyard of the Pokémon Center. Once both trainers took their positions, Kona addressed Misty. You may use one Pokémon. Is that acceptable? Absolutely, Misty replied. Come forth, Snoret. I've only recently begun training this Pokémon. It will serve as a suitable test to gauge your worthiness as my apprentice, Kona stated. In that case, I'll summon my Starmie. As both trainers released their Pokémon, Misty promptly commanded, Starmie, Use water gun. A powerful jet of water surged towards Snorunt, which deftly sidestepped the attack with a nimble maneuver. Following this, Snorunt propelled itself forward like an arrow, its claws glinting menacingly. Seeing this, Misty hastily ordered, Starmie, use rapid spin. Starmie spun rapidly, creating a defensive barrier. Snorunt's claws struck the barrier. Although it caused no damage, Starmie was jolted by the impact. With a smirk, Kona commanded, Snorunt, use Shadow Claw. Enveloped in a dark aura, Snorunt charged at Starmie once more. Starmie attempted to maintain its spinning defense. But this time Snorunt skillfully seized the moment, landing a decisive blow with Shadow Claw before Starmie could complete its maneuver. The gem starfish swayed slightly, nearly losing its balance. Xiaoxia, anxious and agitated, shouted, Gem starfish, pull yourself together and use Ice Beam. A chilling beam of light shot towards Nwila, who swiftly leaped to evade it. Twisting in midair and using Shadow Claw once more, taking advantage of its descent to pounce on the gem starfish. Xiaoxia, her fists clenched in tension, cried out, Gem starfish. Use Surf. Instantly, a massive wave surged around the gem starfish, engulfing Nwila within it. However, Nwila tore through the wave with Shadow Claw, charging towards the gem starfish. The impact left the gem starfish visibly weakened. Gazing at her Pokémon, Xiaoxia resolutely exclaimed, Gem starfish, we cannot lose. Use water gun. A powerful stream of water surged towards Nwila. Calmly, Kona commanded, Nwila, use Ice Beam. The icy blue beam collided with the water gun, and the two formidable energies clashed violently in midair, erupting in a dazzling display of light and a tremendous roar. Water and ice splattered in all directions, creating a hazy mist. As the mist gradually dissipated, it revealed Nwila, albeit injured, still standing firm, while the gem starfish, having endured multiple blows, could no longer withstand the final confrontation and slowly toppled over. Seeing her gem starfish defeated, Xiaoxia felt a pang of disappointment. Bowing her head as she returned it to its Pokeball, Kona approached with a smile, saying, Xiaoxia, you performed admirably. Though you ultimately lost, I still recognize your potential. From this day forth, you shall be my apprentice. Xiaoxia was taken aback for a moment, but her eyes sparkled with joy as she exclaimed, Thank you, Champion Kona. I will strive to improve. Zhang Yu, Selena, and the others stepped forward to offer their congratulations. I happen to have a vacation these days, and I will travel with you for a while. During this time, I will guide you, Kona informed Xiaoxia. Understood, Master, she replied. All right, let us challenge the Leaf Gym next, Zhang Yu suggested. As the group was about to leave the Pokémon Center, Zhang Yu interjected, Wait for me a moment. I need to exchange some Pokémon. Without waiting for a response, he dashed to the phone and dialed Dr. Bertano's lab. Hello, this is Xiao Yu. Is there something you need? It's Xiao Yu. What can I do for you? Could you please send my Magikarp and Dragonite over? I will send my Pikachu and Piku in exchange. All right, I'll get them for you. After completing the exchange, Zhang Yu returned to his friends only to see Ash rushing in, cradling a battered Pikachu. As they opened their mouths to inquire, Ash bolted into the Pokémon Center. The group had no choice but to stop Brock, who, upon seeing Kona, dropped to one knee and declared, Beautiful lady, my name is Brock. Might I have the honor of accompanying you and alleviating your burdens along the way? His eyes sparkled with admiration. Zhang Yu couldn't help but facepalm. Brock was indeed just as he was in the anime. Kona chuckled at Brock's antics and said, Get up. I will be traveling with Xiao Yu and the others for a while. Hearing this, Brock's eyes lit up even brighter. That's wonderful. I can join too. So I can better take care of everyone, especially you, my lovely lady. Zhang Yu could no longer hold back, delivering a firm slap to Brock's head. Enough of that. Now what happened to Ash? Chapter 19, Leaf City. Zhang Yu couldn't contain himself and slapped Brock's head again. Enough. What happened to Ash? Brock rubbed his head and replied. Ash's Pikachu was electrocuted by the Raichu of the gym leader, Majishur. Kona frowned and remarked, even if he is a gym leader, he should not treat Pokémon in such a manner. Zhang Yu's expression hardened. The Leaf Gym was indeed crossing the line. We must confront this Majishur. The group nodded in agreement and followed Zhang Yu towards the Leaf Gym. Brock intended to tag along, but Zhang Yu kicked him aside. You stay here and keep Ash company. Upon arriving at the gym, they found a burly man standing in the arena, none other than Majishur. Are you Majishur? Zhang Yu approached, his gaze icy. Majishur sized Zhang Yu up with a dismissive smirk. Another baby. Are you here to challenge the gym as well? Who the baby is remains to be seen. But before that, I want to ask why you treated Ash's Pikachu so harshly? Zhang Yu demanded. Majishur shrugged nonchalantly. A little injury during a battle is normal. His Pikachu is just too weak. Zhang Yu scoffed. Then I shall see just how formidable your Pokémon truly are. I challenge you to a gym battle. Majishur raised an eyebrow. Very well, I'll let you witness the power of my Raichu. Go, Raichu. Come forth, Steelix. The Raichu and Steelix materialized in the battleground. Raichu crackled with electricity, its short legs moving swiftly as it warily eyed the massive Steelix. Steelix stomped heavily, letting out a roar that caused the ground to tremble. At that moment, a scruffy-looking man emerged, stepping up to the referee's position, announcing, "The rules of the Leaf Gym state that it is a one-on-one battle. The challenger attacks first, and victory is declared when one Pokémon can no longer fight. Steelix, use Iron Tail." Zhang Yu commanded. Raichu dodge. Majishar shouted. Raichu nimbly leaped aside as Steelix's tail smashed into the ground, creating a large crater. Raichu, use Thunderbolt. Majishar called out. Raichu unleashed a surge of electricity, forming a thick bolt of lightning that surged towards Steelix. Steelix responded swiftly, shielding itself with its arms. The electricity crackled around it, yet it seemed unscathed. Steelix, take this opportunity to use Heavy Slam. Zhang Yu bellowed. Raichu was caught off guard, pinned beneath Steelix. And by the time Steelix rose, Raichu's eyes were swirling in dizziness. Oh no, how could this happen? Majishar exclaimed, clutching his head in disbelief. Zhang Yu recalled Steelix and approached Majishar, stating, "Now, can you explain why you were so brutal towards Ash's Pikachu?" Majishar's expression darkened, gritting his teeth. Humph. I'm just tired of being disturbed by reckless trainers like him. I've been patient and offered guidance, yet they keep sending weaklings to challenge me, wasting my time. Zhang Yu furrowed his brow and replied coldly, "Even so, that does not justify mistreating a trainer's Pokémon. This is not the demeanor expected of a gym leader." Majishar fell silent, a hint of shame crossing his face as he admitted, "I was wrong. I will apologize to Ash and Pikachu at the Pokémon Center, and I will treat every challenger with the respect they deserve moving forward." He handed Zhang Yu an orange badge, saying, "This badge is yours." Zhang Yu accepted the badge, his tone softening slightly. That's the right attitude. Gyms should be places that foster a trainer's growth, not venues for wanton harm to Pokémon. Majishar nodded, and Zhang Yu left the Leaf Gym with his companions, ready to check on Ash. As they made their way back to the Pokémon Center, Kona remarked to Zhang Yu, "You did well this time." Zhang Yu smiled bashfully. That was only to be expected. By the way, I have some matters to attend to. So you all head back to the Pokémon Center first. Before anyone could respond, Zhang Yu dashed out of Leaf City, prompting Kona to chuckle and shake his head. As expected, Xiaoyu remains the same, childlike. If one day he changes, he will no longer be Xiaoyu. Selena gazed at Zhang Yu's retreating figure. However, at crucial moments, Yuge has always proven to be the most trustworthy. Yuding side-eye added from the side. Zhang Yu dashed out of the desolate Leaf City and found himself in an uninhabited forest. He retrieved a high-grade Pokeball from his waist and called out, "Come forth." Dragonite. Roar. The emergence of the colossal Dragonite alarmed the residents of Leaf City, inciting a wave of panic among them. What is that? A monster. Quick, seek out Miss Junsha. At the entrance of the Pokémon Center, Kona and the others had just arrived when Kona spotted the enormous Dragonite in the distance. Is that really a Dragonite? The girls turned to look, and Misty remarked, "I was wondering what Xiaoyu was up to. Turns out he was dealing with this Dragonite." Kona, with a look of astonishment, turned to Misty and asked, "What did you say? That Dragonite belongs to Xiaoyu?" The others nodded in agreement, and Yuding side-eye explained to Kona. Xiaoyu captured it at the Jingwei Lighthouse. At that moment, Miss Junsha arrived on her motorcycle, addressing Kona, "Master Kona of the Elite Four, you have seen that gigantic Dragonite. Haven to you? Please assist us in subduing it." All right." Kona reluctantly climbed onto Miss Junsha's motorcycle as they sped towards the direction of the Dragonite. Zhang Yu observed the Dragonite, and then glanced back at Leaf City, where the evacuation alarms had been triggered. The sound was so loud that even Zhang Yu could hear it. He realized he might have caused a mess. Dragonite, can you shrink down?" Zhang Yu called up to the Dragonite. The Dragonite tilted its head in confusion, indicating it did not understand. "I mean, can you become the size of a normal Dragonite?" Upon hearing this, the Dragonite pondered for a moment and then nodded. In an instant, its enormous form swiftly diminished. Before long, it had shrunk to the size of an ordinary Dragonite, albeit with distinct black stripes adorning its arms and legs. Just then, a cacophony of sirens erupted around them as police cars surrounded Zhang Yu and the Dragonite. The Dragonite immediately shielded Zhang Yu with its body, growling protectively, "Roar, roar. Don't be afraid, I will protect you." Hearing this, Zhang Yu patted the Dragonite's back, saying, "Since I have already caught you, my Pokémon and I are your companions. Moreover, this is my mess to handle, so let me take care of it." Roar. The Dragonite responded by enveloping Zhang Yu in a warm embrace, nuzzling him affectionately. At this moment, Miss Junsha and Kona arrived. Kona, stepping off the motorcycle, strode angrily towards Zhang Yu. The Dragonite, sensing the tension, dropped Zhang Yu and prepared to unleash a powerful attack. Dragonite, wait. She's my sister. Don't act impulsively. Zhang Yu quickly intervened. Upon hearing this, the Dragonite retracted the energy it had gathered, obediently standing beside Zhang Yu. Kona, initially taken aback by Zhang Yu's intervention, approached him and grasped his ear, scolding, "You silly child. Look at how frightened you've made everyone." Zhang Yu winced in pain. "Ouch, it hurts. Be gentler, Sister Kona." Seeing Zhang Yu's discomfort, Kona released her grip. "Xiao Yu, are you alright?" "I'm sorry, I must have been too rough." I'm fine, Sister Kona." Zhang Yu waved dismissively. Observing the playful exchange between Zhang Yu and Kona, Miss Junxiao realized that the Dragonite belonged to the young man before her. She sighed in relief and approached, saying, "Since it's your Pokémon, please take care not to incite any more panic." Zhang Yu nodded earnestly. "Rest assured, Miss Junxiao, my Dragonite can return to its normal size, and there won't be any further issues." Miss Junxiao nodded in approval. "Very well, since the situation has been resolved, we shall take our leave. Thank you for your help, Miss Junxiao. My brother has caused you trouble." Kona bowed respectfully to her. Zhang Yu followed suit, apologizing. "I'm sorry for the inconvenience." With that, Miss Junxiao departed with the officers, restoring tranquility to the surroundings. Kona looked at Zhang Yu and sighed. "You really are always so reckless." Zhang Yu chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. "I was just trying to get to know my newly caught Dragonite better and see if it could change to a normal size." The Dragonite chimed in with a few affirming roars, as if agreeing with Zhang Yu. At that moment, the high-grade Pokeball at Zhang Yu's waist vibrated, revealing a Magikarp. Zhang Yu, seeing this, released all his Pokémon. The Magikarp leaped into Zhang Yu's arms, and he introduced each Pokémon to the others. Kona smiled upon witnessing this. "It seems your Pokémon get along quite well. However, you must refrain from causing any more trouble in the future." Zhang Yu nodded earnestly. "I understand, Sister Kona. Let us hurry back to the Pokémon Center." With that, Zhang Yu recalled his Pokémon, and together with Kona, they made their way back to the Pokémon Center. Upon their return, the others gathered around them, with Misty being the first to inquire, "Xiao Yu, what happened with your Dragonite?" "It's fine. The Dragonite can control its size," Zhang Yu replied. "By the way, where's Ash?" "In that treatment room." Serena pointed out to Zhang Yu. As Zhang Yu approached, he saw Nurse Joy handing Ash a box. "This is a Thunderstone," Brock explained. "A Thunderstone?" Ash queried, bewildered. "Yes, with this, Pikachu can evolve into Raichu," Brock elaborated. "Will this enable Pikachu to evolve into Raichu?" Ash stared intently at the Thunderstone. "Ash, you should ask Pikachu if it wishes to evolve," Zhang Yu suggested. Ash walked over to Pikachu, holding the Thunderstone, and asked, "Pikachu, what do you want to do?" Pikachu glanced at Ash, then at the Thunderstone, contemplating. "I truly want to defeat Raichu, but I cannot evolve merely for my own convenience," it expressed. Pikachu looked at the Thunderstone, lost in thought, and eventually swatted it from Ash's hand. "Pika, Pika, Pikachu, Pika, Pika, Pika. What is Pikachu saying?" Misty asked Zhang Yu. And everyone turned their attention to him. "Pikachu wants to defeat Raichu using its own abilities," Zhang Yu clarified for the group. Ash turned to Pikachu. "Is that right, Pikachu?" Pikachu nodded affirmatively. "I understand. I will fight alongside you to defeat Raichu, and that's a promise," Ash declared, gripping Pikachu's small paw. "That's courageous, but perhaps a bit reckless. Charmeleon and Squirtle should join in on the strategy discussions as well," Brock advised. "Courageous, yes, but absolutely not reckless. This is a matter between Pikachu and me." "Pika, Pika, Pikachu." Pikachu insisted that it wished to defeat Raichu alone. "All right, let us commence special training right away," Ash proclaimed, filled with determination. Just as Pikachu was about to speak, it collapsed onto the treatment bed. Zhang Yu, noticing this, said to Ash, "Ash, Pikachu's strength hasn't fully recovered yet. Let us step outside and allow it to rest for a while." After a glance at Pikachu, Ash followed the others outside. As they stepped outside, Zhang Yu turned to Ash and said, "Ash, we need to procure some supplies. We shall depart from Kuroi City tomorrow." Ash nodded in agreement, responding, "All right, I will definitely secure the Kuroi Gym badge by tomorrow and catch up with you all." In a shop somewhere in Kuroi City, the attendant announced, "We are currently hosting a raffle. If you spend 520 Alliance coins here, you can draw 5 times. Xiaoxia suggested, "How about we each take a turn?" Kina, gently stroking Tianxi's head, said, "I shall forego my chance and let Tianxi have it." Tianxi glanced at Zhang Yu, then at Kina, and with a slight bow expressed, "Thank you, Sister Kina." Kina smiled softly. "It's no trouble. After all, the funds are provided by Xiao Yu, and I have little interest in the raffle. So no need for thanks." Chapter 21. The SS Anu. What prizes do you have? Zhang Yu inquired of the attendant. The attendant replied, "Our prizes include 500 alliance coins for the third prize, a firestone for the second, a choice of 1 Pokémon for the first prize, and a special prize of a group ticket for the SS Anno." Upon hearing the mention of the SS Anno, Zhang Yu couldn't help but recall the shipwreck in the anime, but he reassured himself that with Musashi, Kojiro, and Nyarth leading, there would likely be no trouble. "Where do we draw?" Xiaoxia asked. In response, the attendant produced a raffle box from beneath the counter. "I'll go first," Xiaoxia exclaimed as she eagerly plunged her hand into the box. After rummaging excitedly, she withdrew a slip of paper, her anticipation quickly fading into disappointment as she read, "Thank you for your patronage. Don't worry, there's still a chance," Zhang Yu comforted her. He then reached into the box himself, silently praying for a favorable outcome. As he opened his slip, his eyes sparkled with delight. "I've won the third prize, 500 alliance coins." Xiaoxia's disappointment was instantly replaced with joy. "Wow, that's amazing." At that moment, Serena couldn't contain her excitement and also reached for a draw. When she revealed her slip, she leapt joyfully. "I won the first prize. A choice of 1 Pokémon." Everyone shared in her happiness. The attendant, observing the scene, began to suspect that the raffle box might be defective and decided to draw 3 slips himself, only to find them all reading, "Thank you for your patronage." Finally, it was Tianche's turn. She slowly extended her hand into the box and, as she opened her slip, her face lit up in disbelief. "I've won the grand prize. A group ticket for the SS Anno." The others erupted in excitement, and Zhang Yu scooped Tianche into his arms, exclaiming, "Ha! You truly are my Pokémon." The attendant then presented them with 500 alliance coins and a group ticket for the SS Anno, saying, "Now, for your choice of Pokémon, please follow me." He led them to the basement of the shop, where cages lined the walls, each housing various Pokémon. "You can select one from here," he instructed Serena. Glancing around at the Pokémon, Serena turned to Zhang Yu, saying, "Brother Yu, could you help me choose?" Zhang Yu surveyed the area and noticed that most of the Pokémon were common, such as Pidgey and Rattata. In the corner, however, he spotted a blue crocodile Pokémon, one of the starter Pokémon from the Chengdu region, known as Totodile. Pointing to it, he said, "Serena, why not choose that one?" Serena approached Totodile, squatting down and extending her hand with a smile. "Hello, my name is Serena. Would you like to join me on my journey?" Totodile looked at her and then at her outstretched hand, before rising and shaking her hand with its tiny paw. Serena turned to the attendant and declared, "I'll take it. You just need to use your Pokeball to capture it," the attendant replied. Serena, hearing this, retrieved an empty Pokeball from her waist. Seeing the ball, Totodile pressed the button in the center, the ball opened, capturing Totodile inside. After a few shakes, it clicked, indicating that Totodile had been successfully caught. After Serena captured Totodile, the group left the shop and made their way to the Pokemon Center. In the basement, the attendant dialed a number and, once the call connected, spoke, "Boss Banmu, I have successfully given them the tickets for the SS Anno." "Excellent. Ensure that Tianche is captured," Banmu commanded. "Understood, Boss Banmu. The mission will be accomplished." The following morning, Ash and Zhang Yu's group parted ways. Brock had initially intended to accompany Zhang Yu's group, but was playfully kicked towards Ash by Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu and the others arrived at the Kuroi City dock, standing before the SS Anno. As they boarded, they were awestruck by the luxurious decor, the swimming pool on deck, the lavish meals being served, and the bustling crowd, all of it captivating their attention. "I'll take Tianche for a stroll. You all can do as you please. Let's meet at the restaurant for lunch," Zhang Yu announced, dashing off before anyone could respond. His voice echoing from a distance, "Tianche, hurry up." Tianche waved goodbye to the others, saying, "See you later." The group chuckled, recognizing the familiar scene. Once Zhang Yu found a secluded spot, he paused, and Tianche caught up to him, asking, "Xiao Yu, why are you running so fast?" "Tianche, you wouldn't understand. Shopping with women can be quite torturous," he replied, reminiscing about his previous shopping excursions with Karuna and Sharona. "Is that so?" Tianche tilted her head in confusion. "Ah, Tianche, don't you want to shop with me?" Zhang Yu asked. Tianche nodded enthusiastically, "Of course. It seems like it's been ages since I had some alone time with you." "Then let us go. I'll spend the morning accompanying you," Zhang Yu said, and they began to wander the ship's interior, exploring anything that caught their fancy, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Now, Zhang Yu and Tianche were seated on the deck, gazing out at the endless ocean. "Tianche, I'm so happy today. It's the happiest day I've ever had." Tianche smiled at Zhang Yu. "Were you not happy when you were with me before?" Zhang Yu asked playfully. "Of course I was happy. Since meeting you, Xiao Yu, every day has brought me joy," Tianche hurriedly explained. Zhang Yu gently patted Tianche's head. "I'm happy too. You are." He paused, silently adding in his heart, The first Pokémon I encountered after arriving in this world. What is it? Diancie inquired. My most important partner. Diancie smiled and nodded. Yes, Xiaoyu and Diancie are the most important partners. Yet, unbeknownst to her, a twinge of sadness lingered within. Chapter 22. Battles on the SS Anu Diancie. Let us go. It's noon. We should meet up with Sister Kina and the others at the restaurant, Zhang Yu said. Diancie nodded and followed Zhang Yu toward the restaurant. Excuse me, young man. A voice called out. Zhang Yu turned toward the sound and saw a man with a white cloth wrapped around his head waving at him. Upon recognizing the man, Zhang Yu recalled the character from the anime who had duped Kojiro. Come here, come here. Zhang Yu approached and inquired, what seems to be the problem? Uncle Koi pointed at the Magikarp in the tank and replied, just look at my precious Pokémon. Zhang Yu glanced at the Magikarp and remarked, isn't it just a Magikarp? No, no, no. It is the pinnacle of all Magikarp, the king of Koi. Uncle Koi exclaimed. And what of it? Zhang Yu asked. Uncle Koi grasped the Magikarp and insisted, look at how healthy it is. Just observe. Aren't all Magikarp like this? Zhang Yu retorted. Let me share a secret with you. This Magikarp can produce gold. Yes, it lays 1,000 eggs at once. Just imagine. 1,000 Magikarp each laying 1,000 eggs. That's a million. After hearing Uncle Koi's words, Zhang Yu pointed at himself and said, do I look like a fool to you? Of course not, Uncle Koi replied. Then why do you treat me as one? Zhang Yu asked. I assure you, I am not deceiving you, so do not speak nonsense, Uncle Koi defended. Heh, if you do not present something of value, I will smash your stall. Do you believe me? This. Uncle Koi stammered. I give you 3 seconds. 3, 2. Suddenly, Uncle Koi pulled a scale from his pocket and said, this scale was a fortunate find. Although I am unaware of its true worth, its appearance suggests it is quite valuable. So take a look. Zhang Yu instantly recognized the scale. It was the beautiful scale needed by the ugly fish. He accepted the exquisite scale and said, I want to take it for free. Here are 500 league coins as a token of goodwill. After retrieving the 500 league coins he won in a previous lottery at the shop, he handed them to Uncle Koi and continued towards the restaurant with Diancie. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Zhang Yu heard a familiar voice declare, since you have earnestly asked, I shall benevolently respond. To prevent the destruction of the world, to safeguard peace, to enact love and truth with wickedness. We are the charming and delightful villains, Jesse and James. We are the rocket team, traversing the galaxy. A bright tomorrow awaits us. Thus, we shall take all the Pokémon here, Jesse announced to everyone in the restaurant. As Zhang Yu and Diancie watched Jesse and James perform, suddenly, a machine shot in from behind, enclosing Diancie within. Observing this, Zhang Yu shouted, who are you? Haha, do you dare to display a mythical Pokémon so brazenly? Are you a fool? Zhang Yu turned towards the voice and saw a red-haired woman in a rocket team uniform striding towards him. Athena, hurry and take the prize. I will hold this kid off. Another male voice called out. Zhang Yu looked again and spotted a blue-haired man in a rocket team uniform, accompanied by a Houndoom and a Zubat. Shocked, Zhang Yu thought, aren't they the 2 major executives of Team Rocket? Although I have not played the games or read the comics, I have encountered fanfiction. But why are they here? This doesn't align with the plot. When Zhang Yu attempted to use his psychic abilities to control the 2, he discovered he was unable to access his powers. Athena chuckled and said, don't waste your effort. This psychic suppression device can even nullify Mewtwo's powers, let alone yours. What? Mewtwo? Has Team Rocket already developed it? Zhang Yu was astonished. Yet he drew 2 Ultra Balls from his belt and declared, come forth, Dragonite and Tyranitar. Athena also produced 2 Pokeballs and commanded, Arbok and Honchkrow, arise. With a flash of light, Dragonite, Tyranitar, Arbok, and Honchkrow materialized in the arena. Dragonite roared with fury, creating a powerful gust, while Tyranitar stomped its robust limbs on the ground, shaking the entire ship. Arbok hissed, flicking its tongue, while Honchkrow cawed and flapped its wings. Dragonite unleashed Dragon Breath upon Arbok, while Tyranitar aimed a hammer arm at Honchkrow. Dragonite opened its mouth, releasing a fierce Dragon Breath towards Arbok. Arbok skillfully dodged the attack and lunged at Dragonite. Meanwhile, Tyranitar brought its arm crashing down on Honchkrow, which swiftly ascended before diving down, aiming its sharp claws at Tyranitar. As the Pokémon battled fiercely, Apollo commanded Houndoom and Zubat to join the fray. Houndoom unleashed flames, while Zubat sent forth Air Slash. Houndoom spewed forth scorching flames towards Dragonite, while Zubat flapped its wings, sending several blades toward Tyranitar. Zhang Yu shouted, Dragonite, use Hurricane. Tyranitar, employ Rock Slide. Dragonite flapped its wings rapidly, generating a powerful whirlwind that dispersed the flames, while Tyranitar summoned massive boulders from the ground to block Zubat's assault. Seizing the opportunity, Athena manipulated the machine, attempting to abscond with Diancie, who was desperately attacking the interior of the device, yet all its moves were absorbed by the machine's apparatus. Zhang Yu, in a state of urgency, called to Dragonite, Dragonite, use Hyper Beam on the machine. Dragonite inhaled deeply, concentrating a brilliant light in its mouth before firing it at the machine. With a thunderous boom, the machine remained unharmed. Zhang Yu, undeterred, commanded Tyranitar, Tyranitar, unleash Rock Blast on the machine. Tyranitar quickly gathered a massive boulder and hurled it at the machine. Another resounding crash echoed as the machine was penetrated, and Diancie seized the moment to unleash Diamond Storm through the opening. This time, Diancie's attack successfully destroyed the machine, freeing her as she glared furiously at Apollo and Athena. At that moment, Kona and her companions had dealt with the rockets inside the restaurant and rushed towards the entrance upon hearing the explosion. Kona! Zhang Yu shouted upon spotting her. Kona, assessing the situation, promptly instructed her Pokémon, Glacian, use Ice Beam. Frostless, summon Blizzard. Glacian swiftly released an Ice Beam, while Frostless enveloped the battlefield in a fierce blizzard. Apollo and Athena, taken aback by the presence of the Elite Four's Kona, exchanged glances of alarm. Just then, the ship began to tremble violently, and a figure resembling the captain stood on a lifeboat, declaring, "Everyone, please remain calm. This ship will absolutely not sink, so rest assured." Seeing him on the lifeboat and hearing his words, all aboard the ship rushed towards it. Realizing the precarious situation, Apollo and Athena hastily withdrew their Pokémon. "Consider yourselves fortunate this time. Next time, it won't be so easy," Athena said begrudgingly before disabling the psychic suppression device and releasing a Gardevoir. Swiftly escaping the scene with Apollo, Zhang Yu exhaled in relief and hurried to check on Diancie. "Diancie, are you alright?" Zhang Yu inquired with concern. Diancie shook her head, indicating she was fine. "We must leave quickly. This ship appears to be sinking." Kona urged Zhang Yu. He nodded in agreement, but just as they were about to depart, the entire St. Andrew began to capsize. As Zhang Yu was about to use his psychic abilities to stabilize everyone, he was suddenly knocked unconscious by a sudden blow. When Zhang Yu gradually regained consciousness, he found Ash unconscious atop him. "Ash, Ash," Zhang Yu called, shaking him while surveying the chaos around them. The surroundings were in disarray, with seawater continuously flooding in. Aside from Ash, he also noticed others nearby, all appearing somewhat disheveled. Zhang Yu exerted considerable effort to push Ash aside and, swaying unsteadily, rose to his feet, attempting to awaken the others. After rousing his 3 Pokémon, he proceeded to awaken Kona's 2 Pokémon. Upon awakening, Glacian and Frostless affectionately nuzzled Zhang Yu. "Everyone, please help wake them up," Zhang Yu instructed the 5 Pokémon. Nodding in agreement, the 5 Pokémon set about rousing the others. Once everyone was awake, Misty inquired, "Where are we?" "We are currently underwater," Zhang Yu responded to the group. "Oh, what should we do now?" Ash exclaimed. "I think we could simply create a hole and swim up using water-type Pokémon," Zhang Yu suggested. "Then let us head to the deck," Ash declared. No. The entire ship has capsized. We need to assess the situation before deciding where to create a hole," Zhang Yu clarified. The group nodded and made their way toward the staircase. As they reached the stairwell, 3 figures emerged from the water. "Ah, they're dead," Misty and Serena gasped, retreating behind Zhang Yu. "Those 3 must be Team Rocket," Ash observed, to which Pikachu nodded in agreement. The trio lay sprawled on the stairs, and the group soon recognized them as Jessie, James, and Meowth. "Team Rocket, what happened to you?" Brock asked the trio. "You want to know what happened? Well, let me tell you. I was saved," Jessie replied. Upon seeing Ash and his companions, the 3 members of Team Rocket sprang to their feet, retrieving Pokeballs from their waists. "Looks like fate has brought us together once more," James remarked. "Dragonite, roar. If you wish to meet your demise, I can assist you," Zhang Yu retorted to Team Rocket. It was at this moment that the trio noticed Zhang Yu standing nearby. "It's that incredibly formidable kid," James exclaimed in panic. The 3 members of Team Rocket huddled together, trembling. "All right, this is not the time for fighting. We must cooperate," Kona said, patting Zhang Yu on the shoulder. Yes, we must cooperate," Team Rocket hastily agreed. "So what do we do now?" James asked. "Leave that to me. I have previously operated the SS and..." Misty stepped forward confidently. "What?" Everyone, except Zhang Yu, looked astonished. "It's a model," she clarified, prompting a collective sigh of disappointment. "However, I understand the internal structure. Since the route to the deck is blocked, we shall have to create a hole at the bottom of the ship to escape," Misty explained. "The question is, how do we get up there?" Ash inquired. At that moment, Brock noticed a staircase above and retrieved a Pokeball from his waist. "Is that it? Onyx, you will serve as our staircase," Once Onyx emerged, it clamped its mouth onto one side of the staircase, allowing everyone to climb atop it as they ascended. Return. Glacian and Frostless. Kona called back her 2 Pokémon and followed suit. Return. Diancie, Tyrantrum, Dragonite. Zhang Yu also recalled his Pokémon. And just as he was about to step up onto Onyx, he turned to Team Rocket and urged, "You lot, hurry up and catch up." Once everyone was above, they found themselves enveloped in darkness. "Ugh, I can't see a thing," Shota complained. "All right, leave this to me." "Charmeleon, you're up," Ash declared, releasing a Pokeball. When Charmeleon emerged, its fiery tail illuminated the surroundings, enabling the group to advance alongside it. "Where does this path lead?" Ash asked Misty. "If we keep going straight, we'll reach the engine room. The deck there is quite thin, and we can devise a means to escape," Misty replied. As they proceeded, a door appeared ahead. Upon opening it, they discovered a raging inferno within. "No way, we can't possibly reach the engine room like this," Ash complained. "Leave it to me. Come forth, Dragonite." Zhang Yu retrieved a Master Ball. "Roar. Dragonite, please carry us across," Zhang Yu implored. Dragonite nodded and lifted Zhang Yu, soaring across the flames. Once everyone was safely transported to the other side, Zhang Yu informed the group, "I will instruct Dragonite to break through the deck. Then we must use Water-type Pokémon to escape." "No problem. I have Squirtle," Ash declared. "I'm fine too. I have a Seaking Starmie. And Staraptor that I can lend to Brock and Shota," Misty added. "I'm good. I have Totodile," Serena chimed in. "All right, prepare yourselves," Zhang Yu instructed the group. "Hey, aren't you going to ask about me, Zhang Yu?" Kona remarked with a hint of melancholy. "Kona, as an Ice and Water-type champion, do I really need to ask?" Zhang Yu responded with a bemused expression. "What are we to do?" Jessie asked Zhang Yu. "Kona, why don't you lend them one of your Pokémon?" Zhang Yu suggested, glancing at Team Rocket before turning back to Kona. Kona nodded, retrieving 2 Pokeballs and releasing a Dugong and Lapras. Once everyone was prepared, Zhang Yu instructed Dragonite, "Dragonite, use Flamethrower." Dragonite unleashed a torrent of scorching flames aimed at the deck. With a resounding explosion, the deck was blown open, and seawater surged in like a wild beast. The group mounted their Pokémon and swam toward the surface. However, as Zhang Yu rode Dragonite swiftly upward, a pink bubble enveloped Dragonite. Chapter 24, Mew. As the group rode their Pokémon toward the surface, the pink bubble continued to encase Dragonite. Dragonite struggled to break free, but no matter the effort, it remained trapped. Zhang Yu attempted to utilize his psychic abilities, but before he could, the bubble rapidly ascended from the sea, heading toward a distant island. Kona and the others, witnessing this, felt a sense of urgency to pursue, but the bubble's speed was astonishing, vanishing from their sight in the blink of an eye. Once they surfaced, Kona and the others found themselves atop a piece of driftwood. Kona retrieved her phone in an attempt to contact Zhang Yu, but the call was met with a message indicating it could not be connected. "Damn it. What on earth is going on?" Kona gritted her teeth in frustration. At Team Rocket's headquarters, Giovanni sat with a cold gaze fixed upon Apollo and Athena, who knelt before him with heads bowed. "Speak, what occurred?" Giovanni demanded. "We failed the mission, boss," Apollo stammered. He possessed not only Diancie, but also a formidable Dragonite and a powerful Tyrantrum, he explained. Giovanni stroked the head of his Persian calmly. "If you cannot manage such a trivial task, what use are you to me? Boss, please calm down." Additionally, the Elite 4-member Kona was also aboard the ship. Athena added, "Kona, are you certain they are dead?" Giovanni inquired. "Not confirmed, but they sank with the SS into the ocean floor. They are undoubtedly doomed," Apollo replied. Giovanni scoffed. "Humph. Even with Kona, what hope do they have submerged at the bottom of the sea? I shall temporarily place my trust in you. However, Diancie must be obtained." Apollo and Athena nodded vigorously. "Yes, boss. We will head to the SS and now to find Diancie's Pokeball." Meanwhile, on the island, the pink bubble gradually dissipated, revealing Dragonite and Zhang Yu standing in an open area. Zhang Yu harbored certain suspicions in his heart, yet he could not ascertain whether it was indeed that Pokemon. As he made his way with Dragonite towards the outer reaches of the small island, a pink, cat-like Pokemon materialized in the very spot where he had previously stood. As if sensing something, Zhang Yu turned around, but saw nothing. Returning to his original position, he called out, "Mew, is that you?" No sooner had his words left his lips than the petite pink cat leapt into his embrace, mewing, "Meow meow, little you. I have missed you so much. It has been quite a while, Mew," Zhang Yu said, gently stroking the little creature's head. "Meow meow, you finally came to see me." Mew purred, nuzzling against Zhang Yu's face, its eyes narrowing with delight. Zhang Yu chuckled, "I have missed you too, Mew. But how did you know I was here?" "Meow meow meow. I happened to be nearby and sensed your presence, so I came to bring you here, Mew replied. Zhang Yu looked around, curiosity piqued, and asked Mew, where exactly are we? Meow meow, this is the small island where I have been residing recently. It is quite safe here. Mew joyfully spun in circles around Zhang Yu. Although our meeting this time was serendipitous, Mew, do you still remember our promise? Mew nodded. Then, Mew, would you care to travel with me? Mew nodded once more. Seeing Mew's agreement, Zhang Yu first retrieved his Pokédex and transferred the Ultra Beast Tyranitar to Professor Blatano's laboratory. Then, he produced an empty Ultra Ball and directed it towards Mew, saying, well then, Mew, I hope to have your guidance from here on. Mew smiled as it gently tapped the button, and without a tremor, the Ultra Ball successfully captured it. Come forth, Mew. Meow. Mew joyfully sprang from the Pokeball, circling around Zhang Yu and affectionately rubbing against his face. At that moment, Dragonite nudged Zhang Yu, seemingly reminding him of more pressing matters. Zhang Yu patted Dragonite and said, I understand, Dragonite. We still need to locate Sister Kona and the others. Meow meow, are you referring to those individuals beneath the sea? Mew inquired. Yes, Mew. Do you know where they are? Mew nodded and led the way ahead, prompting Zhang Yu to mount Dragonite and follow closely behind. Following Mew, they soon spotted Kona and the others perched atop Lapras and White Sea Lion. Zhang Yu called out to the group below, Sister Kona, everyone, are you all right? Upon seeing Zhang Yu, the group looked up, with Kona being the first to speak. Little Yu, what just transpired? Before Zhang Yu could respond, Mew appeared before Kona. Meow, what is this? Mew? Kona asked uncertainly. Mew blinked and instantly returned to Zhang Yu's side. Little Yu, what is going on? Misty asked, glancing up at Zhang Yu. It's nothing. I simply haven't seen Mew in a long time, and it wanted to visit me, Zhang Yu explained to the group. Haven't seen it in a long time? Brother Yu, did you know Mew before? Shinda inquired. Indeed, I met it a few years ago in Pallet Town, Zhang Yu replied, affectionately stroking Mew's head. Then, Little Yu, have you captured Mew? Misty asked. Of course, that was our prior agreement. By the way, what about Ash and Team Rocket? Oh, don't mention them. They nearly got us killed, Misty complained. What happened? Zhang Yu asked. It was because Team Rocket and Ash were hungry and wanted to eat a Magikarp. However, they discovered it had no meat, so Jessie kicked it, causing it to evolve. This attracted a swarm of Gyarados, who unleashed Dragon Rage upon them, sending them flying. If it weren't for our master's assistance, we would have been sent flying too, Misty recounted. Hearing this, Zhang Yu mused. Truly, Jessie, with her evolution kick. They must have been sent flying to that massive Pokemon's island, which also seems to be Team Rocket's territory. One could only say they suffered a significant setback this time. Little Yu, now that we have found you, should we go look for Ash? Kona asked. No need. I'm certain Ash and the others will be fine. Let's head to the nearest city, otherwise, we might starve out here at sea. But which way should we go? Zhang Yu implored Mew. Meow. Mew nodded and flew off in a direction. After what felt like an eternity, the group finally spotted a city. Chapter 25. The first encounter with Mew. The next 3 chapters can be regarded as a side story. In the Kanto region, Pallet Town, Professor Oak's laboratory. Ding dong. Ding dong. Ding dong. Who is it? I'm coming. I'm coming. Stop ringing. As the door swung open, a figure clad in a white lab coat, with a red shirt underneath, emerged. Professor Oak. Who are you? Hello, Professor Oak. I am Zhang Yu from the Kalos region, here to learn from you. I hope to receive your guidance in the coming days. Oh, it's Little Yu. Come in, come in. Zhang Yu followed Professor Oak into the laboratory, which was brimming with various Pokémon research equipment and materials. Professor Oak warmly introduced, this is my research facility. As it happens, my grandson is away at the moment, so you can keep this old man company. Then I shall not be polite, Professor Oak. Consider me your grandson, Zhang Yu replied. Ha ha ha, do not be shy, my boy. Just then, a Pikachu leapt to Zhang Yu's feet, eyeing him curiously. Professor Oak chuckled. This is Pikachu, a popular little fellow in the Pokémon world. Zhang Yu crouched down and gently patted Pikachu's head, causing it to blissfully squint its eyes. Little Yu, during the next few days, I will entrust you with the Pokémon in the backyard, and I will also teach you some Pokémon breeding techniques. Afterwards, I will take you to the mountains to investigate some wild Pokémon, Professor Oak stated. Understood, Professor Oak. Zhang Yu nodded in acknowledgement. I have a study that remains unfinished, so Little Yu, feel free to explore on your own. Or you may spend some time with the Pokémon in the backyard first. Alright, Professor Oak, Zhang Yu replied before heading towards the backyard. Upon entering the backyard, the Pokémon initially regarded Zhang Yu with caution, but upon catching a whiff of his scent, they all rushed toward him, particularly the females. Observing this, Zhang Yu retrieved a Pokeball from his pocket. Come forth, Galade, use telekinesis. Of course, this Galade belongs to Karuna. With a flash of white light from the Pokeball, Galade appeared before Zhang Yu, raising its arms and unleashing powerful telekinetic energy, stabilizing the throng of Pokémon midair. The Pokémon struggled against the telekinetic grip. Zhang Yu stepped forward and said, "Everyone, please don't act like this. I will take care of you from now on, so you must behave." Hearing Zhang Yu's words, the Pokémon nodded in agreement. Observing this, Zhang Yu turned to Galade and said, "All right, you can lower them now." Galade nodded and retracted its telekinesis, allowing the Pokémon to descend. At that moment, an Eevee approached Zhang Yu, rubbing its head against his leg. Zhang Yu smiled and patted Eevee's head, pulling out some Pokémon food from his backpack to share with everyone. The Pokémon happily feasted, and once they finished, they all nestled around Zhang Yu, who lay in the center of the gathered Pokémon. Professor Oak, having approached unbeknownst to Zhang Yu, chuckled at the sight and remarked, "Little Yu, you are getting along splendidly with the Pokémon." Zhang Yu sat up and scratched his head, saying, "Perhaps it is my aura that makes them feel at ease." Dr. Oak nodded, observing, "It seems you share a special bond with your Pokémon. Henceforth, the nurturing responsibilities will rest upon your shoulders." Zhang Yu replied confidently, "Rest assured, Dr. Oak." At that moment, Dr. Oak noticed the Eevee lying beside Zhang Yu and inquired, "Ah, Xiao Yu, is this Eevee yours?" Zhang Yu glanced at the Eevee and shook his head, saying, "Isn't it yours, Dr. Oak?" Dr. Oak similarly shook his head. "I do not have an Eevee in my backyard." With that, he picked up the Eevee for a closer examination. However, the Eevee, sensing itself being suspended, immediately began to squirm. Eevee. In an instant, the Eevee vanished from Dr. Oak's grasp. Both Dr. Oak and Zhang Yu were taken aback, and Zhang Yu asked, "Doctor, can Eevee teleport?" Dr. Oak shook his head. "It shouldn't be able to, right? I am at a loss as well." Thus, Zhang Yu spent 5 days at the Oak Laboratory. On the 6th day, Dr. Oak called out, "Xiao Yu, today we shall conduct research on the mountains behind. Please prepare yourself." Zhang Yu rushed in from the backyard, replying, "Understood, Doctor." At the back of Jinshin town, Zhang Yu expressed incredulity. "Isn't it unorthodox to eat instant noodles out in the wild, Doctor?" Dr. Oak chuckled, "Alas, I can only prepare instant noodles, and they are quite delectable." Zhang Yu lamented, "But we can't subsist on them daily. I have been here for 6 days, and I feel as if I have transformed into instant noodles myself." Dr. Oak laughed heartily. "Well, neither of us possesses culinary skills, so instant noodles it is." As Zhang Yu consumed his noodles, he resolved inwardly, "I must diligently learn to cook upon returning." After finishing their meal, Dr. Oak and Zhang Yu ventured deeper into the mountains of Jinshin town. While traversing the dense underbrush, Zhang Yu's gaze was drawn to a small, pink cat-like Pokémon, and he immediately recognized it as the mythical Pokémon, Mew. He hurried towards the location of Mew, fixated on it, fearful of losing sight of its elusive form. Just then, Mew, gliding ahead, seemed to sense something and abruptly turned its head. Its lively eyes met Zhang Yu's, as if peering into his very soul. A playful smile graced Mew's lips, and it covered its mouth with its hands, as if stifling a giggle. Overjoyed, Zhang Yu realized Mew had noticed him but did not flee, instead continuing onward, which only strengthened his resolve to pursue it. He quickened his pace, navigating through a thicket of grass. Upon emerging, he was momentarily stunned by the sight before him, a stunning lake, its waters crystal clear and shimmering like a vast mirror. Surrounding the lake were various trees and flowers, creating a vibrant little paradise. Numerous Pokémon thrived in this vicinity. Some frolicked by the water's edge, others rested upon branches, while some foraged in the grass. As these Pokémon glimpsed Zhang Yu's presence, they appeared startled and swiftly concealed themselves behind the trees, peeking out cautiously. Scanning the area further, Zhang Yu noted that only one Eevee remained by the lakeside. Approaching, he picked up the Eevee and remarked, "You are the Eevee from Dr. Oak's lab, aren't you?" Chapter 26. Crisis. Only the solitary Eevee remained by the lakeside. Zhang Yu, cradling it, inquired, "You are indeed the Eevee from Dr. Oak's laboratory, correct?" The Eevee nodded with a cheerful expression, gently nuzzling Zhang Yu's chest. "Have you seen a small pink cat?" Zhang Yu asked, stroking the Eevee's head. The Eevee shook its head in response. The Pokémon that had hidden behind the trees, upon observing that Zhang Yu meant them no harm, timidly emerged from their hiding spots and gathered around him. Meanwhile, Dr. Oak called out, "Xiao Yu, where are you? Why are you silent?" Turning back, he found no trace of Zhang Yu. Calling out his name in vain, Dr. Oak hurriedly retraced his steps. Back with Zhang Yu. Just as he was enjoying the company of the gathered Pokémon, a colossal head emerged from the lake. It was a Gyarados. Zhang Yu's heart raced, yet he feigned calmness. The Gyarados glared with eyes like brass bells and released a thunderous roar that sent tremors through the surrounding trees. All Pokémon, save for the Eevee, tensed and sought refuge behind Zhang Yu. At that moment, The Eevee called out to Gyarados, Eevee, he is a good person, don't frighten him. Roar. Humans cannot be trusted. Eevee, he is different from other humans. The Pokémon sheltered behind Zhang Yu echoed in agreement. Gyarados first surveyed the Pokémon behind Zhang Yu, then shifted its gaze to Zhang Yu himself. Roar. Do not harm them, or I shall not spare you. With that, Gyarados' massive form slowly submerged into the lake, creating ripples that spread across the surface. As it vanished, the lake regained its tranquility, as if Gyarados had never existed. The Pokémon, who had previously cowered behind Zhang Yu, now encircled him again, emboldened by the absence of Gyarados. Zhang Yu, witnessing this, smiled joyfully, gently caressing their soft fur, savoring their warmth. Time slipped away as Zhang Yu and the surrounding Pokémon played together, racing along the lakeside, chasing one another, seemingly oblivious to the passage of time. In that moment, Zhang Yu was entirely immersed in the joyful world with the Pokémon, relishing this rare tranquility and happiness. However, during this serene interlude, an explosion suddenly erupted, and several members of Team Rocket, donned in their trademark uniforms, sprang forth from the shadows. Zhang Yu instinctively shielded the Eevee behind him, eyeing the uninvited guests warily. A leading Team Rocket member cackled triumphantly, "Haha, Mew, we have finally found you." With that, they brandished their Pokeballs, preparing to capture Mew. The Pokémon grew anxious, emitting distressed cries. The Eevee pressed closely against Zhang Yu, who inhaled deeply and declared, "There is no Mew here. You shall not harm these Pokémon." The leading member shot him a contemptuous glance, retorting, "Ha, that Eevee in your hands is Mew. Hand it over if you know what is good for you." Just then, sensing the imminent threat, Gyarados erupted from the lake once more, its massive form breaking the surface. It roared in fury, unleashing a torrent of water towards the Team Rocket members. Seeing this, the Team Rocket members hastily sent out their Pokémon to counter Gyarados' assault. Zhang Yu gazed at the Eevee in his hands, asking, "You are Mew?" Upon realizing its disguise had been uncovered, Mew reverted to its original form, giggling with its tiny hands covering its mouth, as if amused that Zhang Yu had only just discovered it. Astonished, Zhang Yu quickly regained his composure and firmly stated to Mew, "I will not allow them to take you." Mew blinked its eyes, seemingly touched by Zhang Yu's words, and radiated a gentle glow. The surrounding Pokémon, inspired by Mew's presence, gathered around Zhang Yu and Mew, ready to stand united against Team Rocket. Zhang Yu retrieved the Pokeball of Xerneas from his pocket and implored, "Xerneas, I entrust you with this." Upon its emergence, Xerneas conjured an energy sphere with its hands and hurled it towards Team Rocket. Infuriated by this turn of events, the members of Team Rocket commanded their Pokémon to launch a more ferocious assault. The air was thick with dust as the battle raged intensely by the lakeside. Suddenly, a capture net sprang forth from the side, aiming for Mew. Zhang Yu, witnessing this, shouted, "Mew, be careful." Responding to his warning, Mew vanished in an instant, deftly evading the net. Concurrently, Zhang Yu's gaze fell upon the source of the net, where a green-haired man clad in a uniform bearing the letter R emerged slowly. "Lord Lance, please save us," cried the fallen Team Rocket members upon seeing Lance's arrival. Lance regarded the disheveled Team Rocket members with a stony expression, disdain evident in his voice as he retorted, "A bunch of useless fools. What good are you to me?" Just as he was about to throw his Pokeball, a distant voice called out, "Xiao Yu, where are you?" "Xiao Yu." Zhang Yu responded urgently, "Professor Oak, I'm over here. Please come quickly." Upon hearing Zhang Yu's call, Professor Oak rushed towards them. The sight of the professor visibly darkened Lance's demeanor. "Damn it, Professor Oak. Retreat." With that, he turned and fled, prompting the remaining Team Rocket members to swiftly retract their Pokémon and follow suit. Professor Oak approached Zhang Yu and inquired, "Xiao Yu, are you alright? What are Team Rocket doing here?" Zhang Yu shook his head, replying, "I'm fine, Professor. They came from you." At this moment, Mew fluttered over. "Meow?" exclaimed Professor Oak. "This is the mythical Pokémon, Mew." He reached out his hands towards Mew, but with a swift teleportation, Mew appeared behind him, giggling mischievously while covering its mouth with its tiny hands. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Professor Oak scratched his head awkwardly. Zhang Yu chuckled, assuring Mew, "Professor Oak means no harm." Mew tilted its head in contemplation before gracefully flying in front of Professor Oak and gently tapping his hand with its tiny paw. Overjoyed, Professor Oak cautiously extended his hand to stroke Mew. At that moment, Gyarados emerged from the lake, eyeing the crowd warily. Mew emitted a soothing sound towards Gyarados, seemingly attempting to comfort it. Gyarados slowly nodded and submerged back into the depths. Professor Oak gazed at Mew, his eyes brimming with curiosity and excitement. "Xiao Yu. Mew possesses the genes of all Pokémon. Its existence may herald new breakthroughs in Pokémon research." Zhang Yu pondered and replied, "Professor, Mew deserves its own life. We cannot force it. Hearing this, Mew joyfully danced around Zhang Yu and Professor Oak before alighting on Zhang Yu's shoulder, affectionately nuzzling against his face. Professor Oak laughed. It seems Mew has already accepted you, Xiao Yu. You must protect it well. Zhang Yu nodded resolutely, declaring, the day I become a Pokémon trainer, I will surely safeguard it. Professor Oak smiled and nodded slightly, then let us return. All right, Zhang Yu responded before turning to Mew, asking, so Mew, would you like to come with us? Mew blinked its large, expressive eyes, seemingly contemplating Zhang Yu's proposal. After a moment, it gently nodded. Then, Mew's form began to shift and ultimately transformed back into Eevee. Joyfully, Eevee leaped and landed in Zhang Yu's embrace. With open arms, Zhang Yu caught Eevee, feeling its soft fur and warm body fill him with elation. Thus, Zhang Yu cradled Mew and walked alongside Professor Oak towards the Research Institute. Xerneas, aren't you going to recall me? Have you forgotten your old love for a new one? Oh well, I'll just follow on my own. Upon returning to the Research Institute, night had fallen. Professor Oak, are we really having instant noodles for dinner? Zhang Yu inquired. Professor Oak glanced at him and replied, what else? Can you cook? Zhang Yu shook his head. Then it settled. Shauna. Actually, I can cook. Upon hearing the voice, Zhang Yu turned around in surprise. Xerneas, how did you end up outside? I thought I recalled you. Xerneas gazed at Zhang Yu with a look of reproach, making him feel guilty. He quickly changed the subject. So, Xerneas, you mentioned you can cook? Xerneas nodded. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Shauna. You never asked. I thought you all loved to eat instant noodles, never tiring of it. Ah. Zhang Yu sighed. Since Xerneas can cook, let it take charge. We have ingredients in the fridge. Professor Oak patted Zhang Yu's shoulder. Xerneas nodded and headed toward the kitchen. Meanwhile, the Mew in Zhang Yu's arms climbed onto his shoulder, gently patting his head in consolation. After dinner, Professor Oak exclaimed, wow. I didn't expect Xerneas to be such a good cook. He patted his full belly. I'm surprised too. Xerneas, how did you become such a great chef? Zhang Yu asked. Shauna. I learned while helping little Lu. Oh, I see. Xiao Yu, I truly envy you for being able to understand Pokémon. Professor Oak gazed at Zhang Yu with admiration. Zhang Yu smiled and replied, it's a natural gift. If you ever need a translator, just ask me. Well then, I won't hold back. The following morning, Mew watched Zhang Yu sleeping. With its tail, it gently brushed Zhang Yu's nose, stirring him awake. Drowsily, he opened his eyes to find Mew blinking at him. Good morning, Mew, Zhang Yu said with a smile, stroking its head. Just then, Professor Oak shouted from outside. Xiao Yu, wake up! Zhang Yu hurriedly got up and, with Mew in tow, ventured outside. There, Professor Oak was preparing ingredients in the kitchen. Professor, is this why you called me up so early? Ah, Xiao Yu, quickly release Xerneas and let it cook breakfast. Wait, Professor, you woke me up in a hurry just for Xerneas to make you breakfast? Isn't it urgent? I'm starving. Resigned, Zhang Yu took out the Pokeball and released Xerneas. Xerneas, I entrust you with breakfast. Xerneas nodded in resignation and entered the kitchen. Xiao Yu, you'll be leaving in a couple of days, right? Zhang Yu nodded. Once you leave, I'll be all alone in the Research Institute. It will feel quite strange. But isn't your grandson returning soon? Oh, my grandson can't stand staying at the Research Institute. Don't worry, Professor. I'll call you often. Professor Oak nodded. That would be nice. It'll give this old man someone to chat with. Ding dong. At that moment, the doorbell of the Research Institute rang. Who could it be so early in the morning? Professor Oak grumbled as he walked to the door. Upon opening it, a familiar figure appeared before him. Professor, I came to see you. I've been traveling with Ash these past few days, which is why I haven't visited. Professor Oak waved his hand dismissively and said, it's nothing. By the way, let me introduce you to someone. With that, he led Hanako over to Zhang Yu and stated, this is Zhang Yu, hailing from the Kalos region. He has been here to learn for the past few days, making him, in a sense, half my student. Zhang Yu stood up and extended his hand, saying hello. I am Zhang Yu, but you may call me Xiao Yu. Hanako also reached out to shake Zhang Yu's hand, replying, hello, I am Hanako, a student of Professor Oak as well. You can call me Senpai. By the way, Hanako, did you come here for something today? Professor Oak inquired. Oh, nothing much. Just came to see you, she replied. Time flew by, and over the past few days, Hanako frequently visited the Research Institute to assist Zhang Yu in caring for the Pokémon. Today marked Zhang Yu's departure back to Kalos. Xiao Yu, do make sure to visit this old man often. Professor Oak chuckled, addressing Zhang Yu. I'll remember that, Professor. And please, Senpai, do cook for the Professor when you can. Eating instant noodles all the time isn't good for his health, Zhang Yu remarked, prompting Hanako to nod with a smile. Finally, Zhang Yu knelt down and gently stroked the head of his Mew. Mew, I'm leaving now. Wait for me to become a trainer. And I will take you on adventures. Booey booey. Yes, I will wait for you, Xiao Yu. Mew responded. Then it's a promise, Mew. With that, Zhang Yu extended his hand. And Mew, observing the gesture, transformed back into its original form, clasping Zhang Yu's hand with its tiny paw. Chapter 28, Lumiose City. Sunlight bathed the sandy beach, with golden grains sparkling faintly as the gentle sea breeze caressed the beachgoers and Pokémon alike. Where are we? Misty inquired, perplexed. This should be the resort city of Lumiose, Kona replied, surveying the surroundings. Wow, a resort city. That sounds fantastic. Misty's eyes sparkled with excitement as she leaped in joy. We can finally relax. Sayaka added, her face brimming with anticipation. Let's find somewhere to eat first. I'm absolutely famished, Serena chimed in from the side. You all go ahead. I need to evolve my Magikarp first, Zhang Yu said, cradling Eevee and Mew. I'll stay back to watch. Didn't you say that Magikarp's evolved form is considered the most beautiful Pokémon in the world? I want to see it, Misty offered. Magikarp? Isn't its evolved form Gyarados? Now that is widely recognized as the most beautiful Pokémon, Sayaka interjected. Then we'll wait for you to finish evolving before we head out, Kona suggested. Zhang Yu nodded and took out Magikarp's Ultra Ball. Come forth, Magikarp. As Magikarp emerged, Zhang Yu retrieved a beautiful scale from his pocket, placing Eevee and Mew atop his head. He then knelt before Magikarp, gently stroking its head and saying, Magikarp, I will ensure you become the most beautiful Pokémon in the world. Magikarp affectionately nuzzled Zhang Yu's hand, and he placed the beautiful scale against its body. The moment the scale touched Magikarp, it radiated a dazzling light. As the brilliance faded, a resplendent Milotic, with its creamy white body and blue-red tail, appeared before them. It swayed gracefully, its serpentine tail brushing against the sand, scattering fine grains. Milotic's eyes sparkled like deep-set gems, shimmering with vitality, while its long tendrils danced gently in the sea breeze, captivating all who beheld it. Wow, it's truly beautiful, Misty exclaimed, her eyes filled with admiration and envy. Indeed, it deserves its reputation as the world's most beautiful Pokémon, Sayaka marveled, unable to contain her awe. Zhang Yu stood up, gazing at the evolved Milotic with a smile gracing his face. Milotic swam affectionately to his side and nuzzled its head against his cheek. All right, let's go eat, Zhang Yu said, petting Milotic's head. The group followed Zhang Yu along the beach towards a seaside restaurant, with Milotic gliding elegantly beside them, drawing the attention of many passers-by. At that moment, familiar voices called out from behind. Hey, isn't that Xiao Yu? It's Xiao Yu. It's been ages. Upon hearing the familiar voices, Zhang Yu and the others turned in unison. Not far away, Professor Oak and Hanako were approaching with light steps, their faces beaming with smiles as they waved at them. Professor Oak, you too? Zhang Yu looked at them with a peculiar expression. Hey, Xiao Yu, what do you mean by that look? Professor Oak bellowed at Zhang Yu. Ha. It's just that I haven't seen you and Senpai in a long time, so I thought I'd make a joke, Zhang Yu replied, chuckling. Booey, old man. It's been a while, Eevee added, peeking out from Zhang Yu's arms. Professor Oak glanced at the Eevee in Zhang Yu's embrace and asked, Is that? Indeed, Professor, this is Mew. Mew just mentioned how long it has been since we last met, Zhang Yu explained to Professor Oak. It truly has been a while. Ever since you left, Mew hasn't appeared, Professor Oak remarked, gently stroking Eevee's head. By the way, Professor, what brings you and Senpai here? Zhang Yu asked, puzzled. I'm participating in a community outreach trip, and Professor Oak is accompanying me, Hanako clarified. Ah, I see. I thought Professor Oak. Hey, Xiao Yu, enough of that. Professor Oak interrupted Zhang Yu's words with a roar. All right, Xiao Yu, no more jokes, Kona interjected, patting Zhang Yu on the head. Hey, isn't that Kona? Are you traveling with Xiao Yu and the others? Professor Oak asked Kona. Indeed, one could say I'm here to protect them, Kona replied. After all, Xiao Yu now has a Mew, Professor Oak nodded, acknowledging the situation, and a Diancie as well. Moreover, Team Rocket has set their sights on it, Zhang Yu added. What? Xiao Yu? How could you let that happen? Professor Oak gazed at Zhang Yu with envy. However, Zhang Yu lowered his head, filled with despondency. It's all my fault that Diancie encountered danger. At that moment, Zhang Yu's Ultra Ball containing Diancie shook at his waist. He gently patted the Ultra Ball, saying, No matter how many times Team Rocket comes after you, I will protect you. Eevee nestled closer in Zhang Yu's arms, declaring, Booey, with me around. No one can harm Xiao Yu. Milotic swam over from the sea, affirming, Mew, I will protect Xiao Yu too. The other Ultra Balls at Zhang Yu's waist shook as if to remind him that they were there as well. Professor Oak, with a grave expression, turned to Kona, asking, What exactly happened? Kona, seeing the seriousness on Professor Oak's face, recounted the events that transpired aboard the Saint Anne. I will report this matter to the League, Professor Oak stated. He then approached Zhang Yu and patted his shoulder, saying, "Let us go. There's a restaurant ahead with delightful aromas. My treat." Zhang Yu smiled back at Professor Oak, saying, "Then I one tea hold back." Under Professor Oak's guidance, the group arrived at a restaurant named House of the Sea. Zhang Yu, noticing the name, thought, "This name sounds familiar. If I'm not mistaken, Ash should be working here." Upon entering, they saw Ash and Brock engaged in conversation with an elderly gentleman. "Hi, Ash." Professor Oak waved to Ash. "Hey, Professor Oak and Xiao Yu, you're here too," Ash exclaimed. Surprised. "Long time no see, Ash." Hanako stepped forward to greet him. "Mom, what are you doing here?" Ash asked, bewildered. Hanako explained with a smile. "I'm participating in a community outreach trip and came here with Professor Oak." Ash scratched his head, realizing, "Oh, I see." At that moment, Brock bounced over and knelt on one knee before Kona, saying, "Master Kona, our reunion here is simply destiny." Before Brock could continue, Zhang Yu stepped forward and grabbed his ear, pulling him back. "All right, enough of that." Chapter 29, The Coastal Beauties and the Pokémon Beauty Pageant. "By the way, Ash, what were you just discussing?" Misty inquired, stepping closer to Ash. "Oh, it's about Grandpa Yu and Granny Gold," Ash replied, sharing the news with everyone. "I see. Take a look at this," Professor Oak said, approaching them and presenting a magazine he had seemingly pulled from nowhere. "It's the Coastal Beauties and Makeup Pokémon Beauty Pageant." Coastal Beauties? Makeup Pokémon Beauty Pageant? Can such an event really be profitable? Ash asked, turning to Professor Oak. Gathering a crowd and organizing an enticing event is surely the best approach. Fortunately, this is a tourist beach brimming with beauties. Besides, Ash, you have great confidence in Pokémon, don't you? Professor Oak explained. It seems that you, Professor, are the one eager to see the beauties. Zhang Yu quipped from the side. Of course not. Hosting such an event would undoubtedly attract customers to the store, Professor Oak retorted. All right then. Let us give it a try. Ash exclaimed with excitement. Well, you all go ahead. We're hungry and need to eat first, then we'll help you. Zhang Yu replied, sounding rather fatigued. Brock, seated at the commentary booth beside the stage, announced, Thank you for your patience, everyone. We shall now commence the Blue Plurich Coastal Beauties and Makeup Pokémon Beauty Pageant. Let us welcome our first contestant. Wow. Oh, my apologies. But I must claim the championship. Misty declared as she strutted onto the stage wearing a striking red bikini. She was a radiant beauty with sun-kissed skin. A healthy and vibrant young woman. It seemed she had a strong chance at winning the title. One could only wonder how creative her partner Pokémon would be. Just then, a Croconaw, donning a helmet, descended gracefully atop a stereo. Oh, it's an alien riding a flying saucer, performed by Croconaw and Stereo. How did Misty get involved? Zhang Yu asked Selena, who stood to his left. Misty declared that as the world's #1 beauty, she certainly intends to win the championship, Selena replied. But honestly, Misty doesn't have the upper hand in terms of physique. Indeed, it seems all men prefer the more ample figures? Selena teased. No. Everyone has their own preferences, Zhang Yu clarified. So, do you prefer the ample or the petite? Saint Dai interjected. Well, I surely like both. Zhang Yu answered. Then who would you choose between Selena and me? Saint Dai asked, a mischievous glint in her eye. Zhang Yu glanced from Selena to Saint Dai and replied. Only a child would make a choice. I want them all. Flirt. Cat, how can you say such things about me? I merely wish to give every girl a home. Zhang Yu protested, but both girls rolled their eyes at him and turned away. At that moment, James and Jessie made their entrance onto the stage. Two mature women crashing the event. I don't particularly dislike them, but how will the audience react? Wow. Oh my. The audience erupted in cheers, clearly delighted by their presence. By the way, is James male? Zhang Yu asked the two girls beside him. Both Saint Dai and Selena nodded enviously, murmuring, so big. How did James get so large? They pondered, shaking their heads. According to the registration details, they are the Rocket Ladies. What kind of performance will their Pokémon partner deliver? An Arbok coiled itself atop a Weezing, which was adorned with a ring of seaweed, slowly drifting forward. Is that the legendary Pokémon, the Spiky Stone Beast? It doesn't quite look like it. It appears the performers are Arbok and Weezing. Get out of the way, Green shouted, kicking Arbok and Weezing off the stage. Followed by 6 women. Now making a special appearance with his beauty entourage is the renowned Pokémon trainer, Mr. Green. The audience erupted in applause. In a corner of the venue, Ash remarked, You might as well concede. I didn't come to trouble you on purpose. I simply wanted to showcase my girlfriends. How enviable, having 6 girlfriends. Saint Dai and Selena exchanged glances and acted in unison. Selena swiftly seized Zhang Yu's left ear, while Saint Dai grabbed his right. Ouch! That hurts. Let go. Zhang Yu cried out, startled by the sudden pain. Yet, Saint Dai and Selena showed no signs of relenting. Instead, they tugged his ears even harder. Stop looking. Come with us. Selena playfully commanded, her tone leaving no room for argument. With no choice, Zhang Yu complied and followed Saint Dai and Selena out of the venue, rubbing his sore ears and muttering, "You both are too rough." Meanwhile, Kona, who had witnessed the entire scene, shook his head in exasperation and sighed. This kid, does he really want them all? The three made their way to the beach, where Zhang Yu pulled out his fishing rod once more. Xiaoyu, you aren't planning to fish again, are you? Selena asked him. Why not? What is wrong with you fishing? Saint Dai replied, challenging Selena. Previously, at the Jingwei Lighthouse. You fished for hours and only caught an ugly fish. Saint Dai couldn't believe her ears as she looked at Zhang Yu. What are you looking at? It was definitely Misty's bait that was the issue. This time, I'll use my homemade bait. I'm bound to catch something. 10 minutes later. 20 minutes later. What an annoying feeling. Did you hear any sound? Zhang Yu asked the two girls. Did we? Saint Dai replied. Why don't we just stop fishing? No way. I want to leave until I catch a fish today. An hour later. Xiaoyu, what are you two doing here? Kona and Misty approached. What does it look like? We're fishing, Zhang Yu replied without taking his eyes off the bobber. Misty, looking bemused, said Xiaoyu. Let me give you a piece of advice. You should really stop fishing. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I am a once-in-a-century fishing genius. How can you tell me not to fish? All right then, as long as you're happy, Misty conceded. 2 hours later. Damn it, I'm done. I'm leaving. Zhang Yu abruptly tossed the fishing rod onto the ground and turned to walk away. The girls exchanged amused glances and burst into laughter. Chapter 30. The Beginning of Revenge. Zhang Yu and his companions were now strolling along a small dock. Is that Ash and Brock lying over there? Misty pointed ahead. The group turned to see Ash and Brock reclining by the edge of the dock. As they approached, Zhang Yu asked Ash, what are you two doing lying here? Ash sat up and looked at Zhang Yu and the others. It's you guys. We missed the last boat, and the next one isn't for another 3 hours. At that moment, Misty gazed out at the sea and exclaimed, Look, it's a seahorse. How adorable. Where is it? Ash asked, peering into the water. Upon spotting the seahorse, he quickly retrieved his Pokédex. That's it, hurry up. The seahorse is a dragon Pokémon that lays thousands of eggs every spring, with the male seahorse taking on the nurturing role. It's quite a rare Pokémon. It seems injured, Brock remarked, observing the seahorse. But there's no Pokémon Center here, Misty said anxiously. Just then, the seahorse surfaced, releasing a cloud of ink. Xiaoyu, what is it saying? Misty asked Zhang Yu. It's warning us to be cautious of the manowar and the poison-barbed jellyfish. With a thunderous explosion, the crowd turned their gaze towards the source of the sound, where a ship in the distance had erupted in flames. This is dire. We must rescue the victims. Kona exclaimed as he retrieved the Pokeballs of White Sea Lion and Lapras. Minus, Froakie, I entrust you with this task. Zhang Yu also produced 2 high-grade Pokeballs. Quickly, let us find a small boat. Xiaoxia shouted to Ash and Brock. Understood. Once we have rescued everyone, Ash replied to Zhang Yu and the others. We need to seek out the president. The president? Who is that? Selena inquired. Rest assured, he is not a benevolent individual, Zhang Yu interjected. Why do you say that? Xiaoyu? Kona asked Zhang Yu. With a pointed gesture towards a nearby construction site, Zhang Yu explained. That location was originally the habitat of the agate jellyfish and the stinging jellyfish, but due to that president's greed, it has been developed into a luxury resort. The shipwreck was merely the beginning of the jellyfish's vengeance. How despicable! How could they do such a thing? Xiaoxia cried indignantly, clutching her seahorse. The seahorse was an unexpected rescue from her earlier endeavors. I will confront that president immediately. She has violated the Pokémon League's laws by recklessly destroying the habitats of wild Pokémon, Kona declared, seemingly calm, yet seething with rage inside. At that moment, the city's loudspeaker blared. Attention, everyone. Listen closely. To defeat our harbor's nemesis, the obstructive agate jellyfish, I am funding a call for brave warriors. I am quite generous. I will reward anyone who drives those jellyfish away with $1 million. I am a woman of my word. If you desire wealth and wish to see local development thrive, gather at the yacht harbor now. This era is filled with prosperity. No one would risk their lives for money. Xiaoxia remarked with a scowl. However, as soon as Xiaoxia finished her statement, a throng of people surged toward the yacht harbor. Xiaoxia, it is you who is Navi. If everyone were truly affluent, Pokémon hunters would not exist. Those who harm Pokémon for profit, Zhang Yu retorted. What should we do now? Xiaoxia asked, anxiety creeping into her voice. Zhang Yu addressed the group. We cannot allow these individuals to harm the agate jellyfish or the stinging jellyfish. We must intervene. Nodding in agreement, They hurried toward the yacht harbor. Upon arrival, they were met with a scene of chaos, as a crowd wielded various capturing tools. Kona stepped forward. Raising his voice, "You cannot harm those Pokémon. This is a violation of Pokémon League laws." Yet, the crowd paid him no heed, fixated solely on the prospect of the 1 million reward. Just then, a tank slowly approached from the distance. Granny Silver leaned out from the tank, brandishing a megaphone. "Citizens and brave warriors, who will claim the $1 million. At that moment, a rose was shot into the tank's cannon. "Who goes there? Since you have asked sincerely, I shall graciously enlighten you. To prevent the world from destruction, to safeguard peace, and to embody the essence of love and truth. We are the charming yet dastardly villains, Jesse and James of Team Rocket. We traverse the galaxy, and a bright tomorrow awaits us. That's how it is, meow." "Oh, what a reliable bunch. Who will drive them away?" Ash remarked, exasperated. Team Rocket sped away in their speedboat, heading towards the agate jellyfish's territory. "Give me coins. Give me coins. Drive away the jellyfish, and we'll earn $1 million. We have this secret weapon, triple vinegar. Just sprinkle it in the sea, and the jellyfish will become weak. Then we can capture them and sell them at the market. It's an easy way to make money. How delightful." Just as Team Rocket was fantasizing about their future, a swarm of agate jellyfish surrounded them. As they attempted to pour the triple vinegar, one of the jellyfish struck them, sending them flying, while the vinegar splashed onto the jellyfish. The agate jellyfish glowed, expanding in size until it evolved into a stinging jellyfish. With a swift motion, its tentacles ensnared Team Rocket, while other tentacles began to wreak havoc on the resort. On the shore, Zhang Yu gasped, "No, has the stinging jellyfish been enhanced? How can this be? No stinging jellyfish has ever grown this large. 2 meters. Brock exclaimed in astonishment. Hearing this, Ash pulled out his Pokédex and aimed it at the stinging jellyfish. The stinging jellyfish is the evolved form of the agate jellyfish, possessing countless tentacles as its most formidable weapon, nicknamed the Rogue of the Sea. So it is the leader of the rogues. This cannot be allowed to continue." Xiaoxia shouted at the stinging jellyfish. "How dare you destroy my hotel? Attack! Attack!" Granny Silver commanded, launching a projectile at the stinging jellyfish. The stinging jellyfish, rallying the agate jellyfish, initiated an assault on the city. "I must prevent the jellyfish from making a grave mistake," Xiaoxia declared, sprinting towards the stinging jellyfish. Zhang Yu pulled her back, saying, "Fool, a tsunami is approaching." He turned to his EV Mew and urged, "Mew, please teleport us to safety." Chapter 31. Stinging Jellyfish. Mew utilized its psychic abilities, instantaneously transporting the group to the rooftops. Chaos reigned in the city as jellyfish began extensive destruction, with seawater rising ominously. At that moment, the stinging jellyfish lifted a tentacle, revealing Meowth from Team Rocket ensnared within. An agate jellyfish crawled atop Meowth, declaring, "We are the stinging jellyfish and agate jellyfish. This time, you humans have destroyed our home, so we shall retaliate by destroying yours. No one is entitled to condemn us. You stay here. I will confront the stinging jellyfish," Zhang Yu commanded the group. "No, I will go with you," Kono insisted. Concern etched on the faces of the others as they gazed at Zhang Yu. "Rest assured, I will be fine. You all go save the victims," Zhang Yu asserted, producing a high-grade Pokeball to release Dragonite. He then handed Mew to Kona, saying, "Mew, please assist Kona in rescuing those in need." Mew nodded, and Zhang Yu leapt onto Dragonite's back. "Dragonite, take me to the stinging jellyfish." With a mighty roar, Dragonite surged towards the stinging jellyfish. As they approached, the stinging jellyfish sensed their nearness, furiously thrashing its tentacles, sending waves crashing around them. Zhang Yu shouted, "I understand your anger, but destroying the city and harming innocent humans is not the solution." The stinging jellyfish continued its assault, seemingly impervious to Zhang Yu's words. As its tentacles lashed out at Dragonite and Zhang Yu, Dragonite skillfully dodged, prompting Zhang Yu to plead, "Stinging jellyfish, cease your actions. Humanity has acknowledged its errors. Please, stop." Yet, the stinging jellyfish remained undeterred, unleashing a torrent of tentacles upon them. Dragonite deftly evaded the onslaught. "Very well, stinging jellyfish, I must retaliate," Zhang Yu declared as Dragonite expanded, preparing to unleash Thunderbolt. As he leapt off Dragonite, he called out, "Mew." No sooner had he spoken than a Dragonite Mew swooped in, catching Zhang Yu. "Thanks, Mew," Zhang Yu said, stroking Dragonite's face. "Roar, roar." Dragonite nuzzled affectionately against Zhang Yu. All right. As Zhang Yu directed his gaze towards the battle between Dragonite and Tentacruel, he observed the former emanating electric sparks as it charged at the latter, who, having suffered a painful blow, fell into the depths of the sea. "Tentacruel, the humans have realized their mistakes. I assure you, they shall no longer despoil your home." Zhang Yu bellowed towards the creature. Tentacruel resurfaced, commanding Meowth to confront Dragonite. As a Pokémon, you dare to assist those despicable humans? To this, Dragonite retorted loudly, roar. Among humans, there are many kind-hearted individuals who cherish Pokémon. They are our friends. I aid Xiao Yu because he is trustworthy, and I believe he will foster peace between humans and Pokémon. Tentacruel appeared momentarily swayed but remained vigilant, keeping a watchful eye on both Dragonite and Zhang Yu. Meanwhile, the humans in the city began to express their apologies, pleading for Tentacruel's forgiveness. Zhang Yu continued earnestly, "See? Everyone is beseeching your forgiveness. We truly wish to coexist harmoniously." After a brief silence, Tentacruel, controlling Meowth, spoke slowly. "I shall trust you once more, but if humanity transgresses again, we shall show no mercy." With that, it flung Meowth aside and prepared to retreat into the ocean with its fellow jellyfish. "Tentacruel, please wait," Zhang Yu called out. Tentacruel halted, turning its gaze upon him as he continued. "Tentacruel, I wish to capture you." Tentacruel nodded, responding, "Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Very well, but you must defeat me first." "Defeat you? All right, I understand. Go, Dragonite, Thunderbolt." Dragonite unleashed a robust current of electricity, surging towards Tentacruel. The latter skillfully evaded the attack, then swiftly lashed out with its tentacles, launching countless tiny poisonous needles akin to a rain of arrows towards Dragonite. The latter quickly shielded itself with its wings, the needles colliding with a crackling sound. Observing this, Zhang Yu shouted, "Dragonite, use Dragon Pulse." Dragonite inhaled deeply, conjuring a massive blue energy sphere, which it hurled fiercely at Tentacruel. Unyielding, Tentacruel retaliated with a powerful jet of water, meeting Dragon Pulse head-on, resulting in an explosion of energy that caused the seawater to boil. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Yu commanded, "Dragonite, pursue the advantage and use Iron Tail." Dragonite swiftly adjusted its stance, its tail glowing with a metallic sheen as it swept towards Tentacruel with force. Caught off guard, Tentacruel was struck by Dragonite's iron tail and plunged into the sea. Zhang Yu, seizing the moment, threw a great ball, which accurately hit Tentacruel and drew it inside. The ball shook violently on the surface of the water before finally emitting a chime, signifying success in capturing it. A smile of joy spread across Zhang Yu's face. As the city gradually returned to calm, Zhang Yu and Dragonite rejoined the crowd. Kona approached, expressing concern. "Are you all right?" Zhang Yu smiled and nodded. "Don't worry, I'm fine. By the way, where's that old lady?" "She has been taken away by Miss Jun Xia. If all goes as expected, she will spend the rest of her life in prison." At the Bratano Research Institute in the Kalos region, Sophie approached Dr. Bratano, holding a great ball. "Doctor, Xiao Yu has sent another Pokémon." Dr. Bratano took the great ball and inquired, "Sophie, do you think this Pokémon will cause trouble for our research institute?" Sophie shook her head. "I don't think so. It appears to be just a Tentacruel. What about that previous Dragonite? It practically destroyed half of my institute. Let's release it in the backyard, Doctor." Dr. Bratano nodded, taking the great ball as he and Sophie headed towards the backyard. Upon arrival, they were greeted by Chasepin, Pikachu, Pixie, and Tyrantrum, who gathered around them. Dr. Bratano addressed the Pokémon. "Just in time. We have a new companion. Come forth, Tentacruel." As the enormous Tentacruel emerged, Dr. Bratano gazed at the colossal creature and turned to Sophie, asking, "Is this truly Tentacruel?" Sophie, equally astonished, replied, "It seems Xiao Yu has delivered once again." Chapter 32, Maiden's Gorge. Zhang Yu and his companions were currently en route to the port of Maiden's Gorge. Upon arriving, they found the port bustling with preparations for the summer festival. "Wow, a festival! Xiao Yu, shall we explore?" Misty exclaimed excitedly to Zhang Yu. Sensing something, Zhang Yu turned towards the port, where he beheld a stunning woman with long lavender hair clad in white. "Is that the spirit of the thousand-year ghost?" "Xiao Yu, what are you talking about? Let's go enjoy the festival." Misty tugged at his arm. "Oh, right, let's go." Just as they proceeded towards the festival grounds, Evie, perched on Zhang Yu's shoulder, glanced back. "Hey, you there, young boy." Zhang Yu turned at the sound to find an elderly woman in purple robes standing behind him. "Listen well, young man. Beware of beautiful women. Ignoring the advice of the elderly will lead to misfortune." "Beautiful women?" Zhang Yu remarked, glancing at the four girls. "So tell me, which of you intends to harm me?" The three girls, Misty, Serena, and Dawn, felt suddenly flustered under Zhang Yu's gaze, responding, "Oh, how could I ever do anything to you, Xiao Yu?" "Indeed. We would never do anything to harm you, Xiao Yu." "That's right. We wouldn't dream of doing such a thing to you. I was speaking of beautiful women, not immature little girls." "Immature little girls?" They echoed. "Xiao Yu, let's go. She clearly isn't trustworthy." "Absolutely. Let's keep our distance from her." Yes, let's hurry away." With that, the three girls ushered Zhang Yu away. "Kona, observing this scene, mused, beautiful women? Could it be me? Shaking his head vigorously, he thought. How could I ever wish ill upon Xiao Yu? Impossible. With that, he hurried to catch up with the four. The group soon arrived in front of a shrine. The exhibition of the Maiden Shrine's treasures is about to commence, announced an elder. This painting is a secret treasure passed down since 2,000 years ago, displayed only during the summer festival. Guests are invited to admire it closely. With that, the elder unveiled the cloth draped over the painting, revealing the very woman they had seen at the dock. Why is she so beautiful? Brock stepped forward from the crowd. I concur, chimed James, also emerging. Wait a moment. The elder interjected, pressing Brock's face back. This maiden passed away 2,000 years ago. 2,000 years ago, Brock exclaimed. She had a lover who set sail for battle. I will wait for you, my dear, forever. The maiden waited endlessly for her beloved, who never returned. Legend has it that she ultimately transformed into stone, eternally awaiting her lover. And where is that stone now? Brock queried excitedly. Are you not aware of Maiden Rock? At the Pokémon Center in the port, the clock struck 11, signaling curfew. Is Ash and Brock not back yet? Zhang Yu inquired. I must go check on them, Ash declared, rising to exit. Wait a moment. Nurse Joy intervened, grasping Ash's arm. It's past bedtime for children. But I am the one responsible here. Staying up late is detrimental to a child's skin. You cannot go. Now, hurry back to your room. Let's have you return to your room and rest, Ash. Tomorrow morning, we will accompany you to find Brock, suggested Zhang Yu, patting Ash on the shoulder. All right, Ash replied. In the Pokémon Center, Zhang Yu's room. Come forth, Diancie, he called. As Diancie emerged, she immediately enveloped Zhang Yu in a warm embrace. Mew, witnessing this scene, used its psychic abilities to pull Diancie away and leapt into Zhang Yu's arms, turning to Diancie to make a playful face. Noticing this, Zhang Yu gently tapped Mew's head, saying, We are all companions. It's essential to get along well. After imparting this lesson to Mew, he turned to Diancie and asked, You don't hold it against me for keeping you in for the past few days, do you? Diancie shook her head, responding, No. I understand that you kept me inside to protect me. Zhang Yu affectionately patted Diancie's head, saying, Once I have sufficient strength, you can once again accompany us on our travels. While saying this, his thoughts wandered to the prospect of capturing Mewtwo and how that would thwart Team Rocket's plans. With a smile, Diancie nodded. Yes, I will wait for you to grow stronger. By the way, the main reason I called you out today was to prevent a ghost from approaching me. Meow meow, is it the one from the port? Zhang Yu stroked Mew's head, confirming, Yes, if it comes looking for me tonight, you can chase it away. Meow 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 meow, isn't that just a ghastly? I can just catch it for you. And you can capture it afterward. I know it's merely a ghastly. I just want to spend more time playing with it, he thought to himself. If I capture it so quickly, how will I increase my word count? Diancie and Mew nodded in understanding. Later that night, as Zhang Yu fell asleep, Mew whispered, From now on, keep your distance from Ash. Meow meow, you should stay away from Ash instead. I arrived first, so you should keep your distance from him. Meow meow, I've waited for Ash for 3 years. We've known each other since Ash was a baby. Meow meow, childhood friends can't compete with fate. That is not true. Meow meow, it's always like that in comics. You treacherous cat. Meow meow, you are the defeated one with pink fur. I am not a defeated one. Meow meow, historically, pink fur has often belonged to the defeated. As their quarrel escalated, a ghost materialized, walking through the wall. Upon seeing Mew, the ghost paused momentarily before turning to leave. Excuse me, continue your conversation. I've just walked through the wrong wall, it remarked. Mew and Diancie exchanged glances before resuming their bickering. Upon waking the next morning, Zhang Yu saw Diancie and Mew snuggled together, sleeping soundly. Zhang Yu smiled at the sight and took a photo of them with his watch. Chapter 33, Ghastly. Where are you, Brock? Brock. Jesse, James, if you're here, respond. Exactly, a voice interjected. Brock, Team Rocket, what are you doing here? Did you capture him? Misty inquired, her voice filled with accusation. Absolutely not. We are here searching for James, Jesse retorted. At that moment, a nearby wooden cabin suddenly swung open, and out tumbled James and Brock. Seeing Brock fall, Ash rushed to help him. Brock, pull yourself together. Jesse, witnessing this, seized James and exclaimed, James, what is wrong with you? The fearful event has indeed come to pass. A figure in purple robes approached, revealing herself as an old woman with white hair. Old woman? Those two have been possessed by the ghost of a young girl. The ghost of a young girl? Gasped everyone except Zhang Yu and Kona. I long to see her. I long to see her, James and Brock murmured. This is dire, Pikachu, Ash declared to Pikachu. Pikachu unleashed a jolt of electricity, striking Brock and James, who collapsed but quickly regained their footing. Who am I? I am Brock. I am James, of Team Rocket. The old woman in purple continued. Every year at this time, male visitors are attacked, their strength and vitality drained until they resemble mummies, discovered in the temple. This is the work of the young girl's ghost, who died with unfulfilled love. But if I could be with her, Brock started, waving his hand in front of him. Ah, you haven't returned to normal yet. How terrifying, James echoed. However, there is a solution. I have this, the old woman said, producing a stack of talisman papers and placing them on Brock and James's foreheads. This is an exorcism talisman, but, Ash questioned. The old woman revealed a cash register, stating, my exorcism talismans come at a price. Everyone purchased a multitude of talismans and began sticking them around the wooden cabin. Hey, I say, you can't seriously believe in this stuff, Zhang Yu remarked, holding a talisman. Oh, come help you. Better to believe than to doubt, Misty insisted, placing talismans as she spoke. Zhang Yu's Eevee and Mew, curious, jumped down from his shoulder and began to play with the talisman. Zhang Yu chuckled and joined them in their antics. That night, James and Brock, adorned with talismans, sat in the center of the cabin while the others hid nearby. Will it really come? Jessie asked. It definitely will, Meowth replied. If it does come, from where will it appear? Ash pondered. At that moment, a gust of wind howled outside, blowing all the talismans off the cabin. It's here, the old woman observed, fixing her gaze at the door. As her words faded, the door swung open, revealing a ghostly figure standing at the threshold. Who are you? Brock asked, rising. I have been waiting for you, the ghost replied. Is that so? I feel the same way. I long to see you, Brock confessed. So do I, came the ghost's response, and in an instant, Brock and James began to drift toward the door. Seeing this, the others rushed to the entrance. Ash grabbed Brock's leg, while Jessie inexplicably produced a rocket launcher and fired a shot towards the ghost. Miss, please do not go too far. That fellow has already said no. James looked at Jessie, moved by her words. Don't misunderstand. As a woman, I am infuriated by a woman who clings desperately to a man even after being rejected. Such a woman, even if spurned, merely has bad luck. After crying for a while, a brighter tomorrow will come. That is a woman's dignity. What is she trying to say? Meowth asked, perplexed. I don't know, but those who hinder me. The ghost began to take action, but with a mere glance from Eevee, she revealed her true form. This Pokémon. Ash pulled out his Pokédex. Ghastly, the ghost Pokémon, usually invisible, specializes in hypnosis. Once discovered, there is no escape. Sometimes I am the legendary girl, sometimes I am a mysterious fortune teller, and at other times I am a gone old woman, but my true self is unmistakably ghastly. Meow? Mew activated teleportation, whisking Zhang Yu and Ghastly away to a deserted forest. Yes, it's you, Mew, Ghastly exclaimed, staring at Mew in astonishment. Mew, do you know it? Zhang Yu inquired. Mew shook its head, indicating unfamiliarity. Is that so? I suppose you wouldn't remember me after all these years. Do you know Mew? Zhang Yu asked Ghastly. Jengar nodded and began to speak. It was a matter of several centuries past. At that time, I was frolicking in a forest, toying with some wild Pokémon that happened to pass by. Little did I expect to encounter a Mew disguised as a Pikachu. And then Mew proceeded to chase me down and give me quite the thrashing. Oh, the psychological trauma that thrashing inflicted upon me back then. Do you have any idea? Zhang Yu gazed at the Mew fluttering beside him, struggling to articulate a response. Mew, witnessing this scene, was taken aback and hastily explained. Mew, 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 Mew. I was simply strolling along the path when it suddenly appeared. I thought it wanted to play with me. With an exasperated sigh, Zhang Yu rubbed his forehead, surprised to learn of the history between Jengar and Mew. Jengar, growing more animated with each word, continued to float about, recounting. I was so disoriented from the beating that I hid for ages before I dared to emerge. All right, Jengar, I wish to capture you. What do you say to embarking on a journey with me? Zhang Yu interjected. Jengar halted its drifting, eyes wide with astonishment. You wish to capture me? Why? Zhang Yu smiled and replied. I find you quite fascinating, and traveling together might lead to many delightful adventures in the future. Jengar hesitated for a moment, reflecting on the years spent in solitude, playing tricks, which had become rather dull. Casting a glance at Mew, it pondered whether refusing would result in another beating. Very well. I shall accompany you on your travels, but I have one condition, Jengar stated. Chapter 34, The Pink Butterfree. Very well. I shall accompany you on your travels, but I have one condition, Jengar reiterated. What is it? I require to return here once a year to work. Work? Indeed. It is vital to revive the legends that have gradually faded from memory as time passes. Zhang Yu nodded, producing a premium ball. I agree. Jengar touched the premium ball with its head, causing it to wobble before, with a chime, it vanished. Subsequently, Mew utilized teleport to whisk Zhang Yu back outside the wooden cabin. Little Yu, where have you been? What of Jengar? Xiaoxia inquired eagerly upon Zhang Yu's return. I have successfully captured Jengar. Now, let us hasten back to the Pokémon Center for some rest. We set off for Golden City tomorrow. The others nodded in agreement, and they returned to the Pokémon Center, drifting into slumber. In the Kalos region, at the Bratano Research Institute, Sophie awoke to find a premium ball on the transporter. Did Little Yu send a Pokémon over last night? Sophie mused, picking up the premium ball and seeking out Professor Bratano. Professor, Little Yu has sent another Pokémon. Sophie, do you suppose this Pokémon will be substantial as well? It shouldn't be. They made their way to the backyard and opened the premium ball, revealing an elderly woman clad in purple with white hair. Sophie, Professor Bratano. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu and his companions were en route to Golden City. Having now reached a forest. Wow, look at all the Butterfree! Xiaoxia exclaimed in astonishment, observing the multitude of Butterfree surrounding them. This is because Butterfree are celebrating the season of love. When they find a mate, they cross the seas to lay their eggs, Sheng Dai explained to Xiaoxia. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu recalled the Pink Butterfree from the anime, which ultimately paired with Ash's Butterfree. I must capture that Pink Butterfree. This way, Ash won't release his Butterfree. Yes, this is all for Ash, he resolved to himself. With his excuse firmly in mind, Zhang Yu addressed the group. I wish to capture a Butterfree. Could you assist me in finding one that is particularly special? Little Yu, why do you want to capture a Butterfree? Xiaoxia asked. Isn't it true that I lack a bug-type Pokémon among my team? Ah, then let us help you search, they agreed, and began to scour the forest meticulously. Suddenly, Sheng Dai exclaimed excitedly, Brother Yu, there's a Pink Butterfree over here. Zhang Yu dashed over and, upon closer inspection, confirmed that this Butterfree's body was indeed pink. Unlike any ordinary one. Filled with delight, he quickly retrieved a premium ball, calling out, Come forth, Pidgeotto. Use wing attack. Pidgeotto surged towards the Pink Butterfree, its wings summoning a fierce gust that struck the Butterfree. Yet, the Pink Butterfree deftly evaded the blow, flapping its wings to unleash a silver wind, which caught Pidgeotto off guard and sent it reeling. Seeing this, Zhang Yu shouted, Pidgeotto, use Air Slash. Pidgeotto swung its wings, launching a barrage of sharp air blades towards the Pink Butterfree. However, the Pink Butterfree swiftly flapped its wings, generating a gust that deflected the Air Slash entirely. In the blink of an eye, it maneuvered behind Pidgeotto and struck its back fiercely. Pidgeotto cried out in pain, nearly plummeting from the sky. Zhang Yu furrowed his brow, contemplating his next move. Suddenly, inspiration struck him, and he commanded, Pidgeotto, use quick attack to confuse its vision, then seize the moment to use Peck. Pidgeotto transformed into a shadow, darting rapidly around the Pink Butterfree, which found it difficult to track its movements. At that moment, Pidgeotto seized the opportunity, shooting towards the Pink Butterfree like an arrow, delivering a sharp peck. The Pink Butterfree was struck, staggering momentarily, but quickly regained its composure, unleashing two beams of Psybeam from its eyes. Pidgeotto became enveloped in the Psybeam, its gaze becoming hazy and its movements sluggish. Seizing this moment, the Pink Butterfree released another silver wind, ensnaring Pidgeotto within. Pidgeotto struggled desperately, its feathers disheveled from the tempest. Zhang Yu, frantic, shouted, Pidgeotto, snap out of it. Use Steel Wing to break free from this whirlwind. Pidgeotto seemed to hear Zhang Yu's call, its eyes igniting with determination. Its wings gleamed with a metallic sheen as it flapped vigorously, bursting forth from the silver wind. At this juncture, the Pink Butterfree appeared fatigued. Zhang Yu capitalized on the moment, exclaiming, Pidgeotto, unleash your final brave bird attack. Pidgeotto mustered all its strength, hurtling towards the Pink Butterfree like a cannonball. The impact toppled the Pink Butterfree, rendering it unable to battle. Without hesitation, Zhang Yu threw the premium ball, which accurately captured the Pink Butterfree. The ball shook several times before emitting a satisfying chime, signifying a successful capture, after which it vanished. In that instant, Pidgeotto radiated with a brilliant light. When the glow faded, it had evolved into Pidgeot. Zhang Yu gazed at his newly evolved Pidgeot, filled with joy. Pidgeot, you have finally evolved. I look forward to your continued guidance. Pidgeot chirped happily, soaring in circles above the group before landing beside Zhang Yu. Come, let us take a moment to rest, Pidgeot. Zhang Yu said, recalling Pidgeot into the premium ball. In the Kalos region, at the Bratano Research Institute, Professor Bratano remarked, has Little Yu captured yet another new Pokémon? As he picked up the transmitted premium ball and made his way to the backyard. Upon reaching the backyard, he noticed Jengar floating over, inquiring, is there a newcomer? Indeed. It is a Butterfree. Come forth. Professor Bratano opened the premium ball, and the Pink Butterfree emerged. Jengar curiously circled around it, exclaiming, wow, What a beautiful color. You are quite different from the ordinary Butterfree. The Pink Butterfree flapped its wings, responding to Jengar with friendliness. Zhang Yu's other Pokémon also approached, greeting the Butterfree warmly. Dr. Bretano gazed at the Pokémon before him, marveling. Indeed, Xiao Yu's Pokémon are truly extraordinary. Chapter 35, The First Encounter with Naji. Xiao Yu, you have finally come to see me. Achoo. Zhang Yu rubbed his nose and remarked, it seems she already knew I was coming. Who is it? Selena inquired from the side. Naji, the gym leader of Goldenrod City. Do you know her? Misty asked. Zhang Yu nodded yes. I studied psychic abilities in Goldenrod City during my childhood. Greetings, Mr. Naji. I am Karuna, the Duchess of the Kalos region. It is a pleasure to meet you. Karuna smiled gracefully, extending her hand in greeting. Naji quickly rose, responding with a smile. Ah, it is Miss Karuna. What an honor. May I ask what brings you to my humble Goldenrod City today? Karuna, upon hearing this, turned to gently pat the head of the young boy beside her. Then introduced him to Naji. This is my brother, Zhang Yu. He possesses formidable psychic abilities, although he is yet to fully master them. Therefore, I hope he can study at your Goldenrod Gym for a while, receiving professional guidance and training to better control his powers. I see, Naji said, sizing up Zhang Yu with a smile. It is not often one encounters a psychic, especially one with such potent abilities that remain untamed. Very well, I shall take this child under my wing. Upon hearing this, a flicker of excitement ignited in Zhang Yu's eyes as he hurriedly bowed, exclaiming, Thank you, Mr. Naji. Naji waved his hand dismissively. However, training in psychic abilities is no simple endeavor. Zhang Yu nodded resolutely, replying, No worries, I am unafraid of challenges. I will strive diligently. Excellent. Miss Karuna, please rest assured to entrust your brother to me. I will exert every effort to cultivate him into the most powerful psychic in the world. Naji declared with conviction. Karuna responded with a smile. Then I shall leave him in your capable hands. She then elegantly retrieved a Pokeball from her waist, slowly crouched down, and handed it to Zhang Yu, softly advising, Xiao Yu, if you encounter any danger, remember to have Shinado protect you, understood? Zhang Yu obediently nodded. Accepting the Pokeball, I understand, sister. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, Zhang Yu had spent 6 days at the Goldenrod Gym. One day, as usual, he leisurely wandered around the gym. As he strolled, his attention was suddenly captured by a little girl sitting on the ground ahead. She appeared to be of a similar age, quietly sitting there as if the entire world were irrelevant to her. Zhang Yu gazed at the girl, and a figure from his memory surfaced. He pondered, could she be Naji? Wow, she was quite adorable as a child. But why did she grow up to become that aloof psychic queen? Filled with curiosity, Zhang Yu hurried to Naji, crouched down, and greeted her warmly. Hello there. I am Zhang Yu. What are you doing here? Naji lifted her head to glance at Zhang Yu before lowering it again, lost in thought. Hey, what is your name? What are you doing here? Why aren't you speaking? Zhang Yu asked, puzzled by the silent girl before him, a hint of curiosity bubbling within him. Just as his words fell, Naji abruptly lifted her head, a surge of potent psychic energy crashing towards him like a tidal wave. Zhang Yu was taken off guard, unable to evade, and could only tightly shut his eyes, silently lamenting as he braced for the impending force to engulf him. However, just as Naji's psychic energy was about to strike Zhang Yu, a miracle transpired. The psychic abilities within Zhang Yu awakened, activating instinctively like an indomitable shield that repelled Naji's power. With a piercing scream, Zhang Yu abruptly opened his eyes, witnessing Naji being hurled backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily against the wall behind her. Woo 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 woo. Naji's cries echoed through the air. Zhang Yu, witnessing this, felt a surge of panic and hurriedly stepped forward, his face filled with remorse. Please don't cry. This really isn't my fault. You were the one who attacked me first. Woo 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 woo. Her cries only grew more sorrowful. Please, don't cry. How about this? I promise to grant you one request, alright? Upon hearing Zhang Yu's words, Naji's sobs gradually subsided, though her tears continued to flow like unstrung pearls. With her large, watery eyes fixed on Zhang Yu, she appeared utterly heart-melting, unable to resist the charm of the adorable Naji. Zhang Yu gently reached out his hand to stroke her head, as though comforting an injured creature. Naji offered no resistance, simply gazing at Zhang Yu, causing him to feel a bit bashful, and he quickly withdrew his hand, asking, So, what is your name? Naji. Her voice was soft, as if only Zhang Yu could hear. Zhang Yu nodded, then inquired, What were you doing sitting here all alone? Naji's gaze dimmed as she quietly replied, I have no friends. A pang of sympathy struck Zhang Yu's heart, and he contemplated before responding, Actually, I have no friends here either. Naji's eyes brightened instantly. Looking at Zhang Yu as if she had glimpsed a glimmer of hope, and she eagerly exclaimed, "Then can you be my friend? You just said you would grant me a request." Zhang Yu was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Naji to make such a direct request. After a moment of hesitation, he found himself at a loss for words. However, Naji misinterpreted Zhang Yu's silence, believing he was unwilling to be her friend, and tears streamed forth like a flood. Woo 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 woo. Snapping back to reality, Zhang Yu, witnessing Naji's tears, flailed about. "Why are you crying again? Please don't." Naji ignored his attempts at consolation, continuing to cry. "Woo woo woo. You liar. You promised to grant me a request. I don't care. You have to take responsibility for defeating me." Zhang Yu was left dumbfounded, eyes wide in shock. "Wait, why do I have to take responsibility for you?" Yet Naji paid no heed, simply continuing to sob. "I don't care, I don't care." Chapter 36, Farewell. Just as Zhang Yu was at a loss, Naji hurried over upon hearing the cries. Observing the tear-streaked Naji and the flustered Zhang Yu, he quickly grasped the situation. "Naji Xiaoyu. Naji is quite devoted to her psychic abilities and seldom makes friends, so I hope you can become her friend," Naji said. Zhang Yu nodded helplessly, addressing Naji. All right. I agree to be your friend. Please stop crying." At this, Naji finally ceased her tears, grabbing Zhang Yu's hand, declaring, "From now on, you shall be my best friend." Standing nearby, Naji's gaze fell upon Naji, and as he observed the smile blooming on her face, a wave of relief washed over him. Naji finally smiled. Naji murmured to himself, his voice tinged with unmistakable joy. As Naji's father, he understood her introverted and silent nature all too well. Since she began concentrating on her psychic training, he had seldom seen her display a smile. Yet, in this moment, Naji shone like the warm sun in winter, her radiant smile bringing unparalleled warmth to all around. Nazi gazed quietly at her, as if time itself had come to a standstill in that moment. Since that fateful day, Zhang Yu's life had undergone subtle transformations. Whenever he turned around, he would invariably catch sight of Nazi's petite figure closely trailing behind him, as if she were his very shadow. Whether in the Golden Gym, amidst the shelves of the library, or along the streets of Golden City, Nazi consistently followed Zhang Yu with unwavering loyalty. Initially, Zhang Yu felt quite helpless about Nazi's behavior. He could not comprehend why she was so persistently attached to him, and no matter how he attempted to shake her off, she seemed possessed of an extraordinary tenacity. He had tried hastening his pace, altering his route, and even hiding deliberately. Yet Nazi always managed to locate him swiftly and continue her steadfast pursuit. As time passed, Zhang Yu gradually grew accustomed to Nazi's presence, beginning to train his supernatural abilities alongside her. During their training sessions, he discovered that Nazi's powers were remarkably potent, and her proficiency in wielding them was impressive. Under her guidance, Zhang Yu's own abilities saw significant enhancement. Beyond their training, they would also explore Golden City together. The city was vibrant and bustling, filled with a myriad of shops, restaurants, and entertainment venues. Zhang Yu and Nazi would stroll through the streets, appreciating the urban scenery, savoring diverse delicacies, and immersing themselves in the city's unique charm. In Zhang Yu's company, Nazi became increasingly cheerful, and their friendship deepened with each passing day of shared experiences. One day, Zhang Yu approached Nazi, who was practicing her abilities, and said, "Nazi, I need to return to Carlos." The glow of her powers dissipated instantaneously, and she stared at him blankly, her eyes slowly reddening. "You're leaving? Why?" Her voice quivered slightly. A flicker of guilt crossed Zhang Yu's face as he replied slowly. "In truth, I have mastered my powers, and my sister has been preoccupied with the establishment of the Carlos League, so I wish to assist her." In an instant, tears welled in Nazi's eyes and cascaded down her cheeks like a torrential flood. With a trembling voice, she asked, "Will you come back?" Before Zhang Yu could respond, Nazi clutched the hem of his shirt tightly, as if it were the last lifeline in her existence. "Please don't go. I don't want you to leave." Her voice was filled with desperation, evoking a sense of pity in anyone who heard it. A wave of indescribable sorrow surged within Zhang Yu as he looked at the tear-streaked face of the little girl before him, his heart a tumult of conflict and helplessness. Nevertheless, he gently shook his head. The slight movement struck Nazi's heart like a hammer. Just then, Naki approached, gently ruffling Nazi's hair and softly saying, "Nazi, everyone has their own path to tread. Although you must part ways now, I believe you will surely meet again. If you miss Xiaoyu, you can call him. Or when you grow up, you can visit him in Carlos." Upon hearing this, Nazi, choked with emotion, released her grip. From that day forth, Nazi seemed transformed. She no longer shadowed Zhang Yu as she once did. Instead, she grew increasingly withdrawn, often lost in her own thoughts. Time flew by swiftly, and before long, the day of parting arrived. Zhang Yu packed his belongings, preparing for his journey back. This time, he chose not to inform anyone, wishing to spare Nazi the heartache of his departure. Just as he exited the Golden Gym, he unexpectedly spotted Nazi. She stood a short distance away, her eyes reddened. Clearly having just cried, she clutched a small box tightly, as if guarding something precious. Zhang Yu approached her, his heart aching at the sight of her weary countenance. Taking a deep breath to steady her trembling voice, Nazi handed him the small box and said, "This is a jade pendant I carved for you. When you think of me, just look at it." Zhang Yu accepted the box and slowly opened it. Inside lay a beautifully crafted jade pendant, intricately engraved with the character for Z, a testament to Nazi's tireless dedication over the past days. Overwhelmed with emotion, Zhang Yu looked up and earnestly declared, "I will miss you, Nazi." With that, he turned to leave. After taking a few steps, he suddenly halted, turned back, and called out, "Nazi, when I become a trainer and travel, I will definitely come to Kanto first. You must wait for me." "Okay, I will wait for you," Nazi shouted back. Hearing her reply, Zhang Yu continued on to the airport, this time without looking back. As Nazi watched his figure recede into the distance, tears finally streamed down her cheeks. From her pocket, she retrieved another jade pendant, engraved with the character for you, which she had carved alongside the one she gifted to Zhang Yu. She held it tightly, as if it were the sole connection between her and Zhang Yu. In a small interlude, Shinedo remarked, "Hee, 2 chapters and I still haven't made my entrance. I must have misjudged." Kyrulian added, "Hee, I haven't appeared since I was sent to the Blatano Research Institute." Diancie proclaimed, in the next chapter, "I shall make my grand debut. Ha ha ha." Shinedo and Kyrulian replied, "Draw your swords." Then, Chapter 37, Battle against Nazi. At the Golden City Pokémon Center, "Hello, Dr. Blatano. It's Xiao Yu. Is there something you need?" "Doctor, is my Kyrulian at the Institute?" Before Dr. Blatano could respond, Kyrulian appeared on the screen, waving at Zhang Yu. "Kairu, Xiao Yu, I have returned after my training. Then please transfer Diancie and Kyrulian to me, and I will send by Diao and Mei Nasi back." "All right. I will call Diancie over. I am ready on my end." "So am I." With a flash of white light, 2 Ultra Balls vanished, only to be replaced by 2 more. "Doctor, I have received them." "I have received mine as well." "Well then, Doctor, I shall hang up now. Goodbye." After exchanging Pokémon, Zhang Yu and his companions arrived at the entrance of the Golden Gym. Upon their arrival, they found that someone was already waiting there. Upon closer inspection, it was Nazi. Initially, she had felt joy upon sensing Zhang Yu's powers, but that joy swiftly dissipated when she noticed the girls accompanying him. Like a specter, Nazi glided to Zhang Yu's side, her gaze icy as she inquired, "Who are these girls?" Zhang Yu glanced back at the girls and replied, "They are merely my travel companions for now. As for what will happen later, I cannot say." As soon as he finished speaking, the faces of the girls behind him flushed crimson. Even the usually composed Kenna lowered her head shyly. Seeing this, a surge of anger ignited within Nazi. And just as she was about to use her powers to transform them into dolls, Zhang Yu intervened with his abilities. "Nazi, what are you doing?" Nazi shot him a fierce glare before turning on her heel and striding into the Golden Gym without a backward glance. Zhang Yu shook his head helplessly and followed the girls in pursuit of her. Inside the Golden Gym, the decor was both mysterious and extravagant. Nazi stood at the center of the arena, coldly declaring, "Zhang Yu, if you wish to earn the gym badge, you must first defeat me." Zhang Yu smiled slightly and produced Diancie's Ultra Ball, stating, "Then let us begin." As Diancie emerged, Nazi sent out her Kadabra. Subsequently, a radiant blue glow enveloped Naji, while Keisai's body emanated a dazzling aura of evolution. As the brilliance faded, the astonished crowd beheld a formidable Youngera. "Guis, come forth and demonstrate your evolution for them," Zhang Yu said with a smile, addressing Guis in a gentle tone. However, Guis appeared utterly oblivious to his words, turning away to fix Zhang Yu with a gaze that seemed to say, "Are you truly aware of what you are saying?" Zhang Yu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, rubbed his nose and continued, "Haven't you lived for a millennium? Why the delay in evolving?" Guis rolled his eyes, responding nonchalantly, "Because I possess a Everstone." At that moment, Naji exclaimed in astonishment, "This Guis can talk?" Hearing her surprise, Guis puffed up with pride, declaring, "Of course. I am a grand being who has lived for over 1,000 years." Zhang Yu, observing Guis's arrogant demeanor, could only shake his head in exasperation and threatened, "I suggest you relinquish that Everstone quickly, otherwise, don't blame me if I let EV give you another thrashing." Meanwhile, EV, who had been quietly perched on Zhang Yu's shoulder, raised its head, exclaiming, "EV." Guis shuddered at this remark and hastily spat out an Everstone. As the stone emerged, Guis was enveloped in the light of evolution. When the radiance dissipated, Gooey's had transformed into Gistone. Yet, the evolution did not cease. Gistone was once again surrounded by the glow of evolution, and when the light faded, it had evolved into Diancie. The rapid transformation from Gooey's to Diancie left Naji utterly speechless. Wait, this is just too obvious of a cheat. I wouldn't dare to evolve like that. Is there no fairness left in the world? Zhang Yu instructed, Diancie, use Shadow Ball. Diancie conjured a massive Shadow Ball with its hands and hurled it swiftly at Youngura. Naji, quick on the uptake, commanded Youngura to use Teleport to evade the attack. Youngura vanished from its position and reappeared behind Diancie, using the spoon in its hand to unleash Psychic, seizing control of Diancie. Diancie hurled Diancie away, but Diancie managed to break free from the Psychic grip and stabilized itself midair. Diancie, employ Hypnosis, Zhang Yu commanded once more. Diancie's eyes glimmered with an eerie light as it released Hypnosis. Youngura's gaze began to droop. However, Naji, possessing formidable psychic abilities, forcibly kept Youngura alert. Youngura, use Hyper Beam. Naji shouted. Youngura, wielding the two spoons in its hands, concentrated to unleash a Hyper Beam towards Diancie. Diancie deftly evaded the attack, while Zhang Yu ordered Shadow Punch. Diancie vanished from sight, only to reappear before Youngura, delivering a powerful Shadow Punch. Youngura staggered backward from the blow, prompting Naji to furrow her brow and urgently call out. Youngura, use Recover. Diancie, swiftly use Shadow Ball to end the battle, Zhang Yu commanded almost simultaneously with Naji. Diancie conjured another Shadow Ball. But Youngura was a moment too slow to react, getting hit and collapsing to the ground, rendered unable to continue fighting. Naji recalled Youngura and approached Zhang Yu, producing a golden badge, stating, I want to travel with you. Zhang Yu gazed at Naji in surprise, but before he could respond, she added, don't even think about refusing me. You won't be able to shake me off. A faint smile graced Zhang Yu's lips, memories flooding his mind. He replied with a grin. All right, we will wait for you at the Pokémon Center tomorrow morning, Little Tail. Upon hearing the term Little Tail, Naji's face flushed crimson, and she stamped her foot, exclaiming, who are you calling a Little Tail? I'm ignoring you. With that, she turned and retreated to her room to pack her belongings. Chapter 38, Rainbow City. Zhang Yu and his companions now found themselves in Rainbow City. Over the past few days, during their journey from Golden City to Rainbow City, Naji and the other girls had grown increasingly familiar with one another, their bonds deepening. However, this resulted in an unexpected consequence. Zhang Yu appeared to have been isolated by the group of girls. Standing by the roadside, Zhang Yu helplessly observed the girls shopping in the distance, a wave of despondency washing over him. He crouched down, gently stroking the EV in his arms, murmuring, EV, it seems we have been left out. Sensing Zhang Yu's emotions, EV nuzzled its soft head against his cheek, replying, EV will always be by your side. Hearing this, Zhang Yu sprang to his feet, excitement bubbling within him. Well then, let us explore on our own. EV raised its tiny paw in enthusiasm, responding, EV. Thus, Zhang Yu and EV embarked on a leisurely stroll through the streets of Rainbow City. They curiously gazed at the shops and the bustling crowd, not overlooking anything that piqued their interest. Along the way, whenever Zhang Yu spotted a delectable food stall, he would promptly enter, selecting various delicious treats for EV. EV joyfully savored these delicacies, occasionally emitting contented sounds. As they continued their exploration, Zhang Yu and EV arrived at a perfume shop. Holding EV, Zhang Yu entered the store, and as soon as he stepped through the door, 3 enthusiastic staff members greeted him as if welcoming a VIP. One green-haired attendant beamed at Zhang Yu, saying, Wow. Hello there, handsome young man. What kind of perfume are you looking for? I'm not quite sure. I've never bought perfume before. This is my first time. Zhang Yu replied. At that moment, another purple-haired attendant chimed in gently. Are you purchasing it as a gift or for yourself? Zhang Yu pondered for a moment before answering. As a gift. Upon hearing this, the remaining yellow-haired attendant immediately exclaimed with excitement. Who is the lucky recipient? Zhang Yu hesitated before responding. For a few female friends. The green-haired attendant exchanged knowing glances and smiled, then turned and retrieved a bottle of perfume from the shelf, enthusiastically introducing, You should try this one. Its scent is quite unique, and I believe it would be perfect for a lady. Zhang Yu looked at the bottle of perfume, curious, and asked, May I sniff it first? Of course, young man. The green-haired attendant replied cheerfully. Just extend your hand, and I'll spray a little on it for you to try. Zhang Yu obediently stretched out his hand, and the green-haired attendant lightly sprayed his wrist. Bringing his hand close to his nose, Zhang Yu inhaled a refreshing fragrance. It smells quite pleasant, he nodded in satisfaction, then brought his scented hand to Evie's nose, softly asking, Evie, what do you think? Evie blinked its adorable eyes, leaned closer to Zhang Yu's hand, sniffed, and happily exclaimed, "EV. Yes, it smells wonderful. Please prepare 15 bottles for me. Thank you." The three attendants exchanged astonished glances upon hearing Zhang Yu's request. The violet-haired attendant could not help but inquire, "Young man, do you truly require so many bottles at once? It seems you have quite a number of female friends." Zhang Yu scratched his head and chuckled, "Indeed, I have many friends." The three attendants contemplated inwardly. 15? Such audacity. Zhang Yu exclaimed, "You are slandering me. How could I not give 2 or 3 bottles to a single person? We are merely friends, for now at least. The future remains uncertain." After Zhang Yu and his beloved EV departed from the perfume shop, they arrived at the delivery station, where he left behind 6 bottles of perfume. One was sent to Cynthia in Sinnoh, another to Gardevoir in Unova, one more to Lihua in Chengdu, and the remainder were shipped back to Kalos for Karuna. Subsequently, Zhang Yu sought out the group of ladies who were indulging in a shopping spree. He retrieved 5 bottles of perfume from his backpack and declared, "Here are gifts for all of you." The ladies received the perfumes with delight, and Misty exclaimed, "Wow, it smells wonderful. You truly understand girls, shall you?" Shanda nodded with a smile. Yes, I absolutely adore this fragrance." Naji gently opened a bottle, inhaling its scent, a glimmer of something unique sparkling in her eyes. She gazed at Zhang Yu, her lips curving into a subtle smile. "Thank you for your gift. I truly appreciate it." Kona lightly shook her bottle, grinning. "Thanks. I really like it." Meanwhile, Selena carefully placed her perfume into her backpack, stating, "I will cherish it dearly." "Well then, I've delivered my gifts. Next, I shall challenge the Rainbow Gym. You all continue to enjoy your shopping. Remember to gather at the Pokémon Center this evening," Zhang Yu said with a warm smile. The ladies nodded in understanding. Zhang Yu, cradling Eevee, turned and departed, his figure gradually fading from sight. He first arrived at the Pokémon Center, where he called Professor Bratano to exchange his Gengar for a Butterfree. Once everything was in order, he set off towards the Rainbow Gym. Scene transition. Kyrulean. At last. It is my turn to make an appearance in the next chapter. Witness my triumphant return. Gengar. Puffed. I bet 100 league coins that after this, you'll be swapped back, just like I was. Butterfree. How fortunate to enter the fray right away. Kinchi. Alas, it has been ages since I last appeared. That wretched cheating cat. Mew. Mwahaha. Give up already. You pink-haired loser. Xiaoyu belongs to me. Milotic. Go ahead, fight it out. When you both are worn out, I shall seize the opportunity. Dragonite. Compete with fervor. The more intense the battle, the more certain my victory will be. Milotic. Mew. Kinchi. What? You are a female dragon. Dragonite. Oh please, with my cuteness, of course, I am a girl. Chapter 39. The Rainbow Gym. Zhang Yu stepped into the Rainbow Gym, cradling Eevee. Upon entering, he sensed the peculiar gazes of those around him. Hey, is that him? Yes, that's definitely him. Quite handsome indeed. 15 at once. Oh, how blissful it must be to be his girlfriend. Zhang Yu, feeling a wave of embarrassment, interjected, "I am here to challenge the Rainbow Gym." A staff member approached, saying, "Please follow me." Gym leader Li Jia should be in the back garden tending to her grass-type Pokémon. Following the staff member to the back garden, Zhang Yu overheard whispers that heightened his disbelief. Upon arriving, he beheld a graceful woman in a green dress, meticulously caring for a oddish. This was Li Jia. Gym leader Li Jia. This trainer wishes to challenge the gym, the staff member announced. Zhang Yu stepped forward. Greetings, Gym leader Li Jia. I am Zhang Yu from the Kalos region. Li Jia slowly lifted her gaze, her eyes widening in surprise before softening into a warm smile. Welcome. I accept your challenge. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she added, "But before we begin, I must inquire, are the rumors true? Did you truly acquire 15 at once?" Zhang Yu, his expression darkening, replied, "I merely purchased 15 bottles of perfume. How did it escalate to me having 15 partners?" Li Jia appeared somewhat disheartened. Is that so? Then let us proceed to the battle arena. Wait, sister. What do you mean by feeling disheartened? The group arrived at the battle arena, where the Rainbow Gym referee announced, both participants will utilize 3 Pokémon. The challenger may freely substitute Pokémon. The match concludes when one side's Pokémon can no longer battle, with the challenger striking first. Go, Butterfree. Zhang Yu released Butterfree from its Ultra Ball. Vine Whip, you shall face it, Victory Bell. Butterfree soared into the air, while Victory Bell prepared its tendrils. Butterfree, use Sleep Powder. Zhang Yu commanded decisively. A cloud of pink powder drifted toward Victory Bell, but Li Jia quickly countered. Victory Bell, disperse it with Vine Whip. Victory Bell's tendrils struck swiftly, scattering the sleep powder. Victory Bell, unleash Poison Powder. Li Jia ordered next, directing a green cloud toward Butterfree. Butterfree, create a silver wind. Zhang Yu instructed again. Butterfree flapped its wings, generating a whirlwind that dispersed the toxic cloud. then charged toward Victreebel. The silver wind struck Victreebel, causing it to sway slightly. Hang in there, Victreebel. Use Bind. Ligia encouraged loudly. Victreebel's tendrils shot out, ensnaring Butterfree. Butterfree struggled to break free. Butterfree, use telekinesis. Zhang Yu called out. Butterfree released a powerful wave of psychic energy, freeing itself from the tendrils. Butterfree, use Quiver Dance. Zhang Yu shouted with enthusiasm. Upon hearing the command, Butterfree gracefully unfurled its magnificent wings and danced elegantly. In response, Ligia swiftly commanded, Victreebel, Leaf Blade. Victreebel swiftly swung its long tendrils, sending a flurry of sharp leaves raining down upon Butterfree. Yet Zhang Yu remained unfazed by the sudden assault. He calmly assessed the battlefield before decisively instructing, dodge, and then use Bug Buzz. Butterfree deftly sidestepped, evading the Leaf Blade attack. Following this, Butterfree emitted a piercing Bug Buzz, targeting Victreebel directly. Victreebel suffered the impact of the sound wave, trembling from the pain, its movements growing sluggish. Quick, use Seed Bomb. Ligia urged urgently. Victreebel, enduring the pain, hurled several seeds toward Butterfree. Butterfree, evade with Quick Attack. Zhang Yu reacted swiftly. Butterfree flapped its wings and, like a phantom, dodged the seed bombs. In this moment, due to Quiver Dance, Butterfree's abilities surged. Butterfree, finish it with Signal Beam. Zhang Yu commanded. Butterfree's eyes sparkled as it concentrated, unleashing a radiant signal beam toward Victreebel. Caught off guard, Victreebel was struck head-on, collapsing to the ground. Unable to continue battling. Victreebel is unable to battle. Butterfree is the victor, the referee announced. Ligia recalled Victreebel, stating, that was a splendid battle. But the next one will not be so easy. With that, she retrieved her next Pokeball, declaring, Gloom, it's your turn. Rest for now, Butterfree. Zhang Yu said as he returned Butterfree and produced another Ultra Ball. Go, Cerulean. Cerulean, restrain it with telekinesis. Zhang Yu commanded. Cerulean concentrated his mind, unleashing his psychic powers to tightly bind the bewildered flower. The bewildered flower struggled, attempting to break free from its control. Bewildered flower, launch your dissolving liquid. Ligia exclaimed. The bewildered flower expelled a stream of green, dissolving liquid toward Cerulean. Cerulean, teleport away. Zhang Yu quickly reacted. In an instant, Cerulean vanished, reappearing behind the bewildered flower. Use Psychic Shock. Cerulean gathered psychic energy in his hands and struck fiercely at the bewildered flower. The flower was hit, swaying momentarily before quickly regaining its balance. Bewildered flower. Counterattack with Vine Whip. The flower's tendrils lashed out like whips toward Cerulean. Cerulean nimbly evaded, searching for an opportunity to retaliate. Cerulean, employ Shadow Ball. Cerulean conjured a dark Shadow Ball and hurled it at the bewildered flower. The Shadow Ball struck the flower, causing it to collapse to the ground, incapacitated. The referee announced. The bewildered flower has lost its fighting capability, and Cerulean is victorious. Ligia recalled the bewildered flower, saying, Zhang Yu, I acknowledge your formidable strength. But my affection for grass-type Pokémon far surpasses your prowess. Next up is Stinky Flower. It's your turn. Come back, Cerulean. Go forth, Froakie. Zhang Yu returned Cerulean and tossed out the Ultra Ball containing Froakie. As Stinky Flower emerged, it released a foul odor. Froakie, cover your nose with bubbles. Zhang Yu shouted urgently. Froakie quickly expelled bubbles to shield its nose from the stench. Stinky Flower, Energy Ball. Ligia commanded. Stinky Flower formed an energy ball in its mouth and launched it at Froakie. Froakie, use Water Pulse. Zhang Yu ordered. Froakie gathered a water pulse in its hands, colliding with Stinky Flower's energy ball. Chapter 40, Beauty Street. Froakie, Water Pulse. Zhang Yu commanded again, as Froakie unleashed the water pulse that collided with Stinky Flower's energy ball. Froakie, use Razor Shell. Froakie dashed forward, forming a sharp blade in its hand, slashing at Stinky Flower. Ligia quickly shouted, Stinky Flower, dodge. Stinky Flower attempted to evade, but was a moment too late, getting struck by Froakie's Razor Shell and falling to the ground, though still capable of fighting. Stinky Flower, Photosynthesis. Ligia called out. Stinky Flower began absorbing sunlight, regaining some vitality. Yet Zhang Yu did not grant it more respite, declaring, Froakie, deliver the final blow with Quick Attack. Froakie shot forward like an arrow, transforming into a blur as it struck Stinky Flower. The powerful impact sent Stinky Flower flying before it crashed heavily to the ground, losing its fighting capability. Stinky Flower has lost its fighting capability. Froakie is victorious. Since all three Pokémon of the gym leader are unable to continue, the victor is challenger Zhang Yu. The referee announced loudly. Ligia recalled Stinky Flower and stepped forward to present Zhang Yu with the Rainbow Badge, saying, Your Pokémon and commanding abilities are outstanding. This badge rightfully belongs to you. Zhang Yu accepted the badge with gratitude and recalled Froakie, turning to leave the Rainbow Gym. That evening, upon returning to the Pokémon Center, Zhang Yu reunited with the girls and learned that Misty had unexpectedly captured a Psyduck that day. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu could only ponder whether it was fate. Back in his room, he lay on the bed with Eevee and Mew, dialing Karuna's number. Hello, sister. What is up? Xiao Yu? Sister, could you possibly increase the number of Pokémon I can carry? If I increase it, will you be able to manage? Of course, sister. Alright then. I'll apply for 12 slots for you tomorrow. Is that acceptable? Yes, sister. Well, it's getting late. You should sleep early. Okay, sister, goodbye. After hanging up, Zhang Yu made an appointment at the beauty street shop owned by Xiaoxua, leaving a message. If you wish to travel outside, we are in need of a caretaker. If you don't mind, we could travel together. The following day, after obtaining the rainbow badge, Zhang Yu and his companions strolled cheerfully along Beauty Street. The shops lining the street were filled with an array of beauty products and services, dazzling to the eye. As they walked, Zhang Yu suddenly stopped and turned to the girls, saying, I intend to find a caretaker. Does anyone wish to join me? Upon hearing this, Misty immediately inquired, It won't be another woman, will it? Her tone revealed a hint of displeasure. Serena gazed at Zhang Yu with a miffed expression, muttering, Isn't having so many of us already enough? Zhang Yu, taken aback by their questions, chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head as he explained, Haha. It's just that I want to find a professional caretaker. After all, I'm not well versed in this area. At that moment, the previously silent Shurdai interjected. Aren't I enough? While I am not a top-tier caretaker, I do possess a level 6 caretaker certificate. Her gaze was fixed intently on Zhang Yu, seemingly awaiting his response. The caretaker level max is at 18, with 1 being the highest. Seeing this, Zhang Yu quickly waved his hands. Didn't my sister just increase the number of Ultra Balls I can carry to 12 yesterday? So I was hoping to find someone to help share the load. His voice grew softer, almost like he was mumbling to himself. Well, I truly appreciate that, Shurdai replied, a hint of annoyance in her voice. Oh, don't mention it. It's just a small matter, nothing to fuss over. Zhang Yu responded cheerfully, seemingly oblivious to Shurdai's displeasure. Noticing this, Shurdai rolled her eyes dramatically and swiftly turned away, refusing to look at Zhang Yu again. However, Zhang Yu paid no mind to Shurdai, his attention shifting to Kana and Naz. I have no objections. As long as you're with us, Xiao Yu. Naz smiled, her eyes revealing a mix of resignation and acceptance. Over the past few days, Naz had come to terms with the reality that Zhang Yu could not belong to her alone. As long as he remained by her side, she would be content. Kana appeared more composed, offering a gentle smile as she said, I have no objections either. Yet internally, she thought, I've known for a while that this guy is quite the charmer. However, the position of the primary partner must be mine. A glint of mischief flickered in Kana's eyes as she thought this. Zhang Yu led the girls to a shop, and they all entered. Zhang Yu called out, Hello. Is Miss Xiaoxua here? After a moment, a sweet-faced girl with waist-length hair emerged from the back room, curiously asking, I am Xiaoxua. May I help you? Zhang Yu quickly introduced himself and continued, I made a reservation yesterday and left you a message. I was wondering how you've considered it. We would very much like you to join us on our journey. Xiaoxua appeared somewhat hesitant. Zhang Yu added reassuringly, Rest assured, we are not bad people. Noticing Xiaoxua's continued hesitation, he moved beside Kana and said, This is Kana, one of the Elite Four. You should feel reassured now. Upon seeing Kana, Xiaoxua's eyes lit up with excitement. Hello, Master Kana. If I travel with you, may I care for your Pokémon? Kana smiled and nodded, Of course. That would be wonderful. Then she pointed at Zhang Yu, adding, However, if you can take good care of Xiao Yu's Pokémon, it will certainly enhance your skills. Xiaoxua's gaze shifted back to Zhang Yu, who gently patted Eevee and Mew's heads, prompting them to revert to their original forms. Meow? Is this Mew? Xiaoxua exclaimed, astonished as she gazed at Mew. Not only that, but Xiao Yu also possesses a mythical Pokémon, Diancie, Kana added. Please allow me to accompany you on your journey. I have long harbored a desire to venture outside and gain some experience, yet I have never mustered the resolve to do so. Now, with the esteemed Master Kina and the illustrious trainer inviting me to travel, it would be rather ungracious of me to decline. Very well, in that case, please pack your belongings. We shall await you at the Pokémon Center tomorrow morning, Zhang Yu said to Xiaoxua. Nodding in agreement, Xiaoxua set about preparing her luggage. The other girls exchanged glances, their thoughts somewhat complicated, yet they felt compelled to remain silent. Sheng Dai pursed her lips, muttering under her breath. Another one added to the group. Chapter 41. A first encounter with Mewtwo in Black Cloud City. After Xiaoxua joined Zhang Yu's party, she found herself getting along splendidly with the other girls. They soon arrived in a city known as Black Cloud City. This place is filled with factories, yet it appears rather desolate, Selena remarked. This is Black Cloud City. Once bustling with industry, it has since fallen into decline, largely due to the pollution that plagued both the skies and the seas, Zhang Yu explained. At that moment, a Dragonite soared overhead. Zhang Yu, spotting the Dragonite and the person riding it, remarked, "Is that person Dato? Shouldn't we go over and find out?" Zhang Yu suggested. The group agreed and made their way towards the direction the Dragonite had flown. Upon arrival, they indeed found Dato standing at the entrance of a power plant. Upon noticing Zhang Yu and his friends, Dato flashed a warm smile. "What a coincidence to encounter you here. Hey Dato, what brings you to Black Cloud City?" Zhang Yu asked with a grin. "I've told you not to call me Dato." Dato shouted in exasperation. "All right, Dato, got it, Dato," Zhang Yu replied, playfully covering his ears. Dato, shaking his head in resignation, said, "Fine, call me whatever you like. By the way, what brings you here?" Kina stepped forward to inquire. "We received intel indicating that a Zapdos is located here, so I came to investigate," Dato replied. "Zapdos? That's a legendary Pokémon," Xiao exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Dato nodded. "Indeed, but we cannot confirm the accuracy of the information yet. I intend to investigate further. Let us join you. Perhaps we can be of assistance," Zhang Yu volunteered. After a moment's consideration, Dato agreed. The group followed Dato into the power plant, where a faint scent of electricity lingered, accompanied by the constant roar of machinery. As they ventured deeper, they encountered a multitude of electric-type Pokémon, seemingly guarding the area and preventing them from advancing further. "It seems the rumors of Zapdos are indeed true," Dato remarked, observing the electric types ahead. "Should we continue?" Zhang Yu inquired. "No need. We should simply station someone outside to ensure those nefarious organizations do not target Zapdos," Dato instructed as the group began to retreat. However, just as they stepped back, an explosion erupted from within, prompting the electric-type Pokémon to rush towards the source of the commotion. "What just happened?" Selena asked. "Perhaps Zapdos is in danger," Xiao Shui speculated uncertainly. "Let us hurry and find out," Dato urged, sprinting back inside. Before long, a dazzling bolt of electricity flashed, revealing a massive Pokémon surrounded by crackling energy. It was Zapdos. Its piercing gaze was filled with wariness as it emitted a sharp cry that reverberated painfully in their ears. Dato immediately positioned himself in front of the group, retrieving a Pokeball and shouting, "Dragonite, go!" Dragonite emerged from the ball, poised to confront Zapdos. Just as tensions escalated, a group of individuals emerged from within. "Team Rocket, of course," Xiao pointed at the newcomers. "Ah, so it's you. No wonder we didn't find your bodies aboard the Saint," and Athena remarked, eyeing Zhang Yu's group. "Athena, Apollo, how dare you show your faces here? Are you ready to face your doom?" Zhang Yu glared at the two. On Zhang Yu's shoulder, Mew also sensed his anger and bristled in response. With a surge of psychic energy, Zhang Yu seized control of Apollo and Athena. "This time, we didn't bring any psychic nullifying devices," Apollo sneered. "Oh, is that so? Then prepare for your demise," Zhang Yu retorted with a chilling smile. "You think this will eliminate us? Mewtwo, don't just stand there," Apollo shouted. Just as Apollo finished his command, Zhang Yu felt a tremendous force slam into him, propelling him backward like a cannonball. "Xiao Yu, brother Yu," the group gasped in alarm, their faces etched with worry. Seeing this, Mew reverted to its original form, surrounding itself with a soft pink energy that, while seemingly gentle, exuded an overwhelming aura. Team Rocket stared in astonishment at Mew's sudden appearance, completely unprepared for its presence. Mew fixed a fierce gaze upon Apollo and his cohorts, or rather, at the armored Pokémon behind them. The sight startled Apollo and his companions. At that moment, a deep, commanding voice resonated within everyone's hearts. "Mew, the only one of its kind in existence, possesses unparalleled power, the strongest Pokémon. But the strongest Pokémon is I." As the words faded, a Pokémon clad in armor emerged from the depths. "Mewtwo." Zhang Yu recognized the Pokémon, his expression turning grave. Mewtwo radiated an immense aura, standing in opposition to Mew, while Zapdos watched the unfolding drama warily. Struggling to rise, Zhang Yu caught Mew's concerned glance. Mewtwo's voice echoed in their hearts once again. "Indeed, I was created from a part of your being, yet I am stronger. I am the true original. Only I shall survive." With that, Mewtwo concentrated and unleashed an energy sphere towards Mew. Mew effortlessly dodged and retaliated with a wave of psychic energy aimed at Mewtwo. Mewtwo deftly sidestepped, the psychic blast grazing its armor and creating a gaping hole in the wall. The battle raged on, each side exchanging blows with no clear victor. Zapdos joined the fray, unleashing a powerful surge of electricity that intertwined with the energies of Mew and Mewtwo, illuminating the entire power plant in a dazzling display of light and sound. Zhang Yu understood that this conflict could not persist, otherwise, the power plant would be utterly destroyed. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he shouted, "Mew, cease this at once. Use teleport to take us all away." Upon hearing this, Mew swiftly approached Zhang Yu, enveloping everyone, including Zapdos, in its psychic embrace. Before they vanished, Zhang Yu conveyed telepathically to Mewtwo, "Though you were created from a part of Mew, you are still you. You possess your own thoughts. Thus, you are not a mere counterfeit." With that, they disappeared from Mewtwo and Team Rocket's sight. Chapter 42, The Shallow Red Gym. The group found themselves transported by Mew to a serene forest. "Xiao Yu, are you all right?" Xiao Xia inquired, approaching Zhang Yu. "I'm fine." Zhang Yu waved his hand dismissively. "Encountering Mewtwo and Team Rocket was perilous. I nearly lost my life." Dato furrowed his brow. What manner of Pokémon is Mewtwo? To be able to contend with Mew so fiercely. Thankfully, you urged Mew to take us away in time. At that moment, Zapdos descended and approached Zhang Yu, its wariness dissipating as it affectionately nudged him. Zhang Yu, taken aback, smiled and gently patted Zapdos on the head. "It seems Zapdos has acknowledged you," Sheng Dai remarked with a grin. Zhang Yu pondered for a moment before producing a premium Pokeball. "What do you say, Zapdos? Would you accompany me on my journey?" Without a hint of hesitation, Zapdos gently nudged the premium ball with its head. The ball sprang open, enveloping Zapdos in a radiant glow as it was drawn inside. The ball quivered in Zhang Yu's hand for a few moments, and with a soft chiming sound, it successfully captured Zapdos. "Congratulations, Xiao Yu," Dato remarked, patting Zhang Yu on the shoulder. In the power plant, Apollo spoke to Mewtwo. "Am I truly myself? Am I not a counterfeit? A trainer of dreams? We shall meet again soon." Mewtwo flew away, and Apollo, astonished that the boy had managed to capture Mew, knew he must relay this information to Boss Banmu without delay. At Team Rocket's base, Banmu sat in his executive chair, stroking his Persian, and inquired of the nearby Zheng, "Have we yet uncovered the specific background of that trainer?" "Diancie, after some effort, I managed to dig up some information, but his background is rather peculiar. What formidable connections could a novice trainer possess? Go on. He was taken in as a child by the current champion of the Kalos League, Karuna, who raised him, and he has ambiguous ties with the Sinnoh champion, Gardevoir, and one of the Elite Four from Unova, as well as with one of the Elite Four from Chengdu, Li Hua." Stop. Are you certain you haven't misread the data?" "I assure you, Boss Banmu." Banmu fell silent, prompting Zheng to continue. "Boss Banmu, I have yet to finish. Shall I proceed?" "Continue." "He shares a close relationship with Dato and Daigo, is half a student of Professor Okido from Shinshin Town, and has studied for several years at the Bratano Research Institute in Kalos. Lastly, according to the news just received from Apollo, it appears he has captured Mew." "What? Quickly. Notify everyone to refrain from taking action against him. We must retreat immediately and also provide some incentives to the higher-ups in the league." "Understood." In the forest, Dato mounted his Dragonite, declaring, "It's time for me to report on this operation. By the way, Dato, please do not mention this to my sister. I fear she may act irrationally," Zhang Yu earnestly implored. Dato, astonished by Zhang Yu's awareness of the gravity of the situation, nodded. "Rest assured, I comprehend the seriousness. I will not inform her." With that, Dato flew away on Dragonite. As Zhang Yu watched Dato's retreating figure, he silently resolved, "Team Rocket, we shall see what unfolds." The following day, "Xiao Yu, are you certain you do not wish to rest for a few days?" Kona asked, worry etched on his face. "I'm fine, really. I haven't sustained any serious injuries, merely a bit fatigued from fending off Mewtwo's psychic abilities," Zhang Yu replied, demonstrating his well-being by stretching. "Very well. Should any issues arise, do let me know," Kona said, shaking his head in resignation. Zhang Yu smiled, and then consulted the map to determine their next destination. "Next, we shall proceed to the Pink City Gym." Thus, the group packed their belongings and embarked on their journey towards Pink City. Along the way, they encountered a myriad of Pokémon, and Zhang Yu engaged in battles with several wild Pokémon, enhancing the synergy between himself and his Pokémon. Notably, his Kyrelian was on the verge of evolving into Shenado. "Where on earth is the Pink Gym?" Misty exclaimed in exasperation. "I found it," Zhang Yu announced, utilizing his psychic abilities to locate the gym. Upon arriving at the Pink Gym, Zhang Yu stepped forward and gently pushed open the slightly worn door, which creaked on its hinges. "Hello, I am here to challenge the gym," he called out into the interior. However, the room remained eerily silent. "Is there no one inside?" Selena questioned with a furrowed brow. Suddenly, a startled scream echoed from within. "Hey, where's Misty?" Xiao Xue exclaimed, glancing urgently into the room, only to find that Misty had vanished without a trace, prompting her to question the situation. Amidst their confusion, Naji approached the wall and, with a gentle push of her psychic power, revealed a hidden door that slowly opened. Behind it, Misty was kneeling on the floor, one hand clutching her backside, a pained expression on her face as she muttered, "Ouch, what is this place?" "One thing is certain, this is no ordinary house," Side-Eye observed, surveying their surroundings. At that moment, a fluffy creature darted out, seemingly curious about the group. After a brief look around, it turned and scurried away. Fluffball, Fluffball. Is it beckoning us to follow?" Xiaoxua asked, gazing at the creature with curiosity. Without hesitation, the group pursued the Fluffball. However, just as they were about to catch up, Zhang Yu and Naji suddenly obstructed their path. The group looked perplexed at Zhang Yu and Naji, unsure of why they were being halted. Then, their gaze followed Zhang Yu and Naji's line of sight to the ground, where they discovered a depression containing an electric ball. They cautiously sidestepped the electric ball and ascended the stairs. "Hey, where did the Fluffball go?" Selena inquired, puzzled. Misty quickly pointed towards the end of the corridor, exclaiming, "Over there." Following her indication, they indeed spotted the Fluffball standing at the corridor's end, seemingly waiting for them. Without hesitation, they dashed after the Fluffball. Yet, just a few steps in, Zhang Yu and Naji reappeared, blocking their way once more. "What's going on?" Xiaoxua asked in confusion. Zhang Yu did not respond to her inquiry but instead pointed forward, saying, "Look, there's a glass wall here." Kona immediately approached, reaching out to touch the barrier. Indeed, her hand met a solid glass wall. "This house is definitely suspicious," Side-Eye remarked as he joined Kona in examining the glass wall. "We should quickly head outside," Xiaoxua suggested. Before they could turn back, Zhang Yu suddenly interjected, "Wait, there's another one behind us." Upon hearing this, the group turned to find another identical glass wall had appeared behind them, trapping them in between. "This is bad, we are locked in," Side-Eye exclaimed, feeling the glass wall with anxiety. "I fear we may have inadvertently wandered into a trap," Xiaoxua said gravely to the others. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu and Naji scrutinized the walls. Zhang Yu stepped forward and pushed against the barrier, entering through it, only to be immediately bombarded by a flurry of darts. With remarkable reflexes, Zhang Yu harnessed his psychic abilities to firmly control the darts, returning them with impressive force. At that moment, the rest of the group also entered. Captivated by the sight before them, a woman clad in a pink ninja outfit, pinned to the wall by the darts. Misty hurried to Zhang Yu's side, her face a mask of confusion as she asked, "Xiao Yu, who is this person?" Zhang Yu shook his head, bewildered. "I have no idea. I just walked in." And she suddenly launched darts at me. Just as the group began to speculate, a clear voice suddenly rang out, "Hey, get me down from here." However, before she could finish her words, a sphere of lightning unexpectedly rolled out from nowhere, followed by a thunderous explosion as it detonated violently. In an instant, the arena was engulfed in a thick cloud of smoke, rendering everything invisible. "Aya, you are truly immature," someone remarked, as the smoke gradually dissipated. The onlookers were astonished to discover a man clad in a blue ninja outfit standing prominently in the arena, while a woman in a pink ninja ensemble had been rescued. Kneeling before the blue-clad man, "Brother, it seems I was too careless. You must be Zhang Yu, correct?" "I am Aju, a trainer from the Shallow Red Gym." Zhang Yu, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "Yes, but how does Mr. Aju know me? We have never met, have we?" Aju smiled and explained, "Oh, it's because Dudu frequently mentions you in our group." "Ah, so it's Dudu." Zhang Yu nodded in realization, then clarified his purpose for being there. "Mr. Aju, I am here to challenge the Shallow Red Gym." Aju nodded in acknowledgement and stated, "I accept your challenge. The rules will be a double battle. Is that acceptable?" Zhang Yu nodded without hesitation, replying, "Absolutely." Aju smiled slightly and produced a Pokeball, proclaiming, "Let us go, Mothim." Zhang Yu also retrieved a great ball, declaring, "Then I shall entrust this to you, Frogadier." As the Pokeballs glimmered, Frogadier and Mothim appeared in the arena. Zhang Yu commanded, "Frogadier, use Bubble Beam." Frogadier puffed up its cheeks and released a barrage of bubbles towards Mothim. Mothim elegantly danced through the air, skillfully evading the Bubble Beam. Aju ordered, "Mothim, use Sleep Powder." With a flap of its wings, Mothim sent a cloud of sleep powder drifting towards Frogadier. Zhang Yu quickly shouted, "Frogadier, disperse the sleep powder with Water Gun." Frogadier unleashed a strong jet of water, successfully dispersing the sleep powder. "Well done, Frogadier. Now use Water Pulse." Zhang Yu continued to command. Frogadier concentrated and generated a Water Pulse, launching it towards Mothim. Mothim attempted to dodge again, but the Water Pulse struck first, causing Mothim to wobble unsteadily. Aju remained composed. "Mothim, use Silver Wind." Mothim flapped its wings, summoning a swirling gust of silver wind that surged toward Frogadier. Zhang Yu shouted, Frogadier, counter with Ice Beam. Frogadier released a chilling beam of ice that collided with the silver wind, resulting in a powerful surge of energy. As the smoke cleared, both Mothim and Frogadier appeared somewhat disheveled. Aju's gaze sharpened. Mothim used Signal Beam, a multicolored beam shot towards Frogadier. Zhang Yu quickly reacted. Frogadier used Double Team. Frogadier instantly created multiple clones, causing the Signal Beam to strike several illusions. Now, use Water Gun. Zhang Yu seized the opportunity. Frogadier blasted a strong jet of water towards Mothim, who was struck and lost its balance, crashing heavily to the ground, unable to continue fighting. Aju recalled Mothim, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes, and produced another Pokeball. Next, let us bring out Zubat. The light flashed, and Zubat appeared in the arena. Zhang Yu recalled Frogadier and took out a high ball for Kirlia. Now, it's your turn, Kirlia. Aju quickly issued a command. Zubat, attack with wing attack. Zubat's wings glowed white as it charged directly at Kirlia. Zhang Yu, undeterred, shouted, Kirlia, use Psychic to control its movements. Upon receiving Zhang Yu's command, Kirlia focused intently, locking its gaze on Zubat and unleashing a powerful psychic force. This psychic energy enveloped Zubat like an invisible net, restricting its movements. Now's our chance. Kirlia, use Shadow Ball. Zhang Yu decisively called out the next command. Kirlia raised its hands, gathering a sphere of dark energy that compressed and spun, ultimately forming a Shadow Ball. With unwavering focus, Kirlia aimed at Zubat and fired the Shadow Ball. It zipped through the air like a bolt of lightning, nearly impossible to track. Zubat, clearly unprepared for such a fierce assault from Kirlia, attempted to dodge but was too late. There was a resounding thud as the Shadow Ball struck Zubat, sending it reeling through the air, precariously close to falling. Aju was taken aback and shouted urgently, Zubat, use Supersonic to disrupt it. Zubat heeded Aju's command and emitted a piercing supersonic wave that shot towards Kirlia like a sharpened arrow. Kirlia, caught off guard, was struck by the supersonic wave and immediately felt dizzy. It painfully covered its ears with its small hands, attempting to block out the dreadful noise. Zhang Yu, witnessing Kirlia's distress, cried out anxiously, Kirlia, use Magical Leaf. Kirlia, enduring the discomfort, swiftly waved its hands, unleashing a flurry of green leaves that rained down upon Zubat. However, Aju was equally resolute and commanded, Zubat, use Air Cutter. Zubat rapidly flapped its wings, generating sharp blades of air that sliced toward the approaching magical leaves. In a moment of swift action, Kirlia teleported and unleashed a Shadow Ball. Just as Zhang Yu's words faded, Kirlia vanished and reappeared behind Zubat, forming another Shadow Ball. Zubat, caught off guard, was struck down by the Shadow Ball. Aju shouted, Zubat, ascend. Simultaneously, Zhang Yu commanded, Kirlia, don't give it a chance. Use Flamethrower. As Zubat took flight, it was immediately engulfed by Kirlia's Flamethrower, crashing back to the ground, unable to battle. Kirlia radiated with the light of evolution, and as the glow faded, a Gardevoir appeared before everyone. Gardevoir, you have finally evolved, Zhang Yu exclaimed joyfully. Gardevoir, all right, come back and take a rest. Zhang Yu retrieved Gardevoir into its highball. Aju also recalled Zubat and approached Zhang Yu, producing a pink badge from his pocket and handing it to him. I concede wholeheartedly, this badge belongs to you. Zhang Yu accepted the badge, saying, thank you, Mr. Aju. Aju waved his hand dismissively, smiling. You earned it. Your strength is indeed formidable. I hope you maintain this momentum on your journey ahead. After acquiring the shallow red badge, Zhang Yu and his companions arrived at the Wild Plains area. Upon reaching the entrance, they pushed open the door and stepped inside. Misty called out first, is anyone here? Who are you? An elderly man with a flat white hairstyle, clad in denim and sporting 2 revolvers at his waist, emerged. After introductions were made, Zhang Yu spoke up, Sir, we wish to enter the Plains area to capture Pokémon. I am not Sir. My name is Caesar, the administrator of the Plains area. You may enter to capture Pokémon, but you must adhere to the regulations of the Plains area. As Caesar approached the counter, he retrieved 30 wild Pokeballs and a fishing rod, declaring, within the wilderness zone, only wild Pokeballs and fishing rods are permitted. Those who disregard this rule should not be surprised when my brother Thunder pays them a visit. He placed his hand on his revolver as he spoke. Observing this, the crowd nodded in compliance. Hey, could that be a Dragonite? Misty inquired, glancing at a photograph. Upon hearing her words, the others gathered around her to view the image. Though Zachary did not join them. Instead, he ventured outside with his fishing rod and wild Pokeballs. Noticing Zachary's departure, Nessa decided to follow him. That's Mr. Caesar in the photo, Snow chimed in. Indeed, he looks quite youthful, Serena concurred. I've heard tales that wild Dragonite inhabit this wilderness zone. It seems the legends are true. Shinta remarked from the side. That's not right. There are no Dragonite here, Caesar interjected, rushing over to retrieve the photograph. But it clearly shows one, Misty retorted. Caesar remained silent, merely placing his hand back on his revolver. I understand completely. Please, don't act this way, Misty pleaded, waving her hands in a fluster. Hearing her, Caesar took the photo and walked out, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the group. Why is he so angry? Misty pondered aloud. It seems there's more to this story. Kanna, do you know anything? Shinta asked Kanna. Shaking her head, Kanna replied, I'm unsure, but we could ask Professor Oak. He might have insight. She moved to the phone and dialed Professor Oak's number. Outside, Zachary murmured, Dragonite, I promise not to cause you any more trouble. Oh, I recognize that man, Caesar. Professor Oak's voice came through the screen. Why does he claim there are no Dragonite here? Misty pressed. 30 years ago. It was Caesar himself who discovered the legendary Dragonite. However, many trainers flocked here afterward, capturing every Pokémon they encountered, leading to the wilderness zone's desolation. Thus, a regulation was established. Each person is allowed to use only 30 wild Pokeballs in this area. I see. And what became of the Dragonite? Snow queried. Unfortunately, they were never found, though he did leave behind a photograph. As for the exact details, I'm not certain, Professor Oak explained. Thank you for the information, Professor. Kanna expressed her gratitude. No problem. Goodbye. Outside, Zachary turned to Nessa, who had followed him. Why did you come out with me? He asked. I followed you because you left. What about you? She replied. I have a Dragonite, so I'm not particularly interested in Dragonite, Zachary stated, though inwardly he thought. I can't just say I know everything from the anime. What Pokémon do you wish to catch? Nessa asked curiously. I'd like to capture a fire type, as I don't have any fire Pokémon yet. Nessa stepped forward, her face alight with excitement. Do you want me to use my psychic abilities to help you find one? No need for that, he responded, noticing her sudden disappointment. He gently patted her head and added, if we use psychic powers, it would take away the fun. Let's explore while we search. Nessa smiled at his words. All right, I'll accompany you in your search. Chapter 45. The Wilderness Zone 2. At the entrance of the Wilderness Zone, Misty remarked, Where is Zachary? Noticing his absence. The other girls looked around. Shinta observed that Nessa was also missing and said, Nessa is gone too. Do you think they eloped? Serena suggested. Surely not, Misty stammered. Kanna pulled out her phone, intending to call Zachary, but saw a message from him instead. They've already entered the Wilderness Zone to capture Pokémon, she informed the group. What? When did this happen? Shinta exclaimed, visibly agitated. Zachary sent me a message 10 minutes ago, likely while we were on the phone with Professor Oak. How dare Nessa sneak off? Misty seethed. Do you all have feelings for Zachary? Snow inquired, noticing the dynamics among the group. Though they had traveled together for some time, it was evident that the other girls harbored affections for him. After spending days caring for Pokémon alongside him, she too felt a budding sentiment. Just a little. Don't misunderstand, she insisted. Absolutely not. Who would like him? Shinta replied, flustered. Yes, who would fancy that heartthrob? Misty echoed, fiddling with her hair. I like Brother Yu. Serena confessed shyly. The other girls, except Kanna, stared at her in shock. You just admitted it? Aren't you supposed to be a bit more reserved? Why are you all looking at me like that? After all, I've grown up with Brother Yu, and he has always been so caring toward me, Serena said, her face growing increasingly red. I also like Zachary. He's not here, so it's fine to admit it, Kanna said, moving beside Serena and affectionately ruffling her hair. You're very brave, Serena. I admire you. Once again, everyone turned to Kanna in disbelief. Come on, you're a member of the Elite Four. Humph. The Sinnoh champion is already pursuing him. Why should I be concerned? Kanna retorted. Look at Zachary's demeanor. He would surely say that a child should not have to choose, and that he wants them all. Eventually, we will be a family, so what is there to hide? At her words, the faces of the girls flushed with embarrassment. At the entrance of the Wilderness Zone, Misty questioned, Are we really going to wait here for Zachary to return? How about we explore a bit? We might find a Pokémon we like, or perhaps even encounter Brother Yu, Shinta suggested. The others agreed, and Kanna went to retrieve 30 wild Pokeballs from Caesar. This Wilderness Zone doesn't even have a single Fire-type Pokémon? Zachary complained. Just then, they heard a soft whimper. Zachary and Nessa exchanged glances and followed the sound. Behind a patch of grass, they discovered an injured herdier. Its leg bore a wound from which blood oozed, and the plaintive whimpering emanated from its mouth. Zachary rushed forward, taking a healing spray from his backpack to carefully treat the herdier's injury. Meanwhile, Nessa comforted the creature with gentle words. Once the wound was tended to, the herdier seemed to relax around Zachary and Nessa, gently nudging Zachary's hand with its head. Feeling a surge of emotion, Zachary produced a wild Pokeball and asked, "Herdier, would you like to travel with me?" The Herdier tilted its head, glancing between Zachary and the Pokeball, then nodded, pressing its head against the button, causing the ball to open and draw it inside. The ball shook a few times before emitting a satisfying click, signifying the successful capture of the Herdier. Having previously rescued an injured Pikachu and now an injured Herdier, Zachary mused, "Perhaps next time I'll find an injured legendary Pokémon. Wouldn't that be marvelous?" At that moment, Misty and the others called out from a distance, "Zachary, we found you." Seeing Zachary and Nessa, the girls hurried over. "Brother Yu, why didn't you tell us you were leaving?" Shinta complained. Zhang Yu scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he said, "I already have a Dragonite. So I thought I would come in early to capture more Pokémon." Xiaoxia placed her hands on her hips and feigned anger, exclaiming, "Humph. You mustn't do that again next time." At that moment, Xiaoxua noticed the wild ball that Zhang Yu had just captured and curiously inquired, "Xiao Yu, what Pokémon did you capture?" Zhang Yu smiled as he opened the wild ball, and a Poochyena bounded out. "Wow, it's a Poochyena. So adorable," Selena exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. Xiaoxua stepped forward to gently pat Poochyena on the head, saying, "It has an injury on its leg. You must have helped it heal, right?" "Xiao Yu?" Zhang Yu nodded with a smile. "Indeed, when I first found it, the wound was still bleeding." Poochyena affectionately rubbed against Zhang Yu's leg, its tail wagging incessantly. "By the way, do you all want to see Dragonite and Dragonair?" Zhang Yu asked the group. "Absolutely. Xiao Yu, do you know where they are?" Xiaoxia replied excitedly. "I'm not sure, but I can use my psychic abilities to help you find them." Although Zhang Yu knew they were in Dragon Valley, he was unaware of the valley's location. Before long, Zhang Yu used his psychic powers to locate Dragonair and Dragonite, announcing to the group, "I found them. Let us go." With that, Zhang Yu led the way, guiding everyone through the wild area until they finally arrived at Dragon Valley. Gazing at the tranquil lake before him, Zhang Yu declared, "Now let me show you how it's done." He then produced a fishing rod from seemingly nowhere. "But Yu, where on earth did you pull out all these fishing rods?" Selena asked curiously. "Don't ask, even I don't know," Zhang Yu replied as he cast his line into the water. "In that case, I'll fish too," Xiaoxia exclaimed, picking up a nearby fishing rod. 30 minutes later, a blue figure swam up to Zhang Yu. "I've caught a Dragonite," Zhang Yu shouted excitedly. The girls heard his voice and quickly gathered around. "Xiao Yu, it's clear that Dragonite swam up to you by itself," Xiaoxia remarked, noticing that Zhang Yu's bobber was still floating on the lake's surface. "I don't care. If it swam over to me, it's mine," Zhang Yu retorted. "Is this really a Dragonite?" "It's so cute," Selena observed, gazing at the Dragonite. "Dragonite," it called out before diving back underwater. "Well, everyone has seen the Dragonite now. We should head back," Zhang Yu told the group. They all nodded in agreement and started walking toward the entrance of the wild area. Before they left, Zhang Yu prepared a grand gift for Professor Bretano. Chapter 46, The Bicycle Path. After departing from the wild area, Zhang Yu and his companions continued their journey. "Wow, that bridge up ahead is enormous," Xiaoxia exclaimed in awe upon seeing the bridge. "It seems this bridge has been completed. The map indicated it was still under construction. With this bridge, we won't need to take a detour and can reach Sunshine Town directly," Sheng Dai said, pulling out a navigation device. "Great. Let us hurry across this bridge to the next town," Zhang Yu exclaimed, brimming with excitement. As they approached the bridge, the guard stationed nearby called out to them. "Actually, part of this bridge is still under construction. Look over there," one of the guards informed Zhang Yu and his companions. They turned to see that indeed, a section of the bridge was still being built. Zhang Yu suddenly recalled that this was reminiscent of the bicycle path from the anime, but he thought to himself, "I can't ride a bike." "What? The bridge isn't finished yet?" Sheng Dai remarked, gazing at the ongoing construction. "Yes. And this bridge is exclusively for cars," the guard added. "Exclusively for cars? Why can't we walk across?" Xiaoxue asked. "Because the entire bridge is 20 kilometers long, and it would be dark by the time you reach the other side," the guard explained. "Wow, that is quite long," Xiaoxia replied, somewhat surprised. "But if we had bicycles, it would be possible." At that moment, a few individuals rode past them on bicycles, saying, "We're heading over. Be careful," Zhang Yu called out. "But isn't the bridge still under construction?" Naji questioned. "Cars can't cross, but the bicycle path is open. If you have bikes, you can go," the guard clarified. I can't ride a bike," Zhang Yu stammered. "Actually, I can't either," Naji quickly added. Me neither," Xiaoxua chimed in. "Aside from riding bicycles, can we use water-type Pokémon to cross the bridge?" Kina asked the guard. "That is permissible, as long as you have a water-type Pokémon you can ride," the guard confirmed. "All right, we understand." "Thank you," Kina replied gratefully. "So what do we do next?" Selena inquired. "Let us split into 2 groups. I, Naji. and Xiaoxue will ride Kina's Lapras to the other side, while you all can ride bicycles, Zhang Yu suggested. The group nodded in agreement. After Kina handed Zhang Yu Lapras' Pokeball, she and the others went to find bicycles. Let us get going, Zhang Yu said to Naji and Xiaoxue. The three of them boarded Lapras as it set off toward the opposite shore. At that moment, Zhang Yu inexplicably produced a fishing rod. Hee, on this long journey. Why not fish to pass the time? Xiaoyu, why don't you do something else instead of fishing? Naji advised. Xiaoxue had also heard the other girls talk about Zhang Yu's fishing skills, so she chimed in. Yes, maybe you should stop fishing. Are you questioning my skills? Let me tell you, a true fisherman never comes back empty-handed. Zhang Yu declared as he cast his line into the water. Xiaoyu, didn't you last time come back empty-handed? Naji countered. What are you talking about? Last time, I caught a Dragonite. Zhang Yu insisted. This time, I'll catch a Kyogre, just you wait. Last time, it was Dragonite and Dragonair that swam to you. It wasn't you who caught them. If I didn't catch them, how could they swim over? I'm telling you, I will definitely not come back empty-handed today. Naji and Xiaoxue exchanged glances. And Naji said, all right, as long as you're happy. 30 minutes later, Xiaoxue asked, Xiaoyu, it's been 30 minutes. How come you haven't caught anything yet? Almost there. I'm about to reel one in, he replied. Another 30 minutes passed. Xiaoyu, it's been another 30 minutes. Xiaoxue spoke up again. Just a bit longer, Zhang Yu assured her. As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed the bobber moving. Excited, Zhang Yu yanked the fishing rod. But instead of pulling up a fish, he ended up falling into the sea. Naji was about to use her psychic powers to rescue him. But she saw that Zhang Yu had vanished without a trace. Eevee, witnessing this, reverted to its original form, using psychic powers to lock onto Zhang Yu before diving into the water to chase after him. Meanwhile, Naji and Xiaoxue could only anxiously await on Lapras. What should we do now, Xiaoxue? Naji asked. Let us head to the other side first and wait for Kina and the others to come up with a solution. Xiaoxue suggested. I guess that's the only option. Lapras, please swim faster, Naji urged. Lapras nodded and accelerated toward the opposite shore. Under the sea, Zhang Yu clutched his fishing rod as he sped through the water. He quickly used his psychic powers to part the waves, looking ahead. Let us see what I've caught, he exclaimed. Suddenly, he spotted a white figure swimming ahead, which turned out to be the legendary Pokémon, Lugia. Haha, I can brag about this forever. I need to take a picture, Zhang Yu exclaimed, activating the camera function on his watch to snap photos of Lugia. Once he felt satisfied with the shots, he released the fishing rod. After Zhang Yu let go of the rod, Mew appeared and conjured a pink bubble, lifting him above the water's surface. All right, Dream, take me back now. This time, I have risen. Upon seeing Zhang Yu's exuberance, Dream couldn't help but smile as well. In Sunshine Town, Nashi and Xiaoxue stood by the exit of the bike lane, eagerly awaiting the arrival of Kina and her companions. After a 10-minute wait, Nashi and Xiaoxue finally spotted Kina and the others emerging from the exit, rushing forward to say, Kina, something's wrong. Xiaoyu has been taken away. Yes, we were fishing. And then suddenly, the two spoke in a flurry. Wait, you two speak slowly. What exactly happened to Xiaoyu? Kina interrupted. After exchanging glances, Nashi recounted the events to Kina. Are you certain that Dream followed? Kina inquired. The two girls nodded affirmatively. Then there should be no cause for alarm. All we can do now is wait here, Kina addressed everyone. The girls settled down on the chairs beside the bike lane exit, their faces etched with concern. Just then, a voice echoed in their ears. Hey, I'm back. Upon hearing this voice, the tension in their hearts dissipated. When Zhang Yu leapt down from the back of Dragonite, the girls flocked to him, asking, Xiaoyu, are you all right? Brother Yu, is there anywhere that hurts? Xiaoyu, you scared me. I'm so relieved you're okay. Chapter 47, Pikachu Forest and Professor Gingue. The group expressed their concern for Zhang Yu, who, upon hearing their heartfelt words, felt a warm surge within him. All right. I'm fine, he reassured them. By the way, let me show you something. With that, Zhang Yu retrieved his watch and opened the album to reveal a photo of Lugia. This is impressive, Xiaoyu. Kina exclaimed in shock. Are you sure this is what you caught? Xiaoxia asked, equally astonished as she gazed at Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu held his head high and replied, what else could it be? Just wait until you see who dares to say, I can't catch fish again. It seems like you caught Lugia, Shalina timidly remarked. Zhang Yu emanated an aura of danger as he approached Shalina with a smile, placing a hand on her shoulder. Shalina, if you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Yes, Shalina replied, her body bristling with unease. Satisfied, Zhang Yu patted her shoulder. The group continued their journey, now resting momentarily in a picturesque forest. Buoy, come chase me. Woof. Don't run. Shana. Don't wander too far. Their Pokémon frolicked on the grass, with Shinda's Galar and Rumble Rock, Shalina S. Firefox, and Xiaoxue S. Vulpix following Zhang Yu, while Zapdos, Dragonite, and Bada Butterfly lay peacefully on the grass, napping. Nashi S. Gyarados, Zhang Yu S. Diancie, Shinado, and Shinda S. Sharpedo assisted Shalina, Xiaoxue, and Kinna in preparing lunch. Xiaoxia and Kinna's Pokémon, along with Zhang Yu S. Froakie and Shalina S. Totodile, played in the stream with Nashi and Xiaoxia. Diancie, could you please wake Xiaoyu for lunch? Xiaoxue asked. Diancie, hearing her request, hopped over to Zhang Yu, gently patting his face with its tiny hands. Xiaoyu, wake up for lunch. Zhang Yu, groggily opening his eyes to see Diancie, reached out to stroke its head and muttered, just a little longer. Diancie continued to tap his face. Unable to resist any longer, Zhang Yu sat up and stretched widely. At that moment, Shinda approached with a platter of Pokémon food. Smiling, Brother Yu, hurry and get up for lunch. Everyone is waiting for you. Upon hearing Shinda's words, Zhang Yu stood up from the grass, sat at the dining table, and upon seeing the lavish spread before him, instantly perked up, rubbing his hands together. Then I shall not hold back. The group gathered around, enjoying the feast. Suddenly, a Pikachu emerged from the nearby bushes. Noticing the Pikachu, Dream transformed into a Pikachu and dashed over. Zhang Yu, realizing Dream had transformed and left, quickly got up to chase after it, prompting the girls to set down their food and follow suit. The group hurriedly pursued, finally arriving at a vast and open area. The lush green grass, bright sunshine, and gentle breeze created an idyllic paradise. Upon stepping into this expanse, they were awestruck by the sight of a multitude of Pikachu living freely. These little creatures were frolicking, basking in the sun, or gathered in groups chatting merrily. Wow! So many Pikachu! Xiaoxia exclaimed excitedly. Zhang Yu marveled. Indeed, there are so many. It's a pity my Pikachu isn't here. It would have loved to play with so many of its kind. At that moment, Xiaoxue noticed the Pikachu that Dream had transformed into, heading towards the group of real Pikachu. Is Dream wanting to join them? Xiaoxue curiously asked, her gaze fixed on Dream's Pikachu. Initially, the Pikachu were wary of Dream, watching closely. However, astonishingly, it wasn't long before Dream mingled seamlessly with the group. Seeing Dream so joyful, Zhang Yu suggested, let's eat lunch first and let Dream stay here to play for a while. The girls nodded in agreement, turning to head towards lunch, leaving Dream to frolic with the Pikachu. Just as they were about to leave, Zhang Yu suddenly paused, telepathically communicating with Dream, don't play for too long. Remember to come back soon. Upon hearing his words, Dream looked up, their eyes meeting, and nodded in understanding. As everyone prepared to depart, Dream flew back, transforming back into Eevee, and leaped into Zhang Yu's arms. How was it? Did you have fun? Zhang Yu asked, stroking the Eevee Dream in his embrace. Eevee, Dream, chirped joyfully, nuzzling against Zhang Yu. A surprise for Professor Buratano. Buratano Research Institute, Kalos Region. Xiaoyu, you've sent over 29 Pokémon, exclaimed a purple creature in a white lab coat and red glasses. Whose Pokémon is Gingawei? Came Professor Buratano's voice from outside the institute. It's Xiaoyu's, Gingawei replied, as he opened the 29 high-grade Pokeballs. Moo, 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 moo. Suddenly, 29 Tauros burst into the research institute, rampaging about. Crash! Bang! Upon hearing the commotion, Professor Buratano entered to find his research equipment in ruins, thanks to the Tauros. Ah, Gingawei, why did you release them in the institute? Professor Buratano shouted. Ha ha ha. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Do you believe me? Gingawei scratched his head. You must stop them. Oh. Saying this, Gingawei used hypnosis to put all 29 Tauros to sleep. Professor Buratano, gazing at his utterly destroyed research institute, knelt down and cried out to the heavens. Oh heavens! Seeing Professor Buratano in such despair, Gingawei gently patted his shoulder. It's all right, I'll compensate you. Professor Buratano looked at Gingawei. From this day forth, you shall not set foot in my research institute. Oh no, I intend to become Gingawei's Pokémon. How can you deny me entry? Gingawei pleaded urgently. Pray tell, since the moment you aspired to become a postdoctoral researcher, how many research institutions have you inadvertently obliterated? Surely it cannot be more than 5 times, and rest assured, I have compensated you for each incident. I have no intention of shirking my obligations. My millennia of amassed wealth is rather substantial. With that, Gingawei produced a stack of alliance coins. Chapter 48, Stun Town. At this moment, Zhang Yu and his companions found themselves engulfed in a verdant forest, where lush trees provided ample shade and sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves. Boo-ee, little Yu. Over there is an Eevee that has been tied up. Mewtwo gently tapped Zhang Yu's face. Upon hearing Mew's words, Zhang Yu did not hesitate for a moment, and promptly proceeded in the direction indicated by its paw. The girls exchanged glances and swiftly followed suit. Mew led the way, bounding ahead while glancing back occasionally to ensure that Zhang Yu and the others were keeping pace. Before long, Mew guided them to a tree hollow. Upon closer inspection, they discovered an Eevee bound to a wooden post within. What could have led to it being tied up here? Xiaoxia inquired, hastily crouching down to carefully lift the Eevee from its confinement. Could it have been abandoned? Shengdai furrowed her brow, pondering aloud. That seems unlikely, Xiaoxia replied, shaking her head in disagreement. If it were truly abandoned, why would there be food and water left for it? Xiaoxia chimed in. Indeed, I share your sentiment. It does not appear to have been discarded, given the provisions present. As they deliberated, Selena's attention was drawn to a golden nameplate hanging from Eevee's neck. Look, it has a nameplate, she exclaimed. The group turned their gazes toward the Eevee's neck, and indeed, the golden plate shimmered enticingly in the sunlight. Xiaoxia leaned in closer to inspect the nameplate, which bore the inscription, Stun Town E14 Tai. Stun Town? Where might that be? Xiaoxia questioned, perplexed. Stun Town is a town at the foot of Evolution Mountain, Shengdai elucidated. Zhang Yu and his companions gradually approached a grand villa in Stun Town, its imposing structure surrounded by a lush garden and shaded paths. As they stepped through the villa's grand entrance, a refreshing floral aroma enveloped them. To their astonishment, they discovered a lively garden party in full swing. This is a garden party, Xiaoxia exclaimed with delight. Look over there. Xiaoxia suddenly pointed, her voice tinged with surprise. Following Xiaoxia's gesture, they beheld a Krogunk standing serenely in the center of the lawn. A blonde-haired man held a water stone, delicately bringing it into contact with the Krogunk. In an instant, the creature was enveloped in a brilliant glow of evolution. As the light began to dissipate, the original Krogunk vanished, replaced by a larger, more muscular Frogadier. Wow, it successfully evolved. Xiaoxia marveled. At that moment, the blonde-haired man noticed the Eevee in Xiaoxia's arms and hurried over, concern etched on his face. I have been worried about you for so long. Where have you been, Eevee? He softly inquired, his gaze tenderly resting upon the creature. Just then, two other young men, one with red hair and the other with blue, approached upon hearing the commotion. Though I am unaware of who you are, I must extend my gratitude. The blue-haired man said with a smile as he gently lifted the Eevee from Xiaoxia's embrace, stroking its head affectionately. Splendid. Brother. Our protagonist for today's garden party is none other than Eevee, the red-haired man remarked to the blonde-haired one. Protagonist? Xiaoxia could not help but express her confusion. Xiaoxia echoed her sentiments, unable to restrain her curiosity. Why was it tied up there then? She inquired. At that moment, the blonde-haired man suddenly turned and called out loudly. Tai, your Eevee has returned. With his call, a little boy in green attire emerged from the crowd. Upon seeing the boy, Eevee leaped from the blue-haired man's arms, making a beeline for the child. Boo Eevee, it joyfully called, and Tai caught the leaping creature, staring silently at it. Tai, do not be so foolish as to lose Eevee again, the red-haired man admonished. If you lose it again, we shall not be responsible. The blue-haired man added with a grin. Xiaoxia approached Tai and remarked, Did you truly lose it? It was tied under a tree. Upon hearing this, Tai shouted at Xiaoxia, Why did you bring it back? The group exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of the situation. The blonde-haired man addressed Tai. Listen well, Tai. You too shall embark on your journey as a trainer one day. Do you truly believe that you can win your first battle without an evolved Eevee? Tai. We all evolved Eevee before our inaugural battles, and it was crucial to our success. I believe the first battle is inconsequential, Tai retorted. Why must you pressure Eevee to evolve? Zhang Yu interjected. The blue-haired man replied, We simply wish to discover which form Tai will choose for Eevee. His choice will indicate which of the three Pokémon is the strongest. The blonde-haired man elaborated. This will reveal how he perceives the training skills of each Pokémon. The red-haired man continued. Using a Thunderstone allows it to evolve into Jolteon, which, when angered, raises its spines like a porcupine to attack. A Water Stone would transform it into Vaporeon, enabling it to merge with water and conceal itself. A Firestone would result in an evolution to Flareon, capable of unleashing flames of 1,700 degrees from its internal flame pouch, the most formidable in existence. Hold on, the strongest evolution should be Jolteon, the blonde-haired man countered. Only Reizang would think so, the red-haired man scoffed. Tai, the wisest among you, should choose the beautiful Vaporeon that can exude water, correct? The blue-haired man suggested. Hey, have you even considered Tai's opinion? What if he merely wishes to be an Eevee trainer? Furthermore, Eevee has 5 other evolutionary forms, Zhang Yu stated to the trio. Momentarily taken aback, The three men soon erupted in excitement as Zhang exclaimed, "What? There are 5 other evolutionary forms. Is that true?" Chapter 49, Rapidash. The three men, initially stunned by Zhang Yu's words, soon expressed their exhilaration. Zhang Yu nodded and gestured towards Kona. "This is Master Kona, one of the Elite Four of Kanto. I believe her words should hold weight." The master of the Elite Four from Kanto? Zhang and his companions gazed at Kona with astonished reverence. As the attendees of the garden party overheard this, they turned their attention to Kona. A voice emerged from the crowd. "Wow, it truly is Master Kona." Soon, another voice chimed in excitedly. "Indeed, I have seen her at a lecture." This revelation sent ripples of excitement throughout the crowd, igniting animated discussions as people began to recall previous encounters with Kona through television, the internet, or other venues. As more individuals recognized her, the atmosphere became electric, filled with admiration and awe directed towards Kona. Kona gracefully nodded and stated, "Indeed, Eevee does possess 5 other evolutionary forms. Under the influence of the Ice Stone, Eevee can evolve into Glacian, exuding an aura of frigidness and wielding formidable Ice-type powers in its attacks. When affected by the Leaf Stone, Eevee transforms into Leafeon, harnessing the forces of nature to possess remarkable restorative and control abilities. Additionally, there are the Sun Eevee, Moon Eevee, and Sylveon, each with their unique evolution conditions and capabilities." Upon hearing this, Zhang first glanced at Tai and then stated, "I understand." He then approached Tai and inquired, "Tai, do you wish for Eevee to evolve or not?" Slowly lowering his head, Tai's gaze fell upon Eevee. The adorable visage and lively eyes of Eevee stirred a warm feeling within Tai's heart. He gazed at Eevee as if recalling the myriad moments they shared, the joyful times and the courage and companionship that Eevee had bestowed upon him. Taking a deep breath, Tai lifted his head, his eyes resolutely meeting those of his brother, and declared, "Brother, I aspire to be Eevee's trainer." Zhang looked at Tai with a flicker of surprise in his eyes, quickly replaced by understanding and contentment. He smiled and said, "Ah, it seems you've made your decision long ago, Tai. This way, we can truly be the Eevee Four Brothers." A smile spread across Tai's face as he responded, "Thank you, brother. That's wonderful, Tai," congratulated Xiaoxia. "Now, let us commence our garden party," Zhang exclaimed with excitement. As the garden party began, a crowd quickly surrounded Kona, clamoring for autographs, and the girls standing beside her were pushed aside. "Kona's popularity is truly astounding," Zhang Yu remarked, observing the flustered girls. "Of course. After all, she is one of the Elite Four of Kanto," Xiaoxia replied proudly. At that moment, Zhang approached and said, "I cannot thank you all enough. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have known about Eevee's many evolution forms, nor Tai's intentions." As he spoke, Zhang looked at Tai and Eevee with a beaming smile. "It was merely a trivial matter," Zhang Yu waved his hand dismissively. Just then, Zhang suddenly recalled something and hurried to the center of the garden party, retrieving a set of evolution stones from a table. Holding the evolution stone set, Zhang walked up to Zhang Yu and smiled, saying, "Consider this set of evolution stones as a token of my gratitude." Zhang Yu looked at the evolution stone set with a hint of surprise, yet did not immediately accept it. Instead, he turned to the girls beside him and asked, "Do you need this?" The girls exchanged glances and unanimously shook their heads, indicating they did not require the evolution stone set. Seeing this, Zhang Yu took only a fire stone from the set and handed the rest back to Zhang, stating, "I only need 1 fire stone. The rest is unnecessary. Thank you for your kindness." Zhang paused for a moment, then replied with a smile, "Very well. Since you only desire the fire stone, I shall not insist you take the others." With that, Zhang departed, carrying the remaining evolution stones. "Xiaoyu, what do you need the fire stone for?" Xiaoxia inquired curiously. "To evolve my Growlithe," Zhang Yu replied, retrieving his Pokeball from his waist. "Come forth, Growlithe." Upon emergence, Growlithe obediently sat before Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu crouched down, gently stroking Growlithe's head, and placed the fire stone before it, saying, "Growlithe, just a touch of this stone will allow you to evolve into Arcanine. However, if you prefer not to evolve, I will not pressure you." Growlithe looked at the fire stone, then up at Zhang Yu, as if contemplating. Just when Zhang Yu thought Growlithe might hesitate, it boldly extended its paw and lightly touched the fire stone. In an instant, a dazzling light of evolution enveloped Growlithe, transforming it entirely. As the brilliance faded, a majestic Arcanine, towering at 2 meters, stood before them. The evolved Arcanine exuded an imposing presence, its fur blazing like flames, radiating an intense heat. As soon as Arcanine appeared, it charged towards Zhang Yu like a whirlwind, knocking him to the ground, and began exuberantly licking his face. Haha, Growlithe, oh no. I should now call you Arcanine. Stop licking me. Zhang Yu laughed while dodging and struggling to rise from the ground. Arcanine circled around Zhang Yu excitedly, occasionally letting out joyful barks. Onlookers were drawn to the scene, casting envious glances. Wow, this Arcanine is so handsome, came exclamations from the crowd. At that moment, a middle-aged man stepped forward from the throng, smiling at Zhang Yu. Hello, young man. I am quite fond of your Arcanine and would like to trade my Gyarados for it. What do you say? Zhang Yu regarded the unexpectedly appearing middle-aged man with surprise, but remained polite, responding, I greatly appreciate your admiration for Arcanine. However, I'm afraid I do not intend to trade it for any Pokémon. Arcanine is not merely a Pokémon to me. It is my partner and friend, and thus I cannot part with it. The middle-aged man seemed unperturbed by Zhang Yu's response, nodding in understanding. I comprehend your sentiment. After all, it is a Pokémon you have diligently nurtured. With this, he shook his head regretfully and turned to leave. Time flew by, and the garden party culminated amidst laughter and joy. After bidding farewell to the EV4 brothers, Zhang Yu and his companions resumed their journey. Chapter 50, Snorlax. Young lads and lasses, you have arrived just in time. A voice, aged yet benevolent, emerged as an elderly man with a white beard and hair suddenly appeared before Zhang Yu and his companions, blocking their path. They instinctively halted, curiously observing the old man. What is it, sir? Xiaoxia was the first to inquire. The old man smiled gently and produced a Pokémon flute from his robe, saying, Listen closely. He then brought the flute to his lips and began to play softly. The melodious notes seemed to transcend time, resonating in the air like a clear spring flowing through their hearts. The girls were entranced by the enchanting music, their expressions reflecting sheer delight as they exclaimed, Wow! How beautiful! As the melody concluded, the old man lowered the flute, a satisfied smile gracing his face. However, just as the group lingered in the music's afterglow, the old man suddenly extended his hand towards them and said, All right, the performance fee is due. Just give me a piece of bread. The group was taken aback, staring incredulously at the old man. Xiaoxia exclaimed in surprise, Wait, it's not free? Consider yourselves fortunate to have heard my flute, the old man replied. I can accept bread, but you must assist me with a task first. Afterward, I can provide you with several loaves of bread. What do you think? Zhang Yu addressed the old man. That sounds reasonable, but may I ask what task you need help with? The old man nodded. What do you require? I wish to capture the Snorlax atop the mountain, so I would like you to awaken it first, Zhang Yu explained. You wish to capture it? That sounds quite agreeable, the old man replied slowly. Curiosity surged within Zhang Yu. Do you know that Snorlax? He asked eagerly. The old man smiled slightly, responding, Of course. It is my Pokémon. Zhang Yu was taken aback, recalling the anime's plot, realizing that this old man was indeed the trainer of Snorlax. Zhang Yu hesitated. Old man, are you truly willing to let me capture it? The elderly gentleman waved his hand and chuckled. Of course, you can. That child is free, as I have not captured it with a Pokeball. If you manage to capture it, it would indeed be a kind of fate. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu felt a surge of joy within him, yet a hint of apprehension lingered as he inquired. But, dear sir, would you mind? After all, it is your Pokémon. The old man shook his head reassuringly. Not at all, not at all. That child loves to sleep, and I cannot carry it around everywhere. So I come to awaken it once a month. Now that you wish to capture it, I certainly have no objections. I only hope you will treat it well. Zhang Yu nodded earnestly, declaring, Rest assured, sir, I shall take good care of it. The old man, satisfied by the determination in Zhang Yu's eyes, nodded in agreement. That's wonderful. Now, let us proceed. As they made their way to the mountain summit, Misty curiously inquired, Xiao Yu, how did you know there was a Snorlax up there? The other girls turned their inquisitive gazes towards Zhang Yu, seemingly puzzled about how he had learned of the Snorlax's presence. Faced with their scrutiny, Zhang Yu felt somewhat helpless, unable to conjure a better explanation. Thus, he decided to attribute the knowledge to the Mew he cradled in his arms. It was Mew who informed me, he stated. However, the EV Mew, nestled in his embrace, tilted its head, wearing a bemused expression, as if to say, When did I tell Xiao Yu that? I certainly don't recall. Observing this, Zhang Yu gently patted Mew's head, inwardly contemplating, I can't possibly tell them I learned about the Snorlax from watching anime, can I? They would surely think I'm peculiar. Hence, he resolved to allow Mew to bear the brunt of this misunderstanding. Upon reaching the mountaintop, they beheld a Snorlax lazily sprawled on the ground, fast asleep. The old man, unfazed, retrieved a Pock flute from behind him and began to play a gentle melody. The melodious notes echoed through the mountains, and before long, the previously slumbering Snorlax slowly rose from the ground. With drowsy eyes, it yawned and curiously surveyed the individuals around it. The old man smiled at Snorlax, saying, "Snorlax, this young lad wishes to capture you. Would you be willing to accompany him on his journey?" He gestured towards Zhang Yu, who stood a short distance away. Snorlax first glanced at the old man, seemingly pondering his words, before shifting its gaze to Zhang Yu. It scrutinized Zhang Yu for a moment before suddenly adopting a combative stance, declaring, "If you wish to capture me, you must first defeat me." Undeterred by Snorlax's challenge, Zhang Yu retrieved a Dragonite's Ultra Ball from his waist, asserting, "Very well, then. Let us begin, Dragonite." A flash of white light enveloped the area as Dragonite appeared, standing majestically before Zhang Yu, and emitting a resounding roar. "Dragonite, unleash Flamethrower." Dragonite opened its mouth wide, releasing a torrent of searing flames towards Snorlax. Snorlax deftly sidestepped, the flames narrowly grazing its body and singeing the grass nearby. Seizing the opportunity, Snorlax charged at Dragonite, raising its massive paw to strike. Dragonite nimbly ascended, evading the blow, and Zhang Yu swiftly commanded, "Now is our chance. Use Dragon Rage." A blue wave of energy surged towards Snorlax, which braced itself and absorbed the impact. Taking a deep breath, Snorlax retaliated with Hyper Beam, a dazzling beam of yellow light shooting forth. Dragonite quickly dodged the attack, narrowly escaping the devastating blow. Just as Snorlax finished its Hyper Beam and remained momentarily incapacitated, Zhang Yu seized the moment and commanded without hesitation, "Dragonite, use Dragon Claw." Dragonite manifested a verdant claw of energy and charged towards Snorlax with a piercing shriek. Snorlax endured the assault, staggering backward. However, Zhang Yu did not allow Snorlax a moment's respite, issuing the final command, "Deliver the finishing blow. Use Dragon Dive." Dragonite transformed into a blue dragon, hurtling towards Snorlax with tremendous force. Snorlax was decisively knocked to the ground, incapacitated. Chapter 51, The Dark Market. With Snorlax defeated, Zhang Yu promptly produced an Ultra Ball and hurled it towards Snorlax, a beam of red light enveloping the creature. The ball shook violently for a moment before emitting a satisfying click. "Capture successful," Zhang Yu exclaimed with exhilaration. The old man watched this scene with a smile of contentment. After capturing Snorlax, the group bid farewell to the old man and continued their journey, while Snorlax was sent back to Professor Blatano's research institute. Zhang Yu mused, "I can't afford to keep it, so let it feast on the professor's funds instead. Truly, I am a good person. Professor Blatano, you and your companions are incorrigible." At the Blatano Research Institute in the Kalos region, a ghostly figure in a lab coat floated in, announcing, Dr. Xiao Yu has sent another Pokémon." Hearing this, Professor Blatano and Sophie instinctively took a step back. "That Jengar, please release it in the backyard," Professor Blatano instructed. "Oh, certainly," replied Jengar as it drifted towards the backyard. Professor Blatano and Sophie peered through the window into the yard. Upon releasing Snorlax, Jengar witnessed the creature sniffing the air before making a beeline for a certain room. Jengar, puzzled, wondered what the newcomer was up to. Meanwhile, Professor Blatano and Sophie were taken aback and rushed to the backyard. Upon arrival, Professor Blatano shouted, "Jengar, stop it. That room is filled with Pokémon food. It will consume everything." Jengar hurried to intervene, but upon entering the room, it found the space utterly devoid of food, leaving only a pile of empty boxes and a Snorlax sprawled in the center, fast asleep. Professor Blatano and Sophie entered and were met with dismay. As Professor Blatano fell to his knees, mumbling, "This year's supply of Pokémon food for the Institute has vanished just like that. What a monumental expense." As Zhang Yu and his companions journeyed, they inadvertently arrived at the dark market. "Something feels off. It's broad daylight, yet not a soul is in sight," said Sherdai, perplexed. "Let us find a restaurant and inquire," suggested Kenai. The group slowly entered a rather desolate restaurant, where the tables and chairs were impeccably arranged, yet occupied by no one. After taking their seats, Xiaoxua curiously surveyed the surroundings, then turned to the owner and politely asked, "Excuse me, why is there no one here?" The owner, smiling warmly, responded, "To be frank, the situation is as follows. Our city has two Pokémon gyms, the Yas Gym and the Kaz Gym. These gyms employ traveling trainers as enforcers." As he spoke, he placed a steaming plate of Omuris on the table and continued, "As a result, whenever a situation arises, these trainers engage in Pokémon battles indiscriminately, leaving everyone too afraid to venture outside." Upon hearing the owner's account, Kenai furrowed his brow slightly and asked, "But why do these two gyms engage in battles? Wouldn't that disrupt the order of the city?" The owner pondered for a moment before replying, "As far as I know, the winning side earns the right to be recognized as an official gym by the Pokémon League." Just then, a cacophony of crashing and smashing erupted from outside. "What is happening?" Serena, in a state of mild panic, inquired, "What is happening?" Initially startled, the boss quickly regained his composure and addressed the crowd. "It is the conflict between the Yas Gym and the Kaz Gym. You all should swiftly retreat to the second floor. It would be disastrous to become embroiled in this altercation." "Fear not, boss, for we are quite formidable," Zhang Yu asserted, rising from his seat and striding towards the door. Outside, the atmosphere was palpably tense. A leader clad in blue stood at the forefront of the throng, declaring, "Brothers, we must decisively vanquish the Yas Gym today." Opposite him stood another leader, a crew-cut man, flanked by a menacing entourage. He brandished his fist and shouted, "Everyone, we must defeat all members of the Kaz Gym." The blue-clad leader hurled a Pokeball into the fray, exclaiming, "Go, Electabuzz, unleash Thunderbolt." The crew-cut leader responded in kind, tossing his own Pokeball, no need for restraint. Scyther, engage. The clash between the two factions wreaked havoc upon the surrounding structures. Upon witnessing this chaos, Zhang Yu emerged and promptly produced a high-grade Pokeball, calling forth, "Dragonite, use Fire Punch." Dragonite materialized instantaneously, delivering a powerful fire punch aimed at both Electabuzz and Scyther. The resulting shockwave sent both Pokémon reeling backward. The blue-clad leader and the crew-cut man stared in disbelief at Zhang Yu. "You are causing a significant disruption to the city's order with your reckless fighting. Are you not concerned about being apprehended by Miss Junsha and facing imprisonment?" Zhang Yu admonished sternly. The blue-clad leader snorted dismissively, "Mind your own business, kid. This is a matter between our gyms." With that, he commanded Electabuzz to employ Thunder, while the crew-cut leader insisted Scyther execute Fury Cutter. Zhang Yu directed Dragonite to counter with Dragon Claw, resulting in a collision of lightning, blades, and claws that enveloped the area in a cloud of smoke. As the smoke dissipated, both Electabuzz and Scyther were rendered incapable of battle. The blue-clad leader and the crew-cut man gaped in disbelief. At that moment, Shengdai, Kana, and others emerged from the restaurant. With hands on her hips, Shengdai exclaimed, "Look around you. Your fighting has turned the city into a wreck." Kana stepped forward, gravely stating, "I am the Elite Four member, Kana. Your actions are a serious violation of the League's regulations. If you do not cease immediately, both gyms will be disqualified from competition." Indeed, a voice suddenly piped up from a corner. A figure, shrouded in a heavy coat, sunglasses, and a mask, stepped into view, obscuring her identity. Just as the crowd's curiosity piqued, she nonchalantly produced a Pokeball and declared, "I am the inspector sent by the Pokémon League." Without hesitation, she tossed the Pokeball, exclaiming, "Go, Pokeball." As the ball opened, a beam of white light emerged, revealing a Happiny before the astonished onlookers. With the Pokeball's release, the white light coalesced, and a jubilant Happiny appeared. "It's a Happiny," Shengdai remarked, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The mysterious figure seemed to read her thoughts and smiled, revealing, "Indeed, my true identity is Nurse Joy." Addressing the representatives of the two gyms, Joy stated solemnly, "A gym that merely utilizes Pokémon for fighting can never gain the official recognition of the Pokémon League." Upon hearing Joy's words, both the blue-clad leader and the crew-cut man deflated like punctured balloons, lowering their heads in disappointment. The crew-cut man lamented, "How could this happen?" The blue-clad leader added, "Is there any chance you could show us leniency?" Joy regarded them with a measured gaze, stating, "Unless you are willing to reform, what do you say?" The crew-cut man nodded eagerly, replying, "Of course we are." The blue-clad leader chimed in, "What steps should we take? Please guide us." Joy smiled and gestured towards Kana, saying, "Rather than ask me, why not consult Master Kana of the Elite Four?" Instantly, both leaders turned to Kana, their eyes filled with anticipation. Clearing his throat, Kana began, "First and foremost, you must cease this senseless conflict. The essence of a gym is to nurture trainers, not incite discord. You should devise a training regimen that emphasizes the synergy and growth between Pokémon and trainers." Both men listened intently, nodding in agreement. At that moment, Zhang Yu stepped forward, adding, "However, you must first restore what you have damaged on the streets." The blue-clad leader and the crew-cut man exchanged determined glances, affirming, "We understand." Subsequently, the members of both gyms set to work, clearing debris and repairing buildings, gradually reviving the vitality of the city. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu and his companions continued their journey. Zhang Yu and his party arrived at the site known as the Great Fool Valley, renowned worldwide for its stunning gorge. "Why are there so many people ahead?" Xiaoxia remarked, gazing at the long line. "I don't know. We could go ask someone," Xiaoxua suggested. No need to inquire. The group turned to the voice and saw Zhang Yu, clad in archaeological gear and wielding a pickaxe, accompanied by his EV, who donned a miniature archaeological outfit and held a small pickaxe. "Brother Yu, are you planning to take EV mining?" Serena inquired, observing their attire. Did you not know? This site is famous for the discovery of long-extinct Pokémon fossils. Zhang Yu explained to the girls. Eevee nodded in agreement. Really? That sounds fascinating. Let's try excavating fossils as well. Xiaoxia exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with excitement. The others nodded in agreement. Zhang Yu led the group to a promising area and began to dig. Eevee worked diligently, wielding its small pickaxe with enthusiasm. An hour later, Xiaoxia, growing impatient, surveyed the surroundings and turned to Zhang Yu, asking, are you sure there are fossils here? We've been searching for so long without even a trace. Unfazed by Xiaoxia's skepticism, Zhang Yu replied resolutely, there are definitely fossils here. After all, I spent 3 months digging with Daigo. I have some experience. Upon hearing Daigo's name, Xiaoxia's expression shifted to one of curiosity. Daigo, the former champion of Hualan? Zhang Yu confirmed with a nod, indeed. His passion for digging surpasses even his love for battling, which is why he ultimately resigned from his position to focus on studying stones. 30 minutes later, Zhang Yu, fatigued, tossed aside his pickaxe, muttering, this isn't right. I remember those ancient Pokémon being right beneath us. As he grumbled, he turned to Eevee, who was diligently digging nearby, and called, Eevee, stop digging. Use your psychic abilities to see if there are any ancient Pokémon around here. Upon hearing Zhang Yu's call, Eevee paused, casually discarding its pickaxe, closed its eyes, and concentrated, using its psychic powers to search for potential fossil sites nearby. Before long, Eevee opened its eyes and shook its head, indicating it had found nothing. Xiaoxia stood by, watching intently. Upon witnessing Eevee, Mew, shake its head, her expression soured instantaneously. In a fit of frustration, she hurled the pickaxe in her hand with great force, sending it soaring like a projectile towards Zhang Yu. Accompanied by her furious shout, didn't you say there were fossils here? Look at us now. We've been digging with you for an hour and a half. And we've found nothing. In the blink of an eye, the pickaxe hurtled towards Zhang Yu at an astonishing speed, seemingly destined to strike his head. Just as it appeared he would be hit, Zhang Yu suddenly executed a teleportation, vanishing from his spot in an instant. Moments later, he reappeared a short distance away, gingerly touching his head as he shouted at Xiaoxia, are you out of your mind? Are you trying to kill me? You nearly crushed me just now. Do you realize that? Oops, my bad. I accidentally threw it. Xiaoxia replied with an apologetic smile, one hand gently rubbing her head while she playfully stuck out her tongue. Observing her demeanor, Zhang Yu found himself at a loss for words, his reprimands faltering on his lips. It was not that her appearance was overwhelmingly adorable, rendering him incapable of scolding her, absolutely not. Well, perhaps it was indeed because Xiaoxia looked so charming that he found it impossible to be angry with her. With a resigned shake of his head, he redirected his focus back to the quest for ancient Pokémon. He addressed Eevee, Mew. Expand your search radius further, and see if you can find any traces of ancient Pokémon. Upon hearing Zhang Yu's command, Eevee Mew nodded obediently, indicating its understanding. It then closed its eyes, concentrating deeply, and once again unleashed its formidable psychic abilities, commencing a search over a broader area for the presence of ancient Pokémon. Chapter 53, Fossil Pterodactyl. After a while, Eevee Mew suddenly opened its eyes, exclaiming excitedly, Booey, I found it. There are many ancient Pokémon. Quick, teleport us there. Zhang Yu urged eagerly. Eevee Mew nodded and instantly transported everyone to a pitch-black location. Where are we? Why is it so dark? Xiaoxia's voice quivered slightly, clinging tightly to Naz's arm, as if something dreadful lurked within the darkness. Mew, use flash. Zhang Yu instructed. Without hesitation, Eevee Mew unleashed a brilliant burst of light that illuminated the surroundings like a dazzling star blossoming in the night. The radiant glow quickly dispelled the darkness, revealing that they stood within a vast underground cavern, its walls and ceiling cloaked in damp, shadowy rock. Surrounding the cave were a group of Anorith and Cradily, standing vigilantly, their eyes betraying a sense of hostility upon sensing the newcomer's presence. Anorith and Cradily are both water and rock types. Kinna, Xiaoxia, and Side-Eye, you may capture one. Zhang Yu remarked after surveying the Pokémon. However, Xiaoxia hesitated, glancing at the Anorith and Cradily with trepidation. I think I'll pass. They look quite fearsome, she replied, shaking her head. Not wanting to press the matter, Zhang Yu turned to Kinna and Side-Eye. Very well. What about you two? Kinna nodded and retrieved a Pokeball from her waist, throwing it without hesitation. The ball arced through the air before landing and opening, releasing a massive, armored Shelmet before them. Shelmet, use Ice Beam. Kinna commanded. The Shelmet sprang into action, its two shells parting as it unleashed an icy blue beam like a bolt of lightning toward an Anorith. Yet, the Anorith reacted swiftly, deftly sidestepping the attack. Seizing the opportunity, the Anorith retaliated, rushing towards Shelmet with its claws slicing through the air, creating a gust of wind. Unfazed by the assault, Shelmet snapped its shells shut, bracing against the incoming strike. Simultaneously, Side-Eye, undeterred, retrieved a Pokeball from her backpack, releasing a fearsome Sharpedo into the fray. Sharpedo, use Bite on that Cradily. Side-Eye commanded decisively. Sharpedo launched itself at the Cradily, baring its sharp fangs as it prepared to deliver a vicious bite. Just as they engaged in fierce combat, a deep, resonant roar echoed from the depths of the cavern. Moments later, a colossal fossil pterodactyl emerged from the shadows. Its gray body, adorned with purple wings reminiscent of the Cretaceous pterosaurs, showcased its 4 sharp claws and serrated teeth. Upon the appearance of the fossil pterodactyl, the previously battling Anorith and Cradily recoiled in terror, clearly intimidated by the mighty creature. Finally, it has arrived, Zhang Yu mused to himself, observing the fossil pterodactyl as it circled in the air before unleashing a deafening roar, warning all present to vacate its territory immediately. Continue capturing them. I'll handle this. Zhang Yu instructed Kinna and Side-Eye, fixing his gaze on the fossil pterodactyl. He then retrieved a Master Ball for his Dragonite. Go, Dragonite. Use Ice Punch. Dragonite emerged from its Pokeball with a roar, its right fist instantly enveloped in frost as it launched a powerful strike at the fossil pterodactyl. The pterodactyl nimbly dodged, Dragonite's fist grazing its side. Dragonite, again with Ice Punch. Zhang Yu commanded. Dragonite gathered its strength once more, its fist now encased in an even denser layer of ice, and charged at the fossil pterodactyl with a chilling strike. This time, the pterodactyl was unable to evade entirely, sustaining a blow to its abdomen, letting out a pained roar as it plummeted to the ground. Now Ice Beam, Zhang Yu shouted, as Dragonite unleashed a powerful beam of ice that struck the fossil pterodactyl directly. Frozen solid, the pterodactyl became an icy statue, and Zhang Yu seized the moment. Dragonite, deliver the final blow with Hyper Beam. Dragonite inhaled deeply, channeling potent energy into a yellow beam that shot forth, shattering the frozen fossil pterodactyl into countless sparkling fragments. The force of the attack rendered the pterodactyl incapacitated, and Zhang Yu swiftly threw a Master Ball, which accurately struck the creature, drawing it inside. The ball wobbled on the ground before finally clicking, successfully capturing the fossil pterodactyl. At that moment, Kinna and Side-Eye also finished capturing their Anorith and Cradily. Zhang Yu, in turn, captured one of each as well, intending to deliver them to Professor Bretano for research. Mew, please take us out of here, Zhang Yu requested. Mew once again executed its teleportation, and with a flash of white light, the group departed from the dark cave. As the brilliance dissipated, they found themselves in a lush meadow. What a remarkable haul we've made, exclaimed Xingdai, her eyes gleaming with pride. Indeed, I never anticipated encountering such a plethora of ancient Pokémon, Kinna concurred. At that moment, Mew floated over, cradling an egg. Zhang Yu recognized it instantly. Isn't this the Togepi egg that Ash found? Now that Mew has it, to whom shall this Togepi be entrusted? Carefully, Zhang Yu accepted the egg from Mew's grasp, cradling it gently in his hands. He then turned to Xiaoxua and said, Xiaoxua, would you kindly take care of this egg for now? Chapter 54, Mastering the Dragons. Zhang Yu received the Togepi egg from Mew, handling it with utmost care before passing it to Xiaoxua, who smiled as she accepted the egg, gently stroking its shell. What kind of Pokémon is this egg from? Selina inquired, her curiosity evident. Zhang Yu smiled slightly and replied, if all goes well, it should belong to Togepi. Togepi? Selina repeated the name, quickly rummaging through her backpack to consult her Pokédex for information on Togepi. Togepi, the Spike Ball Pokémon, detailed data is still somewhat unclear. Though the information is limited, just gazing upon Togepi's adorable visage prompted Xiaoxia to exclaim, wow, it's so cute. I want one. Zhang Yu glanced at Xiaoxia and chuckled. Then once it hatches, it shall be yours to capture. Xiaoxia's eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at Zhang Yu and asked, really? Zhang Yu nodded, saying, I have no objections. I'm not particularly interested in Togepi. The other girls nodded in agreement, and Xiaoxia, filled with enthusiasm, jumped up and declared, that's wonderful. I will take great care of Togepi. All right, let us prepare to dine, Zhang Yu suggested, fatigue lacing his voice. The group nodded in agreement. After a day of excavation, they all felt quite hungry. Thus, they busied themselves, and as Zhang Yu observed their diligent efforts, warmth enveloped his heart. He resolved to take this opportunity to tame a fossil pterodactyl in the nearby forest. I will go tame a fossil pterodactyl in the forest ahead. Call for me once dinner is ready, Zhang Yu shouted to the others. Okay, Xiaoxua replied enthusiastically. Zhang Yu turned and headed towards the forest, contemplating how to subdue the fossil pterodactyl. Although this ancient Pokémon was formidable, it was also fierce, so it was imperative to first subdue it. Upon entering the forest, Zhang Yu sought a relatively open area and released his Dragonite. Dragonite was his strongest Pokémon aside from Mew and Diancie, and with it by his side, Zhang Yu felt significantly more secure. Next, he retrieved the Ultra Ball containing the fossil Pterodactyl from his backpack, pressed the button gently, and a flash of white light heralded the arrival of the fossil Pterodactyl before him. Upon emergence, the Pterodactyl let out a deafening roar, as if proclaiming its presence to the entire forest. It spread its massive wings, standing imposing and regal, its sharp gaze exuding a primal ferocity and dominance. However, upon spotting Dragonite, it recalled the previous encounter where it had been thoroughly bested and lunged at Dragonite like a small aircraft. Dragonite, Ice Punch. Zhang Yu called out hastily. Dragonite, reacting swiftly to the command, encased its fists in a layer of ice and struck fiercely at the fossil Pterodactyl. Seeing this, the Pterodactyl retaliated with a headbutt. And in that moment, the two attacks collided, resulting in a stalemate. Zhang Yu shouted to Dragonite, Dragonite, Dragon Claw? Heeding Zhang Yu's words, Dragonite swiftly conjured a green claw and struck the fossil Pterodactyl with considerable force. With a resounding thud, the Pterodactyl was sent sprawling to the ground. Yet, before it could regain its footing, Zhang Yu's voice rang out. Once more, Ice Punch. Before the words could fade, Dragonite surged forth like a bolt of lightning, its fists slicing through the air, conjuring a bone-chilling gust. In an instant, this icy wind descended upon the fossil Pterodactyl like a mountainous avalanche. Another resounding crash echoed as the Pterodactyl found itself once more on the ground. Observing this, Zhang Yu approached, towering over the Pterodactyl, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. He extended his hand and gently patted the Pterodactyl's face, saying, "Do you fancy yourself a fighter? What use is that? To survive in this world, one must possess power and influence. Which faction do you belong to?" Though the Pterodactyl lay defeated, its eyes burned with rage and defiance. Emitting a low growl, "Roar, roar, roar, you're no match for me, you little weakling. If you dare, let us have a fair fight." Instead of growing angry at the Pterodactyl's defiance, Zhang Yu chuckled. "Oh, still not convinced? Dragonite, give it another punch." Without hesitation, Dragonite swung its fist down upon the Pterodactyl's face. "Roar, roar, roar, let us settle this one-on-one. You can't handle me, you little weakling," the Pterodactyl exclaimed, its eyes spinning from the impact, yet still refusing to concede, continuing to provoke Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu retorted with a cold laugh, "Isn't Dragonite battling you one-on-one?" The Pterodactyl seemed incensed by Zhang Yu's words, its roar growing louder. "Roar, roar, I demand a one-on-one battle with you. Hey, Dragonite, give it a thorough beating." Zhang Yu commanded. Dragonite, responding to the command, unleashed a barrage of punches towards the Pterodactyl's face. Before long, the Pterodactyl became battered and bruised. "Roar, please, don't let it hit me again. I'm begging you, please stop." The Pterodactyl pleaded with Zhang Yu, its eyes imploring him to intervene. Zhang Yu, smiling, patted Dragonite's back and said, "All right, Dragonite, that's enough for now." Upon hearing Zhang Yu, Dragonite ceased its assault on the Pterodactyl. Zhang Yu then knelt before the Pterodactyl, meeting its gaze at eye level, a playful smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "So, little one, do you yield now?" The Pterodactyl, having been thoroughly beaten, hesitated but eventually nodded. "Roar, roar, roar, I yield, I yield. From now on, if you go east, I want to go west. If you go west, I want to go east." Pleased, Zhang Yu nodded in satisfaction and retrieved the Ultra Ball for the fossil Pterodactyl, shaking it gently as he said, "In that case, return to your ball obediently." The Pterodactyl complied, nudging the Ultra Ball with its head, transforming into a red light and being drawn back into the ball. After securing the Ultra Ball, Zhang Yu took out Dragonite's Ultra Ball from another pocket and spoke gently to Dragonite. "All right, Dragonite, you've done well. Come back and rest." With a joyful roar, Dragonite transformed into a red light and was returned to its Ultra Ball. Chapter 55, The Leaked Duck. Zhang Yu and his companions were now resting in a forest. "I've heard rumors of leaked ducks appearing in this vicinity. What do you think, Xiao Yu? Would you like to capture one?" Sheng Dai inquired of Zhang Yu. As Zhang Yu teased the Psyduck, he heard someone speak and replied, "I have little interest in that. However, if you wish to capture one, I could have Mew assist you in the endeavor. How about you, Xiaoxia? Would you like to capture one?" Xiaoxia inquired, directing her question towards Xiaoxia, who sat beside her. "Me? If it's possible, capturing one wouldn't be too bad." Xiaoxia pondered for a moment before responding. At that moment, a distinct quacking sound echoed nearby. The group turned to see a Farfetch'd, brandishing its leek as it approached them. "Look, it's the precious Farfetch'd." Xiaoxia exclaimed excitedly, rising to her feet. The Farfetch'd performed a charming little act before it concluded with a winged gesture of triumph. Wow, what a splendid performance! Xiaoxia praised, then retrieved an empty Pokeball, declaring, all right, I've made up my mind. I shall capture you. However, to her dismay, the Farfetch'd turned and dashed into the forest. Seeing this, Xiaoxia hurriedly chased after it. Hey Xiaoxia, slow down. Xiaoxia called out as she quickly rose to follow. Noticing that Zhang Yu and the others had not pursued, Serena asked, Brother Yu, why aren't you going after them? Zhang Yu waved his hand dismissively. It's all right. Xiaoxia will surely manage to capture it. Besides, I've already sent Mew to follow along. There's no danger, right Psyduck? He then patted Psyduck on the head. Psyduck tilted its head, cradling its own head in its hands. Before long, Xiaoxia and Xiaoxia returned, with Xiaoxia's head hanging low. What a shame, she lamented. Xiaoxia comforted her. It's all right. Let me help you search for it. The others gathered around Xiaoxia, asking eagerly, so, how did it go? Did you manage to capture it? Xiaoxia shook her head. I was so close, but it escaped. Don't worry. I'll have Mew use its psychic powers to help you search, Zhang Yu offered, cradling Mew while approaching Psyduck. Hey Psyduck, why are you still outside? As Xiaoxia spoke, she reached into her backpack to retrieve Psyduck's Pokeball. However, upon opening her bag, she was taken aback. Xiaoxia noticed her surprise and asked, What's wrong, Xiaoxia? There's been a disturbance in my backpack. Xiaoxia exclaimed, dumping its contents onto the ground. Look! A heap of trash spilled out from her bag. In the forest, a boy held Xiaoxia's backpack, accompanied by a Farfetch'd. Ha ha ha, too easy to trick, wouldn't you agree? Farfetch'd? The boy chuckled, tossing Xiaoxia's backpack in the air. Quack, 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 the Farfetch'd responded. The boy then opened the backpack, exclaiming, Yes. There are 6 Pokeballs in here. Ha ha ha, I've got them. What? Did he bump into her? That means it's quite likely that was when the swap occurred. Naz guessed. No way. All my Pokeballs were in that backpack. Xiaoxia cried out. The group exchanged glances, and Zhang Yu stated, You all go find Miss Junsha. I will take Mew into the forest to search. I'll go with you. I know the way from here. Xiaoxia raised her hand. A Farfetch'd came to perform tricks. Miss Junsha remarked, a hint of surprise in her voice. Xiaoxia nodded. So, you've been tricked as well? Miss Junsha continued. Were we also deceived? Xiaoxia asked, her face a mask of confusion. What on earth is happening? Serena interjected. Miss Junsha explained, including you, there have been 5 incidents of backpacks being swapped. And you were tricked by that boy and his Farfetch'd. Xiaoxia panicked, urgently pleading with Miss Junsha. Please, you must help me. All my belongings were taken. Miss Junsha sighed in resignation. I wish I could apprehend him, but I have no idea where he is. I simply cannot catch him. In the forest, Xiaoxia led Zhang Yu to the spot where Xiaoxia had been bumped into. Mew, I'm counting on you, Zhang Yu said to Mew perched on his shoulder. Mew nodded, then closed its eyes, concentrating its psychic energy to begin searching for Xiaoxia's backpack. Before long, Mew opened its eyes. Zhang Yu's heart leapt with joy as he eagerly asked, Did you find Xiaoxia's backpack? Mew nodded again, then, without hesitation, used teleport to transport everyone to the boy's location. The boy was startled when 2 people suddenly appeared before him. Who are you? He stuttered, staring fearfully at Zhang Yu and Xiaoxia. Zhang Yu's expression hardened as he fixed his gaze on the boy, sternly demanding, Stop pretending. Did you steal Xiaoxia's bag? The boy's face drained of color, his body trembling uncontrollably, yet he feigned calmness, retorting, What evidence do you have that I stole it? Zhang Yu let out a cold laugh, prepared to question further when he suddenly heard a faint rustling noise behind the boy. Turning to look, he saw Eevee, Mew, emerging from the tent behind the boy, clutching Xiaoxia's backpack in its mouth. Well, that's irrefutable evidence. Come with us to see Miss Junsha, Mew. Before the boy could offer any explanation, he was teleported to where Miss Junsha and the others were searching in the forest. The sudden appearance of the 3 startled Xiaoxia and the others momentarily. But upon recognizing Zhang Yu and Xiaoxia, Xiaoxia hurried over, asking, Did you find my backpack? Zhang Yu handed the backpack to Xiaoxia, stating, Here it is. This boy stole it. Xiaoxia gratefully received the backpack, expressing, Thank you so much. Miss Junsha approached the boy, sternly declaring, You are suspected of being involved in multiple backpack swapping incidents and must accompany me back to the station for questioning. The boy hung his head in defeat, not daring to resist. Thus, Miss Junsha escorted the boy toward the station. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred en route, as the Farfetch'd took advantage of Miss Junsha's momentary distraction to aid the boy's escape. By sheer coincidence, they encountered Zhang Yu and his group again during their flight. The boy muttered, What terrible luck. Zhang Yu responded, surprised, unexpected, without hesitation. Zhang Yu commanded Mew to use its psychic powers to restrain both the boy and the Pokémon before sending them back to the station. After delivering them, Zhang Yu and his companions continued their journey, greeted by Miss Junche's gratitude. Chapter 56. Bakubi, Scyther, and the Spiky-Eared Piku. In an unnamed Pokémon Center, Xiaoxue and Xiaoxia were gathered around a small table, carefully tending to the egg of Bakubi. Xiaoxia, I believe Bakubi's egg is about to hatch, Xiaoxue remarked while wiping the egg. Really? Xiaoxue, you mustn't be teasing me, Xiaoxia replied, excitement bubbling within her. Xiaoxue chuckled, waving her hand dismissively. Why would I tease you? Look, the egg is beginning to shake slightly. Just as she finished her sentence, the egg began to tremble more vigorously, emitting faint cracking sounds. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, the egg began to split open, revealing Bakubi's head. Welcome, Bakubi, Xiaoxia exclaimed with delight. Chakabuki Bakubi joyfully leaped into Xiaoxia's arms. She embraced Bakubi tightly, her face aglow with happiness. At that moment, Zhang Yu and the others returned to the Pokémon Center after completing their shopping. Spotting Bakubi in Xiaoxia's embrace, Serena rushed over, exclaiming, Wow, has Bakubi hatched? How adorable. Bakubi smiled and waved at Serena. Chakabuki. After playing with Bakubi for a while, it soon fell asleep. In the Kalos region, at the Bratano Research Institute, Professor Bratano turned to Sophie and asked, Do you think the two Pokémon this time could pose any danger? I am uncertain, but doctor, I must remind you that our funding is nearly depleted this year, Sophie remarked, shaking her head at Dr. Blatano. How can it be running out already? It is only February. Dr. Blatano responded with a look of astonishment directed at Sophie. Well, doctor, you might want to inquire about the number of times that purple creature outside, engaged in research, has caused our laboratory to explode, Sophie suggested. Gesturing towards the ghostly Pokémon working outside, Dr. Blatano gazed at the researching Jing host and inquired, Sophie, why would conducting research on spirits result in the destruction of our facility? To be honest, I am quite curious. Sophie turned her attention to the Jing host as well. Never mind, let us first see which two Pokémon Xiao Yu has sent us this time, Dr. Blatano said as he looked towards the two Ultra Balls. To his surprise, they contained a Scyther and a Shuckle. Oh, ancient Pokémon. Release them quickly. They will provide us with ample opportunity for study, Dr. Blatano exclaimed with excitement. Sophie obediently opened the two Ultra Balls, but upon laying eyes on the Pokémon, Dr. Blatano found himself regretting his decision. The two Pokémon were glaring at them with an utterly terrifying intensity, akin to famished wolves fixating on their prey, exuding an uncontrollable desire. Doctor, I fear our laboratory may be in jeopardy once more. I must admit, I share your sentiment, he replied. Just as Dr. Blatano and Sophie stood frozen in shock, the Scyther and Shuckle unleashed a furious roar and lunged towards them. In fright, Dr. Blatano and Sophie turned and fled, narrowly avoiding a strike from Scyther, which instead severed a nearby piece of research equipment. My newly acquired machine, Dr. Blatano lamented. However, before he could mourn for long, the Scyther and Shuckle continued their advance. As the situation grew increasingly dire, Jing host seemed to sense the commotion and leisurely floated over. Upon seeing the Scyther and Shuckle, a flicker of confusion crossed Jing host's eyes as it asked Dr. Blatano, where did these two Pokémon come from? They were sent by Xiao Yu. You must stop them, Dr. Blatano shouted. Upon hearing this, Jing host promptly employed hypnosis, rendering the Scyther and Shuckle into a deep slumber. With both Pokémon asleep, Dr. Blatano sighed in relief. Fortunately, only one machine has been destroyed, otherwise, we would truly be out of funds. Jing host floated over and inquired, Doctor, what should we do with Xiao Yu's two Pokémon? What else can we do? Since you are also Xiao Yu's Pokémon, I entrust their training to you. Dr. Blatano waved his hand dismissively. Very well. Leave them to me, Jing host replied, dragging the Scyther and Shuckle towards the backyard. As Dr. Blatano and Sophie observed Jing host's retreating figure, a foreboding sense gripped their hearts, as if they sensed further calamity awaited their laboratory. In the backyard, upon arrival, Jing host was met by Tyranitar and Milotic. Milotic asked Mimi, did Xiao Yu summon me? Jing host shook its head. Not yet. Let me gather everyone before we discuss matters. It then placed the Scyther and Shuckle aside and launched a shadow ball into the sky, which exploded with a resounding crack. Zhang Yu's Pokémon, hearing the noise, rushed to the backyard entrance. The first to arrive was Pidgeot, who, upon landing, asked, Pidgeot, did Xiao Yu call for me? Jing host gestured, not yet. We shall wait until everyone is present. Pidgeot nodded and joined Jing host, Milotic, and Tyranitar in anticipation. After a short while, Pikachu and Piku came sprinting from a distance. All right. Snorlax is likely asleep and won't awaken for a while. The Tauros herd has wandered off and may take some time to locate. And the Tentacruel is too large to summon easily, so I didn't call for it. Other than them, all other Pokémon have gathered. Zhang surveyed the Pokémon around it. Mimi, hurry up and tell us why you called us. Milotic urged. Seeing this, Zhang lips curled into a mysterious smile. It pointed to the Scyther and Shuckle lying nearby, and said, Look, these are the two Pokémon you all have been summoned to see, correct? Pidgeot? What is wrong with them? Pidgeot tilted its head in confusion. They were sent by Zhang Yu, and Dr. Blatano has assigned us the task of taming them. Zhang explained to the gathered Pokémon. All eyes turned toward the Scyther and Shuckle, filled with curiosity and scrutiny. Pikachu was the first to leap beside Zhang and asked, Pika, how do we tame them? After a moment of contemplation, Zhang replied, perhaps defeating them into submission would be a viable approach. The Pokémon nodded in agreement. Finding the idea straightforward and effective, Zhang then released the hypnosis, and the Scyther and Shuckle immediately awakened, roaring angrily as they prepared to battle once more. Subsequently, the Scyther and Shuckle endured a beating more severe than that of Pterodactyl, yet they also became noticeably more docile. However, in the midst of this tumultuous training, an accident occurred when Zhang misfired Shadow Ball inadvertently struck the laboratory, triggering a series of explosions that obliterated half of the facility. Oh no! My accumulated wealth over a millennium is rapidly dwindling. Chapter 57, Doll Festival, Part 1. Zhang Yu and his companions had now arrived at Doll Town. Today is the Doll Festival, a celebration for girls. Therefore, you must comply with all our wishes today, shall you? Misty declared to Zhang Yu. Chikorita chimed in excitedly from Misty's arms. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu decided he could not be the only one to suffer, so he opened his watch and contacted Brock. Hello, is this Xiao Yu? What can I do for you? Brock's puzzled voice came through the line. Brock, I have some lovely ladies here. Would you care to join us? Zhang Yu inquired. Please let me know your location. Is Dolltown near you? I can guarantee I will arrive in 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, Brock appeared like a gust of wind, dragging Ash along as they sprinted towards Zhang Yu. Upon reaching Zhang Yu, Brock's eyes scanned the surroundings, finally landing on the figure of Xiaoxua behind him, causing his eyes to light up. He quickly released Ash and hurried to Xiaoxua, excitement radiating off him as he exclaimed, You must be Miss Xiaoxua. My name is Brock, and my dream is to become a breeder like you. Xiaoxua smiled gently at Brock's enthusiastic words and replied, It is a pleasure to meet you, Brock. I am delighted to hear that I am your inspiration. Brock, overwhelmed with emotion, stammered, I am so moved right now. I never expected to meet you here. I have decided, Miss Xiaoxua, please take me on as your apprentice. Brock, are you serious? Ash asked in astonishment. Without hesitation, Brock nodded resolutely. This is the only path for me. Miss Xiaoxua, I implore you to accept my request. He then bowed deeply to Xiaoxua, expressing his earnestness. However, in response to Xiaozhang's request, Xiaoxua appeared somewhat hesitant. With a troubled expression, she remarked, But I'm not very mature yet. How could I possibly teach others? Is Xiaoxua truly such an impressive individual? Xiaozhang, puzzled, inquired. That wretched fellow, Xiaozhang first bellowed at Xiaoxi, before continuing. As for Miss Xiaoxua, she is renowned far and wide. Let me tell you, she has been the champion of the beauty and breeding competition on Beauty Street for 3 consecutive years. Not only that, but last year she was also recognized by the Pokémon Trainer Alliance and voted as the most popular breeder in Pokémon Friends magazine, receiving first place for 4 consecutive years as an exceptionally outstanding breeder. Did you know that? Wow, I had no idea Xiaoxua was so amazing. Xiaoxia exclaimed in astonishment from the sidelines. Oh no, Xiaozhang is just exaggerating. Xiaoxua humbly waved her hand in modesty. As the group chatted about each other's recent happenings, they entered a shopping mall. During their time wandering the mall, the 2 young men, Xiaoxi and Xiaozhang, found themselves in awe, deeply feeling the formidable power of women shopping. While Zhang Yu had already experienced it before, each of them was laden with shopping bags, some even with 2 stuffed in their mouths. I'm so exhausted. I feel like I can barely hold on. Xiaoxi complained, panting. There are some chairs over there. Let us hurry and take a break. Xiaozhang pointed toward a row of chairs not far away, visibly relieved. Xiao Yu and Xiaoxi quickly nodded in agreement and trudged heavily over to the chairs, plopping down with a sigh of relief. Just as they began to relax, a sudden announcement echoed through the mall. Attention all shoppers, soon in our rooftop special venue. The most grand event of the Doll Festival, the Beauty Queen Contest, will commence. Queen? Xiaoxi repeated with curiosity. Beauty contest? Zhang Yu asked, intrigued. How wonderful. We'll get to see many beautiful older sisters. Xiaozhang exclaimed excitedly, dancing with anticipation. Pikachu joyfully chimed in with its cries. Meanwhile, Eevee, nearby, also joined in, expressing its delight. The announcement continued. The winner will receive a magnificent 3-tier display case, along with a special set of Pokémon Doll Festival dolls. Additionally, there is a secondary prize, which includes a commemorative photo with the superstar Zhuya. Upon hearing about the secondary prize, nearly all the women in the mall descended into a frenzy. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the contest venue was equally fervent. The Doll Festival Beauty Contest, which will decide this year's Doll Festival Queen, is about to begin. The host exclaimed excitedly. Zhuya, are you excited? Zhuya smiled slightly, revealing his charming grin as he replied, Indeed, it is truly something to look forward to. The host continued. Each participant possesses unique traits, radiant like a Venusaur, standing like a seductive siren, sitting like a Jigglypuff, and walking like a walking grass. All right, ladies, please begin. As the curtain on stage lifted, a group of girls dressed in exquisite doll festival attire stood gracefully, showcasing their poise as the audience erupted in cheers. This year, many lovely young ladies have gathered. Zhuya, which type of girl do you prefer? The host inquired. Every girl is truly adorable, Zhuya replied with a gentle smile. But my super beautiful girl, Xiaoxia, is the cutest. Xiaoxia exclaimed, beaming on stage. Just then, Musashi interjected. A true beauty would never boast like that. The crown belongs to me. Musashi crossed her arms confidently, gazing at Xiaoxia. Upon hearing Musashi's words, Xiaoxia asked, somewhat puzzled, Aren't you Musashi from Team Rocket? What are you doing entering this contest? Musashi smirked slyly, replying, What's wrong? Am I not allowed to participate? As the two faced off, the host's voice suddenly rang out. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. This year's grand prize is a luxurious 3-tier Pokémon doll display from the esteemed Chuku's store. This unique item has been specially prepared for this event. A one-of-a-kind treasure from across the globe. As the host finished speaking, an exquisite 3-tier Pokémon doll display slowly rose beside the stage, showcasing a meticulously crafted doll, with each tier adorned with different Pokémon, vibrant and lifelike. Those dolls. Musashi's eyes lit up, fixated on the display, filled with longing. Xiaoxia was equally captivated by the adorable dolls, exclaiming, One of a kind in the world. Upon hearing this, Musashi exchanged a glance with Xiaoxia and chuckled. What's the matter, little girl? You seem to have some fond memories associated with these dolls. Xiaoxia smiled faintly, replying, Likewise. Just then, the host's voice echoed once more. Now, everyone, please prepare to take out your Pokeballs. Xiaoxia's face reflected confusion as she questioned, Are we going to battle? Musashi, equally puzzled, interjected, Isn't this a beauty contest? The host quickly clarified, No. True beauty must be accompanied by strength. That is the essence of the doll queen. Zhuya nodded in agreement, adding, Indeed, what I have in hand is the grouping chart. The host proceeded to explain the contest rules. The rules are quite simple. Each participant may use 4 Pokémon in battle, and if all 4 fall, a victor will be determined. All right, Xiaoxia declared confidently. If we're going to battle, let us do this. Musashi also appeared self-assured. Approaching the battle arena, Xiaoxia scanned the crowd and finally spotted Zhang Yu. She swiftly made her way to him, clasping her hands together earnestly. Please, Xiao Yu, can I borrow your Pokémon? Zhang Yu hesitated, looking at Xiaoxia uncertainly. They might not necessarily listen to you. Xiaoxia quickly replied. Just let them know to obey, please. Seeing Xiaoxia's insistence, Zhang Yu sighed in resignation. All right then, I'll give it a try. He then retrieved 4 Ultra Balls from his pocket, declaring, All right, everyone, come out. As he spoke, the 4 Ultra Balls shimmered, and fossil Pterodactyl, Dragonite, Houndoom, and Galade materialized before the crowd. Zhang Yu addressed the 4 Pokémon. Now, please listen to Xiaoxia. However, upon hearing Zhang Yu's words, Fossil Pterodactyl merely cast a dismissive glance at Xiaoxia before turning its head away with a disdainful snort, clearly unwilling to heed her commands. Houndoom, witnessing this, shook its head and gently nudged Zhang Yu with its fluffy head, seemingly indicating its preference to follow Zhang Yu's orders alone. Galade and Dragonite similarly shook their heads, evidently rejecting Xiaoxia's request. Could they battle on their own? Xiaoxia asked again. Are you so desperate to take a photo with your idol? Xiaoxi chimed in, teasingly. That's not it. Xiaoxia retorted immediately. My goal is those dolls. Dolls. Ash was evidently taken aback by this answer, casting a puzzled glance at Misty. What do you need those dolls for? Of course, you wouldn't understand, being an only child. Misty's voice rose slightly. As the youngest of the 4 sisters, she had only inherited the belongings of her older siblings, each of whom possessed their own cherished dolls, while she was left with what others had once used. I love to joke around, but I want my own doll too. It seems a war of women has transpired in the past, Brock murmured to Ash from the side. The 3 beautiful sisters of Cerulean Gym resemble leftover tea leaves, Ash concurred. However, upon hearing Ash's remark, Misty's face flushed with indignation as she delivered a swift punch to his head. Ouch! Ash yelped. Why are you hitting me? Who told you to speak so recklessly? Misty glared at him. I am not some leftover tea leaves. As the two bickered, James quickly intervened, urging Misty to calm down. Misty, take it easy. Don't get worked up. I'll have Dragonite take the stage. It will surely help you secure those dolls, alright? Please don't be angry. James approached Dragonite and asked, Dragonite, during the battle, just charge in and attack without following Misty's commands. Is that acceptable? Dragonite pondered for a moment before slowly nodding in agreement. Afterward, Misty borrowed Ash's Pikachu and Serena's Golem, confidently asserting, with Electric-type Pikachu, Dragon-type Dragonite, Ground-type Golem, and my Water-type Starmie, victory is assured. As the competition commenced, Dragonite steamrolled through the rounds, leading Misty to the finals. Meanwhile, Jessie also triumphed over her opponents. Advancing to the final match. The atmosphere in the final arena was palpably tense. Misty and Jessie stood facing each other, their gazes locking in a fiery exchange. Those dolls are mine, Jessie boldly declared. That line should be mine. Misty retorted immediately. Those nuisances are quite bothersome. Should we lend a covert hand? Butch and Meowth whispered behind Jessie. Stay out of it. Jessie snapped without turning around. You're acting so brazenly. It hardly seems like you, Butch murmured to Jessie. Suddenly, Jessie lamented. Looking back, my youth was so pitiful. I despised Doll Festival. She seemed lost in her memories. She's immersed in her own world. Butch said helplessly to Meowth. Only our home is devoid of dolls. I wish the 3rd of March wouldn't come. I pray for that every year. Jessie continued to mutter, a hint of sorrow on her face. It seems she expressed similar sentiments during Christmas, Meowth recalled to Butch. My life is dictated by Doll Festival. Jessie sighed. Upon hearing this, Butch replied, Understood, I will wholeheartedly support you. He grasped Jessie's hand tightly, saying, You can go all out. How touching. Meowth observed the scene, unable to suppress an exclamation. Jessie looked gratefully at Butch and Meowth, saying, Thank you, Butch, and you too, Meowth. However, as the match began, Dragonite swiftly defeated all 4 of Jessie's Pokémon. Misty was elated to finally acquire the dolls from the festival, which she promptly sent back to the Cerulean Gym. Chapter 59, The Red Lotus Gym, Part 1. Zhang Yu and his companions finally arrived at the Red Lotus Gym on Red Lotus Island. Yet, as they stood before the entrance, they were astounded by the sight of desolation. It was nothing but ruins. Is this really the Red Lotus Gym? Misty questioned incredulously, surveying the shattered walls before her. Seeing her reaction, Kona explained, As far as I know, Shiba chose to close the gym, unable to endure the influx of tourists who came merely for entertainment to challenge him. Serena, upon hearing this, felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. So, we came all this way for nothing. Kona quickly shook his head, reassuring her, I know where Shiba is now, so there's no need to worry. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Yu suggested, In that case, I'll first go to the Pokémon Center to exchange some Pokémon, and then seek out Shiba for a gym challenge. The other girls expressed their agreement. Thus, the group made their way to the Pokémon Center, where they traded for a Milotic using a Barboach. Once the Pokémon exchange was complete, Kona led everyone to the inn run by Shiba. Upon entering, they soon encountered Shiba, who had long golden hair and sported a pair of sunglasses. He regarded Kona with a hint of surprise. Kona, what brings you here? Kona smiled and gestured toward Zhang Yu, saying, This is Zhang Yu. He wishes to challenge your gym. Shiba scrutinized Zhang Yu from head to toe. Oh, you possess courage. But my gym has long ceased operations and does not accept challenges. Zhang Yu stepped forward with determination, declaring, I heard about you from Sister Kona, but I come driven by a passion and respect for Pokémon battles, hoping to engage in a spar with you. Shiba observed the spark in Zhang Yu's eyes, and after a moment of silence, he nodded. Very well, let me see your prowess. However, I shall not hold back. Zhang Yu grinned confidently. That's exactly what I hoped for. Shiba led everyone to the underground battleground beneath an open-air hot spring, where a battlefield was suspended over molten lava by iron chains. Once both combatants took their positions, Shiba announced, The rules of the Red Lotus Gym match are 3 versus 3, and my first combatant will be this. With that, Shiba tossed a Pokeball, summoning a Ninetales to the field, its 9 tails dancing like flames, exuding a fierce heat. In response, Zhang Yu produced a Great Ball, stating, Then I shall send forth this one. Go, Aerodactyl. The Great Ball opened, and Aerodactyl emerged, landing opposite Ninetales. It spread its vast wings and let out a deafening roar, as if to intimidate its opponent. Seeing Aerodactyl take the stage, Shiba immediately issued a command, Ninetales, use Fire Spin. Ninetales swiftly gathered its fiery energy and unleashed a massive fiery vortex, hurtling straight toward Aerodactyl. Unfazed by Ninetales' fierce attack, Zhang Yu calmly shouted, Aerodactyl, counter with Flamethrower. Aerodactyl opened its mouth wide, releasing a scorching flamethrower that collided violently with Ninetales' fire spin in midair. The two formidable flames clashed fiercely, sending waves of heat radiating outward. After a brief stalemate, Aerodactyl, harnessing its immense power, broke through the fire spin, propelling the flamethrower toward Ninetales. Shiba, witnessing this, urgently called out, Ninetales, evade with quick attack. Ninetales nimbly dodged the assault, moving with remarkable speed to avoid the attack. Shiba stared in astonishment at Aerodactyl, completely surprised by its elevated level. He quickly commanded, Ninetales, use Flamethrower. Without hesitation, Ninetales unleashed a torrent of flames towards Aerodactyl. Yet, Zhang Yu remained unfazed, issuing his command to Aerodactyl. Aerodactyl, use Dragon Pulse. Aerodactyl opened its mouth wide, emitting a powerful dragon pulse that surged forth like a raging tide, overpowering Ninetales' flamethrower as it lunged toward its opponent like a ferocious beast. Feeling the urgency, Shiba shouted, Ninetales, quickly use Quick Attack to evade. Ninetales swiftly executed Quick Attack, narrowly dodging the direct impact of the dragon pulse. However, Zhang Yu did not grant the Ninetales a moment's respite. He promptly commanded, do not give it another chance. Unleash the ultimate impact. Upon receiving the order, the fossil pterodactyl became enveloped in a golden aura, darting towards Ninetales with astonishing speed. Although Ninetales adeptly evaded the dragon pulse, it stood no chance against the ultimate impact, which struck it forcefully, rendering it unable to continue the battle. After recalling Ninetales into its Pokeball, Xiaobo's expression turned serious as he regarded Zhang Yu and remarked, you are indeed formidable. From here on out, I shall fight earnestly. No sooner had he spoken than he swiftly threw another Pokeball. With a flash of red light, a majestic Houndoom materialized on the battlefield. This Houndoom was of considerable size, its body cloaked in a fiery red coat, resembling flames in its ferocity. Its sharp and fierce gaze exuded an overwhelming presence. Standing to the side, Kana's expression shifted slightly upon seeing the Houndoom. She quickly warned Zhang Yu, Xiaoyu, Xiaobo's Houndoom is incredibly powerful. Its strength has reached the elite level. You must proceed with caution. Zhang Yu, upon hearing Kana's words, wore an incredulous expression as he widened his eyes at Xiaobo, exclaiming, no way, old man. This is just a gym battle. And yet you send out such a formidable Pokémon. Are you not taking this seriously? In response to Zhang Yu's words, Xiaobo erupted into hearty laughter, his mirth echoing across the open arena. Haha, it has been far too long since I encountered a trainer as powerful as you. Battling an opponent of your caliber truly ignites my passion. Therefore, I shall surely unleash my utmost strength to face you. Then let us begin. Fossil Pterodactyl, use Rock Slide. Zhang Yu commanded first. As soon as the words left his lips, the fossil pterodactyl let out a roar, and suddenly, several massive boulders appeared above Houndoom's head, plummeting towards it like meteors. Unperturbed by the sudden assault, Xiaobo calmly shouted, Houndoom, evade and follow up with Quick Attack. Houndoom reacted swiftly, deftly sidestepping the descending rocks. In the blink of an eye, it dashed forth like lightning, vanishing from sight. Observing this, Zhang Yu urgently called out, Fossil Pterodactyl, counter with ultimate impact. The pterodactyl glowed with a golden aura as it met Houndoom's Quick Attack head-on. The collision of Quick Attack and ultimate impact generated a tremendous wave of energy, sending both combatants staggering back several paces, though the fossil pterodactyl was clearly pushed back further. Fossil Pterodactyl, use spikes. Zhang Yu, sensing the dire situation, quickly issued a new command. Stabilizing itself, the fossil pterodactyl conjured a circle of spikes that rained down upon Houndoom like a tempest of arrows. Houndoom, unleash Flamethrower. Xiaobo commanded without hesitation. Houndoom, undeterred, inhaled deeply and unleashed a fierce torrent of flames. The flames collided violently with the spikes mid-air, engulfing many of them in fire, melting some under the intense heat, while the remaining spikes were deflected by the force of the flames, scattering to the ground. In the brief moment of skirmish, Xiaobo seized the opportunity and shouted, Houndoom, close in and use Bite. At the sound of his command, Houndoom dashed forward in an instant, opening its jaws to reveal sharp fangs as it lunged at the fossil pterodactyl. Zhang Yu's expression changed drastically, and he inwardly cursed the impending disaster. He hurriedly urged the fossil pterodactyl to evade the lethal strike. However, despite its utmost effort to dodge, Houndoom's speed was simply too swift, and it managed to latch onto the pterodactyl's wing, eliciting a cry of pain. Fossil pterodactyl, break free and retaliate with wing attack. Zhang Yu commanded anxiously. The fossil pterodactyl flapped its wings vigorously, attempting to shake off Houndoom, but but Houndoom held on tenaciously. At that moment, Xiaobo ordered, Houndoom, execute overheat. As he finished his command, Houndoom quickly gathered intense flames in its mouth, engulfing the fossil pterodactyl in searing heat, causing it to writhe in agony. As the flames gradually subsided, the fossil pterodactyl plummeted to the ground, incapacitated. Seeing the outcome, Zhang Yu recalled the fossil pterodactyl, taking a deep breath to steady his emotions. He then retrieved a great ball from his belt, and without hesitation, threw it forth. Come forth, Frogadier, Zhang Yu called out. Upon entering the fray, Frogadier assumed a battle stance, its gaze locked onto Houndoom. Xiaobo observed Frogadier with a slight smile, commanding, Houndoom, unleash flamethrower. Houndoom opened its mouth, sending forth a robust column of fire towards Frogadier. Frogadier, use water pulse, Zhang Yu shouted. Frogadier conjured blue water waves in its hands, meeting the flames head-on, creating a cloud of steam. Seizing the moment amid the chaos, Zhang Yu commanded, Frogadier, use double team. Instantly, multiple images of Frogadier appeared across the field, perplexing Houndoom. Quick to react, Xiaobo ordered, Houndoom, use your keen sense of smell to locate the real one, then strike with quick attack. Houndoom sniffed the air, swiftly honing in on its target, launching itself like an arrow. In that critical moment before impact, Zhang Yu shouted, Frogadier, ice punch. Frogadier summoned a chilling energy, delivering a powerful punch that collided with Houndoom. The force of the impact sent both combatants stumbling back, once again entangled in a standoff. Just as the impasse lingered, Xiaobo suddenly shouted, Houndoom, fire Fong. Flames ignited in Houndoom's mouth, its teeth glowing red as it lunged towards Frogadier. Zhang Yu's eyes narrowed. Frogadier, counter with cut. Frogadier crossed its arms in front, gathering strength before launching an explosive strike. Fire Fong and cut collided, with Frogadier staggering from the impact, while Houndoom retreated slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaobo commanded, Houndoom, use overheat. Houndoom expelled an even more intense wave of flames toward Frogadier. Frogadier, water gun, Zhang Yu urgently called out. Frogadier expelled a powerful jet of water that collided with overheat, generating immense steam that quickly enveloped the arena, obscuring everyone's vision. Zhang Yu's heart raced as he shouted, Frogadier, search for an opening in the steam and use Shadow Ball. Xiaobo remained vigilant, instructing, Houndoom, stay alert and prepare to defend. Within the steam, Frogadier navigated skillfully, waiting for the opportune moment to gather a shadowy sphere and launch it towards Houndoom. Utilizing its keen senses, Houndoom sidestepped the Shadow Ball and immediately activated Quick Attack, charging toward Frogadier. Caught off guard, Frogadier was struck, its body trembling, but it maintained its stance. As the steam dissipated, Zhang Yu met Frogadier's resolute gaze and declared, Frogadier, we have not lost yet. Once more, use Water Pulse. Frogadier inhaled deeply before unleashing a triumphant cry, Frogadier. Accompanied by this roar, a brilliant light of evolution enveloped Frogadier. And when the light faded, the original Frogadier was no more. In its place stood a lithe and agile Greninja. The Koga Ninja Frog stood in the center of the arena, swiftly conjuring a sphere of azure water with its dexterous hands. With a soft command, it hurled the blue orb towards the Speedy Hound. Speedy Hound, unleash a fiery blaze. Upon witnessing the Koga Ninja Frog's offensive, Xiaobo immediately issued a directive. Without hesitation, Speedy Hound opened its jaws, and a searing flame erupted forth, racing directly towards the water sphere launched by Koga Ninja Frog. As fire and water collided in midair, a fierce clash ensued, causing a substantial release of steam. This vapor rapidly enveloped the battlefield, shrouding it in a thick mist. Due to the obscured visibility, Zhang Yu found it difficult to directly locate Speedy Hound, yet he remained composed. Focusing his mind, he utilized his psychic abilities to swiftly pinpoint the position of Speedy Hound. Koga Ninja Frog, at 1 o'clock, use Water Cannon. Zhang Yu issued the command without a hint of hesitation. Upon receiving the order, Koga Ninja Frog immediately turned to face the specified direction, then opened its mouth wide as a massive water cannon shot forth, hurtling towards Speedy Hound. Unprepared for such a rapid counterattack from Koga Ninja Frog, Speedy Hound had no time to react and was struck squarely by the water cannon. The impact sent Speedy Hound sliding back several meters, though it quickly regained its footing. Xiaobo, with unwavering determination, shouted, Speedy Hound, do not falter, unleash overheat. Drawing in a deep breath, Speedy Hound concentrated, generating an immense flame that formed a brilliant character, sweeping towards Koga Ninja Frog. Zhang Yu, undaunted, promptly commanded, Koga Ninja Frog, evade with Shadow Clone, then execute a sneak attack. In an instant, Koga Ninja Frog created multiple clones, skillfully dodging the fiery character. Following this, its true form dashed towards Speedy Hound like a phantom, coalescing black energy in its hands and delivering a powerful blow. Speedy Hound reeled from the impact, its body swaying. Xiaobo gritted his teeth and urged, Speedy Hound, hold on, use Flame Punch. With its last reserves of strength, Speedy Hound expelled a torrent of intense flames. Zhang Yu, taken aback by Speedy Hound's resilience, quickly instructed, use Water Cannon to counter. Koga Ninja Frog promptly retaliated with Water Cannon, and the two formidable forces collided once more, generating a fierce gust and billowing steam. As the mist dissipated, both Speedy Hound and Koga Ninja Frog lay on the ground, unable to continue the battle. Old man, your next Pokémon won't be another near-champion level, will it? Zhang Yu remarked with a hint of frustration, inwardly lamenting the challenge posed by Speedy Hound, and fearing the arrival of another formidable opponent would leave him no choice but to summon Dragonite. Xiaobo burst into hearty laughter, his jovial voice echoing across the vast battlefield. Once he had finished laughing, he regarded Zhang Yu with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes, saying, Ha, young man, I acknowledge your prowess. Even if you were to lose this next bout, I shall grant you the badge. Then, addressing the molten lava below, Xiaobo called, Come forth. Charizard. No sooner had he spoken than a Charizard leaped from the magma, landing gracefully in the arena. Zhang Yu exhaled in relief upon seeing Charizard, then retrieved an Ultra Ball from his waist and tossed it into the battlefield, declaring, In that case, go, Milotic. The Ultra Ball spun rapidly through the air before bursting open with a resounding pop, and a radiant figure of Milotic emerged onto the battlefield. Charizard, unleash a fiery inferno. Xiaobo commanded as soon as he spotted Milotic. Charizard, responding to the order, opened its mouth wide, releasing a torrent of blazing flames that surged towards Milotic. Milotic, use Water Cannon. Zhang Yu shouted in response. Milotic reacted swiftly, unleashing a colossal jet of water that shot forth like a cannonball, colliding violently with Charizard's flames and generating a cloud of mist. Within the mist, Charizard, cloaked by its flames, charged towards Milotic, its claws blazing, intent on landing a devastating blow. Zhang Yu, sensing Charizard's approach with his psychic abilities, immediately issued a new command, Milotic, use Ice Beam straight ahead. Without hesitation, Milotic opened its mouth, emitting an extremely cold beam of light that shot forth like a bolt of lightning towards Charizard. The Ice Beam, swift as the wind, caught Charizard off guard, and before it could evade, it was struck head-on. With a sharp crack, the area hit by the icy beam quickly crystallized, encasing Charizard in a thick layer of ice. Now's the chance. Zhang Yu seized the moment, exclaiming, Milotic, pursue and use Water Cannon. Milotic, hearing Zhang Yu's words, unleashed a powerful stream of water directed at the frozen Charizard. Unable to move, Charizard could only watch helplessly as the torrent of Water Cannon surged towards it. With a thunderous crash, the Water Cannon collided with Charizard, the force sending it hurtling away. Xiaobo observed Charizard's condition with a flicker of concern in his eyes, but quickly regained his resolve, calling out, Charizard, hang in there, use Flame Punch. Charizard roared, its fiery fist lunging towards Milotic. Milotic, Water Tail, Zhang Yu shouted. Milotic, responding to the command, swiftly swung its tail, enveloping it in a powerful torrent of water, and struck towards Charizard. Though Charizard's punch connected with Milotic, the counterattack from Water Tail sent it flying back, crashing into the wall with a resounding impact, creating a sizable dent. All eyes turned towards Charizard, which now sported dazed eyes, clearly having lost its ability to fight. Xiaobo shook his head in resignation, recalling Charizard. He approached Zhang Yu, a look of admiration gracing his features, and remarked, Young man, your skills have truly impressed me. Zhang Yu humbly smiled and replied, Thank you for your kind words. Xiaobo, I still have much to learn. Xiaobo nodded, retrieving a deep crimson badge from his pocket and handing it to Zhang Yu, saying, This is the crimson badge, well-deserved indeed. The hour is late. You should rest at my inn for the night. Gratefully accepting the badge, Zhang Yu replied, Thank you. Xiaobo. The others nodded in agreement, weary from their challenge at the gym, and thus, they spent a tranquil night at Xiaobo's inn. On the following morning, they rose early, bidding farewell to Xiaobo as they set off on their journey towards the final Tokiwa gym. Xia, we are nearing Hualan City. Are you not planning to return home for a visit? Zhang Yu turned to inquire of the girl beside him. Xiaoxia was momentarily taken aback by Zhang Yu's words. As if pondering something deeply, after a brief pause, she gradually replied, Yes, this time I plan to return home. It has been quite a while since I last visited. And besides, the seahorse has not been in the best condition lately. Xiaoxue suggested that taking it to a larger space to swim freely would be beneficial. So I wish to bring it back with me. At that moment, Sheng Dai, who had been walking beside them, interjected, By the way, brother Yu, I should also make a trip back to school. Why is that? Zhang Yu inquired, somewhat puzzled. Haven't you already been accepted into the Quartz League? Shengdai explained. While it is true that I have been accepted, I still need to train my Pokémon to ensure they perform at their best during the competition. Therefore, once I arrive in Hualan City, I will head straight back to school. I see, Zhang Yu nodded. Then our next meeting will be on the Quartz Plateau. Indeed. I will certainly defeat you and become the champion, Shengdai declared with confidence. As the two conversed, the usually reticent Naz appeared to speak up. I also intend to return home. Zhang Yu turned to Naz, asking, is there something going on with the teacher? Naz shook her head, replying, not at all. It's simply that I haven't been home in quite some time, and I wish to see my parents. But rest assured, I will cheer for you at the Quartz Plateau. Kinna, and I will also head to the Quartz Plateau, Kinna softly added, a hint of resignation in her tone. Zhang Yu, taken aback, looked at Kinna curiously. Did you all plan this in advance? Why is everyone suddenly leaving? Kinna smiled faintly and shook her head, explaining, the Quartz League is about to commence. And as members of the Elite Four, we must attend a meeting to discuss various matters regarding the League. Though Zhang Yu felt a twinge of sadness at this news, he forced a smile and said, all right, then, I shall see you all at the Quartz Plateau. Before long, they arrived in Hualan City. Shengdai was the first to bid farewell, slinging her backpack over her shoulder and sprinting toward the school, calling out, Brother Yu, see you at the Quartz Plateau. I will definitely defeat you. Following her, Naz also said her goodbyes, walking toward Jinhua City. Finally, Kinna patted Zhang Yu's shoulder, saying, the gym leader of the Jiban Gym will be someone you least expect. With that, she headed toward the airport. Zhang Yu watched everyone depart, taking a deep breath and remarking, it's just the four of us left. It feels quite unfamiliar. Don't worry, Brother Yu, we will see each other again soon. Selena smiled reassuringly. Zhang Yu nodded and then turned to walk with Selena, Xiaoxia, and Xiaoxue toward the Hualan Gym. In no time, they arrived at the entrance of the Hualan Gym, where Zhang Yu curiously observed the lack of activity. It was eerily empty, a stark contrast to the bustling scene he remembered. Is there no performance at the Hualan Gym today? There isn't a single person in sight, he queried, his brow furrowing in confusion. Selena nodded in agreement, echoing, yes, the last time we were here, there were many people queuing at the entrance. With their curiosity piqued, they stepped inside the gym. As soon as they entered, Xiaoxia exclaimed loudly, I'm back. Her voice echoed throughout the hall. The Hualan sisters immediately rushed over, their faces alight with joy. Xiaoxia, it's wonderful to have you back, Mewtwo exclaimed with a beaming smile. Yes, indeed. Your return is perfectly timed, Changpu chimed in, excitement evident in her tone. At that moment, Yinghua noticed Zhang Yu and Selena and approached them with warm enthusiasm. It's you, Zhang Yu. It's been such a long time. And Selena, how lovely to see you again. She then turned to Xiaoxue and inquired, and who might this be? With a smile, Xiaoxue introduced herself. Hello, I'm Xiaoxue. Yinghua responded warmly. Oh, how delightful. I hope our youngest sister didn't cause you any trouble on your journey? Her tone revealed a nurturing concern for Xiaoxia. Xiaoxue quickly shook her head, smiling as she replied, not at all. Just then, Changpu and Mewtwo joined the conversation, furthering the joyful exchange among them. The atmosphere was filled with camaraderie. Meanwhile, Xiaoxia had wandered to the side of the gym, near the pool. She retrieved the Pokeball containing her seahorse and released it, saying, Go, my dear, swim freely in the pool. The seahorse joyfully responded to her command, frolicking in the water. As Xiaoxia watched her Pokemon play, Yinghua approached with the others in tow. Xiaoxia, your return is fortuitous. We have something to discuss with you, Yinghua said with a smile. Curious, Xiaoxia asked, what is it? With a mysterious grin, Yinghua produced a script from behind her back, saying, we would like you to perform in a water ballet. Look, we've already written the script. Xiaoxia's eyes widened in astonishment, stammering, I cannot possibly do something like that. Seeing her reaction, Yinghua pouted playfully. Oh, come on. Our performances have become rather monotonous lately, and the audience has dwindled. We're begging you. Her voice bore a hint of desperation and plea. The audience is sparse. Not even a cheer can be heard, Mewtwo lamented, echoing the sentiment. Thus, we devised a new routine featuring water ballet, Changpu excitedly proclaimed. Since you returned today, we thought. Yinghua began, but Mewtwo interjected. So we need you to be our sacrificial performer. Why must I be the sacrificial performer? Xiaoxia protested, clearly reluctant. Newcomers want to be scrutinized if things go awry. Mewtwo clarified. What do you mean by that? Xiaoxia was evidently displeased with Mewtwo's remark. Oh, please, Xiaoxia, just help us out, Yinghua implored, clasping her hands together with a pitiful expression. Please agree, it sounds quite enjoyable, Zhang Yu chimed in supportively from the side. Yes, if possible. Could my little crocodile also make an appearance? Selena added eagerly. Noticing the enthusiasm around her, Changpu promptly grasped Zhang Yu's hand, expressing her gratitude. Thank you. Zhang Yu and Selena. Mutant also clasped Selena's hand, exclaiming, Xiaoxia is incredibly fortunate to have friends like you. Yinghua gazed at Xiaoxia with tear-filled eyes, her voice sincere. You will save our Hualan Gym, won't you? Please, Xiaoxia. Her tone was tinged with emotion. Seeing Yinghua's pitiful demeanor, Xiaoxia's heart softened. With a deep sigh of resignation, she replied, very well, I will agree. As soon as she spoke, Mutant and Changpu sprang up with exuberance, cheering, that is fantastic. Mutant smugly remarked to Changpu, you see, I told you that Xiaoxia couldn't resist Yinghua's request. Changpu nodded in agreement, smiling as she replied, you were absolutely right. The two exchanged knowing glances and burst into laughter. All right, let us rehearse. The storyline is quite simple, Changpu exclaimed with excitement. As per usual, Changpu would narrate the script. Yinghua added with a smile, Changpu will take the lead in telling the story. Changpu cleared her throat and began to narrate. Well, the story revolves around a sea lion living peacefully with a mermaid princess when suddenly, two great villains emerge. By beauty standards, I should play the mermaid princess. Mutant muttered to Xiaoxia, but this time, I'll begrudgingly let you take the role. Xiaoxia muttered reluctantly, but I didn't volunteer for this. Upon witnessing this, Changpu swiftly picked up the script and lightly tapped Xiaoxia on the head, prompting her, hurry up and perform. Xiaoxia rubbed the spot that had been tapped and replied with a hint of annoyance. Oh, that's so annoying. I know. Taking a deep breath, she immersed herself into her character, exclaiming, who will come to save me? At that moment, Changpu continued, and at this juncture, the prince, played by Yinghua, chased away the villains. With that, Yinghua stepped forward to drive away the antagonists portrayed by Mutant and Changpu. Changpu then added thus. The little mermaid fell in love with the prince and enjoyed a blissful life with the sea lions, bringing joy to all. The next day, the group arose early, swiftly completing their morning routines before stepping out of the Hualan dojo to commence the task of posting posters and selling tickets. Each member had their designated role, and in no time, the posters were affixed, capturing the attention of many passers-by. Moreover, the tickets sold out in a brief span, filling everyone with exhilaration. After accomplishing their task, they returned to the dojo in high spirits. Just then, Yinghua unexpectedly approached Zhang Yu, a hint of hesitation evident on her face. Zhang Yu, could you do me a favor? She asked somewhat shyly. Observing her demeanor, Zhang Yu promptly inquired, is something the matter? After a moment of contemplation, Yinghua spoke. Well, Changpu and Mutant have relatives visiting, so they cannot participate in tomorrow's performance. I was wondering if you and Shalina could portray those two villains? Zhang Yu pondered for a moment before nodding. Sure, but I have a slight request. What request? Yinghua asked with curiosity. May I modify the lines? Zhang Yu replied with a grin. Yinghua considered this and responded, that's fine, as long as it adheres to the storyline. Receiving her affirmative answer, Zhang Yu nodded in satisfaction, stating, all right, I'll go find Shalina to discuss the lines. With that, he turned and made his way to Shalina's room. Upon reaching the door of Shalina's room, Zhang Yu gently knocked. After a brief moment, the door slowly opened, revealing Shalina. He relayed Yinghua's request to her, mentioning that they would portray the villains in the upcoming performance. Shalina, initially taken aback, soon agreed with enthusiasm. Consequently, Zhang Yu and Shalina delved into the script together. Unbeknownst to them, the night slipped away as they focused solely on their preparations. The following afternoon, the Hualan dojo was filled to capacity with eager spectators. The performance commenced, with Xiaoxia portraying the Little Mermaid joyfully accompanied by the sea lions, creating an electrifying atmosphere. Suddenly, the lights dimmed, prompting Xiaoxia to instinctively ask, what happened? At that very moment, a spotlight illuminated Shalina and Zhang Yu. Since you've earnestly inquired, Zhang Yu proclaimed, I shall graciously provide an answer. To prevent the Little Mermaid from being captured, and to ensure the safety of the sea lions, we stand for love and the truth of justice. We are the charming and delightful heroes of this tale, Shalina and Zhang Yu. We traverse the realms as the protagonists of this story. A rainbow-colored tomorrow awaits us. Ha ha. You shall comply and accompany us, Zhang Yu declared with bravado. Following a thrilling chase, Yinghua, in the role of the prince, arrived just in time to engage in a fierce battle with the villains. Zhang Yu and Shalina displayed commendable acting, feigning defeat. Ultimately, Yinghua successfully drove away the antagonists, sharing a heartfelt gaze with Xiaoxia's Little Mermaid. Just as the audience anticipated a tender hand-holding moment, the mischievous sea lions darted onto the stage, causing delightful chaos that had the audience roaring with laughter. As the performance concluded, thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue. During the curtain call, Smiles illuminated the faces of all participants, as this performance etched a beautiful memory in their hearts. The next day, as they beheld the long line outside the Hualan dojo, Xiaoxue exclaimed, "Wow, what a long queue. Thanks to you all, even tickets for 6 months later have sold out." Yinghua beamed. "I'll share the role of the Little Mermaid with Mutin, each of us taking on 2 characters," Changpu proposed. "But if Xiaoxia leaves, we won't have enough Pokémon." Yinghua expressed her concern. "Right, Xiaoxia, could you leave some Pokémon behind?" Changpu inquired of Xiaoxia. "Ah," Xiaoxia gasped in surprise. "I think we should keep the Ink Sea Dragon so it can swim a bit longer," Xiaoxua suggested. "Got it," Xiaoxia replied helplessly. Retrieving the Ink Sea Dragon's Pokeball from her bag and handing it to Changpu. "You must take good care of it. Also, don't forget the spinning star," Mutin added. "Huh, the gem starfish too?" Xiaoxia hesitated but ultimately consented, stating, "Fine, but you all must look after it well." "Oh, and this Bikibi too," Yinghua suddenly exclaimed, picking up the Bikibi from the ground. "No, Bikibi is not allowed." Xiaoxia rushed over to reclaim it, saying, "You can have this Psyduck instead. We don't want that." Mutin and Changpu chorused in unison, refusing. "Huh, what does that mean? Do you look down on my Psyduck?" Chapter 64, The Jitan Dojo. Zhang Yu and his companions finally arrived at the location of the last badge, the Jitan Dojo. Standing before the dojo, Zhang Yu gazed at the structure, a surge of anticipation welling within him. He discreetly communicated with his EV, Mew, perched on his shoulder using psychic powers. "Mew, can you sense Mewtwo inside?" Upon receiving Zhang Yu's transmission, EV, Mew, immediately unleashed its psychic abilities, enveloping the entire Jitan Dojo in a protective veil. After a moment, EV, Mew, gently shook its head. Subsequently, Mew conveyed through its powers. However, there is a very powerful Jengar inside. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu furrowed his brow and continued to inquire, "Jengar? How does it compare to the old ghost?" After contemplating for a moment, EV, Mew, responded, "In terms of hypnosis, the old ghost is slightly stronger. But in terms of overall strength, the old ghost is completely outmatched." Zhang Yu, upon hearing this, secretly pondered, could it be that Grandma Kiku has come? But that doesn't make sense. Ash hasn't even challenged the Jitan Dojo yet, so the current leader should be Yamaki. This felt decidedly off, exceedingly so. Noticing Zhang Yu's unease, Shalina inquired, "What's wrong, Yuji?" Zhang Yu shook his head. "It's nothing, let's go inside." As they stepped through the doors of the Jitan Dojo, a chilling atmosphere enveloped them. The dojo's interior was dimly lit, imparting an oppressive sensation. Just then, the door creaked open, revealing a petite old woman. Her golden hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, and though her face bore many wrinkles, they could not obscure her kind smile. "Grandma Kiku?" Zhang Yu exclaimed, eyes wide with astonishment. "Haha, little you, I've been waiting for you for quite some time." Grandma Kiku chuckled heartily in response. Zhang Yu, regaining his composure, quickly asked, "Grandma, how did you come to be here?" Grandma Kiku's expression shifted, and she replied somewhat tersely, "I senti it because of you, you little rascal." Zhang Yu was momentarily taken aback, pointing at himself in confusion. "Me?" Grandma Kiku sighed, explaining, "This Jitan Dojo was originally run by the Team Rocket leader, Yamaki. As long as Team Rocket didn't engage in any egregious acts, the League would turn a blind eye. But who would have thought that Team Rocket would create a Mewtwo? This has certainly provoked the League, which has decided to launch a thorough purge of Team Rocket before the Quartz League commences." Zhang Yu listened with increasing confusion and could not help but interject. "But what does this have to do with me?" Granny Kikuko shot him a glare before responding. "You, my dear, are nothing but a troublemaker. You have been attacked by Team Rocket twice, and that has alarmed the League. Because of your predicament, the purge had to be expedited. And here I am, assigned as the proxy gym leader of the Dato Gym, a rather arduous task, I must say." Zhang Yu scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "I'm truly sorry for causing you trouble, Granny." Kikuko waved her hand dismissively. "Oh, it's nothing. After all, you are like a child I have watched grow up. But you are here today for that last badge, aren't you?" Zhang Yu nodded firmly. "Yes, Granny. I wish to collect all 8 badges to participate in the Quartz League." A glimmer of admiration flickered in Kikuko's eyes. "Very well. But obtaining that badge will not be an easy feat. My Jengar will show no mercy." As she spoke, a Jengar emerged, phasing through the wall. The moment it appeared, the temperature in the room plummeted, and it bore a sinister grin, exuding a formidable aura. With a smile, Kikuko led everyone to the battle arena of the Dato Gym. Standing at the center and fixing her gaze on Zhang Yu, she slowly declared, "The battle rules of the Dato Gym are 2-on-2. You have no objections, do you? Shall you?" "No problem. Let's go, Greninja," Zhang Yu exclaimed as he retrieved an Ultra Ball from his waist and tossed it gently. A flash of red light illuminated the arena as a blue Greninja materialized before them. Upon landing, Greninja immediately assumed a battle stance. Observing this, Kikuko's smile widened as she softly commanded, Jengar, use Will-O-Wisp. No sooner had she spoken than eerie purple flames encircled Jengar, surging forth like specters towards Greninja. Unfazed, Zhang Yu shouted, Greninja, use Double Team. In an instant, Greninja transformed into numerous shadowy copies, some of which were engulfed by the Will-O-Wisp, while the remaining duplicates, like phantoms, charged at Jengar. Jengar, Thunderbolt. Kikuko calmly directed. Jengar emitted a low growl, electric sparks crackling around its body, transforming into a powerful bolt of electricity that swept through Greninja's copies. However, the true Greninja seized the opportunity to dart in from another direction, its hands glowing with dark energy, aiming directly at Jengar. Greninja, go in for a critical strike. Zhang Yu called out fervently. Greninja shot forward like an arrow, its speed akin to lightning. Seeing this, Kikuko urgently commanded, Jengar, use Brick Break. Jengar swiftly extended its hands, gathering a tremendous amount of energy, and struck down towards Greninja. The clash between Greninja's critical strike and Jengar's Brick Break erupted with a deafening boom, unleashing a wave of powerful energy that engulfed the arena in dust. As the dust settled, both Greninja and Jengar staggered back a few steps. Once Greninja regained its balance, Zhang Yu seized the moment, calling out, Greninja, use Water Shuriken. Greninja quickly conjured several water shurikens with its hands and launched them at Jengar. Maintaining her composure, Kikuko commanded, Jengar, use Shadow Ball. Jengar formed a dark sphere of energy to meet the water shurikens in midair, resulting in an explosion of smoke. At that moment, Greninja utilized the cover of the smoke to execute another double team, with countless copies surging towards Jengar while its true form circled behind. Leaping high to prepare a decisive blow, Greninja, go for the critical strike. Zhang Yu transmitted telepathically to Greninja. Kikuko furrowed her brow, pondering. Is this boy truly a novice trainer? Yet, she quickly regained her focus, instructing Jengar, hold your ground. A transparent shield enveloped Jengar as Greninja's critical strike collided with it, causing the shield to tremble violently but remain intact. Jengar now? Use Ice Punch. Kikuko decisively commanded. Jengar's fist was instantly covered in frost as it struck down towards Greninja. Chapter 65, Battle with Kikuko. Greninja was struck by the Ice Punch, instantly becoming encased in ice, immobilized. Oh no, Greninja, break free, Zhang Yu exclaimed anxiously, calling out in a desperate attempt to free Greninja from its icy prison. Jengar, capitalize on this and finish it with Energy Ball, Kikuko ordered ruthlessly. Following her command, Jengar quickly gathered energy into a glowing energy ball and hurled it at the frozen Greninja. The energy ball struck Greninja squarely, resulting in a cloud of smoke erupting from the impact. As the smoke cleared, Greninja's eyes had turned into swirling spirals, indicating it had lost its battle capability. Zhang Yu recalled Greninja into its Ultra Ball, his voice tinged with regret. I'm sorry, Greninja, this was an error in my strategy. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, the three girls observed with anxious expressions. Misty spoke first. Xiaoyu, you can definitely win, right? Her tone carried a hint of unease. Serena quickly responded. Of course he can. Brother, you will surely win. Her words were filled with conviction and confidence. Dawn nodded in agreement, affirming Serena's sentiment. I believe in Xiaoyu. He will definitely prevail. Zhang Yu took a deep breath, retrieving another Ultra Ball from his waist. Now, it's up to you, Dragonite, he shouted, tossing the Ultra Ball. A brilliant light flashed, and a Dragonite appeared on the battlefield. Kikuko scrutinized the Dragonite, a look of surprise crossing her face. This Dragonite is impressive. Having already achieved champion-level strength? A smile of anticipation graced her lips. Let us see whether your Dragonite is superior or if Dato's is stronger. Unfazed, Zhang Yu decisively commanded. Dragonite, unleash Dragon Rage. Following the command, Dragonite opened its mouth and released a powerful stream of blue Dragon Rage towards Jengar. Jengar deftly dodged, effortlessly evading the attack, then vanished into thin air, morphing into a shadow as it rapidly approached Dragonite. Jengar, use Shadow Ball, Kikuko shouted. Jengar swiftly conjured a pitch-black Shadow Ball and hurled it at Dragonite. Reacting quickly, Dragonite flapped its wings and soared into the sky, evading the Shadow Ball. Just then, Jengar suddenly reappeared behind Dragonite. Dragonite, behind you. Use Dragon Claw, Zhang Yu shouted. Dragonite rapidly gathered green energy into its claws, charging at Jengar with astonishing speed. Jengar, use Hypnosis, Kikuko called out as Dragonite closed in on Jengar. Jengar's eyes emitted a strange glow directed at Dragonite. Dragonite, charge ahead. Don't let it win, Zhang Yu urged. his gaze fixed on Dragonite, brimming with anticipation and encouragement. Hearing Zhang Yu's call, Dragonite was filled with a fierce fighting spirit. It resisted the effects of hypnosis and swung its claws with unmatched power, striking Gengar hard. Gengar was sent flying backward, its body swaying in the air as if losing balance. A pained expression etched on its face, clearly indicating that the blow had inflicted significant damage. Dragonite, don't give it any chance. Dragon Dive. Zhang Yu's voice rang out once more. Upon hearing the command, Dragonite let out a fierce roar, its body swiftly enveloped by a powerful draconic energy. This energy surged forth like tumultuous waves, carrying an aura of boundless might as it charged towards Gengar. Gengar, hold your ground, Kikuko urgently instructed. Her voice, though calm, betrayed a hint of anxiety. Surrounding Gengar was a translucent energy shield when Dragonite collided with it. It was as if it had struck an impenetrable wall, leaving Gengar utterly unharmed. But the confrontation was far from over. Dragonite, use Dragon Claw? Zhang Yu shouted, his voice infused with an unwavering determination. Sensing the impending threat, Kikuko's heart tightened, prompting her to call out, Gengar, use Destiny Bond. Just as Dragonite's claw was about to strike Gengar, the latter unleashed its Destiny Bond ability simultaneously. In that instant, both Dragonite's Dragon Claw and Gengar's Destiny Bond made contact, resulting in a simultaneous cry of anguish from both Pokémon as they collapsed to the ground, rendered unable to continue the battle. Zhang Yu slowly approached Dragonite, crouching beside it and gently stroking its large, warm body. A glimmer of remorse flickered in Dragonite's eyes as it sensed Zhang Yu's presence. It softly called out twice, seemingly expressing its apologies. Zhang Yu smiled, tenderly patting Dragonite's head as he reassured, Dragonite, there is no need for you to feel guilty. Our defeat in this match is not your fault, but rather a reflection of my shortcomings in strategy. After all, I have only just embarked on my journey this year and have much to learn and develop. So, do not be disheartened. We have a long road ahead of us, with ample time to grow stronger together until we reach the pinnacle. Nearby, Mew extended its tiny paw to gently pat Dragonite. At that moment, Kikuko recalled Gengar and approached with measured steps. She regarded Zhang Yu with an expression of respect for his abilities, smiling as she remarked, Xiao Yu, you have demonstrated considerable strength. Had Gengar not used Destiny Bond at the last moment, victory might have been yours. Zhang Yu humbly shook his head, responding, Kikuko, a loss is a loss. I will not make any excuses. However, I will certainly strive to improve my strength and challenge you again. Kikuko smiled knowingly, shaking her head as she retrieved a green badge from her pocket and presented it to Zhang Yu, saying, accept this badge, Xiao Yu. With your prowess, you are fully deserving of it. Zhang Yu gazed at the green badge, which shimmered faintly under the light. Yet, after a moment of internal struggle, he resolutely declined. No. Kikuko, I wish to earn this badge through my own true strength, so I will come to challenge you again. Kikuko's lips curled into a gentle smile as she softly suggested, perhaps this, with several months until the court's conference. I would like you to serve as the gym leader here at the Tokiwa Gym during this time. I will grant you 3 green badges, and whether you earn them will depend on your ability to defend your position. As she spoke, she produced 2 more badges from her pocket and handed all 3 to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately accepted the badges, expressing, thank you, Kikuko. With a warm smile, Kikuko replied, child, the future belongs to the youth. I have grown old. With that, she turned and walked towards the exit of the Tokiwa Gym. After Zhang Yu took over as the gym leader, Misty and her companions embarked on a journey of their own, leaving Zhang Yu with a bustling schedule. Each day brought a multitude of challengers, providing ample opportunity for his Pokémon to train. Zhang Yu also made a point to trade for Pokémon from the Buratano Research Institute. While cultivating bonds with them, he dedicated extensive time and energy to their training, especially with the impending court's conference on the horizon, as he aspired for his Pokémon to excel in the competition. In the midst of Zhang Yu's intense preparations, an unexpected challenger arrived at the gym one day. I am Reiji from the Sinnoh region, here to challenge the gym, he introduced himself. Zhang Yu's expression shifted to one of surprise upon hearing the name. He pondered, Reiji? The brother of Shinji? That can't be right. According to the anime, Reiji shouldn't have appeared by this time. However, upon reflection, he realized that this world was indeed real, and deviations from the anime's timeline were to be expected. After all, Reiji was a character who officially debuted in the Pearl and Diamond games. It made sense. Even Ash couldn't remain perpetually 10 years old as depicted in the anime. So the early appearances of certain characters were quite understandable. Selecting an Ultra Ball from the 12 he had set aside, Zhang Yu stepped onto the battlefield and declared, I am Zhang Yu, the acting gym leader of Tokiwa City. The rules of our match are one-on-one, and I will send forth my Pokémon. Snorlax, come forth. Without hesitation, he tossed the Ultra Ball into the air. It traced a graceful arc before opening, releasing a dazzling light. As the radiance faded, a massive, endearing Snorlax materialized on the battlefield. Snorlax. It bellowed in a deep, resonant voice, seemingly challenging its opponent. Not to be outdone, Reggie retrieved a Pokeball from his waist and proclaimed, "Come forth, Staraptor." He hurled the Pokeball into the air, where it opened instantly, revealing a lithe and majestic Staraptor. "You may take the first move," Zhang Yu smiled at Reggie. "Very well, I shall not hold back. Go, Staraptor, use quick attack." Reggie decisively commanded. Staraptor shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, darting towards Snorlax in the blink of an eye. "Snorlax, counter with Thunder Punch." Zhang Yu called out calmly. Snorlax swiftly raised its robust arm, and electricity crackled around its fist before it unleashed a powerful punch. Just as Staraptor was about to strike Snorlax, it suddenly sensed an overwhelming force rushing towards it. Before it could react, Snorlax's Thunder Punch struck with tremendous impact. "Staraptor, are you all right?" Reggie called out anxiously, concern etched on his face. Staraptor struggled to stabilize itself mid-air, shaking its wings and emitting two sharp cries, seemingly assuring Reggie of its well-being. "All right, continue the assault, Staraptor, use Brave Bird," Reggie said, relieved yet resolute. Following the command, Staraptor enveloped itself in a crimson energy and charged once more towards Snorlax. "Snorlax, Ice Beam," Zhang Yu swiftly instructed. Snorlax inhaled deeply, unleashing a robust ice beam that surged forth to meet the fast-approaching Staraptor. Struck by the ice beam, Staraptor felt the chilling cold slow its movements, dimming the red energy surrounding it. Nevertheless, it pressed on valiantly, determined to collide with Snorlax. "Snorlax, after absorbing the hit, use Heavy Slam," Zhang Yu commanded with authority. Snorlax braced itself to withstand Staraptor's Brave Bird attack, swaying slightly before quickly responding. Its massive form leapt high into the air, descending upon Staraptor with substantial force. "Staraptor, dodge quickly," Reggie shouted in a panic. Murkrow exerted every ounce of strength to flap its wings, narrowly evading the crushing weight of the mountain. Once grounded, Snorlax sprang to its feet, and Ray Eyes shouted with fervor, "Murkrow, use Air Slash." Murkrow opened its beak and unleashed a sharp blade of air, slicing towards Snorlax. The attack struck Snorlax, causing it to stagger back a few steps, but it quickly regained its footing. Zhang Yu, observing the scene, called out, "Snorlax, unleash Ice Beam." Murkrow, unable to evade in midair, was struck by the icy beam. "Murkrow, rally yourself and use Feather Rest," Ray Eyes urged loudly. Murkrow hastily folded its wings, emanating a gentle glow as it began to heal its wounds. "We cannot allow it to recover. Snorlax, Thunderbolt," Zhang Yu commanded decisively. Snorlax crackled with electric energy and charged at Murkrow. Just as Murkrow had begun to recover, it was hit by Thunderbolt, singeing its feathers, and it crashed to the ground in disarray. "Murkrow, can you still fight?" Ray Eyes cried out. With great effort, Murkrow struggled to rise, emitting a cry that signified its willingness to continue. "Well done, Murkrow. Rush in and use close combat," Ray Eyes shouted. Murkrow, despite its exhaustion, charged towards Snorlax. "Snorlax, finish this with Hyper Beam," Zhang Yu ordered without hesitation. Snorlax gathered a formidable beam of energy in its mouth and released it towards Murkrow, who was struck and fell to the ground, unable to continue fighting. "I concede defeat. I shall return to challenge you again," Ray Eyes said as he recalled Murkrow, addressing Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu smiled and replied, "Your challenges are always welcome. I also look forward to our confrontation at the Quartz League." In Chapter 67, Ash and Green arrive. "I concede defeat. I shall return to challenge you again," Ray Eyes said as he recalled Murkrow, addressing Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu smiled and replied, "Your challenges are always welcome. I also look forward to our confrontation at the Quartz League." "Master Zhang Yu, will you also participate in the Quartz League?" Ray Eyes inquired curiously. Zhang Yu smiled gently and waved his hand, saying, "There's no need for such formalities. Feel free to call me Xiaoyu if you don't mind. Moreover, I am merely the acting gym leader. I have successfully obtained 8 badges. Thus, I shall certainly participate in this Quartz League." Upon hearing this, Ray Eyes' eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, "I see. I will give it my all at the Quartz League and defeat you." Zhang Yu smiled slightly and replied, "Wonderful. I eagerly anticipate our showdown at the Quartz League. By the way, if you don't mind, you are welcome to come here often to challenge me." Ray Eyes nodded enthusiastically, responding, "Of course, I will definitely come." With that, he turned and left the Pewter Gym. In the days that followed, Ray Eyes frequently visited the Pewter Gym to challenge Zhang Yu. Through these battles, Ray Eyes significantly improved his skills, and his relationship with Zhang Yu blossomed, transforming them into very good friends. One day, Green and Ash, childhood friends, arrived at the Pewter Gym together. As Ash, Brock, Green, and Green's entourage entered the gym, their gazes fell upon Zhang Yu, each wearing a look of astonishment. "Xiaoyu, what brings you here?" Ash asked, puzzled. Zhang Yu stepped forward with a smile, explaining, "I am now the acting gym leader of Pewter Gym. Are you here to challenge the gym?" Green immediately stepped up, exclaiming, "Zhang Yu, please accept my challenge. This time, I absolutely will not lose to you." His tone was filled with confidence and determination. Ash, confused by Green's assertion, looked at him and asked, "Green, have you already battled Xiaoyu before?" Green nodded, saying, "Yes, back when we first started our journey in Celadon City." Upon hearing this, Ash replied, "Since you've already battled Xiaoyu, then it should be my turn to face him first." Green, displeased by Ash's statement, butted heads with him, arguing, "You're such a slowpoke. I was the one who issued the challenge first." Ash retorted defiantly, "But you've already battled Xiaoyu, so it's only fair that I go first this time." Seeing this, Zhang Yu quickly intervened, suggesting, "How about you two play rock, paper, scissors? The winner gets to challenge me, and the loser can battle Ray Eyes. How does that sound? Of course, if you can defeat Ray Eyes, you will also earn a green badge." Hearing this, Green smirked, crossing his arms as he addressed Ash. "Ash, I think you should just challenge Ray Eyes. After all, I already have 10 badges. This one is inconsequential for me. As for you, you should challenge Ray Eyes and secure your 8th badge." Ray Eyes, overhearing Green, was taken aback. "Wait a minute, dude. I may not be able to beat Xiaoyu, but you can't belittle me like that. Do I really seem that weak?" Zhang Yu, noticing Ray Eyes' expression, quickly explained to Ash and Green, "Don't underestimate Ray Eyes. His strength is quite formidable. You just haven't seen it yet. Now, enough chatter, let us get on with rock, paper, scissors." Ash and Green exchanged glances. Then both assumed their stances, ready to throw down. Ultimately, Green chose scissors while Ash chose cloth, resulting in Green battling Zhang Yu and Ash facing Ray Eyes. Observing Ash's disappointment, Zhang Yu said, "Ash, let us save our battle for the Quartz League." Ash's eyes brightened at this, and he nodded vigorously. "All right, I will prepare diligently for our match." "Then, let me battle Zhang Yu first," Green said confidently, a smile gracing his lips. However, before he could finish his sentence, Ash jumped up, shouting, "What? You've already battled Xiaoyu, so it's only right that I face Ray Eyes first." With that, Ash dashed in front of Green, their heads colliding once more. Zhang Yu quickly stepped in to quell the dispute. "All right, enough of that. Let Ash and the others go first." Ray Eyes promptly added, "Yes, let Ash and me battle first. I can't wait to spar with him." Green rolled his eyes and stepped aside. Subsequently, Ash and Ray Eyes approached the battlefield, while Zhang Yu and Green stood by to watch. Ray Eyes, with a serious demeanor, said, "Ash, don't underestimate me. I won't easily lose to you." Ash clenched his fists, brimming with determination. "Bring it on. I will definitely win this badge." Just then, a Jengar dressed in referee attire floated up from the ground, announcing, "The rules of the Pewter Gym match are 1-on-1. Please send out your Pokémon." Jengar had been forcibly returned by Professor Bratano after repeatedly destroying research facilities. Green's eyes widened in disbelief as he stammered, pointing at Jengar, "This Jengar can actually talk?" Jengar turned to Green, a smirk playing on its lips. "I've lived for over 1,000 years. Learning to speak is a piece of cake for me." Ash, intrigued by this Jengar, remarked, "Isn't this Jengar the one from the Maideness Canyon?" Zhang Yu nodded with a smile, explaining, "Indeed, that's the one. Recently, for reasons unknown, it has developed a keen interest in officiating matches, so I decided to let it have its way." As the discussion unfolded, Jengar, growing impatient, urged Ash, "Stop dawdling. Send out your Pokémon already." As Ash regained his composure, he swiftly turned his gaze to the battlefield, where he beheld Ray Eyes' majestic Talonflame taking flight. Without a moment's hesitation, Ash called out to his steadfast companion, "Pikachu, let us go, Pikachu. You're the one." Pikachu responded with exuberance, its small ears perked up, radiating an indomitable spirit of determination. Chapter 68, Ash vs. Ray Eyes. As both Pokémon stood ready, Jengar announced in a booming voice, "The match begins." Ray Eyes commanded first, Talonflame. Use Air Slash. Talonflame soared gracefully, unleashing a sharp blade of air directed at Pikachu. With agile leaps, Pikachu evaded the attack, prompting Ash to shout, "Pikachu, use Thunderbolt." Sparks of electricity crackled around Pikachu as a powerful bolt surged forth towards Talonflame. The agile bird swiftly maneuvered to dodge the oncoming strike. Noticing this, Ray Eyes quickly ordered, "Talonflame, close in and use Wing Attack." Talonflame's wings sliced through the air with lethal precision as it lunged towards Pikachu. "Dodge it, Pikachu!" Ash cried out in urgency, his heart racing as Talonflame closed in. With remarkable speed, Pikachu darted sideways, narrowly avoiding the wing attack. "Well done, Pikachu! Now unleash Thunderbolt!" Ash exclaimed, excitement surging through him. Taking a deep breath, Pikachu gathered electricity, and in an instant, a dazzling golden current erupted from its body, surging towards Talonflame. Struck by the sudden thunderbolt, Talonflame trembled violently, nearly losing altitude. However, it quickly regained its composure, determination gleaming in its eyes. Ray Eyes encouraged, "Talonflame, rally yourself, use Tailwind." Flapping its wings vigorously, Talonflame conjured a fierce whirlwind on the battlefield. "Now use Aerial Ace." Ray Eyes continued. Ash's heart sank at the sight, and he urgently shouted, "Pikachu, get out of the way." His voice was laced with anxiety and concern. Yet, before Pikachu could react, it was hit hard by Aerial Ace, producing a dull thud as it was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground. "Pikachu!" Ash's heart raced as he dashed to Pikachu's side, anxiously assessing its condition. Pikachu struggled to rise, its eyes still ablaze with fierce fighting spirit. "Are you alright, Pikachu? Can you keep going?" Ash asked with palpable concern. Pikachu nodded, letting out a couple of affirming cries, signaling its readiness to continue the battle. Relieved, Ash returned to his position as a trainer, readying himself to command Pikachu once more. At that moment, Gengar declared, "Pikachu can still battle. The match continues." Ray Eyes frowned slightly, ordering, "Talonflame, once more with Aerial Ace." Talonflame surged forward like lightning towards Pikachu. "Defend with Iron Tail," Ash shouted. Pikachu immediately fortified its tail, transforming it into a hardened weapon, swinging it fiercely against Talonflame's Aerial Ace. With a resounding crash, the two forces collided, unleashing a powerful shockwave that swept across the arena. Talonflame was sent reeling backward from the impact, struggling to maintain its balance. Pikachu too staggered from the force of the clash. Ray Eye's eyes narrowed, and he commanded, "Talonflame, use Brave Bird." Enveloped in a crimson glow, Talonflame charged at Pikachu like a cannonball. Ash, quick on his feet, exclaimed, "Pikachu, jump with your tail first, then unleash Thunderbolt." Pikachu propelled itself upward with its tail, electricity swirling around it as it launched a Thunderbolt at the descending Talonflame. The powerful current enveloped Talonflame, halting its Brave Bird assault, causing it to cry out in distress as it spiraled uncontrollably towards the ground. "Talonflame, steady yourself," Ray Eyes shouted in desperation. With its last ounce of strength, Talonflame managed to flap its wings, landing unsteadily on the ground, visibly injured. "Seize the moment, Pikachu. Follow up with Thunderbolt." Ash seized the opportunity. "Talonflame, dodge with Quick Attack." Ray Eye's voice was filled with urgency. Pikachu, shimmering with radiant yellow electricity, unleashed a formidable Thunderbolt that shot forth like a bolt of lightning. Talonflame, recognizing the imminent danger, hastily flapped its wings and executed Quick Attack, narrowly avoiding Pikachu's Thunderbolt. "Now is your chance, Talonflame. Use Wing Attack," Ray Eyes commanded urgently, responding to the order. Talonflame's wings glowed white as it charged towards Pikachu with immense force. "Pikachu, counter with Iron Tail," Ash shouted, equally determined. Pikachu quickly hardened its tail and swung it high, aiming to strike Talonflame's wings. With a thunderous crash, the Iron Tail and Wing Attack collided, sending forth a massive shockwave that enveloped the arena in swirling dust and debris. As the haze began to clear, it became evident that both Pikachu and Talonflame had fallen simultaneously, rendered unable to continue the battle. Gengar raised its flag and announced loudly, "Both Pikachu and Talonflame have lost their ability to battle." Ash and Ray Eyes exchanged surprised glances before rushing to their respective Pokémon. Ash cradled Pikachu with tenderness, meticulously checking its injuries while murmuring words of comfort. Ray Eyes, with equal care, lifted Talonflame, concern etched across his face. Zhang Yu and Xiaomao approached Ash, with Zhang Yu retrieving a green badge from his pocket and presenting it to Ash with a smile. "Ash, this is the green badge. It belongs to you." Ash gazed at the badge, hesitating momentarily before speaking, "But I didn't win." His voice carried a hint of disappointment and reluctance. Zhang Yu shook his head with a smile, explaining, "Although this battle ended in a tie, the fact that your Pikachu held its ground against Ray Eyes' Talonflame is truly remarkable. Therefore, you are more than deserving of this badge." Upon hearing Zhang Yu's words, Ash's eyes sparkled with surprise and gratitude. He slowly extended his hand to accept the green badge, solemnly declaring, "Thank you. I will carry this badge with pride, and I shall defeat you at the court's conference." Zhang Yu chuckled in response, "I look forward to it." Ray Eyes stepped forward, extending his hand as well. Ash. That was an exhilarating battle. I hope that next time we can truly determine a victor. Ash grasped Rai's hand firmly, affirming, next time, I will definitely win. Chapter 69, The Vengeance Battle. Following the conclusion of Ash and Rai's battle, Zhang Yu and Xiao Mao stepped onto the battlefield, standing opposite each other. At that moment, Xiao Mao's entourage cheered, Xiao Mao, go for it. You're amazing. Xiao Mao kissed his Pokeball and confidently tossed it into the air. With a flash of red light, a Blastoise materialized onto the field. Zhang Yu observed the Blastoise. Has that Wartortle evolved? Xiao Mao's lips curved into a confident smile as he replied, indeed. This is the evolved form of Blastoise, now even stronger. Zhang Yu nodded, retrieving a Master Ball from his waist, and, with a swift motion, hurled it into the air. Declaring, let us go, Greninja. A brilliant white light enveloped the arena as Greninja appeared. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Xiao Mao called out to the Blastoise, Blastoise. It appears that this battle is our quest for vengeance. The Blastoise responded with a fierce roar, seemingly echoing Xiao Mao's sentiments. Without hesitation, Xiao Mao commanded, Blastoise, unleash Hydro Pump. A powerful jet of water surged forth, aimed directly at the Greninja. Zhang Yu, maintaining his composure, shouted, Greninja, evade with double team. In an instant, Greninja created multiple copies of itself, skillfully dodging the Hydro Pump. Following this, Zhang Yu bellowed, utilize Water Shuriken. Greninja conjured shurikens of water and hurled them swiftly towards Blastoise. Reacting swiftly, Xiao Mao directed, Blastoise, retreat into your shell for defense. Blastoise promptly withdrew into its shell, bracing itself as the water shuriken struck, sending splashes of water flying. Seizing this opportunity, Xiao Mao shouted, Blastoise, use Ice Beam. Blastoise erupted from its shell, firing a chilling beam towards Greninja. Zhang Yu reacted with lightning speed, instructing Greninja to approach Blastoise with Shadow Sneak, followed by a Night Slash. Greninja vanished from sight, reappearing behind Blastoise at an astonishing speed, delivering a powerful slash. Blastoise staggered from the blow. Xiao Mao's eyes sharpened. Blastoise, don't falter, use Earthquake. The ground trembled violently, causing Greninja to lose its footing. Greninja, leap. Zhang Yu commanded. As Greninja soared into the air, taking advantage of the moment, he ordered, use Waterfall. A barrage of water shurikens rained down on Blastoise, which struggled to evade and let out a pained cry, yet it stood resolutely. Greninja, unleash Hydro Vortex. Zhang Yu pressed on. Greninja, enveloped in a radiant platinum energy, propelled itself like an arrow towards Blastoise. Blastoise, quickly counter with Hydro Pump. Xiao Mao urged anxiously. Blastoise, heeding the command, launched a formidable Hydro Pump from its cannon. However, Greninja's Hydro Vortex bore down with unyielding force, crashing into Blastoise's Hydro Pump. A thunderous explosion resonated as the two attacks collided, enveloping the arena in a thick cloud of smoke, obscuring the battlefield. As the haze gradually dissipated, Blastoise was seen struggling to maintain its balance, while Greninja stood firmly nearby, seemingly unaffected. In a surprising turn of events, a brilliant blue light emanated from Blastoise. This is Torrent. Zhang Yu exclaimed in astonishment. Greninja, finish it with Night Slash. Greninja instantly grasped Zhang Yu's intent, darting towards Blastoise with ghostly agility, its blade gleaming ominously, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Blastoise, counter with Hydro Pump. Xiao Mao shouted, issuing his command with urgency. Blastoise, undeterred, unleashed another powerful Hydro Pump, clashing fiercely with Greninja's Night Slash. The two forces remained locked in a stalemate, neither yielding ground. Ultimately, however, Blastoise's Hydro Pump proved superior, pushing Greninja back. Blastoise, use Hydro Cannon. Xiao Mao continued, his voice resolute. Following the command, Blastoise swiftly fired two colossal spheres of water from its cannon, hurtling towards Greninja like cannonballs. Unfazed by the onslaught, Zhang Yu coolly ordered, Greninja, meet it with Hydro Pump. Greninja responded by releasing a robust beam of water, colliding fiercely with Blastoise's Hydro Cannon. The clash sent sprays of water cascading throughout the battlefield, cloaking the scene in a delicate mist. Yet, the fierce confrontation yielded no definitive victor, as both powerful forces ultimately canceled each other out. Observing this, Zhang Yu promptly issued a new directive. Greninja, execute Shadow Sneak, followed by a critical hit. Understanding the strategy, Greninja vanished like lightning, reappearing behind Blastoise in an instant, delivering a precise and devastating strike. Blastoise trembled from the sudden assault, collapsing heavily onto the ground, rendered incapable of continuing the fight. Nearby, Gungue raised its flag, proclaiming loudly, Blastoise is unable to battle. Greninja is victorious. Xiao Mao sighed in resignation, gazing at his fallen Blastoise before silently recalling it into its Pokeball. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu approached the center of the battlefield with his triumphant Greninja. Xiao Mao extended his hand, smiling. I concede defeat, but in the Quartz League, I will not be bested by you. Zhang Yu clasped Xiao Mao's hand firmly, responding with a smile. I shall strive to become the champion of the Quartz League. Hey, the championship is mine. A sudden flurry of footsteps announced Xiaoji's arrival as he rushed in like a gust of wind. Upon hearing Xiaoji's voice, Xiao Mao's mouth curled into a slight smirk of disdain. He turned slowly, arms crossed, and remarked in a condescending tone, You, the underachiever? Don't make me laugh. Xiaoji, incensed, retorted, Who are you calling an underachiever? I'm quite formidable. Oh, formidable? You might want to reconsider your abilities. You lose to me every time and still dare to claim you're formidable? Xiao Mao shot back defiantly. The two engaged in a verbal sparring match, their voices escalating in intensity. Chapter 70. Camping. The two continued their bickering, neither willing to yield, while Zhang Yu stood to the side, exasperated, shaking his head in resignation. How did they start arguing again? Truly, they are a pair of clowns, he thought to himself. Observing their escalating conflict, Zhang Yu decided to intervene, calling out to Gingwei. Gingwei, toss them out. Gingwei complied, each hand grasping one of them, and unceremoniously ejected them from the vicinity. On this day, as was his routine, Zhang Yu opened the early, preparing to welcome the challengers of a new day. Inside the dojo, challengers poured in, and Zhang Yu triumphed time and again. Yet, despite the continuous victories, an inexplicable boredom weighed upon him. At long last, after yet another victory, Zhang Yu resolved to take a brief respite. Without a moment's hesitation, he utilized his psychic powers to teleport to the soft belly of a Snorlax, lying down comfortably. Being a dojo trainer is rather dull, Zhang Yu muttered to himself. I wonder when Serena and the others will return. It's been nearly a month since we last saw each other, and I find myself missing them. As he spoke, he gently stroked Snorlax's belly, savoring its warm texture. Meanwhile, Diantha had been sent to Karuna, allowing her to visit the small diamonds of the Diamond Kingdom. Mew, that elusive creature, claimed it needed to visit old friends, promising to return in a few weeks before departing. The colossal Tentacruel expressed a desire to return to its kin, prompting Zhang Yu to exercise a bit of privilege by entrusting it to the local Ms. Junsha. Ray eyes continued to challenge the dojo. As Zhang Yu drifted in his thoughts, a familiar voice suddenly pierced through the tranquility. He turned his head to find Shinado standing beside Snorlax, waving towards him. Shinai, Koyu, it's time for lunch. Upon hearing the voice of Shinado, Zhang Yu instantly perked up. With a nimble roll, akin to a child, he tumbled off the belly of the Snorlax. Observing this, Shinado offered a slight smile, clearly accustomed to Zhang Yu's antics. Utilizing its psychic powers, Shinado gently lifted Zhang Yu, guiding him as they floated slowly towards the dining area. During his time at the Tokiwa Gym, Zhang Yu's life had undergone a dramatic transformation. Once relatively independent, he now found himself meticulously cared for by Shinado, to the point of being transformed into a veritable dependent. In this very moment, Shinado sat beside him, carefully feeding him morsels of food with a spoon, while Zhang Yu obediently opened his mouth like a child, relishing the nurturing service provided by Shinado. This peculiar arrangement had begun on a fateful day when Zhang Yu whimsically wished to experience the sensation of being taken care of by Shinado. Thus, he requested Shinado to look after him for a day. Unbeknownst to him, that single day irrevocably altered Shinado. From that moment forth, Shinado appeared to awaken a peculiar inclination, becoming fervently devoted to the task of caring for Zhang Yu. Each morning, Shinado would emerge early from its Ultra Ball, preparing a sumptuous breakfast for him. Throughout the day, it would remain by his side, accompanying him in battles against challengers, and at night, Shinado would meticulously arrange his bedding, ensuring he had a comfortable environment for rest. For an entire week, Zhang Yu was enveloped in Shinado's attentive care. During this period, his life became extraordinarily effortless, requiring him to do little more than enjoy Shinado's nurturing. However, as time passed, Zhang Yu gradually realized that this state of affairs was unsustainable. Consequently, he endeavored to persuade Shinado to cease its overzealous caretaking. Yet, no matter how earnestly he pleaded, Shinado remained unyielding, increasingly engrossed in the role of caretaker. Faced with Shinado's steadfastness, Zhang Yu could only sigh in resignation. Since altering the situation seemed futile, he resolved to embrace the status quo and savor Shinado's care. After all, while such a lifestyle may be somewhat lazy, it undeniably brought immense comfort. Shinado, we've been so busy battling at the gym lately, and everyone seems quite exhausted. How about we take a day off tomorrow and go camping in the Tokiwa forest? Zhang Yu proposed to Shinado. Shinado blinked its expressive eyes and nodded happily, responding, Shinai. Shinai? Yes, that sounds like a splendid idea. After all, we've been battling continuously, and a little relaxation would do us good. Haha, then it's settled, Zhang Yu exclaimed, clapping his hands with excitement. Now, Shinado, could you please take care of the camping supplies for tomorrow? With that, he stood up and waved his hand with a flourish. Shinado obediently acknowledged and turned to begin its preparations. The following day, outside the Tokiwa Gym, Zhang Yu donned a straw hat and held a vibrant tour guide flag aloft, beaming at the 11 Pokémon before him. Everyone, today is a day off from the gym, and I'm taking you all out for some fun. Zhang Yu's voice brimmed with uncontainable joy. Now just follow my flag. Oh, Zapdos, could you please return for a moment? I'll release you again once we reach the Tokiwa forest. With that, Zhang Yu recalled Zapdos into its Ultra Ball. Once all preparations were complete, Zhang Yu set off with his Pokémon towards the Tokiwa forest. Along the way, he led the group, holding the guide flag high, followed closely by Shinado, Dragonite, Houndoom, Gengar, Milotic, Greninja, Pikachu, Piku, Pidgeot, and Tyranitar. Before long, they entered the lush Tokiwa forest, where verdant trees flourished and sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the ground. Zhang Yu led his Pokémon to a serene stream, where Shinado immediately utilized its psychic abilities to set up their camping gear. Observing the well-arranged campsite, Zhang Yu nodded in satisfaction and released Zapdos, saying, All right, everyone, feel free to roam, but don't wander too far. As soon as the words left his lips, Pikachu and Piku excitedly dashed to the stream to frolic. Zapdos and Pidgeot soared high above, circling gracefully. Meanwhile, Houndoom and Gengar played joyfully on the grass. Zhang Yu reclined comfortably on the soft ground, his gaze sweeping across the delightful scene unfolding before him. The Pokémon frolicked around him, their laughter and cries intertwining like a beautiful symphony. Shinado and Milotic remained quietly by Zhang Yu's side, providing companionship, while Dragonite soared nearby, its wings creating a gentle breeze that tousled Zhang Yu's hair. As Zhang Yu beheld this idyllic tableau, an indescribable feeling welled up within him. Everything felt so wondrous and so real, yet an unsettling sense of unreality lingered. He couldn't shake the worry that this might merely be a fleeting dream, and upon awakening, he would revert to being the unremarkable, unaccomplished recluse he once was. Gently pinching his arm, he felt the sting, a reminder that this was no dream. Nevertheless, the sensation of unreality persisted, preventing him from fully embracing the moment. Shinado seemed to sense Zhang Yu's unease, gazing at him with gentle eyes before softly taking his hand in its own. Milotic, noticing this, affectionately nuzzled Zhang Yu's cheek. Shinai, Koyu, is something troubling you? Shinado inquired gently. Milotic chimed in with its melodic voice. Mew, if something is bothering you, feel free to share it. We will always be here for you. Looking at Shinado and Milotic, Zhang Yu felt a warmth envelop his heart. He managed to smile, replying, It's nothing really. I just suddenly feel that everything is so beautiful that I'm a bit worried about losing it. Shinado lightly shook its head, reassuring him, Shinai, there's no need to worry. We will always be here. Milotic nodded in agreement, affirming Shinado's words. As Zhang Yu gazed at them, his worries began to dissipate like mist before a gentle breeze. Taking a deep breath, he filled his lungs with the refreshing forest air, savoring the essence of nature. A radiant smile blossomed on his face, akin to sunlight breaking through the clouds. Indeed, what was he truly worried about? Zhang Yu mused to himself. He now possessed so many adorable Pokémon, who accompanied him and brought him endless joy and warmth. He had this beautiful life, with each moment brimming with surprises and happiness. If this were merely a dream, what had his previous life amounted to? What significance did his sisters hold? What about the dreams they shared? The more he pondered, the more he realized that his concerns were unfounded. Thus, Zhang Yu resolved to cast aside unnecessary worries and fully relish the beauty before him. Rising to his feet, he joined in the playful antics of his Pokémon, chasing alongside Pikachu by the stream and soaring through the sky with Zapdos. Sunlight bathed them in warmth, creating a scene of pure joy. In this vibrant Tokiwa forest, Zhang Yu experienced a truly blissful time. At the Tokiwa Gym, 3 months had passed since Zhang Yu took over the gym, and he now found himself engaged in a game of Do Di Zhu with Diancie and Shinado. Feeling the monotony of daily life, he decided to teach them how to play. To his astonishment, they learned quickly, mastering the game in no time. Shinai, 3, Shinado declared first. 4, Zhang Yu confidently responded. However, without a moment's hesitation, Tiancie boldly declared, for kings. Zhang Yu widened his eyes, unable to fathom what he had just heard, and exclaimed, No. I played a pair of 4s. Are you really going to blast me with 4 kings? And we are both farmers. Diancie donned a pitiful expression and explained. But I don't have a pair. Isn't it permissible to use a bomb? Seeing her demeanor, Zhang Yu shook his head helplessly and conceded, all right. Next, it was Shani's turn to play. It called out, Shani, royal flush. Zhang Yu and Diancie exchanged glances and both shook their heads in resignation, signaling their refusal. Undeterred, Shani continued, Shani, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Zhang Yu promptly responded, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Once again, Diancie shook her head, indicating her rejection. Shani, showing no hesitation, declared, Shani, 4 jacks. Observing this, Zhang Yu quickly countered, 4 aces. Diancie still shook her head, while Shani unflinchingly threw down 4 twos. Zhang Yu gazed at the 4 twos that Shani had laid down, then glanced at his own hand, and without hesitation, drew 2 more twos from his cards. He scrutinized Shani intently, a flicker of doubt in his eyes, and questioned, you claim those are 4 twos. What then are these 2 twos of mine? Be honest with me. Have you cheated using your psychic powers? Shani, taken aback by Zhang Yu's inquiry, felt a twinge of guilt and avoided his gaze, casting a hasty glance before vanishing without a trace using teleportation. Just then, a familiar voice echoed from the entrance of the Togepi Gym. Brother Yu, we're back. Selena's voice brimmed with excitement and joy as she rushed into Zhang Yu's embrace. Zhang Yu chuckled wryly, saying, I can't believe you still remember me. Selena emerged from his embrace, swiftly retrieving a beautifully wrapped gift from her backpack and cheerfully presenting it to Zhang Yu, saying, don't be mad, brother Yu. We brought you a present. Following her, Xiaoxue and Xiaoxiao approached, each offering a delicately wrapped gift. Zhang Yu accepted the boxes with a smile, exclaiming, all right. Let me see what wonderful treasures you've brought me. He first unwrapped Selena's gift, revealing a black bracelet adorned with a pink diamond. Selena smiled and explained, that diamond belongs to Diancie. You can swap it with the one Diancie uses for evolution. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu's eyes sparkled with delight as he removed the pink diamond from the bracelet and pulled out Tianqi's evolution diamond from his pocket. After embedding the diamond into the bracelet, he raised his hand, admiring the piece now set with Tianqi's diamond, his heart swelling with joy. Turning to Selena, he offered a grateful smile, saying, thank you, Selena. I truly love this gift. Next, Zhang Yu picked up the gift from Xiaoxia. With curiosity, he opened the package to discover a finely crafted fishing rod accompanied by a Q-version bait resembling Xiaoxia. What do you think? Do you like it? Xiaoxia playfully winked at him. Zhang Yu's lips curled into a smirk as he nodded and jokingly replied, I love it. With this, if I fail to catch any fish, I can justly place the blame on you. Xiaoxia, hearing this, let out a scoff and retorted, with your skills, you think you can catch any fish? Huh. Her tone dripped with mockery regarding Zhang Yu's fishing prowess. Chapter 72, The Counterattack of Mewtwo, Part 1. Upon hearing Xiaoxia's remark, Zhang Yu immediately stood up and shouted, what kind of look is that? I am the man who once caught a Lugia. That was clearly Lugia who was caught by you, Xiaoxia shot back. As Zhang Yu and Xiaoxia engaged in their playful banter, Xiaoxia watched them and couldn't help but chuckle. She gently interrupted their squabble, saying softly, all right, stop arguing. Come and see the gift I got for you. Zhang Yu, responding to her voice, nodded with a smile as he carefully unwrapped Xiaoxia's gift. The moment he lifted the lid of the box, a beautifully crafted photo album came into view. The cover was adorned with a picture from their travels together, showcasing their radiant smiles and boundless happiness. Zhang Yu tenderly flipped through the album, each page capturing the cherished moments of their journey. Those splendid instances were frozen in time within the photographs, as if time itself had paused in that very moment. Xiaoxia, feeling a bit bashful, glanced at Zhang Yu. Her cheeks tinged with pink, and said, I meticulously compiled this. It contains all the photos from our trips together. I hope you like it. Zhang Yu gazed at the images in the album, waves of nostalgia washing over him. He recalled every place they had visited together and each moment they had experienced, his heart brimming with emotion. Thank you, Xiaoxia. I genuinely adore this gift, Zhang Yu said, his face lit with a smile. Selena and Xiaoxia, intrigued by Zhang Yu's reaction, leaned closer to see the gift that had brought him such joy. Their eyes fell upon the album, its cover showcasing a heartwarming photo of Zhang Yu and Xiaoxia preparing Pokémon food together. Even Diancie and Shani seemed drawn to the album, standing quietly nearby, their curious gazes fixed upon it. Just then, a Dragonite suddenly swooped into the Togepi Gym from outside. Where did this Dragonite come from? Xiaoxia exclaimed in astonishment, her eyes glued to the unexpected visitor. As everyone pondered the sudden appearance, the Dragonite retrieved a letter from its backpack and flew directly to Zhang Yu, delivering the letter into his hands. Curious, Zhang Yu accepted the letter, opened it, and was astonished to see a humanoid silhouette materialize on the card. I apologize for the impertinence of sending you this letter. The voice of the silhouette resonated clearly in their ears. Considering you are all promising trainers, I, on behalf of our master, the strongest Pokémon trainer, sincerely invite you to a banquet he is hosting. The silhouette continued. At that moment, the figure transformed into a map, detailing the location of the banquet, New Island Pokémon City. The venue is New Island Pokémon City. Whether you choose to attend or not, please fill out the postcard for your response. This is an invitation from the strongest Pokémon trainer. You must accept. With that, the silhouette slowly dissipated, as if it had never existed. Zhang Yu stared at the card in his hand. Deep in thought, it seems the storyline of Mewtwo's counterattack is about to unfold. However, with Dream not knowing where it has gone, defeating Mewtwo might prove to be a bit challenging. Sensing Zhang Yu's contemplation, Xiaoxiu inquired, "So, what do you think, Xiaoyu? Are we going?" Snapping back to reality, Zhang Yu's lips curled into a smile as he replied, "Of course we're going. It's the perfect opportunity to see just how formidable that strongest trainer truly is." With that, Zhang Yu took out another card from the envelope, which appeared rather ordinary but bore two buttons, a circle and a cross. Without hesitation, he pressed the circle and then returned the card to the envelope, handing it back to the Dragonite. Dragonite carefully accepted the envelope and gently placed it into its backpack, then let out a jubilant cry. Subsequently, it unfurled its wings and swiftly soared away from the Tokyo Gym, vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Who could that strongest trainer possibly be? Xiaoxiu inquired, her face etched with curiosity regarding this so-called strongest trainer. Zhang Yu smiled faintly and replied, "Once we reach New Island, the answer will reveal itself." With that, he casually picked up the 9 Ultra Balls resting beside him. These 9 Ultra Balls contained the formidable Pokémon, Diancie, Zapdos, Mew, Dragonite, Pterodactyl, Gardevoir, Milotic, Greninja, and Jengar. Meanwhile, on New Island, Mewtwo stood silently before a colossal screen that spanned an entire wall, vividly displaying the happenings within the Tokyo Gym. Mewtwo gazed at the screen, a subtle smile gracing its lips as it spoke softly, "Trainer of Mew, I eagerly anticipate our reunion." It seemed as though it could communicate with Zhang Yu through the very screen itself. No sooner had it finished speaking than a surge of potent purple psychic energy erupted from its right hand, blazing like an inferno. Mewtwo waved its hand, unleashing the purple energy, which swirled through the air like a tempest, distorting the surrounding atmosphere. In an instant, the sky over New Island darkened, shrouded by ominous storm clouds, as fierce winds howled and thunder rumbled, heralding an impending tempest. In a mystical underwater palace, Mew, who had been savoring the snacks provided by Zhang Yu, suddenly sensed something and turned its gaze in a particular direction. "What's the matter, Mew?" inquired a curious white, bird-like Pokémon that sat across from it. Mew gently shook its head, a hint of worry flickering in its expressive eyes. "It's nothing serious. It seems Xiaoyu might need my assistance. I must depart for now, but I shall return." With a blink, Mew vanished from its spot, leaving the white bird-like Pokémon in a daze. "It appears you truly cherish that human. I am quite curious to meet this human who can keep this restless creature by their side," the white Pokémon murmured softly. Chapter 73, Mewtwo's Counterattack, Part 2. The downpour fell in torrents, as Zhang Yu and his companions raced desperately toward the Pokémon Center amidst the inclement weather. Their hurried steps blurred by the rain, yet their destination, the Pokémon Center just ahead, remained vividly clear. At last, they burst through the doors of the Pokémon Center, as though entering a sanctuary from the storm. Upon entering, Misty couldn't help but voice her complaints. The weather was just fine a moment ago. How did it suddenly turn into such a deluge? Serena, still shaken, remarked, "Thank goodness for Yu's psychic abilities, shielding us from the rain. Otherwise, we would have been drenched to the bone." Xiaoxiu chimed in, "Indeed, the weather by the sea is notoriously unpredictable." Just then, the doors of the Pokémon Center swung open once more, and in stumbled Ash and Brock, drenched and disheveled. Upon catching sight of Xiaoxiu, Brock's eyes lit up instantly. Without hesitation, he strode toward her, kneeling on one knee with a heartfelt expression. "Oh, Miss Xiaoxiu, our reunion is surely the work of fate. Therefore, I beseech you to..." However, before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Yu delivered a swift punch that sent him sprawling to the ground. "Ouch, that hurts," Brock moaned, instantly shedding his romantic demeanor. Ash, observing this, approached Zhang Yu with a puzzled expression. "Hey, you, what are you all doing here?" Misty was the first to explain. "We were invited by someone who claims to be the strongest Pokémon trainer." "You received an invitation too?" Ash exclaimed, surprised. Just then, a commotion erupted nearby, drawing the attention of Ash, Zhang Yu, and others present. They turned to see a crowd gathered around Miss Junsha and an unfamiliar woman. "What? The ferry service has been suspended? Shouted a man in a red outfit, his voice tinged with clear dissatisfaction and anxiety. Does that mean we can't go to New Island? Another woman followed, her tone equally filled with disappointment and confusion. The scene descended into chaos as people began to chatter, their voices rising in a cacophony that was quite disconcerting. Everyone, please, quiet down. Miss Junsha called out, striving to restore order. After a moment, the noise gradually subsided, and all eyes turned to Miss Junsha. Taking a deep breath, she pointed to the woman beside her, continuing, "This is the manager of the dock." Before Miss Junsha could finish her sentence, the woman stepped forward to introduce herself. "I am Boijia." She continued, "If you wish to understand the sea better, ask the Wingull at the dock. However, there's no need to inquire further, just look at the clouds overhead. I've never seen such a fierce hurricane." Her words conveyed a sense of concern and reverence for the impending storm. Is it really that terrifying? The woman seemed skeptical, unable to restrain her curiosity. Even I, who grew up at the harbor, have never experienced such a tempest, and this storm looms over the sea, above New Island. I cannot allow you to take such a risk. It is my duty to protect the harbor, Boijia stated solemnly. Thus, the ferry service has been suspended, Miss Junsha reiterated, her tone equally serious, exuding an undeniable resolve. Yet at that moment, a portly man in a blue outfit stepped forward, declaring, "We have Pokémon. It will be fine. My Pokémon are excellent swimmers. This level of sea is a mere trifle for them." "Wait," Boijia interjected hastily, "I know the sea well. And I say it's not safe." "Exactly, and if something happens to your Pokémon, we currently have no means to treat them at the Pokémon Center," Miss Junsha added, her voice tinged with concern. "What is going on?" Ash inquired, perplexed. "Miss Joy from the Pokémon Center has been missing for a week now," Miss Junsha explained, a hint of helplessness in her tone. "Without Miss Joy, we cannot treat Pokémon. That notice over there is a missing person report." As she spoke, she gestured toward a nearby wall, where a missing person notice was posted, featuring a photo of Miss Joy and relevant information. "She is so beautiful," Brock remarked as he approached the notice, studying Miss Joy's picture with admiration. But I feel like I've seen this face somewhere before." Zhang Yu, overhearing Brock, silently mused. "How on earth can you tell them apart? They all look quite similar to me." Just then, Miss Junsha suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, what are you doing?" The crowd turned to see the man in red had somehow made his way outside. He released a Fiero and deftly leapt onto its back, charging into the tempest without hesitation. Following closely behind, the portly man in blue also ventured out, releasing a Gyarados and mounting it, fearlessly plunging into the storm. Many trainers, witnessing this scene, appeared to draw inspiration and eagerly followed suit, releasing their Pokémon and rushing into the storm alongside the two figures. "Stop right there. If you don't halt immediately, I shall be forced to apprehend you," Junsha shouted frantically as she dashed out. But her voice was swiftly drowned out by the howling winds of the tempest. Honestly, Junsha sighed, watching the trainers recede into the distance. It seems futile to attempt to stop them. She cast a puzzled glance at Boijia, who, with a resigned expression, replied, "These youngsters are Pokémon trainers, adventurers at heart. If we could truly deter them, they wouldn't have gathered here in the first place. We can only pray for their safety." Just then, Zhang Yu and his companions, along with Ash and Brock, hurriedly emerged. Utilizing his psychic abilities, Zhang Yu effortlessly created a transparent shield, keeping the rain at bay. "Wow, Xiao Yu, your abilities are incredibly handy," Brock exclaimed, envy gleaming in his eyes. However, Ash's attention was entirely captivated by the tumultuous sea before him. Chapter 74, The Counterattack of Mewtwo, Part 3. Ash's gaze was fixated on the thrashing waves, seemingly able to glimpse the new island at the storm's heart. "The strongest trainers are on the other side of this sea. I cannot simply give up now," Ash declared, his voice brimming with determination and defiance. Pikachu chimed in excitedly. "Pika Pika, but our Pokémon cannot traverse such a tempestuous ocean," Brock voiced his concern, his gaze glued to the raging waters, anxiety gnawing at him for their safety. Amidst the group's despair, Zhang Yu suddenly retrieved Dragonite's Ultra Ball from his pocket, exclaiming, "Leave this to me. Come forth, Dragonite, grow large." In a brilliant flash of light, Dragonite leaped forth from the ball, its form rapidly expanding to a colossal size. It gently cradled the group in its hands and proceeded toward the heart of the storm. Dragonite swiftly carried them through the tempest, and when they finally emerged from the violent waters, the sight that greeted them left everyone in awe. Above New Island, the sky was shrouded in dark thunderclouds, swirling like a pack of enraged beasts, forming a massive vortex that resembled a black hole consuming all. Observing this, Zhang Yu recalled Dragonite into its ball. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated and enveloped the group in his formidable psychic energy. In an instant, He transported them to New Island. At that moment, above Hualan City, Mew was playfully frolicking on a windmill, seemingly unfazed by the world's turmoil. As Zhang Yu and the others approached the gates of Hualan City, they were met by a woman who stepped forward and said, "We sincerely thank you for your arrival. Please present your invitation." Both Zhang Yu and Ash retrieved their invitations from their pockets and handed them to the woman. Upon receiving the invitations, a familiar ethereal figure manifested, bowing slightly before proclaiming, "These individuals are indeed those we have invited." Brock, upon seeing this, suddenly exclaimed, "The person on that poster is you." The woman looked at Brock with confusion, inquiring, "What?" "The Miss Joy I saw on the missing persons notice at the dock." Brock replied excitedly. Misty, gazing at Joy, mused, "Now that you mention it, she does bear a resemblance." Joy smiled at them, saying, "I don't know whom you are referring to. I have worked in this castle since my birth. Please follow me. All the other guests have already arrived." With that, she turned and led them toward the castle. As they approached the grand entrance, the doors swung open automatically. Upon entering, they found the interior spacious and bright, adorned with exquisite decorations. Upon entry, they noticed 3 trainers who had already arrived, standing in the hall and awaiting their presence. "These are the trainers who arrived before you," Joy introduced. Ash gazed at the trio with surprise, exclaiming, "Only 3?" Misty echoed, "But there were so many at the dock." A hint of confusion crossed her face. Joy explained, "Those trainers unable to cross the storm were of no use, even with an invitation." Xiaoxue, reflecting on this, remarked, "So the storm was indeed a trial. Please release your Pokémon from their Pokeballs and take your seats. You are the chosen trainers," Joy concluded. As her words echoed, the castle doors slowly closed with a resounding thud. The group exchanged glances but proceeded to release their Pokémon from their balls. Instantly, a multitude of Pokémon filled the expansive hall, and Zhang Yu was no exception, with all 6 of his Pokémon appearing beside him, except for Zapdos and Diancie. Outside, Mew was playfully teasing Team Rocket. "You all made it," the man in red suddenly spoke. "Did you all manage to pass through that storm?" Serena inquired curiously. The man in red smiled slightly, stroking his Pidgeot, and replied, "I flew through the air. For my Pidgeot, that gust was but a breeze." His tone exuded confidence and pride in his Pokémon. The other 2 also began to introduce their Pokémon. However, when the woman began her introduction, Brock stepped forward and exclaimed, "Your Blastoise, Dugong, Vileplume, Ninetales, Rapidash, and this Jigglypuff are simply stunning." Finally, his gaze lingered on the Jigglypuff, and he couldn't help but approach it, gently stroking its soft fur. Yet, amidst all this, it was you, the trainer, who stands as the queen at this pinnacle of beauty. With an enamored expression, Brock knelt before the woman and continued, "My lady, once this storm has passed, would you accompany me to gaze upon the serene sea?" However, before Brock could finish his sentence, Zhang Yu suddenly rushed over and delivered a punch, knocking Brock out. Zhang Yu, feeling a bit sheepish, turned to the woman and said, "I apologize. This fellow has his moments." With that, he grabbed Brock by the leg and dragged him away from the scene. Following this interruption, the atmosphere turned somewhat awkward. Nevertheless, Zhang Yu and his companions quickly adjusted, engaging in casual conversation with the 3 individuals present. The dialogue flowed effortlessly, and the atmosphere gradually transformed into one of ease and joy. After conversing for a while, everyone had become somewhat familiar with one another. Zhang Yu and the others learned the names of the 3. The man in red was named Kong. The chubby man in blue was named Haixiang, and the woman was called Anya. Just then, the lights in the hall abruptly extinguished, plunging the venue into darkness. But as the group stood in astonishment, a brilliant light illuminated the center of the spiral staircase. "Thank you for your patience." A melodious voice rang out in the hall. Upon following the sound, they saw Joy standing beside the staircase, smiling as she announced, "The strongest Pokémon trainer has arrived." No sooner had she spoken than a figure gracefully descended the spiral staircase, capturing everyone's attention. That figure was none other than Mewtwo. Meanwhile, in the sewers, Team Rocket was making their way through, with Mew trailing behind, playfully teasing Meowth. Chapter 75, The Counterattack of Mewtwo, Part 4. Mewtwo landed lightly on the ground without making a sound. As it descended, the lights in the hall flickered back on. Indeed, this was the mightiest of Pokémon trainers, and the strongest Pokémon itself, Lady Mewtwo, Joy stated expressionlessly. Xiaoxia gazed in astonishment at Mewtwo, whispering to Zhang Yu, "Mewtwo? Isn't that the Pokémon from the power plant?" Zhang Yu nodded, his eyes fixated intently on Mewtwo. Suddenly, Haixiang exclaimed, "A Pokémon becoming a Pokémon trainer? How is that even possible?" Mewtwo, expressionless, turned its gaze to Haixiang and calmly replied, "Why not? The rules are determined by me." Haixiang declared loudly, "If this is a prank, I'm leaving." Upon hearing this, Mewtwo slightly raised a hand, unleashing a formidable psychic force akin to an invisible giant hand that grasped Haixiang tightly and lifted him into the air. Haixiang struggled in terror, but his strength was utterly insignificant against Mewtwo. With effortless ease, Mewtwo flung Haixiang into the nearby fountain, producing a resounding splash as he landed in the water. Soaked and disheveled, Haixiang emerged from the fountain, yelling angrily at his Gyarados. Go. Gyarados, use Hyper Beam. Responding to its trainer's command, Gyarados opened its massive jaws, rapidly gathering a powerful golden energy that shot directly towards Mewtwo. In the face of such an impressive attack, Mewtwo remained remarkably composed, leisurely raising a hand. Just as Hyper Beam was about to strike, Mewtwo waved its hand gently, redirecting the attack back towards Gyarados with even greater speed. A loud crash echoed as Gyarados was struck by its own Hyper Beam, sending it hurtling into the fountain with a tremendous splash. Alarmed, Haixiang rushed to Gyarados' side. Concern etched on his face. Gyarados, are you alright? Yet Mewtwo looked on with disdain, stating, a mere triviality. You are of no use now. With that, Mewtwo released its hold on Joy. As Mewtwo's words faded, Joy's body suddenly lost its support and fell towards the ground like a marionette with severed strings. Brock, quick on his feet, dashed forward and caught Joy securely, exclaiming, Miss Joy, are you alright? Joy slowly opened her eyes, looking around in confusion, murmuring, where am I? Why am I in this place? Mewtwo replied, I brought you here to care for me. A doctor knowledgeable about Pokémon is quite helpful, although you should have no memory of this. Brock, upon hearing this, erupted in fury, glaring at Mewtwo and shouting, what did you say? Humans are trivial beings. Controlling you is child's play with my power. Mewtwo's voice was cold and contemptuous. Xiaoxia, filled with indignation, shouted, this is outrageous. Mewtwo ignored her reaction, continuing, I once sought cooperation with humans, but I was disillusioned. Humans are inferior beings compared to Pokémon. Allowing such weak and vile creatures to govern this planet would lead to its demise. Brock furrowed his brow and retorted, so, you wish for Pokémon like yourself to rule this planet? Mewtwo slowly shook its head. Not even Pokémon can do so. This planet has been dominated by humans for far too long, their influence pervasive. Some Pokémon have even lost their identity, living solely for humans. Zhang Yu observed Mewtwo and gently shook his head, his voice calm and resolute. Mewtwo, you are mistaken. Mewtwo turned its gaze to Zhang Yu. A flicker of surprise in its eyes. Oh, I am wrong. Share your perspective, trainer of dreams. Stepping forward with unwavering confidence, Zhang Yu stated. Humans and Pokémon are not adversaries. Many have formed profound bonds, accompanying each other and growing together. We cannot dismiss the beauty of their relationships due to the mistakes of some. Moreover, Pokémon possess their own will. They can choose their lives and have not all lost their identities. Ridiculous. Mewtwo's eyes suddenly gleamed, and in an instant, a powerful psychic force surged towards Zhang Yu like a tidal wave. Alarmed, Zhang Yu quickly summoned his psychic abilities, forming a translucent protective barrier before him. However, this seemingly impenetrable shield faltered under Mewtwo's psychic assault, crumbling like thin paper. Zhang Yu felt an overwhelming force crash upon him, sending him staggering backwards several steps before he could regain his balance. Oh, you managed to withstand my strike? Mewtwo observed with a hint of surprise, but quickly reverted to its indifferent demeanor. Nonetheless, this is merely futile. Are you alright, Xiaoyu? At that moment, Xiaoxia, Xiaoxue, and Serena, along with their respective Pokémon, rushed over, their faces filled with concern. Zhang Yu shook his head and took a deep breath. I'm fine, no need to worry. Regardless of the Pokémon, as long as it is a Pokémon, there is no reason why it cannot be captured. Go, my Rhydon. Upon seeing this, a loud shout erupted from a nearby trainer, and Rhydon charged towards Mewtwo like a heavy tank. However, Mewtwo merely raised a hand nonchalantly, an invisible psychic force effortlessly lifting the armored beast into the air. With a flick of its arm, Rhydon was sent flying backward like a discarded toy. Useless. Mewtwo stated expressionlessly, I am inherently stronger than any Pokémon on this planet. Is that so? Zhang Yu retrieved his high-level Pokeballs containing Tieran and Zapdos. Tieran, use Moonblast. Zapdos, Thunderbolt. Gengar, Shadow Ball. Greninja, Night Slash. Milotic, Water Cannon. Dragonite, Rock Slide. In an instant, a kaleidoscope of colored energy intertwined, forming a magnificent torrent of energy that surged towards Mewtwo. Yet, in the face of such a formidable assault, Mewtwo remained astonishingly composed. A flicker of disdain crossed its eyes as it slowly raised its hands, a massive psychic barrier materializing before it, effortlessly absorbing all attacks. Chapter 76, Mewtwo's Counterattack, Part 5. Confronted with such a powerful assault, Mewtwo remained remarkably unperturbed. The barrier held steadfast against every strike, and then, an overwhelming surge of psychic energy erupted from Mewtwo. This force surged like a tempest towards Zhang Yu's Pokémon, an onslaught that none could withstand. Most of Zhang Yu's Pokémon were sent flying, with only Tieran, Gengar, Zapdos, and Dragonite managing to remain standing. The others, significantly weakened, succumbed to their injuries and could no longer battle. Witnessing this, Zhang Yu's heart tightened, yet he remained composed. He swiftly recalled the incapacitated Pokémon into their high-level Pokeballs to prevent further harm. Once secured, Zhang Yu took a deep breath and pressed the pink diamond on his wristband with his right hand. Tieran, let it witness our bond. Suddenly, a dazzling light enveloped Tieran entirely. Within the radiance, Tieran's form underwent a remarkable transformation. Its petite frame expanded into a grand and majestic presence, resembling a regal queen. In the blink of an eye, Mega Tieran appeared before all, its resplendent diamond exterior shimmering brilliantly under the light. Seeing this, Zhang Yu issued his commands without hesitation. Dragonite, enlarge and unleash Hyper Beam. Diancie, use Diamond Storm. Zapdos, Thunder. Gengar, Shadow Ball. As Zhang Yu's orders rang out, Dragonite's form swelled dramatically, unleashing a powerful Hyper Beam from its mouth. The magnificent Diancie was enveloped by a whirlwind of diamonds, creating a storm that surged forth. Zapdos summoned the fury of lightning, striking down with a ferocious bolt, and Gengar conjured a colossal Shadow Ball, launching it toward Mewtwo. In the face of this relentless barrage, Mewtwo remained unerringly composed. It raised its hand, attempting to form a psychic barrier to shield itself from the onslaught. However, this time, Mewtwo's barrier crumbled like fragile paper, effortlessly shattered by the combined might of Zhang Yu's Pokémon. Mewtwo was sent hurtling backwards, crashing violently against the spiral staircase behind it with a resounding thud. Slowly rising to its feet, Mewtwo's eyes glinted with a mix of anger and surprise. It had not anticipated that Zhang Yu and his Pokémon could breach its defenses. Mewtwo, do you truly believe you are invincible? No, this world is vast, and there are many formidable Pokémon. You have yet to reach the pinnacle of power, Zhang Yu proclaimed loudly. Curse you! Mewtwo roared in fury, its psychic energy surging violently, distorting the very fabric of space around it. Suddenly, Mewtwo vanished from sight, reappearing instantaneously before Gengar. Without a moment's hesitation, it delivered a devastating punch that struck Gengar with tremendous force, sending it flying like a cannonball. With a resounding crash, Gengar slammed against the wall, collapsing to the ground like a marionette with its strings severed, rendered unable to continue the fight. Gengar! Zhang Yu shouted anxiously, his voice laced with concern. Yet, Mewtwo's assault did not relent. Its form flickered like a phantom, vanishing once more. In the blink of an eye, it reappeared before Dragonite, delivering a merciless kick that struck under Dragonite's chin. The enormous creature was sent reeling backward, as if a mighty tempest had uprooted it, crashing against a wall of the castle with a deafening roar that caused the structure to buckle and collapse. Recognizing the dire situation, Zhang Yu swiftly recalled Gengar and Dragonite, utilizing his teleportation ability to transport all his Pokémon and himself outside the castle. As they reached safety, Zhang Yu felt the toll of overexertion weigh heavily upon him, his legs buckling as he fell forward, landing directly into Selena's warm embrace. Caught completely off guard, Selena's face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple. Stammering, she exclaimed, "Why you, what are you doing?" Zhang Yu, breathing heavily, weakly explained, "IV, exhausted too much psychic energy. I can't hold on any longer." Both Misty and Mei rushed to support Zhang Yu, their faces etched with worry. At that moment, Mewtwo emerged from the rubble, radiating an ominous aura as it fixed its cold gaze upon Zhang Yu and his companions. With unwavering determination, Zhang Yu met Mewtwo's stare and summoned all his strength to shout, "It's not over yet. Diancie, once more, unleash Diamond Storm." Diancie, filled with concern for Zhang Yu, gazed at him with worry in its expressive eyes. However, upon receiving Zhang Yu's command, it was immediately enveloped by a flurry of diamonds that began to whirl with newfound vigor, fueled by an inner rage. The diamond storm that Diancie conjured was more ferocious than ever, surging towards Mewtwo with relentless force. Mewtwo, witnessing this, released a disdainful scoff. Swiftly, it gathered a stronger psychic barrier around itself. When the diamond storm collided with the barrier, an earth-shattering boom echoed through the air. Just as both forces reached an impasse, Zapdos unleashed another thunderbolt, a dazzling flash striking directly at Mewtwo. Mewtwo quickly diverted a portion of its energy to fend off Zapdos' attack. Yet, in that fleeting moment of distraction, Diancie seized the opportunity, amplifying the diamond storm's intensity. The storm's power surged, crashing against Mewtwo's psychic barrier with overwhelming force. Under such tremendous pressure, Mewtwo's barrier began to show signs of cracking, as if it might shatter at any moment. Zhang Yu's spirits lifted at this sight, and he called out, "Zapdos, continue with thunder. Diancie, intensify your assault." Responding to Zhang Yu's directives, Zapdos and Diancie exerted their utmost strength. Zapdos released an even mightier bolt of lightning, while Diancie concentrated all its power into the Diamond Storm. At last, Mewtwo's psychic barrier could withstand no more. Fracturing with a sharp crack, completely obliterated. Exposed to the dual onslaught of the Diamond Storm and the thunder, Mewtwo was struck mercilessly, sent hurtling back into the ruins like a kite severed from its string. Just when everyone believed Mewtwo had been vanquished, a shadow ball suddenly shot forth from the debris, racing toward Zhang Yu like a bolt of lightning. This unexpected turn of events caught everyone off guard, leaving Zhang Yu in stunned disbelief. In that crucial moment, without hesitation, he forcefully pushed the three girls aside, bracing himself to face the lethal attack head-on. As the shadow ball approached like a dark meteor, despair welled up within Zhang Yu. This is the end for me. Yet, at that critical juncture, a pink shield materialized before him, absorbing the impact of the shadow ball. Mew, appearing in a flash, radiated fierce anger as it transformed into Lugia, unleashing a mighty roar before executing its signature move, Aeroblast, aimed straight at Mewtwo amidst the rubble. Mewtwo, sensing the impending strike, hastily conjured a shield with its psychic abilities in an effort to withstand the blow. However, Lugia's power far exceeded Mewtwo's expectations. The Aeroblast tore through Mewtwo's defenses with the ferocity of a tempest, striking it with tremendous force. Mewtwo was sent flying, crashing into the distant ruins like a cannonball, raising a cloud of dust. Yet, Mewtwo's resilience surpassed all expectations. Despite the heavy blow, it managed to stabilize itself upon landing. Swiftly, Mewtwo conjured a massive shadow ball, its size astonishing. Without hesitation, it hurled the massive projectile at Lugia, as if pouring all its fury and defiance into that single strike. Lugia, undeterred by Mewtwo's assault, summoned its strength and executed Dragon Dive, morphing into a colossal dragon that surged towards Mewtwo with astonishing speed. The two formidable forces collided midair, and before long, Lugia, embodying Mew, charged directly at Mewtwo, undaunted. A sudden explosion reverberated through the air, enveloping the arena in a thick veil of smoke. From within the haze, Mew emerged, reverting to its true form and leaping into Zhang Yu's embrace. With its large, sorrowful eyes gazing up at him, it softly uttered, "Meow, meow, meow, little you. Are you all right? It's all my fault. I shouldn't have been so playful." Zhang Yu gently stroked Mew's small head and reassured, There, I am perfectly fine. So do not fret. However, do promise me you won't indulge in such playfulness again, all right?" Mew nodded obediently and nuzzled against Zhang Yu's chest. Zhang Yu's gaze gradually shifted from Mew to the area still shrouded in smoke. As the mist began to dissipate, the onlookers beheld Mewtwo lying motionless amidst the rubble. Zhang Yu approached Mewtwo with Mew cradled in his arms. Mewtwo slowly raised its head, locking eyes with Zhang Yu. A glimmer of loneliness and reluctance flickered in its gaze as it softly spoke. "Have you come to mock my defeat?" Zhang Yu shook his head, replying, "No. You have only just come into existence. There is ample time for you to grow stronger." As he spoke, Zhang Yu slowly crouched down and extended a hand, sincerely inviting. "Mewtwo, would you join me on a journey around the world? Together, we can grow stronger and challenge formidable Pokémon." Mewtwo met Zhang Yu's gaze and contemplated the outstretched hand, hesitating. It had always been a solitary being, its existence marked by battles and research, never having encountered such genuine warmth in anyone's eyes. Just as Mewtwo wavered, Mew began to persuade it, and Zapdos and Diancie joined in, encouraging Mewtwo alongside Mew. Mewtwo felt the goodwill radiating from them, and the icy barrier around its heart began to melt. Gradually, it extended its hand to rest upon Zhang Yu's. Zhang Yu's face broke into a radiant smile as he gently pulled Mewtwo up, saying, "From now on, we shall be partners. Let us venture forth to explore a broader world together." Mewtwo nodded, and then suddenly remembered, saying to Zhang Yu, "By the way, there are 3 cloned Pokémon in the castle's basement. I hope you can capture them as well." Zhang Yu nodded and looked down at Mew in his arms, asking, "Mew, do you know where that basement is?" Mew nodded and, in an instant, teleported Zhang Yu and Mewtwo to the basement. Upon their arrival, they found Team Rocket's trio gathered around a cultivation pod, gazing at a Meowth inside. "What are you doing here, Team Rocket?" Zhang Yu called out, puzzled. The trio turned abruptly, their faces paling at the sight of Zhang Yu. They huddled together, with Jessie stammering, "We're not doing anything bad this time." James quickly added an explanation. Yes, yes, we promise. Meowth chimed in. Meow. Then I shall let you go this time. Hurry and leave. Zhang Yu waved them off. The trio, feeling as if a great weight had been lifted, dashed out the door, terrified that Zhang Yu might suddenly launch an attack on them. Hey, why is there an extra Meowth? Mewtwo questioned, eyeing the creature curiously. Zhang Yu stepped forward to examine Meowth closely, remarking, this must be the one cloned by Team Rocket. Mewtwo nodded and approached the nearby machine, skillfully operating it to open 4 pods. As the doors slowly lifted, 4 figures emerged before Zhang Yu's eyes. Seeing this, Zhang Yu softly instructed Mew. Mew, please bring Xiaoxue, Selena, and Xiaoxia over. Mew obediently acknowledged and vanished in a flash. Moments later, it reappeared, accompanied by the 3 girls. Upon seeing Zhang Yu, their eyes brimmed with tears as they rushed to him, enveloping him in a tight embrace while sobbing uncontrollably. Brother Yu, why are you so reckless? You could have just avoided it. What would I do if you died? Selena cried, her voice choked with emotion. There, I'm perfectly fine. So please don't cry any longer, Zhang Yu soothed gently. However, Mewtwo suddenly interjected. Hey, could you all refrain from crying? Its tone hinted at a subtle jealousy. Unfortunately, none of the others caught the nuance in Mewtwo's words, except for Mew, who keenly sensed the shift in its emotions. Curious, Mew glanced at Mewtwo, who appeared slightly embarrassed and turned away, avoiding Mew's gaze. Upon hearing Mewtwo's comment, the 3 girls' expressions soured, recalling how Mewtwo had nearly endangered their lives. They regarded Mewtwo with hostility. Zhang Yu quickly intervened. All right, let's not harbor any anger. Mewtwo is now our ally, so let us all coexist harmoniously. As he spoke, he offered Mewtwo a friendly smile, encouraging it not to take offense. Mewtwo's mood lightened slightly at Zhang Yu's smile, and it nodded in acceptance of his suggestion. Seeing Mewtwo's attitude soften, the girls' expressions gradually returned to normal. Zhang Yu sighed in relief and continued. Now, we have 4 Pokémon here. Why don't we each capture one? As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaoxue chimed in. Little Yu, why don't you capture them all? Zhang Yu shook his head, looking somewhat helpless. I can't. I already have too many Pokémon. If I capture 4 more, I'm afraid they will have to remain at the research facility without sufficient training and care. Understanding his concerns, the 3 girls nodded thoughtfully. Selena was the first to respond. In that case, Brother Yu, you should choose first. Zhang Yu pondered briefly, and then smiled, his gaze settling on Charizard. Then I shall choose Charizard. He retrieved an Ultra Ball from his backpack and gently asked Charizard, what do you say, Charizard? Would you like to become my Pokémon? Charizard glanced at Zhang Yu, then turned to Mewtwo as if seeking its approval. Mewtwo subtly nodded, granting its consent. Without hesitation, Charizard pressed the button on the Ultra Ball. In a flash of red light, Charizard was drawn into the Ultra Ball, which did not even tremble before successfully capturing it. Following this, Xiaoxia excitedly pointed at Blastoise, exclaiming, I choose Blastoise. The others had no objections, knowing Xiaoxia's fondness for water-type Pokémon. Finally, Selena turned to Xiaoxue, saying, Xiaoxue, you should choose next. Xiaoxue nodded, stepped forward, and tenderly cradled Meowth, gently stroking its fur. This little one seems uninterested in battling. And I am not keen on battles either, so I believe Meowth and I will get along splendidly. I choose it. Selena, seeing Xiaoxue's choice, walked over to greet Venusaur. Zhang Yu approached Mewtwo, retrieving a Master Ball from his pocket. He addressed Mewtwo with earnestness, saying, Mewtwo, let us grow stronger together and challenge those formidable Pokémon. The Master Balls were acquired from Karuna during his visit to the Togepi Gym, where he requested 2. Without a moment's hesitation, Mewtwo extended a hand and gently tapped the Master Ball. In an instant, a flash of red light enveloped Mewtwo, and he was drawn into the Master Ball. Remarkably, the ball did not even wobble before successfully capturing him. However, at that moment, Mew appeared, visibly displeased. Witnessing Mewtwo's capture by the Master Ball stirred a hint of jealousy within Mew. Like a petulant child, it tugged at Zhang Yu's hair, protesting, Meow, meow. Its Pokeball is more attractive than mine. I want that one too. Amused by Mew's unexpected antics, Zhang Yu comforted, all right. I had already prepared one for you. He first retrieved Mew's original Ultra Ball from his backpack and released Mew back into the open air. Then he produced another Master Ball from his pocket, presenting it to Mew. Look, I had this ready for you all along. The moment Mew laid eyes on the Master Ball, its eyes sparkled with excitement. Eagerly, it extended its tiny hand and decisively pressed the button on the Master Ball. With a resounding ding, Mew was once again captured, and after the successful capture, Zhang Yu released Mew once more. He then turned his gaze towards the 3 girls, noticing they had all successfully captured their Pokémon. Feeling a sense of relief, Zhang Yu addressed Mew. Mew, Could you please take us away from here? Without hesitation, Mew activated teleport, whisking everyone back outside the castle. Upon their return, Ash and the others spotted them from a distance. Rushing over with concern etched on their faces, Ash exclaimed, Xiao Yu, are you all right? We were so worried. Zhang Yu smiled and shook his head reassuringly. I'm fine. There's no need for concern. By the way, I hope you can keep what happened today a secret and not disclose it to anyone else. The group exchanged glances, nodding in understanding, fully aware of the importance of discretion surrounding the matter. Well, since everything is resolved, let us return, Zhang Yu suggested. The others nodded in agreement, with Sora and Kaixing being the first to release their Pokémon and mount them, setting off towards the harbor. At that moment, Anya approached, her gaze fixed on Zhang Yu as she smiled and inquired, will you be participating in this year's quartz conference? Chapter 79, Convergence. Anya moved closer, her eyes focused on Zhang Yu, smiling as she queried, will you also be participating in this year's quartz conference? Zhang Yu nodded slightly, responding, yes, I will be participating. Is there something amiss? Anya's lips curled into a confident smile as she extended her hand towards Zhang Yu, declaring, I look forward to facing you in the quartz conference. Zhang Yu grasped Anya's outstretched hand, replying, I am equally eager. However, the championship shall undoubtedly be mine. At that moment, Ash interjected, hey, don't forget about me. The championship is definitely going to be mine. His declaration was met with laughter from those around him. Misty, unable to contain herself, gently patted Ash's shoulder and teased, Ash. While confidence is commendable, overconfidence can lead to unforeseen troubles. Ash, clearly unfazed by Misty's remark, retorted defiantly, what? I am strong too, you know. Seeing Ash's earnest expression, the group erupted into even more laughter. After a bout of joviality, Anya smiled and addressed the group. All right, I must take my leave now. I look forward to seeing you all again at the Quartz Plateau. With that, she waved farewell and summoned her white sea lion, gracefully leaping onto its back and heading towards the harbor. Once Anya's figure faded from view, Zhang Yu turned to Mew in his arms and said, all right, Mew, let's head back. To participate in the Pokémon League conference, Zhang Yu and his companions arrived at the Quartz Plateau. Upon their arrival, they first proceeded to the registration area. After registering, Zhang Yu led the three girls to the contestants' village. Brother Yu, where are we going? Serena inquired with curiosity. Zhang Yu glanced at the address sent by Shinda on his watch and replied, Shinda sent me an address, indicating everyone is waiting for us there. Who would have thought Shinda and the others would arrive so early? Misty remarked. Following a small path, they soon arrived at a two-story villa. Zhang Yu approached and pressed the doorbell, which chimed melodiously. Shinda, open the door, we're here, he called out. Before long, the door creaked open, but before Zhang Yu could discern who had opened it, he found his head suddenly buried in a soft embrace. Everything before him turned black, and his nostrils filled with a faint, familiar fragrance. Without needing to think, Zhang Yu recognized the touch. He quickly exclaimed, Sister, let me go? Serena, witnessing the scene, also hurriedly chimed in. Yes, Luli, please let brother Yu go. Karuna slowly released Zhang Yu, a smile gracing her lips as she softly said, What's wrong? It's been so long since we last met. Do you not miss your sister? Zhang Yu quickly stepped forward and enveloped Karuna in a warm embrace, responding with a smile. Of course I missed you. How could I not? By the way, sister, what brings you here? Don't you have any engagements to attend to in the next few days? Karuna waved her hand dismissively, nonchalantly stating, Oh, I had Xiaonan cancel those engagements for me. Compared to my brother's first league conference, those engagements are trivial. At that moment, a striking woman with long golden hair emerged from behind Karuna. Cabbage, what brings you here? Zhang Yu asked, puzzled, addressing Cynthia. Cynthia's lips curved into an enchanting smile as she replied gently, I am here to cheer for our Shinda in her competition. Before she could finish, Shinda stepped forward and leisurely commented, Humph, you're clearly here for brother Yu, yet you claim it's for my competition. What a convenient excuse. Cynthia's smile remained radiant as she gazed tenderly at Shinda, softly saying, What did you just say, little Shinda? Shinda, feeling the pressure from Cynthia's smile, broke into a cold sweat, waving her hands in a fluster, stammering, I didn't say anything, sister. You must have misheard. Cynthia's smile only grew brighter, gently patting Shinda on the head, and affectionately said, That's more like it. Little Shinda is so well behaved. At that moment, Naji also emerged from the house, greeting Zhang Yu and the others. Everyone, long time no see. Seeing Naji, Zhang Yu's face lit up with joy as he responded, It's great to see you all. Where's Kina? However, before he could finish, Karuna suddenly seized one of his ears, scolding, What? Is it not enough that your sister is here? Zhang Yu winced at the sudden pain in his ear, exclaiming, Ouch, it hurts. Sister, please let go. I was just asking casually. Yet, Karuna seemed unwilling to relent easily, tightening her grip slightly as she pressed. Oh, is that so? Then perhaps you should explain the relationships of these lovely ladies traveling with you. Ouch, that hurts. I truly only wish to provide them with a home. I harbor no ill intentions. Zhang Yu exclaimed, wincing in pain as he hurriedly sought to clarify. However, Karuna paid no heed to his explanations and instead tightened her grip on his ear, bellowing in anger, Do you dare to quibble? Just look at the number of people you have already provoked. Just as Karuna prepared to continue her stern reprimand, Sharona suddenly interjected, Oh come now, Karuna, you know little you well enough. Upon hearing Sharona's words, Karuna reluctantly loosened her grip, albeit still glaring at Zhang Yu with residual fury. Zhang Yu, clutching his reddened ear, wore an expression of grievance and helplessness. Meanwhile, Xiaoxia, Xiaoxue, and Selena stood nervously to the side, watching Zhang Yu endure Karuna's chastisement, feeling quite at a loss. Observing their discomfort, Zhang Yu quickly introduced them to Karuna and Sharona, saying, This is Xiaoxia, Xiaoxue, and Selena. They are my companions on this journey. Upon hearing Zhang Yu's introduction, Karuna and Sharona greeted Xiaoxia, Xiaoxue, and Selena with friendly smiles, warmly expressing, Hello there. Your journey must have been arduous. We greatly appreciate your care for our little you along the way. Karuna smiled warmly. In response, Selena, Xiaoxia, and Xiaoxue hurriedly shook their heads, insisting, No. Little you has taken great care of us as well. Is that so? Karuna said, a sly smile creeping onto her lips as she gazed at Zhang Yu. Her voice soft yet laced with mischief. It seems our little you has learned to care for others. Her tone was gentle, reminiscent of a spring breeze. But Zhang Yu felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, his entire being chilled to the core. For he discerned a dangerously ominous undertone in Karuna's smile. Cold sweat began to bead on his forehead, his throat parched as he struggled to swallow, hastily casting a pleading glance at Sharona. However, Sharona merely smiled faintly, showing no intention of intervening. As Zhang Yu felt the weight of impending doom, a crisp and familiar voice suddenly reached his ears. He turned to see a woman standing gracefully not far away. Her golden hair shimmered like a dazzling gown in the sunlight, and it was none other than Luzamin. Little you, it has been so long. Luzamin smiled, gently waving her hand in greeting. Upon seeing her, Zhang Yu felt as though he had stumbled upon a lifeline. His fear instantly replaced by joy. He rushed towards Luzamin, exclaiming, Sister Minai. Upon Zhang Yu's approach, Luzamin extended her hand, tenderly stroking his hair. Oh dear, how you've grown in these years. Yet, I must say, the little one you once were was far more adorable. But you've turned out quite handsome as well. Zhang Yu chuckled lightly, then quickly freed himself from Luzamin's affectionate grasp, jesting, Sister Minai, if you continue to stroke my hair like that, I might just go bald. As for how Zhang Yu and Luzamin came to know each other, it is a lengthy tale, so I shall condense it. Due to Karuna's work obligations, she had brought Zhang Yu to the Alola region for a film shoot. On that very day, Zhang Yu inadvertently lost his way. By chance, Luzamin had just encountered Karuna and was wandering nearby. At that moment, the wheels of fate began to turn, leading to Zhang Yu and Luzamin's unexpected meeting. It is worth noting that young Zhang Yu was quite adorable, possessing an undeniable charm that could captivate women. Thus, when Luzamin first laid eyes on him, she was utterly defenseless, unconsciously pulling him into an embrace and affectionately stroking his hair as one would a cat. However, Zhang Yu, caught in her embrace, wore a look of utter bewilderment, inwardly lamenting, What is happening? We've only just met, and while you are indeed quite lovely, we are strangers. Must you continue to ruffle my hair? As he was lost in thought, Luzamin suddenly asked, Hello there, little one. What is your name? Are you here all alone? Zhang Yu snapped back to reality, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he replied, Could you please let me go, beautiful sister? Upon hearing his request, Luzamin's eyes revealed a hint of reluctance as she slowly released him, gently asking, What is your name, little one? Zhang Yu blinked his large eyes and answered, I am Zhang Yu. Luzamin continued with her warm smile, And what brings you here alone? Where are your family? I got lost. My sister is filming a movie. What is your name, beautiful sister? Zhang Yu inquired, his innocent gaze fixed on Luzamin, secretly pondering, why does she seem so familiar? Having been somewhat detached from the anime due to its stylistic choices in his past life, he had only seen a few clips here and there. Thus his recollection of Luzamin was rather vague. I am Luzamin, the president of the Ether Foundation, she replied with a gentle smile. Upon hearing this name, an image of Lily flashed in Zhang Yu's mind, and he suddenly comprehended, thinking, so she is Lily's mother. I see. Let me carry forth your will in this world, esteemed Chancellor. Yet, it seemed that Luzamin's husband had not truly perished, had he? Alas, never mind. I shall pursue Lily instead. However, Lily appears to still be a mere child at this point. But nurturing her does sound quite appealing. Yet why do I feel a sense of guilt? As Zhang Yu was lost in these musings, Luzamin observed his dazed expression and could not help but softly call out. Little brother, little brother. Zhang Yu snapped back to attention, quickly responding. Ah, what is it, beautiful sister? Do you need me to help you find your sister? Luzamin inquired with a smile, her eyes reflecting genuine concern. Zhang Yu nodded, and Luzamin continued. What is your sister's name? After a moment's hesitation, he replied, Karuna. Upon hearing this name, Luzamin's face lit up with surprise, and after a brief pause, she remarked, So you are Karuna's brother. Then, looking at Zhang Yu with a hint of envy, she added, Karuna is truly fortunate to have such a lovely brother. While Zhang Yu had often been complimented on his cuteness since arriving in this world, being praised by a beautiful woman in person made him feel somewhat bashful. He scratched his head, blushing slightly. Observing his reaction, Luzamin found it amusing and couldn't help but chuckle. Then, Luzamin took Zhang Yu's hand gently, saying, Now, sister will take you to find Karuna. Zhang Yu nodded, allowing Luzamin to lead him as they made their way toward the film set where Karuna was working. Along the way, Luzamin occasionally engaged Zhang Yu in conversation, inquiring about various aspects of his life. Zhang Yu responded in kind, exchanging pleasantries with her. Before long, they arrived at the filming location. Karuna was intently focused on shooting an important scene, and when she spotted Zhang Yu and Luzamin approaching, she momentarily froze, clearly taken aback. However, she quickly regained her composure, greeting them with a warm smile. President Luzamin, what a pleasant surprise. Luzamin returned the smile. Indeed, I encountered little Yu, who was lost on the street, and decided to bring him along. With a smile, Karuna gazed at Luzamin and affectionately ruffled Zhang Yu's hair, saying, I truly appreciate your assistance, President Luzamin. Luzamin waved her hand dismissively, replying, Not at all, not at all. Little Yu is so adorable. I am more than happy to help. Following this, Luzamin engaged in a brief conversation with Karuna. At that moment, Zhang Yu's attention was captivated by a Pokémon participating in the movie nearby, and he curiously approached to take a closer look. Just as he crouched down, a Poplio playfully sprayed a jet of water at him. Zhang Yu was drenched, his clothes soaked through. Karuna and Luzamin turned at the sound, and upon seeing Zhang Yu's predicament, they couldn't help but chuckle. Soaked like a drowned rat, Zhang Yu awkwardly stood up and feigned anger, glaring at the Poplio. The mischievous creature, however, stuck out its tongue playfully and hopped around joyfully. Karuna approached with a towel, smiling, Little Yu, don't be upset, it's just playing with you. Luzamin chimed in teasingly, In fact, you look even cuter like this. At that moment, a staff member approached, looking apologetic, and said, I sincerely apologize. This Poplio can be quite mischievous. Would you like it to apologize to you? With that, the staff member gestured toward the Poplio. The playful Pokémon obediently waddled over to Zhang Yu and nudged his leg with its head, amused by its adorable antics. Zhang Yu couldn't help but laugh and patted its head, saying, All right, I forgive you. Just then, the director approached to remind Karuna of the filming schedule. Apologetically, she said, I'm truly sorry, I must continue filming. I'll be sure to thank you properly later. Luzamin nodded. It's all right, you go ahead. I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Zhang Yu glanced at Karuna, then at Luzamin, and suddenly had a bright idea, saying, Sister Manai, may I come visit you later? Luzamin's eyes lit up, and she smiled in agreement. After Luzamin departed, Zhang Yu observed the continuation of the filming process on set and became good friends with the Poplio. As time passed, Karuna successfully completed her filming in Alola. However, on the eve of their departure, Zhang Yu earnestly pleaded with Karuna to allow him to stay in Alola for a few more days. Although somewhat reluctant, Karuna ultimately acquiesced to his request. Thus, she entrusted Zhang Yu to Luzamin, imploring her to take good care of him. Consequently, Zhang Yu moved into Luzamin's home with his Poplio. On his first day there, he met Luzamin's husband, Moan, along with their son, Gladion, and daughter, Lily. However, this pleasant situation was short-lived, as Moan soon encountered a tragic accident. Surprisingly, this incident differed significantly from Zhang Yu's memories. In his recollection, Moan had merely gone missing, whereas here, he had tragically passed away. During this trying time, Zhang Yu not only comforted the heartbroken Luzamin daily, but also assisted Gladion in caring for the young Lily. Days turned into weeks, and with Zhang Yu's companionship, Luzamin gradually emerged from her grief over losing her husband, shifting her focus back to her family. Unbeknownst to them, Zhang Yu had been in Alola for nearly half a year, and it was time for him to return to Kalos. Before leaving, he asked Poplio to look after Lily for him. Years later, Zhang Yu returned to Alola with Karuna once more. This time, he did not accompany her to the film set, but went directly to Luzamin's home. Upon arriving at the doorstep, he saw Lily playing with Poplio in the yard. After years apart, Lily had blossomed into an even more charming girl, and Poplio had grown significantly as well. Lily immediately recognized Zhang Yu and excitedly ran over, exclaiming, "Brother Yu, you've finally come." Zhang Yu smiled and affectionately patted her head, engaging in playful interactions with Poplio. At that moment, Gladion emerged from the house and, upon seeing Zhang Yu, wore a long-awaited smile. After exchanging pleasantries, Gladion informed Zhang Yu that Luzamin had been quite busy lately with matters concerning Ether Paradise. Just then, Luzamin returned home, and her eyes sparkled with surprise upon seeing Zhang Yu. She rushed over and enveloped him in a warm embrace, gently stroking his hair and saying, "Little Yu, you're finally here. I've been wondering when I would see you again." They all settled in the living room, sipping tea and sharing stories about their experiences over the past few years. "Brother Yu, how long do you plan to stay in Alola this time?" Lily inquired with wide, curious eyes. After a moment's thought, Zhang Yu replied, "I should be here for about a week." At that moment, Gladion suddenly interjected, "Brother Yu, I know a place teeming with Pokémon. Would you be interested in checking it out with me tomorrow?" Zhang Yu, invigorated by the suggestion, nodded eagerly, "Absolutely. I didn't get a proper look at Alola's Pokémon last time." Lily chimed in, eagerly pleading, "I want to go too. Please take me along, Brother Yu." Observing the excitement of the three, Luzamin couldn't help but smile. After some consideration, she said, "You can take Lily with you, but please be sure to keep her safe." Thus, Zhang Yu spent a fulfilling and joyful week in the Alola region. On the day of his departure, both Lily and Poplio appeared particularly reluctant to say goodbye, trailing closely behind him and nearly following him back to Kalos. Upon returning to the villa, that night, while everyone else was asleep, Zhang Yu quietly rose, leaving the villa and heading towards the court stadium. Upon entering the stadium, he spotted Ash. However, he chose not to disturb him and instead found a place to sit. Before long, someone sat down beside him, prompting Zhang Yu to turn instinctively, only to be surprised to find it was Blue. "Hey Yu, I didn't expect to see you here," Blue said, raising an eyebrow with a hint of a smile. Zhang Yu smiled back and replied, "Yes, I couldn't sleep, so I came to the stadium for a look. After all, this is where I will one day lift the champion trophy." Chapter 82, Zhang Yu's Pokémon data and the opening of the court's conference. The levels of Pokémon are classified as follows: Rookie, 1 to 15, Intermediate, 16 to 30, Elite, 31 to 40, Gym Leader, 41 to 50, Champion in Waiting, 51 to 60, Champion, 61 to 70, Subgod, 71 to 80, Level 3 Deity, 81 to 90, Level 2 Deity, 91 to 95, Level 1 Deity, 96 to 100, and Creator God, 100 and above. Note: Champion level Pokémon can contend against level 3 deities. Pokémon, Greninja. Gender, male. Type, Water Dark. Ability, unknown. Level, 45, Gym Leader. Qualification, Champion. Skills, Night Slash. Hydro Pump, Water Shuriken, Water Pulse, Blade of Judgment. Pokémon, Dragonite. Gender, female. Type, Dragon Flying. Ability, Inner Focus. Level, 80, Champion in Waiting. Gigantamax level, 85, Champion. Qualification, Level 2 Deity. Skills, Dragon Dive, Dragon Claw, Ice Beam, Flamethrower, Thunderbolt. Pokémon, Diancie. Gender, none. Type, Rock Fairy. Ability, Clear Body. Level, 85, Level 3 Deity. Qualification, Level 2 Deity. Skills, Diamond Storm, Stone Edge, Moonblast, Protect, Rock Slide. Pokémon, Sylveon. Gender, female. Type, Fairy. Ability, Cute Charm. Level, 35, Elite. Aptitude, King. Skills, Comet Punch, Finger Strike, Moonlight, Ice Punch, Shadow Ball. Pokémon, Pikachu. Gender, female. Type, Electric. Ability, Lightning Rod. Level, 35, Elite. Aptitude, King. Skills, Thunderbolt, Shadow Clone. Volt Tackle, Iron Tail, Electro Ball. Pokémon, Shinado. Gender, female. Type, Psychic Fairy. Ability, Copy. Level, 45, Gym. Aptitude, Champion. Skills, Moonlight, Shadow Ball. Hypnosis, Magical Flame, Shadow Clone. Pokémon, Milotic. Gender, female. Type, Water. Ability, Marvel Scale. Level, 43, Gym. Aptitude, Nearly Champion. Skills, Dragon Dance, Water Tail, Water Pulse, Dragon Tail, Dragon Wave. Pokémon, Garchomp. Gender, male. Type, Ground Rock. Ability, Solid Rock. Level, 53, Nearly King. Aptitude, Champion. Skills, Rock Blast, Earthquake, Stone Edge, Hammer Arm, Head Smash. Pokémon, Pidgeot. Gender, male. Type, Normal Flying. Ability, Keen Eye. Level, 41, Gym. Aptitude, King. Skills, Steel Wing, Aerial Ace, Brave Bird, Final Impact, Wing Attack. Pokémon Mew. Gender, None. Type, Psychic. Ability, Synchronize. Level, 98, Legendary. Aptitude, Legendary. Skills, Transform, Aura Sphere, Psychic, Finger Strike, Sealing. Pokémon, Gengar. Gender, Male. Type, Ghost Poison. Ability, Cursed Body. Level, 73, Nearly Champion. Aptitude, Champion. Skills, Shadow Ball, Hypnosis, Dream Eater, Dark Pulse, Destiny Bond. Pokémon, Butterfree. Gender, Female. Type, Bug Flying. Ability, Tinted Lens. Level, 31 Elite. Aptitude, King. Skills, Solar Flare, Sunny Day, Rain Dance, Energy Ball, Telekinesis. Pokémon, Houndoom. Gender, Male. Type, Fire. Ability, Flash Fire. Level, 42 Gym. Aptitude, Nearly Champion. Skills, Flamethrower, Flare Blitz. Bolt Switch, Crunch, Last Resort. Pokémon, Zapdos, Non-Legendary. Gender, None. Type, Electric Flying. Ability, Static. Level, 65, King. Aptitude, Sub-Legendary. Skills, Thunderbolt, Thunder, Electric Terrain, Brave Bird, Agility. Pokémon, Tentacruel. Gender, Male. Type, Water Poison. Ability, Rain Dish. Level, 55, Nearly King. Aptitude, Nearly Champion. Skills, Water Pulse, Hydro Pump, Poison Sting, Toxic Spikes, Hyper Beam. Pokémon, Snorlax. Gender, Male. Type, Normal. Ability, Immunity. Level, 55, Nearly King. Aptitude, Nearly Champion. Skills, Hyper Beam, Body Slam, Rest, Sleep Talk, Ice Punch. Pokémon, Tauros, the strongest among the 29. Gender, Male. Type, Normal. Ability, Intimidate. Level, 25, Normal. Aptitude, Nearly King. Skills, Iron Head, Head Charge, Final Impact, Earthquake, Horn Attack. Pokémon, Aerodactyl. Gender, Male. Type, Rock Flying. Ability, Rock Head. Level, 53, Nearly King. Aptitude, Champion. Skills, Stone Edge, Hyper Beam, Final Impact, Iron Head, Fire Fong. Pokémon, Scyther. Gender, Male. Type, Water Rock. Ability, Battle Armor. Level, 32, Elite. Aptitude, King. Skills, Hydro Pump, Brick Break, Night Slash, Protect, Water Pulse. Pokémon, Carcosta. Gender, Male. Type, Water Rock. Ability, Solid Shell. Level, 32, Elite. Aptitude, Nearly King. Skills, Hydro Pump, Protect, Crunch, Rock Slide, Water Pulse. Pokémon, Mewtwo. Gender, None. Type, Psychic. Ability, Pressure. Level, 96, Legendary. Aptitude, Legendary. Skills, Shadow Ball, Aura Sphere, Self-Recovery, Psychic, Future Sight. Pokémon, Charizard. Gender, Male. Type, Fire Flying. Ability, Blaze. Level, 52, Nearly King. Aptitude, Nearly Champion. Skills, Flamethrower, Fire Blast, Flare Blitz, Dragon Claw, Dragon Tail. Zhang Yu smiled in response. Indeed, I cannot sleep. So I came to the arena to take a look. After all, this is the very place where I shall one day lift the champion's trophy. Xiao Mao fixed his gaze upon Zhang Yu and declared, I shall defeat you and claim the court's conference championship. Zhang Yu patted Xiao Mao on the shoulder and said, I believe in your strength, yet I shall not yield easily. I will continue to win until the finals. I hope to meet you there. So do not underestimate your opponents and lose the match. With that, Zhang Yu rose and slowly walked towards the arena's exit. Xiao Mao watched Zhang Yu's retreating figure, murmuring to himself, I will continue to win until I defeat you in the finals. The following day, at the court's arena, under the guidance of the staff, Pokémon trainers from various regions lined up and entered the arena. Simultaneously, live broadcasts from different regions commenced, and countless viewers watched this grand competition on their screens. Among these viewers, there was a group specifically eager to see Zhang Yu. For instance, at the Alola Pokémon School, Lily was watching the court's conference with her friends. Additionally, there were Cresselia from the Unova League and Pear Blossom from the Chengdu League. Within the court's arena, Karuna, Kona, and Cynthia were seated in a VIP box, observing the Pokémon trainers arrayed below. Once all the trainers had entered the court's arena, the final torchbearer sprinted in. However, to Zhang Yu's surprise, Team Rocket did not attempt to interfere with the torch, as they did in the anime. After the opening ceremony concluded, Zhang Yu and his companions proceeded to the selection venue. The venue was bustling, filled with people eagerly awaiting their turn to draw their battle locations. Chapter 83, Rotom Phone. After the opening ceremony, Zhang Yu and his companions arrived at the selection venue. The atmosphere was lively with a throng of people, all anticipating their turn to select their battlegrounds. Approaching the receptionist, Zhang Yu was greeted with a smile. Good afternoon. May I kindly ask for your trainer registration card? Zhang Yu retrieved his Pokédex from his pocket and handed it to the receptionist. The receptionist adeptly opened the device, checked the information within, and then looked up at Zhang Yu, inquiring, Are you the Zhang Yu from Kalos? Zhang Yu nodded affirmatively, responding, Indeed. Once the receptionist confirmed Zhang Yu's identity, she placed the Pokédex into a nearby machine and began to operate it. After a short while, she retrieved the device and handed it back to Zhang Yu, stating, All set, you are now registered. Zhang Yu accepted the Pokédex and returned it to his pocket. At that moment, the receptionist pointed to a button and said, Please press this to select your battle location. Zhang Yu inhaled deeply, gazed at the button, and then pressed it. Instantly, the lights on the battle location roulette began to spin rapidly. Afterward, Zhang Yu gently placed the EV, Mew, next to the button and said, EV, I entrust my first battle to you. Upon hearing Zhang Yu's words, EV blinked its adorable eyes and, without hesitation, pressed the button with its tiny paw. As the button was activated, the lights on the spinning wheel gradually ceased their motion, ultimately landing on a verdant area. It's the grass field, Zhang Yu remarked, observing the selection. Next, I will input the relevant information for the knockout stage, the receptionist stated, deftly typing away on the computer keyboard. Shortly thereafter, the large screen overhead suddenly illuminated, displaying Zhang Yu's profile alongside that of an older gentleman, likely over 40. The grass field will host the fourth match, scheduled for 3 p.m. Please ensure punctuality and do not be late, the receptionist reminded Zhang Yu with a smile. Zhang Yu nodded slightly to indicate his understanding and began searching for Shengdai amidst the crowd. At that moment, Shengdai had also completed her opponent's draw and approached Zhang Yu alongside Sharona. Brother Yu, how's it going on your end? Which field have you been assigned to? Shengdai inquired curiously. I'm on the grass field. How about you? Zhang Yu replied. I'm on the rock field. It seems we won't meet in battle. Shengdai said with a smile. That is not certain. I'll be waiting for you in the finals, Zhang Yu said, a confident smile gracing his face. Haha. Don't be overly confident. Be wary of a potential upset. Shengdai quipped. Well, my match is about to start. I must hurry to prepare. She glanced at her phone and swiftly made her way to the venue. Good luck. I need to contemplate which 3 Pokémon I should send out for the first round, Zhang Yu murmured to himself, watching Shengdai's retreating figure. Zhang Yu arrived at the training grounds in the backyard of the Pokémon Center. Releasing his Charizard, he approached it and said, Charizard, I'm counting on you for the first match. Charizard let out a spirited roar in response to Zhang Yu's anticipation. At that moment, Karuna approached with a smartphone in hand. Little Yu, this Rotom phone is a new product developed collaboratively by the Devon Corporation and Hitron. And there's only one in the entire world. It's a gift from me. Do you like it? Zhang Yu looked at the phone with some confusion, pondering. Devon Corporation? Only one in the world? Does that rascal Daigo have such good intentions? Does he know I captured Diancie? Zhang Yu stared at Karuna, his expression one of suspicion. Could it be that Daigo knows I caught Diancie? Karuna chuckled softly and replied, He probably doesn't know. Didn't you say you always wanted to understand the specific abilities of Pokémon? So, I asked Hitron to help develop this Rotom phone. Zhang Yu took the phone, examining it closely. The Rotom phone was black with a smooth texture and featured a playful expression of Rotom on the back. As Zhang Yu powered it on, the Rotom phone levitated and began scanning. User Zhang Yu, login complete. Rotom phone initializing 257-5100. User Zhang Yu, I look forward to your guidance. Given Daigo's kindness to me, I should show him Diancie the next time we meet, Zhang Yu mused, then instructed the Rotom phone. Rotom, scan Charizard. Understood, Rotom, it replied. Flying in front of Charizard to perform the scan. Species, Charizard. Gender, male. Type, fire flying. Ability, Blaze. Level, 52, near champion. Potential, near champion. Skills, Flamethrower, Fire Blast. Dragon Claw, Flare Blitz, Dragon Dive. Hearing the information about Charizard, Zhang Yu felt a surge of excitement. He hadn't anticipated the phone had such capabilities. He then commanded, Rotom, scan EV. Upon hearing this, Rotom approached EV to scan it. Species, Mew. Gender, none. Type, Psychic. Ability, Synchronize. Level, 98, Legendary. Potential, Legendary. Skills, Transform, Aura Sphere. Finger Flick, Psychic Seal. Thus, Zhang Yu utilized the Rotom phone to scan all the Pokémon he had. As time passed, it quickly approached 2:30 p.m. Zhang Yu recalled his Pokémon and made his way toward the grass field. By this time, a considerable number of spectators had gathered outside the venue, all brimming with anticipation for the match. At that moment, the host's passionate voice resonated throughout the venue. We are now about to commence the fourth match on the grass field. In the green corner, We have contestant Zhang Yu from the Kalos region, facing off against contestant Zotai from Rainbow City in the red corner. Each may utilize 3 Pokémon. The 4th match on the grass field begins now. First match, I'm counting on you. Go, Vileplume. Zotai threw forth a Pokeball. Simultaneously, Zhang Yu released a Great Ball. Let us go, Charizard. As both Pokémon materialized in the arena, Zhang Yu instructed Rotom, Rotom, scan Vileplume. Understood, Rotom, it replied. Directing its scan at Vileplume. Species, Vileplume. Gender, male. Type, grass poison. Ability, chlorophyll. Level, 35, elite. Potential, near champion. Skills, sleep powder, stun spore, solar beam, poison powder. Leaf blade. Zhang Yu calculated his options and decisively commanded, Charizard, use flamethrower. Charizard unleashed a torrid flame, surging toward Vileplume. Zotai, noticing this, urgently shouted, Vileplume, leaf blade. Vileplume swiftly swung its petals, launching several sharp leaves that collided with the flame. However, the fire broke through the leaves' barrier and scorched Vileplume directly. In pain, Vileplume swayed unsteadily. Zotai, seeing this, quickly countered, Vileplume, use poison powder. Vileplume promptly released a cloud of toxic spores. Charizard, disperse it with your wings. Zhang Yu commanded. Charizard swiftly flapped its wings, dispersing the poisonous powder, then issued another order, Flare Blitz. Engulfed in flames, Charizard charged toward Vileplume like a blazing meteor. Vileplume was unable to evade in time, and was struck hard, shaking violently before collapsing to the ground, incapacitated. The referee promptly raised a flag, declaring, Vileplume is unable to battle. Charizard is victorious. Contestant Zotai has only 2 Pokémon remaining. What will he deploy next to counter contestant Zhang Yu's Charizard? Zotai retrieved Vileplume, his expression grave, and produced another Pokeball. Go, Vaporeon. Species, Vaporeon. Gender, male. Type, water. Ability, water absorb. Level, 38, elite. Potential, near champion. Skills, Aqua Jet, last resort. Water Pulse, quick attack, bite. Before Zhang Yu could respond, the Rotom phone automatically announced the details. Zhang Yu glanced at the hovering Rotom phone and said, Thank you, Rotom. The Rotom phone swayed slightly and replied, This is what I'm meant to do, Rotom. Zhang Yu smiled, then focused his attention back on the match. Zotai was the first to call out, Vaporeon, use Water Pulse. Vaporeon unleashed a water sphere that hurtled directly toward Charizard. Observing, Zhang Yu immediately commanded, Charizard, use Fire Blast. The Charizard opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of flames that clashed with the water sphere, enveloping the arena in a thick mist of steam. Seizing the moment, Zhang Yu shouted urgently, Charizard, Dragon Claw. The Charizard darted towards the Vaporeon, its claw poised to strike. Dodge and use Swift. Kanto called out hastily. The Vaporeon nimbly evaded the attack, then unleashed a barrage of stars that swiftly hurtled toward the Charizard. Though a few stars found their mark, the Charizard quickly regained its composure. Observing this, Zhang Yu bellowed, Charizard, Dragon Dive. The Charizard exuded an overwhelming aura of menace, transforming into a colossal dragon as it charged towards the Vaporeon. The Vaporeon, momentarily paralyzed in fear, stood frozen in place, and the Dragon Dive struck it head-on, enveloping the arena in a cloud of smoke. As the smoke dissipated, the sight revealed the Vaporeon lying on the ground, its eyes spiraled, indicating it had lost the will to battle. The referee raised the flag once more, declaring, The Vaporeon is unable to battle. Charizard is the victor. The match had reached a critical juncture, and Kaido had but 1 Pokémon left, with no second chances remaining. The announcer proclaimed. Kaido furrowed his brow, returning the Vaporeon to its Pokeball, and retrieved his final one. I entrust this to you, Meowth. Kaido tossed the Pokeball, and a flash of white light heralded the arrival of Meowth onto the battlefield. The Rotom phone immediately reported, Pokémon, Meowth. Gender, male. Type, normal. Ability, Pickup. Level, 41 Gym. Potential, near champion. Skills, Fake Out, Scratch, Bite, Metal Claw, Swift. Zhang Yu, observing Meowth, commanded, Charizard, Rage of the Dragon. The Charizard gathered a dazzling sphere of energy in its mouth and shot it towards Meowth. Meowth, use Swift. Kaido shouted. Meowth rapidly fired stars that collided with the Rage of the Dragon, erupting in a brilliant flash. Amidst the chaos, Kaido called out, Meowth, Metal Claw. Meowth dashed towards the Charizard, extending its sharp claws to strike. The Charizard was hit, its body swaying slightly. Zhang Yu, witnessing this, shouted, Charizard, Flame Tornado. The Charizard unleashed a massive vortex of fire, engulfing Meowth within. Meowth struggled within the fiery cyclone, emitting anguished cries. As the power of the Flame Tornado intensified, Meowth ultimately succumbed, collapsing to the ground and losing its ability to battle. The referee raised the flag once again, declaring, Meowth is unable to battle. Thus, Zhang Yu emerges victorious. The match concluded, and Zhang Yu from Kalos had triumphed, securing victory in the first round solely with his Charizard. The announcer exclaimed with excitement. Kaido, wearing an expression of resignation as he gazed at his Meowth, sighed softly and withdrew it into its Pokeball. With a heavy heart, he turned and departed the arena. Simultaneously, Zhang Yu silently recalled his Charizard. He stood still, gazing at the battlefield that had just witnessed such an intense clash, a wave of indescribable emotion swelling within him. For this was his inaugural league competition. After a moment, he cradled his EV, Dream, and began to walk toward the exit. However, as he stepped out of the arena, a throng of eager reporters surged forth, encircling him. Zhang Yu, Zhang Yu. The journalists clamored, one pressing forward with urgency. You achieved victory using only your Charizard. Did you have complete confidence before the match? Zhang Yu smiled as he faced the barrage of questions, replying, every match is filled with uncertainties. I cannot claim absolute confidence in my victory. However, my synergy with Charizard is profound, and I have always believed in its strength. At that moment, a stir arose from the crowd as a familiar journalist fought her way through. With a smile, she addressed Zhang Yu. As the brother of the Kalos champion, Miss Karuna, do you have specific goals for the upcoming matches? Zhang Yu's gaze settled on the journalist, his smile unwavering as he responded, I will strive to perform at my best, aiming for commendable results in this tournament. When this interview was disseminated online, the digital realm erupted in fervor, akin to an explosion. Although Zhang Yu had no public social media presence, his likeness frequently appeared in the social media posts of notable figures, such as Champion Karuna of Kalos and Champion Cynthia of Sinnoh. These images circulated widely on the internet, solidifying Zhang Yu's presence in the public eye. Chapter 85, The Water Arena. The fervor surrounding Zhang Yu continued to escalate online. His female fanbase burgeoned to astonishing numbers, rivaling only those of Dato and Daigo. Especially within the Kalos region, discussions about Zhang Yu's performance and striking appearance surged across various forums and social media platforms. While some praised his harmonious collaboration with Charizard, others were enamored by his looks. A segment remained envious of Zhang Yu's achievements. Meanwhile, the competitors of the court's conference began to take notice of Zhang Yu. Yet, at this very moment, Zhang Yu remained oblivious to the happenings online. He was cradling his EV, Dream, while the Rotom phone hovered nearby, as he prepared to draw his opponent for the second round of the tournament. After a spell of waiting, the beam of light eventually settled upon the water arena. When Zhang Yu beheld his opponent, he was taken aback to find it was none other than Miss Joy. Exiting the drawing venue, the Rotom phone inquired, Little Yu, where shall we go next? Zhang Yu replied with a smile, I'll take you to meet my friends. Let us introduce you. Just then, the Rotom phone chimed in. Little Yu, it seems you've suddenly become quite popular online. Popular? What is this about? Zhang Yu queried, perplexed. The Rotom phone quickly zipped to the front, displaying the contents of Zhang Yu's recent interview. The comments below the interview emerged in a three-way contention. One faction firmly believed that as the brother of the Kalos champion, Zhang Yu must possess formidable strength. Another contended that his initial victory was merely a stroke of luck, while the last group was purely captivated by his appearance. As Zhang Yu observed the various comments on the screen, he pondered thoughtfully. Just then, a petite Rotom materialized on the screen, suggesting, Little Yu, would you like me to help you set up an account to respond to these comments? After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Yu gently waved his hand, replying, No need, Rotom. If I can secure victory in the court's conference, all doubts regarding me will be laid to rest. With that, Zhang Yu embraced his EV and continued towards the competitor's village. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the two-story villa in the village. Pushing the door open, he found everyone had returned. Zhang Yu greeted them with a smile and introduced the Rotom phone to the group, who found it quite fascinating. Now, it was time for the second match at the water arena, where the green team, Miss Joy from Shallow Red City, faced off against the red team, Zhang Yu from the Kalos region. Recently, discussions about Zhang Yu had been fervently swirling online, with a myriad of opinions. However, I must say, Zhang Yu's looks are indeed quite comparable to mine. As the host's voice faded, a chorus of boos erupted from the audience, evidently indicating that some were unimpressed by his self-aggrandizing remarks. Ha ha ha. All right, no more jesting, the host said with a smile. The second match in the water arena will feature 3 Pokémon each. Let the battle commence. Upon hearing the host's announcement, the crowd erupted with excitement, particularly the female fans of Zhang Yu, who began to unleash a barrage of fervent cheers. Miss Joy approached the sidelines, retrieving a Pokeball from her waist. She gently pressed the button, and with a flash of red light, a Gyarados materialized in the arena. Upon its arrival, Gyarados emitted a thunderous roar, its massive form and fearsome visage sending shivers down the spines of onlookers. Simultaneously, Zhang Yu produced a high-grade Pokeball from his waist, hurling it into the center of the arena without hesitation. "Go, Tentacruel!" he shouted enthusiastically. The high-grade ball traced an arc through the air before bursting open, releasing a gigantic Tentacruel that dominated half of the water arena, its tentacles waving defiantly as if to challenge its opponent. At that moment, the Rotom phone sprang to life, announcing Pokémon Gyarados. Gender male. Type water flying. Ability intimidate. Level 43 Gym. Potential champion. Moves Hydro Pump, Dragon Dance, Waterfall, Ice Foam, Dragon Tail. The crowd was left utterly astonished by the sight of the imposing Tentacruel, a stunned silence enveloping the arena as if time itself had frozen. After several tense seconds, the host finally regained his composure, stammering, "This Tentacruel. Could it possibly be the one from Moonview City? And does Zhang Yu, perchance, harbor a colossal Dragonite as well? If so, could he truly be the hero who saved Moonview City?" Meanwhile, the online community erupted with fervor. Numerous champions and Elite Four members took to social media to commend Zhang Yu's prowess. Senior Kikuko remarked, "This young lad's abilities are truly formidable, given ample room for growth. I believe he shall undoubtedly become the next champion." Champion Dato echoed, "The potential of this kid is boundless. Given time, he is destined for greatness." Mr. Daigo chuckled. "I recognized his talent even when he was just a child. By the way, you do remember to come by and excavate stones with me sometime." Miss Karuna also stood firmly in support of Zhang Yu, declaring, "My brother's strength is beyond reproach." As these statements emerged, discussions surrounding Zhang Yu surged anew, and the previously skeptical voices began to wane. In the arena, Miss Joy was the first to shout, "Gyarados, use Dragon Dance to boost your abilities." Upon hearing this command, Gyarados began to move gracefully. "Tentacruel, use Poison Sting," Zhang Yu commanded. Instantly, one of Tentacruel's tentacles shimmered with a purplish glow and struck swiftly towards Gyarados. "Gyarados, Dragon Tail." Miss Joy countered without hesitation. Gyarados' tail became enveloped in a green energy, striking forcefully towards Tentacruel's attack. The two moves collided with a resounding crash. However, to everyone's astonishment, Gyarados was swiftly sent flying by the Poison Sting, landing far across the pool. "Tentacruel, use Hyper Beam," Zhang Yu commanded decisively. Without hesitation, Tentacruel opened its mouth, unleashing a dazzling golden beam that surged towards Gyarados. "Gyarados, quickly use Hydro Pump," Miss Joy urged anxiously. Gyarados reacted swiftly, unleashing a powerful jet of water in an attempt to counter the incoming beam. Yet, the Hydro Pump faltered under the intensity of the Hyper Beam, which struck Gyarados directly, sending it crashing into the pool. The referee rushed forward to assess Gyarados' condition. Upon noticing its eyes had turned into spiral shapes, he promptly raised his flag and announced loudly, "Gyarados is unable to continue. Tentacruel is the victor." Wow, this is truly astonishing. Gyarados proved utterly no match for Tentacruel. Miss Joy now has only 2 Pokémon left. But how will she contend with such a formidable Tentacruel? The host exclaimed excitedly. Miss Joy gazed at the colossal Tentacruel before her, a profound sense of helplessness washing over her. She had hoped to continue the battle, yet deep down, she knew that her current strength could never triumph over Tentacruel. Moreover, allowing her Pokémon to fight on would undoubtedly lead to their harm. After a struggle within herself, Miss Joy ultimately resolved to forfeit the match. Slowly, she recalled Gyarados and lifted her gaze to the referee, stating, "Referee, I concede." Upon hearing her words, the referee immediately raised his flag and announced, "Miss Joy concedes. Therefore, the match is won by Zhang Yu." As the referee's declaration echoed through the arena, a wave of applause and cheers erupted from the crowd. The host jubilantly proclaimed, "The match has concluded. Zhang Yu from Kalos has decisively triumphed in the second round. He is indeed the contender favored by numerous champions and Elite Four members." After recalling Tentacruel into its Pokeball, Zhang Yu cradled his EV and strolled into the contestant's tunnel, with the Rotom phone trailing behind. Unlike the previous day, he did not exit the tunnel immediately but instead paused briefly, then used his psychic powers to teleport to a secluded alley. Upon arriving, Zhang Yu was astonished to discover a Pokémon Center hidden at the end of the alley. He couldn't help but wonder, how could there be a Pokémon Center in such a place? Filled with curiosity, he tucked the Rotom phone into his pocket and proceeded towards the Pokémon Center, carrying Eevee. As he pushed open the doors to the Pokémon Center, he was taken aback by the sight before him. There sat Jessie, James, and Meowth, huddled around a table, seemingly conspiring about something. Seeing this, Zhang Yu curiously inquired, Team Rocket, what mischief are you up to this time? The trio jumped at the sound, turning around in alarm. Upon seeing Zhang Yu, they huddled together, trembling in fear. Jessie stammered, WWL, little Brad, what are you doing here? James quickly added, we haven't done anything wrong yet. Meowth chimed in, yeah, Meow. Zhang Yu couldn't help but smile faintly at their reaction. He settled onto a nearby sofa, gesturing to the empty seats across from him, and said, why are you all so afraid of me? Come, sit down, let's have a proper chat. The trio exchanged glances before cautiously making their way to Zhang Yu, slowly taking a seat before him. Zhang Yu looked at them and proposed, have you considered leaving Team Rocket to join me instead? Upon hearing his proposition, the three exchanged glances once more, their eyes seemingly communicating a silent dialogue. After a brief moment, Meow was the first to speak. We will absolutely never betray Boss Yamaki Meow. Musashi and Kojiro nodded in agreement, affirming Meow's words. Zhang Yu, observing their loyalty, felt no surprise. After all, the Rocket Team's fidelity in the anime was well established, and it would have been astonishing if they had agreed to betray him. Zhang Yu merely nodded lightly, cradling Eevee and Mew, as he rose and slowly made his way toward the door. Upon reaching the threshold, he suddenly halted, turned around, and fixed his gaze upon the trio of the Rocket Team, speaking slowly. Very well, since you are unwilling, that is acceptable. However, I hope you will refrain from engaging in misdeeds in my presence, especially during critical events like the League Tournament. If you can adhere to these two stipulations, I shall not take issue with you. After all, I hold a certain fondness for your trio. With that, Zhang Yu turned and exited the room. The Rocket Team stared at his departing figure, momentarily stunned. Kojiro suddenly snapped back to reality, murmuring, did he just say he likes our trio? Musashi and Meow nodded in unison, with Musashi being the first to voice, should we heed his words? Meow, with a glint in her eye, promptly replied, as long as we do not engage in misconduct before him, we will be fine, Meow. However, Kojiro voiced his concerns, but what about during the League Tournament? Meow, brimming with confidence, stated, during the League Tournament, we will focus on business and work hard to amass funds. Once we have sufficient resources, we will seize Pikachu and present it to Boss Yamaki, Meow. Upon hearing this, Kojiro became excited, exclaiming, yes. This way, we can not only earn Boss Yamaki's favor, but also be promoted and receive raises, becoming section leaders. What a splendid feeling. Musashi and Meow echoed his enthusiasm. Zhang Yu emerged from the alley and immediately spotted Ash and Brock standing not far away. As soon as Ash saw Zhang Yu, he dashed over, his face alight with excitement, shouting, Xiao Yu, we came to watch your match today. Though you are strong, I will not concede easily. Zhang Yu regarded the exuberant Ash, a confident smile gracing his lips as he replied, then, Ash, you must do your best. I will be awaiting you in the finals. Chapter 87, The Ice Arena. In the Ice Arena, would Zhang Yu once again triumph using only a single Pokémon? Cole was left with only one Pokémon. Could this solitary creature overcome Zhang Yu's Shinado? As the host's words faded, Cole threw his Pokeball, calling, Go Magnezone. With the opening of the Pokeball, a radiant light flashed, revealing Magnezone on the battlefield. Its unique form, composed of 3 Magnemites, emanated a powerful magnetic force. Rotom, witnessing this, immediately initiated a scan. Pokémon, Magnezone. Gender, none. Type, electric steel. Ability, magnet pull. Level, 38, elite. Aptitude, champion. Moves, Thunderbolt, Electro Ball, Flash Cannon, Hyper Beam, Iron Head. Cole swiftly commanded, Magnezone, use Thunderbolt. Bright yellow electricity crackled around Magnezone as a robust current surged forth like lightning toward Shinado. In the face of this sudden onslaught, Zhang Yu remained composed, directing, Shinado, teleport, and use Flamethrower. Shinado vanished as if a specter, only to reappear behind Magnezone, hands coalescing a blazing inferno, which it hurled directly at Magnezone. Cole, witnessing this, shouted, Magnezone, evade. Yet, his command came too late. Flamethrower struck true, hitting Magnezone squarely. It swayed in midair, but did not succumb to defeat. Observing this, Zhang Yu promptly issued the next command, Shinado, teleport, and use Fire Punch. Shinado once again disappeared, reappearing before Magnezone. Its fist, enveloped in flames, struck with tremendous force. Magnezone was sent crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, its eyes now swirling, clearly having lost its ability to battle. The referee swiftly approached, raising a flag as he announced loudly, Magnezone is unable to battle. Thus, the match is won by Zhang Yu. The audience erupted in thunderous applause and cheers, celebrating Zhang Yu's remarkable performance. The host, in a state of excitement, proclaimed, Zhang Yu has once again achieved the extraordinary feat of defeating 3 opponents with a single Pokémon. His prowess is truly formidable. To date, he has not utilized a second Pokémon in a single round. Who could possibly compel him to do so? Let us eagerly anticipate Zhang Yu's next match. Zhang Yu recalled Shinado, cradling Eevee and Mew, and turned to re-enter the player tunnel. Upon stepping into the tunnel, a flash of light enveloped him, and he, along with Eevee and Rotom, vanished from sight. In the next moment, Zhang Yu found himself in the private box where Karuna was situated. Upon entering, he noticed only Karuna and Luzman present. A wave of confusion washed over him as he hesitantly inquired, Sister Minai, why are just the 2 of you here? Where are the others? Karuna shot him an exasperated glance and replied curtly, Cynthia and the others went to watch Shindai's match. What? Is it not sufficient for just the 2 of us to watch your battle? Zhang Yu felt a bit awkward, scratching his head and chuckling nervously as he quickly clarified. No, it's plenty. I was merely asking out of curiosity, nothing more. Sister, how do you think I performed in this match? Karuna crossed her arms, a slight smile gracing her lips as she remarked, well, not bad. Your synergy with Shinado was quite smooth, which is commendable. However, against stronger opponents, you will need to enhance your tactics. Luzman stepped forward, gently ruffling Zhang Yu's hair with a smile, saying, Xiaoyu, you did very well. By the way, which region do you plan to visit next? Why not come to Alola? Lily has been missing you dearly. Zhang Yu shook his head, politely declining. Thank you for the kind invitation, Sister Minai, but after the court's conference, I plan to visit Professor Oak first, then take a vacation in the Orange Islands to relax. After that, I will challenge the Chengdu League. Aren't you planning to return to Kalos with me? Karuna's voice turned icy, her aura radiating an intimidating presence. Zhang Yu was taken aback by this unexpected inquiry and hurriedly moved behind Karuna, extending his hands to gently massage her shoulders, attempting to ease the tension. I just wanted to travel a bit more, he said. Upon hearing Zhang Yu's explanation, Karuna did not seem to be placated, letting out a deep sigh as she resignedly stated, I can agree to your traveling for a few more years, but you must not get entangled with other girls. Look at you. How many girls have you attracted? Will your body be able to endure it in the future? A hint of embarrassment crossed Zhang Yu's face, and he quickened his massaging motions, seemingly trying to mask his awkwardness. Sister, we are all just friends for now. Besides, I am fully aware of my boundaries and will not act recklessly, so you can rest easy. Inner thoughts. For now, we are merely friends. As for the future, well, it remains uncertain. Regarding my physical endurance, I have my own methods. I have previously discovered my extraordinary ability to enhance my body, which raises the question, can this enhancement extend to other areas? I suppose I could explore that possibility in due time. Karuna rolled her eyes, clearly unimpressed by Zhang Yu's musings, though the terrifying aura she exuded had noticeably diminished. At that moment, Luzman jestingly remarked, Little Yu, your charm is indeed formidable. But remember to heed your sister's advice. Although Luzman spoke with a smile, Zhang Yu felt an unmistakable sense of veiled threat emanating from her words. Nodding vigorously like a chick pecking at grains, he hastily replied, Yes, I will definitely be obedient. All right, let us accompany you to draw your final opponent. Karuna gracefully announced as she rose to her feet. At the drawing venue, Zhang Yu stood momentarily stunned upon discovering his opponent. It was Xiaoming, the very beastmaster he had anticipated. The following day, with some time before his match commenced, Zhang Yu resolved to observe Xiaoming's battle. After all, in the anime, Xiaoming was eliminated during this very competition. Zhang Yu positioned himself in the audience, his gaze fixed on the center of the arena. He noted that both competitors had but one Pokémon remaining. Xiaoming's was a Blastoise, while his opponent fielded a Geodude. Zhang Yu scrutinized the 2 Pokémon before him. Pondering, it appears that Xiaoming heeded my words before the opening ceremony. I find it hard to believe that he failed to reach the top 16 in the anime. Thus, I suspect that he may have underestimated his adversary, which is precisely why I felt compelled to speak to him that day. My purpose here is to ascertain the accuracy of my hypothesis. Upon witnessing Blastoise face off against Geodude, he became increasingly convinced that Xiaoming had indeed underestimated his foe. Just then, the match reached a fever pitch. Geodude launched its attack, barreling towards Blastoise and kicking up a cloud of dust. Blastoise remained steadfast, unleashing a powerful jet of water that collided head-on with Geodude's charge, sending sprays of water cascading across the arena. Xiaoming's focus sharpened as he shouted, Blastoise, use Ice Beam. A brilliant blue beam shot forth from Blastoise's cannon, aimed directly at Geodude. Geodude adeptly dodged by sidestepping, then swiftly closed the distance, ramming its sturdy body into Blastoise. Though the impact caused Blastoise to sway slightly, it quickly regained its balance. Zhang Yu's eyes were locked on the battlefield, filled with anticipation that Xiaoming might alter his fate from the anime, yet also harboring concerns about unforeseen developments. After a fierce exchange, Xiaoming seized the opportune moment, commanding Blastoise. Hydro Pump. Blastoise summoned its strength, unleashing a formidable torrent of water that surged towards Geodude. Struck by this unexpected deluge, Geodude lost its footing and crashed against the arena's edge. As Geodude fell, the referee approached, noting its incapacitated state, and promptly raised a flag, declaring, "Geodude is unable to battle. Thus, the winner is Xiaoming from True New Town." The intense clash concluded with Blastoise's Hydro Pump securing victory. The announcer's voice resonated through the venue, and as the final words left his lips, the audience erupted into thunderous applause and cheers, enveloping the arena in a vibrant atmosphere. Seeing Xiaoming advance to the top 16, Zhang Yu turned towards the competitor's passage. Upon entering, Xiaoming approached him, stopping before Zhang Yu and sincerely expressing, "Little Yu, thank you." Zhang Yu, puzzled, inquired for what. Xiaoming elaborated, "Had it not been for your earlier words, I might have succumbed to overconfidence and lost today's match. Your reminder allowed me to reassess my opponent and approach each battle with greater seriousness." Zhang Yu smiled, patting Xiaoming on the shoulder, encouragingly stating, "Then keep pushing forward. I believe you can achieve even greater success. I will always be here, waiting for you, anticipating our encounter on the battlefield." With that, Zhang Yu strode purposefully towards the arena. At that moment, an announcement echoed over the loudspeakers, indicating Zhang Yu's next match was about to begin. Xiaoming gazed at Zhang Yu's retreating figure, muttering to himself, "I will surely defeat you, little Yu," before turning to exit the arena. In the arena, upon spotting Xiaoming facing him, Zhang Yu noted the confident smile gracing Xiaoming's lips as he declared, "Zhang Yu, today I will definitely win against you." Unfazed by Xiaoming's challenge, Zhang Yu responded with a subtle smile, "Let us see about that." The atmosphere in the arena ignited with fervor, the crowd's cheers and shouts resonating in a tumultuous chorus. The announcer, perched atop a platform with a microphone, proclaimed, "Welcome to the final match of today's Rock Arena. In the green corner, we have Zhang Yu from the Kalos region, and in the red corner, Xiaoming from Hualan City. The victor will advance to the top 16, while the loser will face elimination. Who will emerge victorious? Let us await the outcome." With the announcer's words, the match commenced. Xiaoming wasted no time, tossing forth a Pokeball and shouting, "Go Beedrill!" A flash of red light heralded the arrival of Beedrill onto the stage. In response, Zhang Yu also released a Pokeball, commanding, "Arise, Mega Steelix." In an instant, a colossal Mega Steelix materialized on the battlefield. At that moment, a nearby Rotom phone chimed in with the details: Pokémon, Beedrill, gender, male, type, bug poison, ability, swarm. Level, 38, elite, qualification, near champion, skills, twin needle, pin missile, poison sting, swords dance, agility. Beedrill, use agility. Xiaoming commanded without hesitation. Beedrill flapped its wings, emitting a shrill sound, and in the blink of an eye, dashed towards Mega Steelix like a fleeting shadow. Standing firm, Mega Steelix awaited Beedrill's approach. At which point Zhang Yu commanded, "Hammer Arm." Mega Steelix responded with a powerful swing of its robust arm, striking down towards Beedrill with overwhelming force. Xiaoming's expression shifted dramatically, and he urgently shouted, "Beedrill, evade." Beedrill, responding to the call, unleashed astonishing speed, executing a sharp turn in midair to narrowly escape the impending blow. Without hesitation, Beedrill took flight, maintaining a safe distance from Mega Steelix. "Beedrill, use Pin Missile," Xiaoming decisively ordered. Beedrill complied, launching a barrage of tiny, sharp needles that rained down upon Mega Steelix. Observing this, Zhang Yu stood undeterred, exclaiming, "Mega Steelix, use Stone Edge." Mega Steelix roared in response, summoning a circle of jagged stones that surged towards Beedrill's incoming projectiles. The two attacks collided violently in midair, scattering shards everywhere. While many of the needles were intercepted by the Stone Edge, several still hurtled towards Beedrill. Most of the sharp stones were neutralized by the missile needles, yet a considerable number continued to assail the Beedrill. Xiaoming's gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, he commanded, "Beedrill, use Swords Dance." The Beedrill twirled swiftly in the air, deflecting the incoming sharp stones. Simultaneously, an aura of sharpness emanated from Beedrill, its twin stingers glistening with a chilling light. Empowered by Swords Dance, Beedrill's combat prowess surged dramatically as it darted towards the Steel Tyrant Dragon with astonishing speed, its stingers striking like lightning. Zhang Yu, observing the unfolding scene, calmly directed, "Steel Tyrant Dragon, use Flame Punch." Instantly, the Steel Tyrant Dragon's robust arms were engulfed in flames, charging towards Beedrill. With a powerful swing, the searing flame punch collided with Beedrill's stingers. However, Beedrill could barely withstand the impact for a mere few seconds before being sent flying by the force of the Steel Tyrant Dragon's flame punch. Beedrill hit the ground, its eyes resembling spirals, clearly rendered unable to continue fighting. The referee, witnessing this, promptly raised the flag and announced loudly, "Beedrill has lost its fighting capability." The Steel Tyrant Dragon emerges victorious. What an exhilarating showdown. The Steel Tyrant Dragon's flame punch proved to be incredibly formidable, decisively defeating Beedrill. "Now, let us see which Pokémon Xiao Ming will send out next," the host exclaimed with excitement. Xiao Ming took a deep breath, recalling Beedrill, and threw his second Pokeball, declaring, "Come forth, Nidoking." As the Pokeball opened, a Nidoking radiating a fierce aura materialized on the battlefield. The Rotom phone promptly reported, "Pokémon, Nidoking. Gender, male. Type, Poison Ground. Ability, Rivalry. Level, 42 Gym. Aptitude, Champion. Skills, Mega Punch, Flame Punch, Ice Punch, Thunder Punch. Ice Beam. Steel Tyrant Dragon, Ice Punch." Zhang Yu commanded, and the Steel Tyrant Dragon's right fist was instantly enveloped in a thick layer of icy energy, exuding an overwhelming chill and power as it charged at Nidoking. Simultaneously, Xiao Ming shouted, "Nidoking, let's use Ice Punch too." Upon hearing this, Nidoking let out a fierce roar, its right fist similarly cloaked in icy energy, echoing the powerful force of the Steel Tyrant Dragon's Ice Punch. However, just as the two Pokemon's fists were about to collide, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A resounding bang echoed as their fists clashed violently, creating a deafening sound. To everyone's astonishment, Nidoking found itself at a distinct disadvantage in this confrontation. It was forcibly pushed back several steps by the Steel Tyrant Dragon's Ice Punch, nearly losing its balance. Seizing the moment, Zhang Yu swiftly commanded, "Steel Tyrant Dragon, follow up with Earthquake," then another Ice Punch. At his command, the Steel Tyrant Dragon stomped fiercely, causing the ground to tremble violently, leaving Nidoking unsteady and swaying. In that instant, the Steel Tyrant Dragon unleashed another Ice Punch, targeting Nidoking once more. Xiao Ming, witnessing this, shouted, "Nidoking, use Mega Punch." Nidoking, enduring the disorientation from the tremors, channeled all its strength into its right fist and countered the Steel Tyrant Dragon's Ice Punch. Once again, their fists collided. However, Nidoking was still sent flying by the force of the Steel Tyrant Dragon's attack. "Steel Tyrant Dragon, deliver the finishing blow with Hyper Beam," Zhang Yu called out. The Steel Tyrant Dragon, responding to the command, opened its mouth, gathering a tremendous amount of energy. In an instant, a dazzling golden beam shot forth like lightning, aimed directly at Nidoking. Sensing the terrifying energy, Nidoking attempted to evade, but it was already too late. The Hyper Beam struck Nidoking with blinding speed, sending it hurtling away. Nidoking crashed into the rocks behind, akin to a cannonball, creating a thunderous roar as the stones shattered and dust billowed into the air. As the dust settled, the onlookers beheld Nidoking sprawled on the ground, its eyes spiraled, clearly incapacitated. The referee swiftly raised the flag, proclaiming, "Nidoking has lost its fighting ability. The Steel Tyrant Dragon is victorious." An absolutely thrilling encounter. Zhang Yu's Steel Tyrant Dragon has demonstrated formidable strength, defeating both Xiao Ming's Beedrill and Nidoking in succession. Now, only one Pokémon remains for Xiao Ming. What choice will he make? Let us stay tuned, the host remarked with enthusiasm. Xiao Ming grit his teeth, determination flickering in his gaze. He recalled Nidoking and slowly threw his final Pokeball, declaring, "Come forth, Dugtrio." As the Pokeball opened, a Dugtrio appeared on the battlefield. The Rotom phone swiftly announced, "Pokémon, Dugtrio. Gender, male. Type, Ground. Ability, Sandvale. Level, 46, Gym. Aptitude, Champion. Skills, Dig, Rollout, Rending Claw, Rock Slide, Rapid Spin." Zhang Yu's expression sharpened as he commanded, "Steel Tyrant Dragon, Rock Slide." The Steel Tyrant Dragon roared, and numerous rocks appeared above Dugtrio, raining down like an avalanche. Xiao Ming shouted, "Dugtrio, use Dig." Dugtrio swiftly burrowed underground. The Steel Tyrant Dragon remained vigilant, scanning the ground. Suddenly, Dugtrio erupted from beneath the Steel Tyrant Dragon's feet, delivering a powerful headbutt. The Steel Tyrant Dragon staggered back from the unexpected assault. Zhang Yu quickly reacted, commanding, "Steel Tyrant Dragon, Flame Punch." The Steel Tyrant Dragon sprang into action, swinging its massive fist engulfed in flames directly towards Dugtrio. The scene unfolded with breathtaking speed, leaving Xiao Ming no time to react. In a panic, he shouted, "Dugtrio, dodge quickly." However, the The Steel Tyrant Dragon's speed was too overwhelming, and Dugtrio could not evade in time. With a resounding crash, the flame punch struck Dugtrio fiercely. Dugtrio was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Xiao Ming, filled with anxiety, called out, "Dugtrio, are you all right?" Dugtrio struggled momentarily on the ground before finally managing to stand, swaying slightly as it called out to Xiao Ming, seemingly reassuring him that it was unharmed. Xiao Ming felt a slight relief, yet he understood that the battle was far from over. He quickly gathered his focus and commanded, "Excellent, Dugtrio, use Rending Claw." With a resounding thud, the formidable Montank was struck by a powerful blow, crashing heavily to the ground. The Iron Tyrannosaurus raised its hand, revealing Montank, whose eyes had transformed into a state of defeat, clearly indicating it had lost its fighting capability. Observing this, the referee immediately raised the flag in his hand and announced with a booming voice, "Montank has lost its ability to fight." Thus the victor is contestant Zhang Yu from the Kalos region. The audience erupted into thunderous applause and cheers, while the host excitedly proclaimed, "Victory! Victory!" Contestant Zhang Yu has once again achieved the remarkable feat of defeating 3 opponents in a row, successfully advancing to the top 16 knockout rounds. The following morning, a Shinado approached Zhang Yu's door, raising its hand to gently knock. However, no response came from within. After waiting for a moment without any sign of movement, Shinado skillfully twisted the doorknob, and the door swung open. Entering the room, it was greeted by a comical sight. Zhang Yu sprawled across the bed in an ungainly manner, the blanket having been kicked off to the floor in a crumpled heap. Observing this, Shinado sighed and used its psychic powers to move the blanket aside. It then walked to the window and pulled back the curtains, allowing a bright ray of sunlight to stream into the room, casting directly upon Zhang Yu's face. Feeling the light's intrusion, Zhang Yu began to grope around the edge of the bed in a futile attempt to find the blanket. Yet, no matter how he searched, he could not grasp the cover that would shield him from the sun's rays. Ultimately, he resigned himself to the situation, drawing his head into his clothing like a turtle. However, this only served to reveal his well-defined 8-pack abs to Shinado's gaze. A slight blush crept across Shinado's face as she bashfully patted her cheeks, as if trying to hide the moment's awkwardness. Regaining her composure, she approached the bed and gently nudged Zhang Yu, softly saying, "Shinado, Shinado, little you, it's time to get up. Rina asked me to call you down for breakfast." Clearly still lost in slumber, Zhang Yu waved his hand lazily and mumbled incoherently, "Oh, stop bothering me, let me sleep a little longer." Noticing Zhang Yu's reluctance to rise, Shinado grew a bit anxious. Thus, she decided to take a more direct approach, reaching out to tug at Zhang Yu's clothing in an attempt to pull him from the bed. However, instead of successfully rousing him, she inadvertently yanked off his shirt. At that moment, Rina, concerned by Shinado's prolonged absence in calling Zhang Yu down, decided to investigate for herself. As she approached the door, she was taken aback by the shocking scene before her. Shinado had indeed removed Zhang Yu's shirt. Stunned into silence, her mouth agape, she pointed at Shinado with trembling fingers. Stammering, "SHSH Shinado, what are you doing?" Hearing Rina's voice, Shinado turned to the doorway, glancing at the shirt in her hand, and finally settling her gaze on the now drowsy Zhang Yu. In a flurry, Shinado tossed the shirt onto Zhang Yu's head, covering her already flushed face with her hands, repeatedly muttering, "Shinado, I can't face anyone." Without hesitation, she utilized her teleportation ability to vanish from the scene. Zhang Yu slowly sat up, removing the shirt from his head. He glanced at Rina at the door, then looked down at his exposed torso, chuckling resignedly before reclining back onto the bed, adopting a posture of surrender as he addressed Rina. "Come on, sis, I won't resist." Upon hearing this, Rina's face flushed a deep crimson, as if it might bleed. Her heart raced uncontrollably, akin to a wild stallion galloping free. In a fluster, she quickly shut the door, leaning against the wall like a startled rabbit. Her hands pressed tightly against her face, murmuring to herself, "I can't believe little you has such a great physique, and he says he won't resist. How could I be that kind of person?" In the room, as Zhang Yu dressed, he contemplated, "I thought my first time in Two Lives would end today. I never expected my sister to be so bashful." He couldn't help but feel a pang of regret, wishing he had been a bit more proactive. However, pondering this now was futile. Suddenly, a question struck him. Who exactly removed my shirt, given that Rina was clearly at the door? This thought flashed through his mind, but he quickly shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it any longer. After all, the most pressing matter was to head downstairs for breakfast. Zhang Yu approached the door and gently opened it, immediately spotting Rina still standing outside, her hands tightly covering her face, leaning against the wall, seemingly still reeling from the earlier incident. When she noticed the door opening, she jolted, hastily composing herself and feigning calmness as she said, "All right, let's go downstairs for breakfast." Before she could finish her sentence, Rina dashed down the stairs as if her feet were greased. As she hurried away, Zhang Yu couldn't help but smile faintly, a subtle grin gracing his lips as he followed her downstairs. Upon reaching the dining area, they found everyone already gathered around the table, enjoying breakfast. The moment Mew spotted Zhang Yu descending, it leaped excitedly into his arms, affectionately rubbing against his cheek. Meanwhile, Kanato's face, already slightly flushed, turned a vivid shade of red upon seeing Zhang Yu, akin to a flame igniting. This sudden change left Nana, who sat beside her, utterly bewildered, at a loss for comprehension. As Rina and Zhang Yu took their seats at the table, Cynthia's gaze fell upon Rina's flushed face. Noticing her unusually rosy complexion, a hint of curiosity arose within her. She turned to Zhang Yu, smiling as she asked, "Rina, why is your face so red? Are you feeling unwell?" As her words echoed, the other diners turned their attention to Rina as well. Under such scrutiny, Rina's anxiety heightened. She fidgeted with the hem of her clothing, stammering, "In nothing. It might just be a bit warm in the room." To lend credence to her claim, she fanned herself as if truly feeling an imaginary heat. However, Rina's explanation failed to assuage the group's suspicions. Zhang Yu, observing her clumsy attempt at deception, struggled to suppress his laughter, the corners of his mouth quirking upward in amusement, which only served to irritate Rina further. She shot him a fierce glare, as though warning him to remain silent. Just then, Cynthia interjected, "Could it be that when you went upstairs earlier, little you was changing clothes, and you accidentally caught a glimpse?" Cynthia's words ignited the curiosity of the others, and all eyes turned to Rina, eagerly awaiting her response. Under the collective gaze, Rina's face burned hotter than before, a mix of embarrassment and anger flooding her heart as she reproached Cynthia. "Cynthia, don't say such things. It's not at all what you think." Sensing Rina's distress, Zhang Yu quickly interjected to defuse the situation. All right, Bai Kai Jia, don't tease my sister." Seeing this, Sharona smiled and waved her hand, saying, all right, I won't say anything more." Yet the mirth in her eyes was impossible to conceal. After finishing breakfast, the group decided to take a leisurely stroll, and upon hearing this, Zhang Yu summoned Lacey, Xiaoji, and Xiaojing. Otherwise, it seemed Zhang Yu might perish from the ordeal of shopping. Of course, when Xiaojing caught sight of the numerous ladies surrounding Zhang Yu, envy painted his face. Lacey, upon encountering Sharona, was equally taken aback. The following day, at the drawing venue, Zhang Yu stood by a small fish pond, a fishing rod clutched tightly in his hands, his expression marred by skepticism as he gazed at the placid water's surface, muttering, "Seriously, are you all sure this kingler will bite? I've been here for 10 minutes, and it hasn't even stirred." The onlookers behind Zhang Yu stifled their laughter, their cheeks flushed and shoulders trembling, betraying their amusement. Noticing the unusual atmosphere behind him, Zhang Yu spun around, confronting the giggling crowd, and snapped, "Is this amusing to you?" Sharona, struggling to contain her laughter, approached and gently patted Zhang Yu's shoulder, reassuring him, "Don't be upset, little Yu. We are all professionals here. No matter how funny it is, we shall remain composed, unless we truly cannot hold back. Ha ha ha." In the end, she could no longer suppress her laughter, and it erupted forth like a flood, infectious enough to ensnare the others in the vicinity, filling the air with joyous laughter. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Yu, incensed, tossed aside his fishing rod and exclaimed, "Fine, laugh all you want. Come on, you all draw lots. Whoever ends up without a match will face me. I'll show them what it means to experience a swift defeat." At his words, the smiles vanished from the faces of those yet to draw opponents, replaced by expressions of anxiety and dread. After all, Zhang Yu's previous performance was well known. In the preceding 4 rounds, he had triumphed over his adversaries with just 1 Pokémon, a record that was truly daunting. The final draw resulted in Lacey versus Kong, Extra 1 versus Extra 2, Baiha versus Extra 3, Xiaoji versus Ahom, Xiaoma versus Extra 4, Shengdai versus Extra 5, Zhang Yu versus Extra 6, Haixiang versus Xingnai. The next day, within the main venue of the court's conference, the audience was a swirling mass of excitement. Zhang Yu, Xiaoma, Xiaoji, Haixiang, Xingnai, and Xiaojing were seated among the crowd, engrossed in the matches, while Sharona and her companions occupied a VIP box, enjoying a superior view of the contest. Xiaoma suddenly turned to Zhang Yu, who sat beside him, and curiously inquired, "Little Yu, who do you think will win this match?" Zhang Yu shook his head lightly and replied, "It's hard to say. Both of them are incredibly strong and have a fair chance of victory." Haixiang interjected immediately, "Kong will definitely win." He crossed his arms confidently. "Xiaoji, not to be outdone. chimed in, "Lacey is formidable. I believe he will win." His voice resonated with trust and anticipation as he had previously battled Lacey. At that moment, the announcer's voice boomed through the loudspeakers. "Ladies and gentlemen, today marks the 5th round of the Quartz Conference, and we have an exhilarating match as we proceed to the knockout stage. Without further ado, let us commence today as first match. Representing the Sinnoh region, please welcome Lacey from the green corner, and from the city of Judo, Kong from the red corner." As the announcer concluded, Lacey and Kong strode into the arena from opposite sides. Once they took their positions, the referee raised a flag and declared, "Each trainer may use 3 Pokémon. Let the match begin." Lacey threw a Pokeball, exclaiming, "Come forth, Kingler." The ball spun rapidly in the air before bursting open, revealing a Kingler on the battlefield. Without hesitation, Kong tossed his own Pokeball and shouted, "Go, Venusaur." The ball arced gracefully through the air before opening, allowing Venusaur to leap forth. In the audience, Zhang Yu retrieved his Rotom phone from his pocket and powered it on. As it began to levitate, the screen flickered to life. "What's up, little you?" Rotom's voice emanated from the device, sounding inquisitive. Zhang Yu observed the 2 Pokémon in the arena and instructed Rotom, "Scan those 2 Pokémon." "Sure thing, Rotom." Rotom replied promptly, directing its camera towards Kingler and Venusaur. A beam of light swept over them, and Rotom announced, "Pokémon, Kingler. Gender, male. Type, Waterbug. Ability, Battle Armor. Level, 51, Elite 4. Potential, Elite 4. Moves, Thunder Fong, Fire Fong, Swords Dance, Toxic Spikes, Cross Poison. Pokémon, Venusaur. Gender, male. Type, Grass Poison. Ability, Overgrow. Level, 45, Gym Leader. Potential, Elite 4. Moves, Vine Whip, Leaf Blade, Seed Bomb, Sleep Powder, Solar Beam. "Wow, this Rotom phone is quite handy," Xiaoma exclaimed. Zhang Yu smiled slightly and replied, "You could ask your grandfather to get one from Daigo, but if you go to him now, he probably won't have any extras left." "Little you, will the Rotom phone be released later?" Xiaoji asked, eyeing the device. "Don't worry. It should be available in the future. However, it might not have as many features as mine," Zhang Yu reassured him. While they were conversing, the battle had already commenced. Lacey swiftly commanded, "Kingler, use Toxic Spikes." Following his order, Kingler rapidly laid down Toxic Spikes on the battlefield. Seeing this, Kong immediately directed Venusaur, "Venusaur, use Seed Bomb." Venusaur shot a seed from the flower on its back towards Kingler. The seed struck Kingler, embedding itself and beginning to siphon its energy. Lacey frowned and shouted, "Kingler, use Swords Dance, then follow up with Cross Poison." As Kingler rubbed its claws together, its aura surged, and it unleashed a glowing Cross Poison towards Venusaur. "Venusaur, defend with Vine Whip," Kong commanded urgently. Venusaur extended its sturdy vines to counter. Kingler's Cross Poison collided with the vines, the force causing Venusaur to stagger slightly. At that moment, the Seed Bomb's effect took hold, and Kingler's health began to dwindle. Lacey narrowed his eyes and called out, "Kingler, use Fire Fong." Flames erupted from Kingler's mouth as it lunged towards Venusaur. Kong reacted instantly, "Venusaur, use Leaf Blade." 2 leaves shot forth from Venusaur's flower, slicing through the air to meet Fire Fong with a resounding clash, sending dust swirling throughout the arena. The audience watched in tense silence, too afraid to breathe. As the dust settled, the Dragon King Scorpion and the Venusaur remained locked in a fierce standoff, both panting from exertion. Reiji and Sora were swiftly contemplating their next tactical maneuvers. Suddenly, a smile graced Reiji's lips as he issued a new command, "Dragon King Scorpion, unleash your Needle Missile." The Dragon King Scorpion launched its dual pincers, sending the needle projectiles hurtling towards Venusaur. Sora, taken aback momentarily, quickly regained his composure and shouted, "Venusaur, Solar Flare." Venusaur began to gather energy, radiating a brilliant light. Before Venusaur could complete its charge, the needle missile struck, yet Venusaur persevered, refusing to succumb to defeat while still accumulating energy. "Venusaur, Solar Flare, fire!" Sora exclaimed, and upon hearing his command, Venusaur unleashed a powerful beam of light directed at the Dragon King Scorpion. "What? Dragon King Scorpion, evade!" Reiji urged anxiously. However, before the Dragon King Scorpion could dodge, the immense energy collided with it, causing the entire arena to tremble and dust to swirl once more. As the debris settled, it became apparent that the Dragon King Scorpion's eyes had transformed into swirling patterns. The referee, witnessing this, promptly raised his flag and proclaimed loudly, "The Dragon King Scorpion is unable to continue. Venusaur emerges victorious." As his words echoed, the audience erupted like a powder keg, unleashing a deafening chorus of cheers. celebrating Venusaur's dazzling performance. Standing in the arena, Reiji reluctantly recalled the Dragon King Scorpion, yet his gaze bore no trace of defeat. Clenching his fists, he silently reassured himself. It's all right. This is merely the beginning. I still have my chance. Sora retrieved Venusaur's Pokeball and gently remarked, "Well done, Venusaur. You truly excelled. Now, return to rest." With that, he withdrew Venusaur into its sphere. At that moment, Reiji drew a deep breath and cast forth his Pokeball once more, exclaiming, "Come forth, Gulpin." Sora swiftly produced another Pokeball from his belt, casting it without hesitation while declaring, "This time, it shall be you, Scyther." As Scyther emerged, it was enveloped in a purplish haze, succumbing to the poison from the Dragon King Scorpion's toxic spikes. In the audience, a Rotom phone scanned the battlefield. Pokémon, Gulpin. Gender, male. Type, poison. Ability, sticky hold. Level, 41 Gym. Potential, champion. Moves, amnesia, sludge bomb, body slam, mud bomb, encore. Pokémon, Scyther. Gender, male. Type, bug flying. Ability, technician. Level, 38, elite. Potential, champion. Moves, wing attack, double team, night slash, X scissor, swords dance. In the arena, Reiji was the first to command, Gulpin, use mud bomb. Upon receiving the order, Gulpin opened its massive mouth and expelled several sludge bombs, hurtling towards Scyther. Simultaneously, Sora reacted swiftly, calmly shouting, "Scyther, use double team, then swords dance." And finally X scissor. Instantly, Scyther created multiple identical copies of itself, evading the oncoming sludge bombs. Following this, Scyther gracefully executed a swords dance, significantly enhancing its attack power. Seizing the opportunity, Scyther crossed its sides and struck forcefully at Gulpin. However, Reiji appeared to anticipate this, coolly instructing, "Gulpin, use stockpile." As Scyther's attack landed, Gulpin staggered back a few steps, then suddenly inhaled deeply, its form expanding slightly. Sora, witnessing this, promptly commanded, "Scyther, use wing attack." Scyther soared upward, its wings gleaming with metallic brilliance, slicing through the air toward Gulpin. Reiji, undeterred, reiterated, "Gulpin, continue using stockpile." Indeed, Gulpin endured Scyther's wing attack, inhaling once more. Growing even larger, Scyther retreated, purple bubbles re-emerging around it. Sora realized that time was of the essence and ordered, "Scyther, once more with swords dance, then unleash X scissor." Scyther resumed its elegant dance with its scythes, swiftly crossing them as it charged toward Gulpin. Just as Scyther was about to strike, Reiji suddenly shouted, "Now, Gulpin, you spit up." Gulpin, responding to Reiji's command, opened its enormous mouth without hesitation, releasing a powerful stream of white energy that surged toward Scyther. The white energy collided fiercely with Scyther, producing a resounding crash. Scyther was propelled backward by the force, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily onto the ground. Nevertheless, Scyther did not lose its fighting capability. It struggled to rise, but its body trembled uncontrollably. Just as it managed to stand, purple bubbles erupted once again around it. Scyther gradually toppled forward, eventually collapsing onto the ground, its eyes spiraling into a daze, signaling its inability to continue. The referee, observing this turn of events, immediately raised his flag and declared, "Scyther is unable to continue. Gulpin is the victor." The audience erupted into a fervent applause and cheers. The host continued, "With Scyther incapacitated, both sides have now lost one Pokémon. We await to see which Pokémon Sora will deploy next." No sooner had the host finished speaking than Sora recalled Scyther and tossed forth his next Pokeball, proclaiming, "Go, Pidgeot. You've worked hard, Gulpin." Reiji also recalled Gulpin and sent out his next Pokeball, declaring, "Come forth, Staraptor." In the audience, the Rotom phone scanned once more. Pokémon, Pidgeot. Gender, male. Type, normal flying. Ability, Keen Eye. Level, 48, Gym. Potential, champion. Moves, quick attack, wing attack, feather dance, steel wing, brave bird. Pokémon, Staraptor. Gender, male. Type, normal flying. Ability, reckless. Level, 49, Gym. Potential, champion. Moves, wing attack, brave bird, feather dance, close combat, double edge. In the arena, Sora was the first to shout, "Pidgeot, use steel wing." Pidgeot rapidly flapped its wings, which gleamed with a metallic luster, charging towards Staraptor. Reiji, not one to be outdone, commanded, "Staraptor, wing attack." Staraptor responded, its wings radiating a brilliant light as it met Pidgeot's steel wing head-on. The two Pokemon's attacks collided, causing both to stagger back several meters, yet regain their footing. Observing this, Sora swiftly altered his strategy, calling out, "Pidgeot, quick attack." Pidgeot transformed into a blur of white light, darting at astonishing speed towards Staraptor. Reggie reacted with lightning reflexes, shouting, "Staraptor, aerial ace." Staraptor ascended, leaving behind a trail of afterimages as it soared toward Pidgeot. Just as they were about to collide, Pidgeot suddenly veered to the side, evading the aerial ace. "Now, Steel Wing," Sora shouted. Responding to his command, Pidgeot struck Staraptor with a powerful Steel Wing. The mighty Murkrow staggered momentarily from the impact, but swiftly regained its composure. "Murkrow, brave bird attack," thundered Reggie. Upon hearing this, Murkrow was enveloped in a surge of crimson energy, propelling itself towards Pidgeot. Noticing this, Sora urgently commanded, "Pidgeot, we shall also execute a brave bird attack." Pidgeot, too, found itself surrounded by a vibrant red aura as it charged at Murkrow. The two Pokémon collided fiercely once more, raising a cloud of dust that obscured the battlefield. As the dust settled, both Pidgeot and Murkrow appeared somewhat unsteady, yet they persevered valiantly. "Press the advantage, Murkrow. Close in and strike," Reggie urged. Murkrow swooped down upon Pidgeot, claws poised to attack. In a state of urgency, Sora shouted, "Pidgeot, use wing attack." Pidgeot, enduring the pain, flapped its wings to counter the assault. The combatants engaged in another fierce exchange, with neither side yielding an inch. At that critical moment, Murkrow seized the opportunity, soaring high into the sky before diving down with incredible speed. "Brave bird attack," Reggie bellowed. With formidable momentum, Murkrow charged towards Pidgeot, who found itself unable to evade in time. A resounding thud echoed as Murkrow's attack struck Pidgeot, sending it flying to the ground, incapacitated. The referee, witnessing this turn of events, swiftly raised his flag, announcing loudly, "Pidgeot is unable to battle. Murkrow is the victor." Sora gazed at Pidgeot, now fallen, a wave of disappointment washing over him. He understood that although his Venusaur had not been defeated, it was as good as out of the fight. After much contemplation, he reluctantly conceded to the referee, "I forfeit." The referee nodded in acknowledgement and raised his flag once more, solemnly declaring, "Contestant Sora concedes." Thus the winner of this match is Reggie from Sinnoh. The host excitedly proclaimed, "After an exhilarating contest, we have determined a victor. Let us extend our warm applause and cheers to congratulate Reggie from Sinnoh for his splendid triumph." The audience erupted into a frenzy. Thunderous applause and cheers reverberating throughout the arena. Reggie, wearing a victorious smile, gradually withdrew Murkrow and waved to the crowd, relishing in the glory of the moment. Although Sora felt a twinge of regret, he approached Reggie, extending his hand with sincerity. "You were formidable. I accept my defeat with grace." Reggie grasped Sora's hand, responding with a smile, "Your Pokémon are strong as well. We shall have another opportunity to spar in the future." In the subsequent matches, Extra 1 successfully triumphed over Extra 2, and Lily adeptly defeated Extra 3. Finally, the day culminated in the highly anticipated showdown between Ash and Ahong. Zhang Yu brimmed with excitement for this match, recalling that in the anime, Ahong's victory over Ash was significantly aided by Team Rocket. However, Zhang Yu had preemptively warned Team Rocket this time, so they were unlikely to interfere. Thus, Ash's chances of victory had undeniably increased. The Pokémon League Quartz Conference. Round 5, Match 4, featuring Ash against Ahong, is about to commence. The host announced with fervor, "Ash, I will bring forth my utmost strength to challenge you." Ahong stated with a serious demeanor, "Indeed, I share the same sentiment." Ash replied without hesitation. As their words echoed, the battle officially began. "Batter, it's your turn." Ahong tossed forth a Pokeball without hesitation. "Squirtle, you shall be the one." Ash quickly followed suit, releasing his own Pokeball. In the audience, the Rotom phone scanned. Pokemon, Butterfree. Gender, male. Type, bug flying. Ability, compound eyes. Level, 38, elite. Qualification, near champion. Moves, sleep powder, poison powder, confusion, gust, stun spore. Pokemon, Squirtle. Gender, male. Type, water. Ability, torrent. Level, 38, elite. Qualification, champion. Moves, water gun, rapid spin, tackle, withdraw, headbutt. As the match commenced, Squirtle and Butterfree swiftly entered battle mode, their confrontation mirroring scenes from the anime. After an intense struggle, Butterfree ultimately overcame Squirtle, securing victory in this round. Subsequently, Ash sent forth Pikachu. With Pikachu at full strength, its capabilities were fully unleashed, leading to a decisive victory over both Butterfree and Charmander. In the end, Pikachu was defeated by Ahong's Pikachu, yet Ahong's Pikachu had also been worn down by Ash's Pikachu. In the audience, Zhang Yu had Rotom phone scan Ash's Pikachu, which reported, "Pokemon, Pikachu. Gender male. Type electric. Ability static. Level 45 Gym. Qualification unknown. Moves Thunderbolt, Quick Attack. Iron Tail, Agility, Thunder. On the battlefield, Ash summoned his third Pokémon, opting for Bulbasaur instead of Charizard this time. Bulbasaur, use Vine Whip. Ash commanded without hesitation. Bulbasaur swiftly extended 2 Vine Whips from its flower bud, aiming directly for Pikachu. Pikachu, dodge with Quick Attack. Ahong shouted immediately. Pikachu reacted with incredible speed, executing Quick Attack to evade the incoming Vine Whips. Without hesitation, it charged toward Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur, unleash Poison Powder. Ash exclaimed, sensing the urgency. Bulbasaur promptly released a cloud of purple powder, enveloping Pikachu. After being struck by the poison powder, Pikachu trembled slightly, clearly affected by the toxin. However, Ahong remained composed, decisively commanding, Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Pikachu, enduring the effects of the poison, began to shimmer with brilliant electricity. With Ahong's command, Pikachu unleashed Thunderbolt, surging towards Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur, dodge and follow up with Seed Bomb. Ash instructed. Bulbasaur swiftly reacted, evading Thunderbolt by leaping aside, and then shooting a seed from its flower bud directly at Pikachu. Pikachu, attempting to evade, found the Seed Bomb's speed too swift. It reached Pikachu in the blink of an eye. Unable to dodge in time, Pikachu was struck by the Seed Bomb, which sprouted and ensnared it, beginning to siphon its energy. Seeing this, Ash shouted, Bulbasaur, deliver the final blow using Leaf Blade. Bulbasaur, heeding the command, shot forth 2 razor-sharp leaves from its flower bud, hurtling toward Pikachu. Pikachu, acutely aware of the impending lethal strike, found itself unable to evade due to the entrapment of the Seed Bomb. The Leaf Blade struck true, eliciting a cry of anguish from Pikachu, which ultimately succumbed and collapsed to the ground. The referee promptly raised his flag, proclaiming, Pikachu is unable to battle, thus the victor is Ash from Pallet Town. Ash, overwhelmed with excitement, dashed into the arena, tightly embracing Bulbasaur while exclaiming, this is amazing, Bulbasaur. We won, we won. At that moment, Ahong silently recalled the fallen Pikachu and approached with a gentle smile, extending his hand towards Ash. Congratulations, Ash, he said. Ash promptly grasped Ahong's hand, sincerely replying, thank you, Ahong. Ahong nodded with a smile and added, for the next match, you must strive alongside me as well. Ash nodded vigorously, brimming with confidence as he responded, of course. In the audience, Zhang Yu observed Ash and mused, since Ash has triumphed over Ahong, he should be able to defeat that Lillian in the next round. However, I wonder if he can overcome Reiji. That seems unlikely, particularly since Charizard is currently uncooperative, and Pikachu may not yet be formidable enough. Thus, Reiji is likely to advance to the finals. Chapter 95, Anna vs. Heikyo, Part 1. The following day's competition commenced amidst the anticipation of the crowd. The opening match featured SH, who effortlessly defeated the 4th contestant with absolute dominance, while Side-Eye similarly dispatched the 5th contestant with ease. Zhang Yu, true to his word, sent out Dragonite, allowing the 6th contestant to truly experience the essence of speed. As time progressed, the final match of the day arrived, marking the last battle of the 16-8 round, Anna vs. Heikyo. Welcome to the concluding match of the 16-8 round. The announcer's voice resonated throughout the arena. In the green corner, we have Anna from Kinyu City, and in the red corner, Heikyo from Korea City. As the announcement concluded, thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the audience. Under the watchful gaze of the spectators, Anna and Heikyo emerged from their respective tunnels, stepping into the battleground. The referee, positioned at the center of the arena, raised his flag and declared, each contestant may utilize 3 Pokémon. If all Pokémon on one side lose their ability to battle, the other side is declared the victor. Now, let the match begin. With the referee's command, Anna confidently threw her Pokeball into the air, shouting, go, Blastoise. Simultaneously, Heikyo swiftly tossed out his own Pokeball, exclaiming, let's go, Gyarados. The 2 Pokeballs arced gracefully through the air before simultaneously opening, unleashing brilliant flashes of light as Blastoise and Gyarados materialized on the battlefield. In the audience, the Rotom phone reported, Pokémon, Blastoise. Gender male. Type, water. Ability, Torrent. Level, 42 Gym. Potential, Champion. Moves, Rapid Spin, Water Pulse. Rain Dance, Hydro Pump, Rocket Headbutt. Pokémon Gyarados. Gender male. Type, Water Flying. Ability, Intimidate. Level, 43 Gym. Potential, Champion. Moves, Rain Dance, Aqua Tail, Dragon Dance, Hydro Pump, Ice Fong. On the battlefield, Anna issued the first command, Blastoise, charge forward and use Rapid Spin. Upon receiving the order, Blastoise took a few steps forward before curling into its sturdy shell, resembling a high-speed spinning top as it barreled towards Gyarados. Heikyo's heart raced at the sight, and he quickly shouted, "Gyarados, counter with Aqua Tail." Gyarados sprang into action, its powerful tail enveloped in a torrent of water, hurtling towards Blastoise's spinning form. The two collided in midair with a resounding crash. However, the fierce clash was short-lived, as Gyarados managed to repel Blastoise within mere seconds. Yet, Blastoise maintained its balance, swiftly readjusting its stance to remain grounded. "Blastoise, Hydro Pump," Anna commanded immediately. Blastoise complied, unleashing a massive jet of water that surged towards Gyarados. Unfazed, Heikyo shouted, "Gyarados, return fire with Hydro Pump." Gyarados opened its gaping maw, releasing an equally powerful Hydro Pump that collided with Blastoise's attack, enveloping the arena in a mist of water vapor. At that moment, Anna cried out, "Blastoise, use Rocket Headbutt." Blastoise surged forward like a rocket towards Gyarados. Heikyo, quick on his feet, shouted, "Gyarados, Ice Fang." Gyarados lunged forward to bite Blastoise. The two Pokémon collided once more, with Blastoise feeling the impact, its body trembling slightly. Yet it persevered. Gyarados, too, was not unscathed, as it was forced back several meters by the force of Blastoise's attack. Seeing the situation, Heikyo ordered, "Gyarados, use Dragon Dance to boost your power." Gyarados began to sway its body, its aura growing increasingly formidable. After calmly assessing the situation, Anna commanded, "Blastoise, use Rain Dance followed by Water Pulse." Blastoise promptly released two water spheres into the sky, causing dark clouds to gather above the battlefield, followed by heavy raindrops cascading down. With the rain falling, Blastoise aimed its cannon at Gyarados and unleashed Water Pulse, which intensified in power amidst the rain. Gyarados, taken by surprise, was struck hard, its body swaying from the impact. Observing Gyarados in distress, Heikyo's eyes sharpened, and he exclaimed, "Gyarados, charge forward with Aqua Tail." Despite the pain, Gyarados rushed towards Blastoise, its tail swirling with powerful water, striking like a ferocious dragon. Blastoise, unable to evade, was hit hard and staggered backward. "Blastoise, steady yourself. Counter with Hydro Pump." Anna encouraged loudly. Blastoise inhaled deeply, releasing another powerful Hydro Pump. Heikyo was undeterred, shouting, "Gyarados, meet it with Ice Fang." Gyarados, its fangs gleaming with icy energy, lunged towards the Hydro Pump. The two attacks clashed, creating a swirling mist of water vapor. As the mist began to clear, the spectators could see Gyarados collapsed on the ground, having lost its ability to battle. The referee raised his flag and announced, "Gyarados has lost its ability to battle. Blastoise is the victor." Heikyo quickly recalled Gyarados and then threw out his second Pokeball, calling out, "Come forth, Psyduck." A beam of light flashed, and Psyduck appeared on the battlefield. In the audience, the Rotom phone reported, "Pokemon, Psyduck. Gender male. Type, water. Ability, damp. Level, 39 elite. Potential, champion. Moves, Confusion, Water Gun, Water Pulse, Hydro Pump, Ice Beam." The rain continued to pour as Psyduck, with its ability to remain unfazed, stood ready. Heikyo wasted no time, commanding, "Psyduck, use Ice Punch." Psyduck dashed towards Blastoise, its right fist enveloped in ice. Anna was quick to respond, shouting, "Blastoise, Water Pulse." Blastoise fired a wave of energy that surged towards Psyduck, but Psyduck, utilizing its ability, deftly maneuvered through the rain, skillfully avoiding the Water Pulse and continuing its advance towards Blastoise. As Psyduck neared Blastoise, Anna urgently called out, "Use Rapid Spin." Upon hearing the command, Blastoise executed the move, and Psyduck's Ice Punch struck the shell, causing only a slight wobble. Observing this, Heikyo commanded, "Psyduck, use Confusion to control it." Psyduck's eyes glowed as it unleashed its psychic energy, attempting to manipulate Blastoise. However, Blastoise, bolstered by its formidable willpower, fought against the control. Seizing the opportunity, Anna ordered, "Blastoise, Hydro Pump." Blastoise concentrated its energy, unleashing a powerful water cannon that struck Psyduck directly. Chapter 96, Anna vs. Haisheng, Part 2. The force of the attack sent Psyduck flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Struggling to rise, Psyduck shook itself slightly. Haisheng, anxious and desperate, shouted, "Psyduck, use Water Gun." Surrounded by a torrent of water, Psyduck charged towards Blastoise. Observing this, Anna commanded, "Blastoise, use Hydro Pump." Like a rocket, Blastoise surged forward, colliding head-on with the Water Gun. The tremendous impact shook the arena, sending sprays of water cascading everywhere. In this fierce confrontation, Psyduck ultimately could not withstand Blastoise's Hydro Pump, being knocked back once more, crashing to the ground, utterly unable to rise again. The referee promptly raised his flag and declared, Psyduck is unable to battle. Blastoise is the victor. Haixing's expression grew serious. But he quickly recalled Psyduck and threw out his final Pokeball, calling, It's all up to you now, Vaporeon. A brilliant flash illuminated the arena as Vaporeon appeared. In the audience, Rotom Phone announced, Pokémon, Vaporeon. Gender, male. Type, water. Ability, water absorb. Level, 40, elite. Potential, champion. Moves, quick attack, thunderbolt. Last resort, water pulse. Ice beam. At this moment, the rain in the arena had ceased. Anna calmly ordered, Blastoise, summon the rain. Blastoise released another water sphere. And dark clouds began to gather once more, with raindrops pouring down heavily. Haixing, seeing Vaporeon in the rain, shouted, Vaporeon, use water pulse. Vaporeon generated a blue water sphere in its mouth and launched it towards Blastoise. Blastoise, withdraw into your shell. Anna commanded coolly. Blastoise quickly retreated into its shell as water pulse struck its sturdy exterior, splashing water everywhere. Blastoise, hydro pump. With Anna's command, Blastoise emerged from its shell, launching a powerful jet of water towards Vaporeon. Faced with the hydro pump, Vaporeon showed no sign of retreat, steadfastly enduring the onslaught without the slightest attempt to dodge. Anna, recognizing Vaporeon's resilience against the hydro pump, understood that its water absorbability was in play. At that moment, Haixing shouted to Vaporeon, Vaporeon, use Ice Beam. Vaporeon opened its mouth and unleashed a chilling beam of light that raced towards Blastoise. Seeing this, Anna quickly shouted, Blastoise, Hydro Pump. Blastoise responded immediately, firing another powerful jet of water, which collided with the ice beam midair, resulting in a fierce explosion. In an instant, ice and water clashed violently, enveloping the arena in a thick mist that obscured the ongoing battle. Seizing this opportune moment amid the fog, Haixing shouted, Vaporeon, use Quick Attack to close in on Blastoise. Vaporeon obeyed, transforming into a dazzling white light and dashing towards Blastoise with astounding speed. In the blink of an eye, Vaporeon stood before Blastoise, and without hesitation, Haixing issued his next command, Last Resort. Vaporeon unleashed all its power in an explosive charge toward Blastoise. A resounding crash echoed as Blastoise was sent flying, crashing to the ground, rendered unable to continue fighting. The referee raised his flag and declared, Blastoise is unable to battle. Vaporeon is the victor. Anna recalled Blastoise and then retrieved her next Pokeball from her waist, saying, Go forth, Venusaur. In the audience, Rotom Phone announced, Pokémon, Venusaur. Gender, male. Type, grass poison. Ability, chlorophyll. Level, 38, elite. Potential, near champion. Moves, sleep powder, poison powder, grassy terrain, energy ball, leaf storm. At this point, the rain in the arena had stopped. Haixing commanded, Vaporeon, use Swift. Vaporeon swiftly launched multiple energy orbs resembling stars towards Venusaur. Venusaur adeptly twisted its body, easily evading the barrage of swift attacks. Subsequently, Anna ordered, Venusaur, use sleep powder. Venusaur released a cloud of sleep powder from its petals, sending it drifting towards Vaporeon. Haixing shouted urgently, Vaporeon, blow it away with Hydro Pump. Vaporeon quickly fired a Hydro Pump, dispersing much of the sleep powder, though some still settled upon Vaporeon, causing it to shake its head in an effort to remain alert. Anna swiftly commanded, Venusaur, use Energy Ball. Venusaur quickly formed a green energy ball and hurled it at Vaporeon. Haixing shouted, Vaporeon, counter with Water Pulse. Vaporeon conjured another blue water sphere, colliding with the energy ball in a fierce explosion. Amid the chaos, Anna seized the moment and decisively shouted, Venusaur, Solar Beam. As she commanded, Venusaur's petals began to gather energy rapidly. Haixing, sensing the impending danger, shouted loudly, Vaporeon, use Quick Attack and charge forward. Upon receiving the command, Vaporeon transformed into a streak of white lightning, racing towards Venusaur. In an instant, Vaporeon was upon Venusaur, and Haixing quickly shouted again, Last Resort. Vaporeon, responding to the command, unleashed its full might, crashing into Venusaur like a cannonball. At that precise moment, Venusaur's solar beam was fully charged, and the two titanic forces collided, resulting in a deafening explosion accompanied by billowing smoke. As the smoke began to clear, the spectators focused their attention to see Vaporeon lying limply on the ground, clearly unable to continue fighting. The referee raised his flag and announced loudly, Vaporeon is unable to battle. Thus, the winner is Anna from Goldenrod City. With the referee's proclamation, the audience erupted into applause and cheers. The host then announced, Ladies and gentlemen, the 8 finalists have been determined. They will engage in fierce competition over the next 2 days to decide who will advance to the semifinals. Who will emerge victorious? Let us all await the outcome with bated breath. Chapter 97, Misunderstanding. That evening, in the 2-story villa, within Zhang Yu's room. Shanai, your skills have improved. Shanai, isn't it delightful, little you? Indeed, quite comfortable. Shanai, little you, what about me? You still have a ways to go. You need to learn properly from your sister. Oh, how wonderful. Outside the door, Xiaoxia, Selena, Sidai, and Xiaoxua were pressed against the door, their faces flushed, straining to listen to the sounds inside. What do you think Yuji and Shanai are doing in there? Selena whispered curiously. Could it be something intimate? Xiaoxua speculated, her cheeks instantly turning crimson in embarrassment. But aren't Shanai and the others Pokémon? Sidai questioned, eyes wide with skepticism. Yet they seem to be female. Xiaoxia murmured thoughtfully. Why doesn't Yuji ask me for such things? If he just asked, I could. Selena began to mumble to herself, her voice trailing off until it was barely audible. Selena, what are you saying? Xiaoxua, catching Selena's murmured words, asked in surprise. Selena's visage resembled that of a ripe apple, flushed to the point of seeming as if it might bleed. In a flurry, she waved her hands, stammering, No, I didn't say anything. You must have misheard. At that moment, Sharona and Karuna approached. Upon noticing the 4 girls by the entrance to Zhang Yu's room, Sharona inquired curiously, What are you 4 doing at Xiao Yu's door? The sudden question startled the quartet, prompting them to swiftly turn and gesture for silence, fearful of being overheard by Zhang Yu within the room. Sharona and Karuna exchanged glances, their curiosity intensifying. They cautiously drew nearer, eager to uncover the truth. However, at that instant, a faint sound emerged from Zhang Yu's chamber. Sharona's ears perked up, and upon discerning the noise, a delicate blush graced her cheeks. Meanwhile, Karuna's mind was suddenly flooded with memories from the previous morning. Anger surged within her, and without a second thought, she executed a powerful kick against the door. With a resounding crash, the door splintered and fell, sending wooden shards flying. In that moment, all eyes turned toward the interior of the room, where Zhang Yu lay sprawled on his bed, flanked by 2 Snorlax, who were gently massaging his body. Startled by the commotion, Zhang Yu sat up, bewildered, and exclaimed, What on earth? But before he could finish, Karuna stormed forward, demanding, What are you doing? Zhang Yu, looking innocent, pointed at the Snorlax beside him, saying, They are giving me a massage. I've been sitting in the audience all day. It's exhausting. Only then did Karuna realize her misunderstanding, her face flushing crimson. Sharona, feeling slightly embarrassed, cleared her throat and remarked, It seems we have misunderstood. The others, too, began to comprehend, their collective shyness causing them to avert their gazes from Zhang Yu. With a flushed face, Selena murmured, I'm sorry, Yuji, we shouldn't have eavesdropped. Zhang Yu waved his hand dismissively, saying, It's all right, but sis, you'll need to pay for that door. Karuna, feeling a bit awkward, replied, All right, I will take care of it. The following morning's competition saw Reiji effortlessly triumph over his opponent, advancing to the semifinals. In the afternoon, Ash also managed to narrowly defeat Lily, securing his place in the semifinals. That evening, Shindai stepped out of the 2-story villa alone. However, her departure did not go unnoticed by Zhang Yu, who felt a sudden urge and quietly followed her. The moonlight cast a gentle glow upon the path, illuminating Shindai's somewhat solitary figure. It seemed she was unaware of being tailed. She walked silently, her steps heavy with unspoken thoughts. After a while, Shindai paused beside a cluster of flowers. Slowly kneeling, she extended her hand to gently caress the vibrant blossoms, as if they might offer her some solace. Zhang Yu approached her softly, asking, Shindai, why are you out here alone? Startled by his sudden appearance, Shindai spun around, forcing a faint smile upon recognizing him. Yuji, I'm fine, I just needed some fresh air. Zhang Yu regarded her with concern, sensing her untruth. He sat beside her, gently encouraging, If something is troubling you, please share it. Bottling it up isn't good for you. After a moment of silence, Shindai finally spoke, her voice barely above a whisper. I'm worried about tomorrow's match. I fear I might lose. Zhang Yu comfortingly patted her shoulder, assuring her, Shindai, you must have faith in yourself. We have all witnessed your training progress over the past few days, and your Pokémon are in excellent form. Shindai looked down, murmuring, But Shigeru is very strong. I'm afraid. Zhang Yu interjected, Afraid of what? The match hasn't even begun yet. Anything can happen. Moreover, as long as you grow from this league conference, even a loss can reveal your weaknesses, allowing you to come back stronger next time. Shindai lifted her gaze, a glimmer of hope brightening her eyes. Really, Yuji? Zhang Yu smiled and nodded, Absolutely. And I believe that with your skill and determination, you might just surprise Shigeru. Taking a deep breath, Shindai seemed to regain her courage, declaring yes. Yuji, I will give it my all to defeat Shigeru, and then I will beat you in the semifinals. Zhang Yu stood up, brushing off his clothes. That's the spirit. I will await you in the semifinals. Now, let us head back and ensure you rest well for tomorrow's match. Shindai rose as well. Her previous melancholy completely vanished, replaced by determination and confidence. Together, they strolled back along the path, the moonlight casting elongated shadows behind them. Welcome everyone to the third match of round 6. In the green corner, we have the esteemed Yudo Shindai from the Pokémon Research Academy, and in the red corner, the formidable Shigeru from Masera Town. The announcer's voice resonated passionately throughout the venue. As he finished speaking, the audience erupted into a wave of cheers, each crescendoing louder than the last. Amidst this fervent atmosphere, Shigeru and Shindai slowly emerged from the players' tunnel. Standing face to face in the arena, their gazes locked. Sparks seemed to ignite in the air between them. Observing that both competitors had assumed their positions, the referee raised his flag high, declaring, each side may use up to 6 Pokémon. The match concludes when all Pokémon on one side have been rendered unable to battle. Now, let the match begin. Shigeru proclaimed confidently, I will not lose to you. Go Onix. With unwavering resolve, Shindai tossed a Pokeball, and with a flash of crimson light, an Onix materialized on the battlefield. That line should be mine to deliver. Go Kingler. Shigeru retorted, promptly releasing his own Pokeball. With a resounding pop, Kingler leapt forth, brandishing its massive pincers in a display of dominance toward Onix. In the audience, the Rotom phone broadcasted, Pokémon, Onix. Gender, male. Type, rock ground. Ability, rock head. Level, 42 gym. Aptitude, champion. Moves, stealth rock, earthquake, rock slide, heavy slam, takedown. Pokémon, Kingler. Gender, male. Type, water. Ability, shell armor. Level, 39 elite. Aptitude, champion. Moves, crab hammer, bubble beam, hyper beam, crab hammer, water cannon. As the battle commenced, Shigeru called out, charge in, crab hammer. Without hesitation, Kingler rushed toward Onix, its massive pincers raised high, ready to strike. However, Shindai remained composed, commanding, Onix, rock slide. Onix swiftly unleashed a barrage of rocks that fell like rain upon Kingler, demonstrating agility. Kingler evaded most of the falling debris, yet a few rocks struck its hard shell, causing a brief moment of hesitation. Observing the situation, Shindai immediately issued a new command, Earthquake. Without delay, Onix stomped forcefully, causing the ground to tremble violently. The Kingler struggled to maintain its balance amidst the tremors of the earthquake, incessantly adjusting its position on the quaking ground to prevent a fall. Onix, use heavy slam, shouted Shindai. Upon receiving the command, Onix charged towards Kingler with astonishing speed. Observing this, Shigeru was momentarily startled, yet he composed himself and shouted, Kingler, use hammer arm. Kingler immediately swung its powerful claws down upon Onix with great force. A thunderous crash resonated as the two Pokémon collided fiercely, sending dust billowing into the air, obscuring their figures. As the dust settled, both Onix and Kingler staggered back a few paces. Although struck by the hammer arm, Onix sustained only minor injuries due to its sturdy physique. Conversely, Kingler, having been hit by the heavy slam, also wobbled slightly, clearly affected by the blow. Kingler, bubble beam. Shigeru commanded again, and a multitude of bubbles surged towards Onix. Onix, body slam. Shindai boldly commanded. Undeterred, Onix barreled through the bubble beam, its momentum unabated despite the bursting bubbles. Kingler was sent flying back, crashing heavily to the ground. Shigeru furrowed his brow and called out, Kingler, get back up and use water gun. Kingler struggled to rise and unleashed a powerful jet of water aimed at Onix. Onix, flamethrower. Shindai shouted. Onix opened its mouth, releasing a torrent of flames that collided head-on with Kingler's water gun. In an instant, a fierce gust erupted between them, as the two attacks countered each other and transformed into a misty vapor that enveloped the battlefield. Onix, body slam. Shindai decisively commanded once more. Following the order, Onix charged at Kingler like a cannonball. Kingler, water gun. Shigeru hastily directed, urging Kingler to retaliate. Kingler quickly expelled a vigorous water gun in an attempt to thwart Onix's advance. However, Onix pressed on fearlessly, withstanding the water's impact as it collided into Kingler. Ultimately, Kingler was hurled away, crashing heavily to the ground, rendered unable to continue the battle. The referee promptly raised the flag and declared, Kingler is unable to battle. Onix is victorious. Shigeru recalled Kingler and retrieved another Pokeball from his waist, saying, I'm counting on you. Nidoking, use Poison Sting. In the audience, Rotom S. Pock Dex scan the scene. Pokémon, Nidoking gender, male type, Poison Ground ability, Poison point level, 48, Gym, potential, champion moves, Poison Sting, Horn attack, Earth power, Poison Jab, spikes. As Nidoking emerged onto the battlefield, it wasted no time and unleashed a barrage of poisonous spikes towards Onix. In response to this sudden assault, Shindai remained remarkably composed. She swiftly reacted, commanding, Onix, use Rock Slide. Without hesitation, Onix executed Rock Slide, sending a cascade of boulders crashing down upon the incoming poison stings. The poison stings collided violently with the falling rocks, resulting in a cacophony of shattering sounds, many spikes breaking upon impact. Yet, Shindai remained vigilant, immediately instructing, Onix, Earthquake. Onix obeyed, stomping the ground with all its might, causing a violent tremor to ripple through the arena. Caught off guard by the sudden quake, Nidoking struggled to maintain its footing, swaying precariously. Seizing the opportunity, Shigeru shouted, Nidoking, use Earth power. Heeding the command, Nidoking raised its fist and struck the ground forcefully. A brilliant surge of golden energy erupted from the earth, hurtling towards Onix. The energy struck Onix, causing it to tremble violently and drop to one knee, evidently suffering significant damage. Observing the situation, Shigeru quickly issued another command, Nidoking, Horn attack. Nidoking lowered its head, its sharp horn glinting ominously, and charged at Onix. Chapter 99, Shindai vs. Shigeru 2. Nidoking, hearing the command, aimed its glimmering horn straight at Onix. Naturally, Shindai would not remain passive. She responded loudly, Onix, use Heavy Slam. Enduring the pain, Onix sprang up to meet Nidoking's charge. In an instant, the two Pokémon collided with a resounding crash. The impact generated a massive wave of dust, enveloping the entire arena in a shroud of confusion. As the smoke gradually dispersed, the area became clearer, revealing Onix lying on the ground, unable to continue the fight. The referee declared loudly, Onix is unable to battle. Nidoking is victorious. Shindai recalled Onix and then retrieved another Pokeball, saying, come forth, Swampert. With a flash of white light, a pink Swampert appeared on the battlefield. In the audience, Rotom S. Pock Dex announced, Pokémon, Swampert, Hoenn, gender, female type, water ground ability, torrent level, 42, Gym, potential, champion moves, Water Gun, Water Pulse, Muddy Water, Recover. Ice Beam. On the battlefield, Shigeru fixated intently on Swampert, promptly commanding, Nidoking, use Poison Jab. Nidoking surged forward, its right arm enveloped in a dense violet energy. Lunging at Swampert. Swampert, Water Gun. Shindai swiftly countered. Swampert opened its mouth, unleashing a powerful jet of water aimed directly at Nidoking. The Water Gun collided with the Poison Jab, temporarily halting its advance. However, Nidoking cleverly maneuvered to evade the direct impact of the Water Gun, using the recoil to sidestep. Quickly, it raised its violet-tinged arm again and charged towards Swampert. Realizing the imminent danger, Shindai urgently shouted, Swampert, use Protect. Swampert conjured a transparent barrier before itself just in time. Nidoking's Poison Jab struck the barrier, causing it to tremble slightly, yet it held firm against the attack. Seizing the moment, Shindai commanded, Swampert, now is your chance, Water Gun. Swampert unleashed another powerful jet of water towards Nidoking. Caught off guard, Nidoking was struck directly by the Water Gun, its massive form sliding backward from the force. It staggered, clearly suffering from the blow. Shigeru frowned deeply and shouted, Nidoking, spikes. Struggling to maintain its balance, Nidoking laid down spikes on the ground. Remaining composed, Shindai directed, Swampert, deliver the final blow with Ice Beam. A chilling beam of light shot forth, aimed at Nidoking. The Ice Beam struck Nidoking, sending it crashing to the ground, unable to continue the battle. The referee raised the flag and announced, Nidoking is unable to battle. Swampert is victorious. Shigeru recalled Nidoking and threw out his next Pokeball, exclaiming, come forth, Blastoise. Simultaneously, Shindai recalled Swampert and quickly threw out another Pokeball, stating, take a rest, Swampert. Now it's your turn, Scyther. In the audience, Rotom S. Pock Dex reported, Pokémon, Blastoise gender, male type, water ability, torrent. Level, 45, Gym Leader. Qualification, Champion. Skills, Hydro Pump, Water Pulse, Rapid Spin, Rain Dance. Rocket Headbutt. Pokémon, Scyther. Gender, male. Type, Water Rock. Ability, Swift Swim. Level, 37, Elite. Qualification, Elite 4. Skills, Razor Shell, Night Slash, Water Jet, Hydro Pump, Ice Beam. As Scyther emerged onto the battlefield, An array of purple bubbles enveloped its form. Witnessing this, Saint Dai furrowed her brows and promptly commanded, Scyther, use Stealth Rock. Heeding her directive, Scyther swiftly levitated several rocks into the air, concealing them from view. In response, Xiaomo swiftly ordered his Blastoise, Hydro Pump. The cannon of Blastoise aimed at Scyther, unleashing a torrent of water that surged towards it. Scyther, evade, and then use Night Slash. Saint Dai shouted fervently. Scyther nimbly sidestepped the Hydro Pump's onslaught, its scythe enveloped in a dark energy as it charged towards Blastoise. Blastoise, rapid spin. Xiaomo decisively commanded. Blastoise obeyed, its body spinning like a top, as Scyther's attack collided with its shell. However, Blastoise's shell proved as unyielding as stone. The impact produced a crisp sound, yet failed to inflict any substantial damage. In fact, the force of Blastoise's rapid movement sent Scyther staggering back several steps. Before Scyther could regain its footing, Blastoise abruptly halted its spin. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Xiaomo called out, Now, Rocket Headbutt! Blastoise thrust its head forward, launching itself towards Scyther like a rocket. With a resounding crash, the Rocket Headbutt struck Scyther with tremendous force, sending it hurtling through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Scyther, get up! Saint Dai cried out in desperation. Despite sustaining significant damage, Scyther quickly composed itself and rose once more. Water Jet! Saint Dai immediately commanded. Scyther became enveloped in a torrent of water, charging directly at Blastoise. Caught off guard, Blastoise was struck head-on by the water jet, the powerful impact causing it to stagger slightly. Blastoise, Rain Dance! Xiaomo shouted decisively. Responding instantly, Blastoise launched a water sphere from its cannon skyward. In an instant, dark clouds gathered above, unleashing a torrential downpour. Blastoise, Hydro Pump! Xiaomo commanded loudly. Without hesitation, Blastoise unleashed a massive jet of water from its cannon, the force of which surged towards Scyther. In the face of such ferocious aggression, Saint Dai remained remarkably composed, calmly instructing Scyther, dodge it, and then charge. Thanks to its swift swim ability, Scyther deftly evaded Blastoise's Hydro Pump. Undeterred, it lunged fiercely towards Blastoise. Observing this, Xiaomo urgently called out, Blastoise, rapid spin. Once again, Blastoise withdrew into its shell, initiating a rapid spin.